I went to prison. He never gave up on me. He was a guy. I came out of prison. I was like, I got him and my mom. And ultimately just took that. Yeah, so I'm going to hospital. My center out. Hospital. Yeah, my sense of humor. Right? Yeah, these two keep me out of trouble. You know, too. She did get across to all these experiences. Still, even this is coming in talking to people. I didn't like it. I just didn't like it. Yeah, so I'd much rather be my son to that son that didn't care. They have to deal with all the uncontrollable variables. You never know how they're going to act. I like controlled environments. You somewhat know what's going to happen. It's a control thing. It's a control. I try to control how I feel. The good ones I chase. Until they right. And then I would when you build a life like that, you can control it. Right. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I want to get to that because I'm sure there's a lot of insight that you can provide for people that you have. Yeah. So let's go back to you're doing 5 years, starting at 15. So you can spend 5 years in prison from 50 to 20? Well, I got sentenced to 5.5. And then I broke a guard's jaw. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Another. So I ended up doing 2 more. And that wasn't that bad. It was kind of at fault, too. Well, at that time, it was always somebody else's fault. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. In retrospect, you're supposed to have a timeline when they wake you up. They're not supposed to touch you. I might have got around the timeline a little bit and hit him anyway just because I didn't like it. And at that time, I was like, nah, you woke me up. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just swinging. So, in retrospect, I got what I deserved, somewhat. You know what I mean? Some of this stuff is just crazy. But, because I've been, like I said, I've been questioned and indicted on murder. I don't kill nobody. You know what I mean? But I hung around people that keep doing these things. And I was always around them. Mainly because they made me look sane. You know what I mean? And then we became friends and stuff. They made me feel okay with my fucked upness, for lack of a better term. Because that's all you can hang out with and make yourself feel better. Right. So how old were you when you got out the first time? 22. You were 22. How much you start doing when you got out? Well, I had a resentment against cops. So I played semi-pro ball. I tripped on acid a lot because I couldn't do drugs anymore. Yeah, and then I would play football on acid. I got invited to come play for the Giants in my childhood team, and then I got Rothschild. Every time I was about to do something positive, which in hindsight, it's good that I didn't get my resources because I would have been a lot more dangerous than what I became. And if they would have put me in the NFL or something, I don't know what kind of thing I would have hid my fear the way I hid my fear on a bigger scale. I would have caused a lot of damage. That's something I think about a lot. Like, could you imagine, hypothetically, that was the person you were, and now all of a sudden you're surrounded by people just in the neighborhood, telling you yes, you're the best, and on top of that, millions of dollars. Right. That person with unlimited resources to do whatever the fuck you want. It could cause some serious. I know what kind of trouble I would have caused. I got kicked out of prison, so I knew that society wasn't. I knew they were kind of right about me being a menace. Kind of right. Like, I didn't know, because I wasn't malicious. I wasn't trying to hurt nobody. I was trying to carry out what I wanted to do. But I just didn't care about law or guidelines, rules. And that's dangerous. You know what I mean? Because if you spread that out and somebody is malicious and they're a part of your crew, now you've just given them the pass to do that. So you kind of guilty too. So I didn't look at big pictures. I didn't look how it's impacting the whole. It seemed kind of like they're picking up, you know what I mean? But really, I
I've helped so many people now. Some people I will take on because they're dangerous in nature. You know what I mean? Like the way they don't think of the whole. If they're not willing to work on that first, I won't take them on. What I mean by that is walking into their fears and making them help them. If they're not willing to acknowledge first that this is dangerous. You know what I mean by that? Without being too restrictive, let's say, somebody wants to get right so they can do what they do. And doing what they do causes a lot of destruction.
They want to get right so they can do.
Yeah, they want a clear head to be able to harm people or contribute to something that doesn't look harmful. It could be even legal. But to me, I know it harms a lot of people personally. I go on experience. What theories about it. I go on what I can see and know from experience that. And I know it because I've seen the worst cases. You know what I mean? I've seen the worst. Yeah, I've seen every kind of person there is. Not to say one's the same, but if this thing leads to destruction 50,000 times, I'm not helping you get right to do this thing. Right. Whatever it is, So
yeah, it's hard to do, right? Like, how do you figure out which people can be helped and which people can't? When you look at people and you see them going on the wrong, they're on like a fucking pattern of destruction, like either self-destruction or just destroying everything around them. Like, how do you know? Like, can this person be taken off this path, or are they unhelpable?
Oh, nobody's beyond help, and I know that because they deem me that, and it's just not true. Nobody is. But if the person's not willing, so here's the thing: I identify with many people. I've experienced many of those beginnings, knew where they were going. So when I talk to them, they say, "You've had the same thoughts and you didn't do it. Look at all the money you can make." Like that, I say, "Well, this is the reason." And then they trust me and they start to work on that first. Now, if they say, "I hear you," and they know I'm talking the truth when I speak to them, they feel it. They know it's true, but I have to feel it. It takes a year or two to get up the courage to work on that home first. Then they come back. And the whole time I don't reject anybody. I always help everybody. But I focus on what the real problem is that I see. Because I only know my experience. And I know where that's going. Now, I have been accused of being too intense. So like playing around, like you said, it's always horseplay. I see people get gutted over horseplay. Just joking around or being disrespectful. See guys get cut up. That doesn't happen all the time out here. But in my mind, it goes out sometimes. Not so much now as when I first came out. But I'd be like, oh, I'm clowning around like there's gonna get you killed. And I've seen it happen. But it's not so intense. But eventually, if you keep being disrespectful, you don't check the temperature. You don't know how people are doing. You just come in playing around and that dude's, you don't know if you just died. You're not checking the temperature at all. You're just thoughtless. You're probably gonna get punched in the face. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, read the room. Yeah. But they go in oblivious. Like nobody could be, having a bad day. You just take it out on you because you get fired. So I've been too intense in the past, and I've learned to light up on that. For me personally, I feel like you should always check the temperature of the person. They seem like they're down. Find out first.
Yeah, there's also, there's people that they can't figure their life out, or they're on a destructive pattern, they're repeating a destructive pattern, and they finally get back on track. They start to get on the right path. They achieve some success, and then they intentionally sabotage it. They sabotage themselves on purpose. Yeah. Everything's going fucking great. You're on a great trajectory. Right? And then,
it's going great according to the person looking at them.
Right.
That's what it. Right. That's a big difference. That's what I was talking about.
You see your friend, like, oh, this guy, he's doing great. He's making money. He's fucking finally got his own place. Right. And then, and he goes off, drives his car off the fucking bridge.
Yeah. I see it all the time. It's because you're doing what's right by the people saying. Like you're going off reactions to people rather than a heartfelt for myself. But even though everybody's benefiting from it, if the person is not attached to what they're doing, they're better off being conflict, talking their stuff out and saying, yeah, I hear you, you think I'm doing good, but the truth is, I hate this, and the only reason I'm doing it is because you want me to do it. And then get real honest, and even though they can't take the action, say they're doing something destructive, they're using drugs, whatever. But you have to be able to accept them as they are, or that acceptance doesn't get transmitted, and it ultimately causes the breakout, or like all of a sudden they don't care about your opinion anymore. Your brain's driving you crazy. Recognizing and respecting how they really feel. Pressure builds, and they're doing this stuff because they want to make you happy, but they don't really want to do the work of making themselves happy. And part of that is because when you go to saying, hey dude, I think you're an asshole for making me do this right now. What, get a job? Yeah. Like if they don't get that kind of honesty and do the right thing anyway, that's what they can't handle. It's not keeping the bad action down. The bad action is happy with the result of not being accepted, not a part of. They feel alien because it's so easy for me to do. I can keep it going for a couple of weeks, months. I can't keep it going because it's not me, and I'm not honest enough to say how I do it. And so
how do you get around it? How do
you get a guy like me that knew all that stuff and got to a point, and there's tons of people, but you'll find them when you start doing it. Like you get family of people that say this because they'll accept you with your bad behavior sometimes, and they'll yell at you constantly. So they slowly take away your life force while it's like keeping you there. My mother did it to me by accident.
It's like the term they call it.
Something like that.
Because it's a weakness that they're like a band-aid they're around. Because it's they don't want to deal with the heartache of cutting loose, which is ultimately the best thing.
It's the only way they can do it is throw them out of the nest. But sometimes they die. Sometimes if that was happening, regardless, it might have happened also from the earliest years to resell them. And it's not a tough love to do it. Like there were a lot of families, stuff like that. It's you have to know you're using courage, like you're doing this, and the first thing I get them to do is practice.
Go back to humans originating in Africa at some point, but we haven't seen all of them. We haven't seen all of them.
If this kid dies,
questions we should be asking.
Or if this kid's in prison, my mom's and you're in prison, that's what she said. And I didn't really understand what she was saying, but she didn't know how. And still they were showing us these skeletons that they found. It's ingrained. They're very bizarre. And people initially thought they were hoax, but then they found these new ones that they've discovered that they have 3 fingers and 3 toes. They've done CAT scans on these things, and they seem to be human or human-like. These things. Yeah,
I've seen it.
It's one of the most heartbreaking.
Like I thought, 100% horseshit when I first saw them, because I think some of them are horseshit. But then when they've done, like, look at that image below with the
we're telling them this, but
like, come on, what the hell is that?
You really want this?
You want what's best for this? Again, I'll say it again. That's art. Let me buy it.
Are you willing to play the back role?
Those X-rays are from the things themselves. I think I've seen some of these. The CAT scans are even weird because the CAT scans when they show like the 3D CAT scan of the body, and you're seeing all the areas where the cartilage is, and it just. But it doesn't look totally human because this is it. So they have 3 fingers and 3 toes. It's really weird stuff. Like there's layers of them as they go through CAT scan. How old are these? I did hear this. I've seen some of the reports. This is the thing that was presented to the Mexican government at some point. This is Peru. The Mexican one seemed to be horseshit. Okay. This is like, and the guy who discovered them here quotes, it seems to have a history of finding silhouettes. But this seems real. This seems very real. Look at this thing.
Like, it's weird how many people.
Exactly.
What is that?
Yeah.
If I did, it was just to get something.
Like, look at him go back to that image that shows the back.
When somebody asks me a question like that,
I was like, yeah, like that. When you see this thing, this guy's not like showing you the full body in this particular
Yeah, and I don't know how
thing is,
well
backwards
there's
heads
this,
were, the
there's
shape
this
of its head's
life
very weird,
force
but
that seems to
looks
give
real.
you
Like whatever,
limitless
if you
resources
guys
to
can
do
find
it,
that
and
that's
time
real,
slows
I know
down
you
and
will
all
bring
that
back
stuff. I don't know
girls.
about really,
Watch
but
bring
that's the
back
only way I can
little
explain
three-toed
it.
alien.
Like when you're on the side of
And you
life,
still have to ask their permission. It looks like a person.
it is a struggle to stand up without
Bring
having
nice,
to
I know.
have this
Shit on the head.
psychology and this whole mentality. When you see these people,
Some
you
things
have
you just have to do.
literally
Like if
been
we find out
through
that
this.
that thing
You have
was a
mapped
real
out.
thing,
yeah,
like what is that?
yeah, it's
What's that thing in the
experiential.
back of the tent?
People try
It's
to do
not.
DNA work.
You know, I read
I think there's a
and it
there's
all
a
comes to the front of my head
small
when I
select
read it.
group of people that you
But if I
really
try to
take
look
it seriously.
smart, I'll go
More
right
people
like
take
that
it
dumb
seriously
drunk.
now because
Yeah,
the CAT
yeah,
scans.
right.
I
Like,
think
yeah, oh, it's
initially
like this or
we've seen
whatever. I'll be
original
like,
ones, the ones that look super
but
fake.
when I'm in that
The ones that look super
mode
fake,
of
look like something you buy like a Rothschild
sincerity,
stand.
humility,
They look holy bullshit.
it all
But
comes
then,
right to it. Everything I
back and forth with Jesse Michaels and Luke Caverns, and they were sending me these
something's going
images
on.
of,
You want answers to that.
I think it was
You
800
don't need to
BC.
have an investor.
This is how old these drawings are,
Yeah,
these
yeah,
tapestries
and it,
that
and,
show these
that type
weird
of stuff when it
three-toed,
comes, like I'm not interested.
three-fingered
You know,
things
or
that
nothing
look
else.
like a little one of
Everywhere
those
else I
things. Like,
It's,
so is this
I mean,
another
dude,
type
and
of
it's
human
a
that
fascinating
lives at
thing
some point in
that
time?
like I
Interesting.
have friends that
There are
that
three
fit
toed,
this
three finger things. I wonder if there's a
and
genetic
you
mutation.
know it's a thing
You
that's
see
like
the tribe.
I freaking wrap my brain over it all the time. Like how is this happening? How does this guy
Maybe that was that. Maybe
fucking
that's what that was.
get
That was me.
go on the right path for so long? Like look how fucking good he's doing. Like clockwork, once every 5 years, fucking right back down the
Yeah, I did it twice in 5 years. It's funny. That's the time when I went out twice. And when I say I went out, I gave up hope.
Yes, probably.
that
Let's
I
not.
could change. You know what I mean? I do it for my kid. I would do it for all kinds of
Was
reasons.
it in Asia?
And it would look great. I
Bigfoot is
was
supposed
built
to
up
be
and everything else.
They found the bones in China.
But I was still missing that.
So come across.
To make sure that story's right.
Right,
yeah,
I'm
and
pretty
there
sure
was
it's true. Check it out.
pulling
I
out.
think it's bones
It's
found
hard.
in a
And
carrier
it
shop
would take
in
about
China.
5 to get to
I
that
just
point.
bring it up
It's
since
so
I got here.
unbearable. But most of the time I gave up. This time I didn't give up because I messed up.
Dragon bones.
That was the only reason. It was just always, I didn't mean, it's God or something, you know, I don't know. But this time I stuck through it, and about 3 years after that,
And I wondered
this is
population
what
were there at the same time as today's.
man, yeah, if you could live through it all, because the things I know. From doing it
It
once,
seems to like if we could cut this into
doing it to the point where
so
I
when did it start
I'm
existing?
still doing it.
How long was it?
I found out
So around
what
for
worked,
300,000 years or so.
but I do
Which is kind of crazy.
We can self-help books.
Survival rate's not very high.
Yeah, but the ones like me won't listen to that. You know what I mean? And the only people they listen to are people that give that. So
Right,
that's why I
exactly.
get the whole.
So what's thought to be
It's amazing how many families and stuff like
Well, it was thought for a long time that orangutans was our closest
read my
Have you ever seen them spearfishing?
anyway.
Yeah.
Well, except for the last, yeah. Not a good read for family fun, yeah.
There's this crazy farmer.
But it's like they love me, I love them.
So weird. Stick in his hand.
Yeah, it's a real human connection.
Human connection.
You can see it.
And I thought that was the worst part of life.
No, this is true.
Right.
I really did. Growing up, that's somehow I picked
Like
that
he's
up.
figured out how to catch fish.
Trusted.
Really
Living
well
your
since
life,
after
and
observing
dealing with
locals.
people, and
Which totally makes sense, right? Yeah. You see people catch a fish and like, it's like, whoa, which is probably how people are. Like some really smart ape guy was like, you know what, hit that
and
purple rock. You know?
learning and being able to communicate is
we're so
the
hyper-sensitive.
advantage of everything else, right? Because I don't have to evolve.
You get the way I walk, and I didn't express nothing. But I just learned to do that.
Right. That's what's so fascinating about today. Is you don't have to
Too big.
if someone's anywhere near you.
You're fine.
You're learning from things on your phone,
You're also so
instantaneously on your laptop.
Crazy enough to get 50 to 20 fire.
Oh,
all
going
set.
crazy.
That's
Yeah,
true, too.
yeah. It was
But it's
just,
just,
I smashed
you know,
his finger in
when
prison,
AI gets involved in this,
and his nurse
we
was
have
giving me
some cheap AI
because they didn't want my hand getting infected. Because I'm a minor. I
to
think they're illegally
try to
putting me in
you know,
adults and
figure out what the
stuff. Whatever.
consequences of
And
bringing certain
and so
species
they're
back
giving me skunk out. I'm like,
pro or con.
it was crazy how much I was like, their touch or anything like that. I wasn't gonna say that, but yeah. We were like, oh, God damn it. She's like, oh, that's normal. Yeah, it was a crazy thing. Yeah.
I mean, I've heard stories about say that. I've heard the story. I had a guy named Jason for a while. Got to be a friend of mine, and he said that whenever a female cop would walk through, all they do is fucking jack it.
Yeah, because it's deprivation. The idea was what they wanted at first. Get yourself, think about what you're doing. Of course, there's people that exploit that and make it horrible. You can set aside society. You don't want to be a part of society that can sit somewhere and see what you really want. Because you can't go around homeless, And so if you have that ideal prison thing, I think it would work. You know what I mean? As far as like, it doesn't even have to be called a prison. Yeah. Throw them in a cave with no sensory, because sensory deprivation. Yeah. All the time. Give them some mushrooms and put them in a sensory. Oh man, I believe that's what it's called. Yeah. Not enough money. Yeah. That's the problem. Not looking out for the welfare of things. Money like you chasing drugs and all this other stuff.
This idea that the technology that we are developing
I don't get into politics. Oh yeah, the inside. Yeah. I wonder what the percentage of people that actually get help
figured out how to take the males or leave the juveniles or some way of maintaining that population so that you knew to go back to the hunt the next year and they would be there again. But we domesticated things.
I don't know what the statistics are. I should
really authority over everything. When we protect species, people who think about conservation often think of this as super hands off. Like, I'm not doing anything. Everything just gets to evolve the way that it should be. That's bullshit. Like, we decide how many animals live, where they get to live, what they get to eat.
Getting right took a little bit of bumping. You're still the same person. You're just trying. So, but the commitment and everything else. So it's been about 12, 13 years since
These
I think like
technologies
that still, but I don't know.
are not exactly the same as the technologies that our ancestors had because we are
Through my head, that's just old.
but they are technologies
It has no
that
real
we can deploy
emotion.
to hopefully try
So,
to fix some of
going
the
back,
things that
what
make
was
us
your question?
already.
I wanted to get to the religious aspect of it. Like how big of a part was religion?
To allow ourselves
Well, I read the
the space
Bible
that we need to figure out what we can do with these technologies. We're still operating
Trying to figure
different frameworks. We're still
Yeah, because I really thought everybody was stressed out
there's a
way
lot
too
to
much.
go here.
And I
If we
felt all this
decide
pressure.
that that's too scary, that we don't trust ourselves, that we're always going to make
But
the
what I
worst
didn't
decision.
know,
First
and
of all,
why I
it's
turned
that
my back
attitude
on all that stuff,
right? It's
my
that
mom was
want to do it because it's too scary because I'm gonna. Second of all, it's a decision, and to think that that decision has no consequence is naive. We know what the consequences. The rate of extinction today is thousands times higher than it is across the history.
That's all I see out of that place. I'm gonna burn. I can't.
We have capacity to see we have the capacity to help species that are alive today adapt to the rapid changes in their habitat. What if we could make Hawaiian honey
At the same time, I did read
introduced by introducing those into their habitat and becoming extinct, or figure out how to transfer resistance to bleaching to corals throughout the world, or anything that would just save some of these
there was always like an impending
because
doom.
of this combination of people expanding
So
and
I did read it from the back. I studied a lot, and
we don't want to see
what I didn't know at the time is I was looking at it
drier.
for my own health, which is a selfish way to try to look at spiritual. It's an all, yeah, like for my own will, like for the people I want, like playing God and reading the Bible. Like when I know this time, of course, my kid, God has a request. You read his Bible, put in some requests for your family, and then. But what I didn't know is spiritual is only inclusive. Like so these religions are just about certain people, not the spirit that's behind it. A lot of them, like some of them really do understand it. Then if they tried to tell me at that time, I would forgot it because I'm still what that does, like it's only good if I took those spiritual truths, apply them to everybody. So you can't just take stuff like that and throw it on somebody. Hey, act like this. You know what I mean? So I didn't know that. But later in life, all that stuff came to light, and I see where it's all religious account of spiritual. You know what I mean? It's all true. It's just the culture at the time. And if you read it in a spiritual way, like it's all inclusive, it applies to everybody. It's all about acquiring that way of looking not by this and that, rather than taking a quick gun. Really non-violent. But you can't cursing everybody out and seeing all the crazy stuff you're doing. Like a quick gun because you think yeah, total conflict. Yeah, it's kind of like a
really great example.
Yeah, well, kind of. It's a way of living. So you got all these different religions, and I've got to know people all the time. And basically, the people who are looking for all inclusiveness, they find a way of being that allows them to live and let live. And this seems spiritual, what some people call what I said, this is seems like it's now
for extinction is also just figured out how
people sucks. Everything was suck. It sucks. But all I gotta do is come in and meet you, having a good time. Like that's the difference. It's an inside thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, you bring. Like I'm not bringing an agenda. It might be just this. Either way, it's fine.
All right, so back to like the linear time. Get out at 22, 20 years old. How long did it take, and what were you doing the next time you got in trouble?
Well, I got out. I remember going and having a drink with a friend of mine, and I didn't do anything more than that. I said I wasn't going to do it. And then at that time, I didn't do anything. That really happened. But so I drank with him one night, and then I went to make money. I had some friends I met there, and we went to the other coast.
So you've announced the whole amount. Where will that
100% profit.
Costa
Yeah, well, both of us own that. Yeah. So at that time, my buddy, I was actually at the laptop. It says he died. I wonder why I was there. I don't know. I actually paid for the little thing where you can find something. haven't thought about it.
Websites.
No, it was a good one. Oh, yeah, it worked. It showed the guy his address and else. I was like, oh man, that's hard. He was a really happy, good dude. But, yeah, but he killed himself. He loved the party and killed himself.
Poor antelopes.
He was always
Because they evolved.
real
That pronghorn antelopes, the reason why they're so fast, they evolved with these cheetahs that don't exist anymore.
It's true.
But anyway, I was going and getting stuff and then trying to play semi-pro football.
Because pronghorns are fast.
I had all the same people. Oh, and I had this
Slow stuff, because the pronghorns are like, let's get out of here.
I think for every species there will be different work that has to be done to figure out whether and where is a good idea to reintroduce them. And for each of the species that we're working with, we have councils that we've put together in the part of the world where we would bring them back together to have conversations about
I didn't
where
pay
they should
really
go,
no mind to it, but
whether
in
they should go,
hindsight, I
how
look
many
at
there
it.
should be, and who is willing to be the long-term stewards for these animals.
Like I did something good going.
You kind of like own the identity of it.
Yeah, well, I wasn't really thinking about it
Well,
just
right
because
now we're not focusing on Russia.
I lived that, and then
You were never like, especially with self.
no, I was analytical and stuff, but it was nothing to do with self. It was how. Right. So I was always analyzing that stuff, missing out on the cause of that, a lot of that. So yeah, I was in all this stuff I looked at, but pretty much how I looked at it. Get some time to sit on your hands and look at it. What do you do about it? Keep going. And it wasn't until this guy kind of explained it. I thought into something. Even though I'm honest,
Take 10 to 14
even
years
though
to
I'm being
reach
honest with him about what it is, still not.
it's
That
not
goes
like
back to what I
there's
was saying
something
about being honest about wrong.
this will be a very slow and deliberate
So you give your best honest.
stage to the first half.
You believe it, right?
Yeah, me too.
Whatever happens after.
But you're convinced in the mind, it's still not true.
What life is the test of it?
Up until about 4,000 years ago.
Well, I don't really know the
Wrangle
wrong
islands
one.
off the coast of
They
Siberia,
were pretty
now
accurate.
maybe
You know what I
even
mean?
maybe even in
I wasn't trying to hide
North
nothing. I
America
was
based on
actually
that environmental
legitimately.
DNA data. Isn't that
That's kind
crazy?
I had this guy on here
I did a
a
research
couple months ago,
horses and
and he
animals.
got
Yeah.
arrested for rape and murder.
Right, because we're not going to find the last fossils of something.
And
Because fossils
he didn't do it,
Right.
but he was really friends with it's the closest friend of the girl who got raped and murdered.
fossil record, bad word to use there, but in record of animals have been fossilized.
But
Really
they put
hard
him
to
on a
know,
lot of
right? But because the taphonomy, which means like how things are
Oh,
preserved, differs
even having that charge
where you
makes
are.
you nervous.
Like when things die in Alaska, and you have this spatial silt that preserves things really quickly, but we don't really find a lot of things. But we've never found woolly rhinos in North America, so the hypothesis is they never made it across the Berings. There was a
especially
Berings meat was not a sea level lipids, and it was called Norwegians. Animals walked across that including people.
how they can manipulate
Which brings me to the short face.
Yeah, I believe that. They don't hold up the border anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can't use them.
I love the short hair. You know what I like the most about it is because I think it's so dumb that it's called the short hair. Why?
When they did mine, it was just
they're like, oh, here's a bear.
because they already had the
Stands
DNA.
up. It's 12 feet tall. They call it
all they
the
needed was
short-faced bear.
one six questions.
Such a terrifying animal.
Yeah.
One of my favorite photos of that is a photo of the short bear standing up next
I
to
bust
a scientist.
a lot of people up. So how do you answer that question? I stumbled on it.
Fine man.
Yeah. So I stumbled on that one. But every other one, it was good enough for them.
There's a great photo that's somewhere on the internet of one of a skull on the ground.
I walked out on that one. 60 days.
Laying back under. We have DNA from him.
60 days later.
Manufacturing error.
All I was doing was buying for
How do you get life?
They tried to give me 180 years.
Yeah, super cool.
Fender.
It's like a
Later on, they started getting life.
There were also camels in North America. There's a camel called the camelops. That was pretty cool. And a giant beaver, like a 5-foot tall beaver, which
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the giant beaver. Beaver scare me.
especially a 5-foot beaver.
Think about all the little beaver can do with teeth. They chew
One pill. I have a script for that Xanax. I took it out and put it in my sock. I said, I'm
that
gonna
guy
fight
out there. I said, that's like 65%.
He did. He gave me 2 years. He tried to give me life as a sugar criminal.
He discovered a giant lion.
How old were you when you got lost?
Second time, I kept going in and out.
When you look at its face, it kind of looks like it could be a cat if you don't know that much.
I kept going in and out.
From the fossils, yeah.
That bone right there.
And I always thought I was gonna get like
Look at that thing. It looks like
all that time. I started buying into
what a weird animal.
I wonder if they moved as slowly as the
honestly
small
thought I
ones
was
did.
going.
I can't imagine that they could have, whether it would have been really easily eaten by the
Live
giant
right now.
short-faced bear.
Going away forever.
Maybe that's
Or
where
the
they're
American
around.
cheetah. Or the
Yeah, I kept making things work.
Well, that's not the cheeseburger too low. You know, it gets smashed.
But if that thing was moving super slowly, you just hack at it.
Well, have you ever seen sloths, even little slow moving swing and leopards or jaguars? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're a lot worse than the feds.
A sloth, a regular one, that is crawling on
Most
the
people,
vine,
they have
and
a lot
this
of
jaguar's trying to get at it. It's swinging at it pretty fast. I was like, wow, I didn't know they could swing that fast. But it went really slow, which is like,
I wonder if it
why does nature want to
Whereas
do
in
that?
prison, you only got a couple
Maybe
of
they move so slowly that stuff grows on them.
Yes, mold grows on it. But there's a rescue place. So this, see, look at that. Look how beautiful those jaguars are. God, they're so beautiful.
I looked after
The big cats.
Yeah, what was it?
So would you want the big cats though here to come up?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
How
It's like
did you,
the jaguars
how
are
did you
re-emerging in the Southwest, right? They've spotted a couple of them in Arizona, which I think is great. I think they're awesome, but I would not win into one. You know what I mean?
I like conflict a little bit. In hindsight, looking back on it, I would hang with the youth people sometimes.
And I think about mountain lions too.
Guys,
When I
I
go
hang out
running,
with guys.
you know, in the woods.
They're so racist.
Running, I'm
They're a
thinking,
bunch of clowns. You know what I mean? You're all in the same place. And it's always been.
I think they're afraid of dogs.
That's how it is in all the different. Well, they're a lot more segregated up north. But down here, they have, everybody's thrown in together.
That's like my dog, my golden retriever.
Oh, Fred, can we play?
Or he would just like
It's
tuck
so
his tail
hard that something.
just
It's
leave
a
me there.
distraction. It keeps you from looking at yourself.
You know, they know that like the
And
ones
for
that
some
they get,
reason, I was always
the problem cats in Northern California, when they
I
found
would
them,
even.
they do these depredation tags. They found that 50% of their diets are dogs and cats.
she's not a beach.
Well, it's because I didn't get it. I didn't get it. When I moved, when I moved to Naples, you know, I had black people hate me at first, you know, everybody now, but I had black people hate me because I was
And
white.
there are a
And
lot
white
of
people
cats.
hate me
Maybe it's because we don't have any of the other
And,
predators that used to be there.
they would just say like
California golden
stupid,
bear.
most
This is
stupid
another one,
things. I
Hearst.
just
I think Hearst is planted the last
know what I mean?
ones of the California
And,
golden bear. Southern
and then
California
I,
shipped
you know,
up
because I really,
to San
my
Francisco.
dad one
Became
time
the
when I
bear
was
that's
in
the inspiration for
New
the flag.
Jersey, we had like a line.
His name is Monarch.
It was almost like an imaginary line.
The last guy that got killed by a grizzly bear.
I remember saying some racial slangs to this guy. You know, we're like 7, 6. We don't know what.
It's named after the guy.
Yeah, named after the last guy.
We're yelling these things back and forth. He's calling me this. I'm talking. My dad snatched me by the ear and snatched me by the ear.
It's kind of funny though that the bear is
Ever since then, I never had a problem. He was a great kid. You know, and turned out to
Yeah,
be
well,
one
by
of
the time I think
my
it was on the
closest
flag,
friends
it was
growing up there.
already.
And all his like
people are
family,
probably wanting to bring
they're
that back.
racist as shit towards me.
You know, we showed recently using DNA that they're really close to related to the bears that are in Yellowstone.
And I
right
would
now.
hear
So
this,
sure,
this
one bear
person.
in California.
What ethnicity was he?
He was black, yeah. And then, you know, and then his sister, too, it's like, her bike was a girl bike.
You
Like,
can't
I really
manage
know
them
for a while.
because then people
And the
decide
guy
that
would
they're
all, you know,
precious.
the older
So
kids
once they
would be all,
become
that
problems,
crap, you know, they'd say,
once they become overpopulated, like Montana has an issue with that now. They would like to list them. Yes, with grizzly bears. They'd
I'd be
like
like, yeah,
people to
no
be able to
problem.
hunt them.
You know, and they would beat me up or something. They beat my ass. when I didn't care, and I got a fight, they're also
chill out, just take naps.
of all ages.
When you were in prison, because of this experience you had,
It's around the time they come out there and they're eating all the salmon because they're gonna get
did you look at people and kind of read them and see how far they would go and know that?
Yeah. You could always see they're like
Species of bears,
the lights go on. It's just this is what I say.
This is crazy video.
It's
This
like
guy
a
sitting
summertime.
on one chair and this bear
They stop thinking and they go
and
into
this
pure
bear,
ritual. That's how clear it is.
the launcher is great for
All of a
perspective.
sudden you're not having a conversation.
This bear
It was
is
just
huge. It's like 10, 11
as soon as I said something, the dude in question,
it just
was
is
talking
eating
about.
salmon.
This is a nice guy, but he had some problem with whatever he did, whatever. And I don't know.
Give me some volume.
All of a sudden, I wasn't talking to this guy.
It's so
He
crazy.
was just all full of hoochie, jumps off the phone.
Bear's not interested in them. There's me right to his right.
And then
He just lays down.
you don't really want to get locked down.
That's probably making a terrible snack though, right?
So he huffed and puffed and ran around. And he's a big dude. I mean, when you scared me, I thought, how big? How tall is 6'5", 300?
It's easy to catch.
He was like, yeah, when I'm ripping,
I like it. Looks chill. That's the bear that I
this
would
guy,
want to run into if you
ripped up. I mean,
the same height, same weight.
yeah, and his name was Danny too, wasn't it? Yeah. So I felt like 1 minute was fine. He actually saw friendship with me.
All those Kodiak bears, that's why they're so huge.
And so he's, so we're working out. Next thing you know, it's like a robot. This is what I do when this gets wet. And it all comes, you can see it so clear, but I can see it. They get fearful. Yeah, they get fearful and all of a sudden.
Okay, I have to look at the.
And so you try to help people out.
That is one of
That's
the
what
best
about a little
protection
box.
techniques. It's really funny. He's like, oh, I'm like, I think it's intentional. Corners like genius. I think he did it for a purpose because there's like
As a
so
little kid, it's funny too, because this dude that tried to keep everyone in town so we had to get the place locked down.
in my
He was,
I think he was like suicide prepared. I think he just decided to stay long enough.
I know he was Muslim, but I don't know if
Like
he
super
was
depressed.
from there or whatever. And he's the one that broke it up and held him back. I was like, oh, it's bad. He wants you, let it go.
They're not used to people being around him.
And that's what I thought. But men, I don't trust people.
It's not a good way to go if you're completely obsessed with bears.
After that, in that mentality.
There's a woman who's worked in my life for a long
Once you got in that bracket, where you can't control your
She said,
emotions,
"What's her time?"
I'm done.
Oh God, lady, don't say that. Don't say that. One thing better about getting killed by a cat than a bear is a cat will kill you and then eat you.
You can get away and all that. You can never let
And you want yourself.
So when you were trying to talk to people about hanging out with different groups, different races of people, what was it? Like, what were you trying to do?
I was trying to destroy that person,
That's one of the things that freaks
it didn't
hunters
make
out.
any sense.
You kind of like
See them skin.
Yeah, I think so. I think in a way I was like,
It's like very weird.
because if somebody else did what I did, they would, hurt them or make them not do
We're
it.
seeing Bigfoot.
And I
Have you ever seen
wasn't
a bear walk on
So
two?
I felt like I was the only person that could get through it.
All the time.
This is all crazy, but that's how,
makes sense.
yeah, that's just how I process it,
Sometimes
you
they
know,
have
at the
injuries.
time.
Like there was a
Because I
famous
wanted to
bear
play basketball, and sometimes,
Jersey that
other
was
people
missing
play
a
basketball,
and
and
so he always
these
walked
guys wanted me to not play basketball because my color was fuck you. I grew up in Jersey, we took it serious, you know what I mean? So, and plus it's a good way to lose weight, stay in shape. So, whatever, I just did it. And I would just sit there and bounce the ball all the time.
Stare him in the eyes.
Yeah, and it wasn't not hurt because some of the guys I played with, they were just as bad too, right? So, they're gonna do you your chest bone, your shoulder real hard when you're hacking them or whatever. So I wasn't hacking when somebody tried to do that. Shifted, I felt perfectly fine with it, you know what I mean? And all his friends on the court.
Just
Like,
sitting in between
hey, you keep
trees.
playing, you know what I mean? You're not just trying to run into them. Kind of That's basically what I wanted to see. Fair is fair, right is right, wrong is wrong, without I'm not trying to say everything's,
But you have the unique ability to see what you're doing too. I feel like a lot of those people who stick to their little tribe, they're doing that because they're going to be protected.
Yeah.
And somebody else can be like, you didn't give a fuck. You
No.
didn't give a fuck. You gotta do
Well,
other
they were going to beat me up, but I wasn't going to stop. Right?
You weren't seeking protection.
Not only that, I was doing this unconscious. There was something always in me to try to care about stuff and do stuff, but at the same time, I didn't want to care about things and be a movie. So there was a big contradiction going on inside of me. That's why I couldn't really know what I was doing. And I don't know that there's like a life force trying to bring life lessons through everybody at all times. But most people are so fearful. And I was too. I was fearful of never figuring out how to live right, I was fearful of all these things too. But when I thought something was right, you couldn't tell me. You couldn't stop it. Right? You know what I mean? And the players got harder and harder. What lessons did you learn about regarding other people before and when you were younger, growing up? What lack of was there, and then what would it take for you to develop a sense? Well, at an early age, there were certain people that didn't seem to come with you. I thought, until I got enough courage to really push back to the test, I thought it was hard. Found out later it was really good behind it. I did the same thing myself, so I knew. But not until I pushed people who look fearless to the point of fear in them did I figure out. Everybody. So empathy came from me. Like I knew what people were saying was true and telling me this stuff, so they were trying to tell me that. People are not get by without feeling like indigenous people are living. And in my mind, I was confessing it in my heart. And what they were saying was everybody has a level of things they got to live. And I was like, yeah, not right now. I'm busy. And I put that off so long. But somehow they're happier than us. That's shit. It's kind of a feminine trait. So it wasn't something I was. I can't feel right. And then, but what I realized is it doesn't matter what reality. And so when I had enough courage to face that, all of a sudden that became a language. I guess because I never used it or never really thought to use it, I was just my intention that I learned to hide better and better over the years. Every time somebody found out what I was really thinking of doing, so you start letting everything out. Well, I learned that if you don't cook with anybody, they let all out too. Yeah, so you find out who the snitches are.
Massive giant eagle that
Matt Cox.
Yeah.
You don't have to give him coke to him.
No, he's proud of it. Yeah. But for him, I mean, if they're wrong, whatever. I mean, I can't.
He believes that if someone claims that they
which makes sense in that situation.
Foolish pride. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, both of them. Yeah, foolish pride is good. It's but my line of reasoning with that was if you're doing something, calculate what the worst good is. That's how I got the clarity in mind. certain things that I
good
accept.
spirited, but
Because I already accepted the
Maybe
worst
what they were
possible
doing is they would ambush mammoths
and I
things like that. So
accepted
you hide bluffs and
before I did it.
people
So
just
that
to
way
stay
there was
at
nothing
home.
but calmness,
Maybe
and most of the
wait
time I
until
didn't.
that bear is eating something else.
I
Right?
should
Sure.
say
And it's
that's
to
the
take
rest
time to
I mean, how much do they even understand?
but that's the
Like,
that's
they
probably understood it.
and it all ends like
Because
you'll
these are
get
people
that.
who rely on
You'll
that. They
carry
probably
that
understand
through
it better than
with that.
people who aren't
In the
understanding,
long
right? So
They probably knew that these animals have a greater sense of smell than we do. They probably have a greater sense of smell than we do.
or
Like empathy.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They probably can smell it because you can smell certain animals. You know, like if you go into the elk woods, you 100% can smell elk.
and is that something that you've been able to develop?
And your
Well,
values
I was
and
told
your
that,
goals.
you know, I would smell
Murder
something
anybody,
and then,
cut your head
you know,
off without
the guys
any
that
sort of
you smell it.
remorse, any sort of human feelings
Because
whatsoever.
they hear
I
it
know,
everywhere.
I know, I
You know,
knew
you get
people
this
with
sense
that
they know
now.
like this really musty
I knew
smell
people
through
that
the run
in
too.
circumstances, certain
Did you smell the
circumstances
dirt?
were like that, but I don't know
Well, this was
anybody like
thirsty.
yes man, just like that 24/7, whatever.
My wife would be like,
I didn't know guys like that, but they were all from where I was from.
she hates my dog instinct. She
You
hates
gotta
my
breed
dog.
people that are like, this is what I gotta do, you know, and that I think is generational
Do they smell
putting
different?
production
Yeah,
and
they did smell different.
technology advances
I don't
across
smell a lot of dogs that have never bathed, right? You know, most of the dogs
generational. I guess
smell
worse
different.
and worse.
Yeah, werewolves, right? What is really weird? Let's have a conversation. They're all
You know, if you act like something wrong,
Japanese French bulldog.
purchase.
It's
The
adorable.
reason I ask is I have a friend who's a lawyer who's
At one point in time,
We don't know which one. Right? So this is, I think, dog domestication is one of those places where both we come to terms with what we don't know and the opportunity to discover new things. You know, the very first scientific paper that said when dogs were domesticated looked at the type of DNA that's only inherited from your mom, mitochondrial DNA. Our cells have a nucleus that has the DNA in our chromosomes that make us look and act the way
I
we do.
asked him,
And then
what,
it has little cells
how could you describe
that
it?
once bacteria
The
become
best way to describe it is
and you're only
look into his
inheriting
eyes and he's dead.
and there's a ton of like
Nobody
there's
knows.
thousands of
Well,
mitochondrial genomes in there
if you're talking about in prison, like I've seen people like that, and I've got to know some of them and talk to them. But like, there's a lot of like, so a doctor, that's what he was, a doctor, a lawyer. So a lawyer sees a certain
which is
type.
clearly wrong, right? But there weren't human
He doesn't see him
populations,
24/7.
societies, which is
Whereas like when you're living with
dog
them,
domestication
or
because
you're
they're
around them all the
attracted to
time,
the garbage
you know it's only
living around where people were
certain things that trigger.
they're staying in place
You know,
together for some time before you get out.
Yeah, there's times when like so cheating is a normal thing, so everybody
We don't.
all of a sudden
We do
they're a
know
different
now that
person.
dogs are
You know what I mean? Like their rituals of being human, or all of a sudden there, and maybe from their childhood or whatever it was.
and also probably because
All of a
the
sudden they're
first
different.
dogs were in
Nobody's
warm
saying
parts of
that.
the world, and so we don't have the fossils.
So
We don't have
so there was a
the
guy
DNA
I
and
talked
fossils
about
just
him
didn't preserve.
before,
I think right now what people are happiest with is that it was probably sometime after the
killed an
peak
80
last ice age, sometime
and
15 and
and
20
he outlived
years
his
ago.
life sentence. So he
And
got
so
out
I'm not sure where, because again,
in
probably
2012. I really don't talk
there's been
about
lots
this
of
guy. Wait, how did he
gene
life
pool,
sentence?
lots
I
of
think he was like
conversations
25 years back then,
between
or
dogs that have made this a
died.
really hard problem.
Like you're talking about with
So 25 years before until you die.
What's cool
Yeah.
about this
Oh,
thing,
okay.
Yeah, so he was under a guy. They got different guidelines.
yeah, that's probably the
So
danger.
he was under these guidelines. Yeah, 25 years or life. So and he was already a certain age.
Communities that are together.
Jesus Christ.
You know, he was on leg. He had a pair of dentures. They gave him
They
his
were
teeth.
15 to 20,000 years ago. That is not what archaeologists think.
Dentures
So
spit a part of his calf out with the teeth, chewing on it, you know, and that's how I got to use it.
sort of right.
Like running,
They do believe
I
that
have
have
one
existence
fast
in small tribes 15,000 years ago.
and maybe that was enough.
But how a
You know,
guy
if you think
gets
of
to that point,
domestication, scientists like to
you know,
have
there were certain things like when he did his ritual
and so there was
of
recently
that prepared for his ritual of taking it out.
published a paper in which they redefined how you consider something domestic.
I mean,
And
he
they
would
say
be like
domestic population is something that can only
Yeah,
survive within a human.
yeah. Like I'm saying, nobody can consistent. Now there is people that are 24/7 like that.
I think
Sure.
only really survive
I don't really know any of them because
then
you always need something,
of
even
humans
if you act like you
you know,
don't.
some
You always
steady
need
stream
something.
of crap that humans produce to do this. That's still kind of moving. Like it's still.
But as far as nobody home, I've seen that. It's a scary sign. There's nobody, there's no lights on. And my buddy used to get there all the time.
We don't know.
Yeah, quit stabbing. And he would do it all the time. You know what I mean? Like he put
All over the place.
one guy bumped the plate on the wall.
We think that the closest living
But he
relative
hit the
of
ground.
dogs
The guy didn't
is
see him
rabies.
anymore.
But we don't know.
When he goes to stab the second time, I grab his arm. And I pulled him back, and I'm like, calm down. And I grabbed the guy and threw him down the stairs. Make him feel better, but not stab him anymore.
And that's just because there's been so much movement
It
in DNA.
was crazy. But I used to hang around with that guy all the time.
I think it's a fascinating story.
What was his
And
name?
as we
Oh, so Lurch.
Lurch was his name? He's tall?
The all 6'6". Down 25 years.
It's so
What's
obvious
his
that
ethnicity?
there was manipulation
I think he's a white guy. I don't know. He could have been.
and also getting these animals to get accustomed
Yeah,
to
he was
feeding them so far, feeding them so they don't have to hunt anymore.
There was some. I don't know where he got it from. I don't know, but he's been down for a long
It's so
time.
interesting to think that we see the genes change into, we see this weirdness or now it's a border colony.
all of those too are probably
Yeah, and I didn't want that known,
the breeds that we think of today, but cattle, bison, that is really fast.
Not to say like the guy didn't do bad stuff and deserves this and that. You don't,
The species that
you just don't talk to people that don't have nothing to lose, like, and think that they'll be okay. Unless you want to look at that.
just not in the laboratory. You know, is our backyard a laboratory? If I say, I like the way that dog
So I warned her
I
about
like
it,
the way that
and
that one can swim. If I
I was
breed them
involved.
together, I'm gonna make one that has this double layer coat.
What was he trying to do?
Keep that frozen water.
He's gonna cut
Still
it,
have that.
or eat it, I don't know.
It's interesting.
Right, because
But he had a knife, and he was like, kind of shared it with me.
manipulation being done, was clearly done. It's done with plants forever.
And then the
Selective
cigars that
breeding
seemed
of plants, splicing two plants together.
And when we graft plants together, that is like all of the
It kind of made me feel like
France, which are grafted onto American root stocks because
I
of
don't
the
like
introduction of phylloxera, this aphid of the country of North America that is going to completely devastate the wine industry.
I wasn't that
Spliced onto American root stocks that can
interested.
survive this aphid.
I've always, well, because I always had a strong
Talked to a
thing
rancher in California and tell me that I
of
think
course,
it was either
you know,
the avocado trees were spliced
Oh,
onto
that's
the
nice.
pistachio
Probably.
trees.
Maybe it's just crazy. I don't really know, and I didn't
And then
want
they
to know.
don't go like, yo, that's not me.
Anytime I got an idea in my mind to do a bad person,
Show
then I
that
got to do something.
your body would find it off your needs.
That's just straight on.
Trying again, that's another thing that we can do
If I
with
hear
this gene editing technology. Is there we can turn off the genes that will cause that rejection to happen?
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna do something. I don't want to know. At that time, I didn't know how to just process that.
Learning, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe it's supposed to be in the box.
Yeah, that's it. I don't want to be there. Yeah,
This thing
tell me.
organoids when you can actually grow in a dish in a lab a version of a
So,
little brain
yeah, I just stayed out of
approximates a
it.
brain
But,
that approximates
yeah, there was people
kidney or
I
something.
got
So
to
we're using
know
this at Colossal,
like
for
that
example,
were
to test
nobody
ideas
home
about
at that
what
time. And there was a
changes we
doctor
might
that
make
dealt
to
with
bring
trauma.
about, to resurrect, to de-extinct the phenotypes that we're interested in. If we grow an
Well, he
organoid that grows
told
hair,
me that
can we see
the
what
guy
that
could
hair
run
looks like without having to make a
20
mammoth
miles
in
an hour
order to see what
Yeah,
that change is going
that's
to do?
crazy.
But it has
Your
really
mind over
amazing
matter.
potential for personalized medicine. So I can take some of your cells, get a
Strong
tumor, I can grow them in this dish, and I can challenge
so
those
it
cells
is
with different drug cocktails to see what works
say, like,
before I
we
give
had,
them to you. And this technology is so really just beginning.
Well, it's amazing to think about this technology and you think about what we had just a few hundred years ago, and then you push a few hundred years from now, and you think, what are the possibilities? And
Yeah, he would like get it. You know,
is to do
yeah,
to
hookups on it,
like
but on
what you
eBay
guys
you
are
can
doing.
sell it stuff
And
like
so that's one of the reasons why some of this
you know,
push was so silly.
some crazy
Like, would you
numbers.
rather know
I
whatever
got to
in
sit
this
in the
world,
electric chair.
or would
I
you
could
like
have
to
took
be
a piece of
part
that
of the
one.
core Is it just that you think the
So,
Russian
because they couldn't lift these packs in the back of the electric chair.
Again, I think it's this negativity and it's this scarcity
So
mindset.
I go down there, I say,
If
I'll
they
do
do
this, and
this,
you pull them
you know,
out,
we can't
I'll
do
sit in the
this,
chair.
which is just, it's
So the tolerance is
it's
crazy.
not the way we
And,
think. It's
and I
not
got
the
to
way
sit in
we
that thing, and it was
but it's
eerie.
just, is this the nature of
Have you
academia?
ever seen the
You
documentary
know,
called
because it's very gatekeep, even inside of academia.
Yeah,
You work
it's on Netflix.
Pull up that Mr.
university,
Death trailer.
you have to get
It's
the
on.
approval of all the other people. You have to be politically aligned with them, and everyone has to say the right things on Twitter.
So it's
You
this
know, it's
guy.
like there's a lot of like weirdness.
Synopsis of it. There's this guy. Maybe we can just watch the trailer.
You have to play
Yeah, that's it.
politics in order to get funded.
Fred
You
Lucher.
can be ostracized. You're
From
ostracized
Fast
even
and
if you have
Furious.
tenure.
So this guy was contracted by
Scientists
all
that
the
have
prisons to
outside the
improve
box
all
ideas, they
of
get pushed out.
the execution methods. So he like reinvented the electric chair, the gallows, the gas chamber, and basically his whole life was dedicated to fucking executing people. Play this trailer.
Yeah, I think, you know, we can
You got the
agree
audio
that
hooked up?
it's
Like the most humane
it's
way,
all
or-
of us, but there
Yeah.
is genuine, real science that comes out of the university system, of the academic system that we need. You know, all the technology that led to MRIs, the early technology that gave us
This guy's
CRISPR,
real.
this
He
gene
lives
editing
in
platform, was developed using, you know, funding from the government in scientific labs by people who are willing to take risks and step outside of that box. And then it's taken outside of there, it's turned into all of these cool things. And there has to be a place where we get most of these things. Because there's some things that no one is ever going to build a business around until it exists.
I guess if the Godfather closed you up and said you gotta do this job for me,
Yeah, that's what's so
do
scary
it
about what's going on with ethics and funding and research. You know, it's like as soon as you stop defunding research, you start making it more scarce and then making people.
It's just going to get worse. It's going to get harder, and we're going to fall behind, and we are going to lose the place that we have had as innovators. By we, this country, we're going to lose the place we have as had innovators in technology, innovators in physics, innovators in all of these technologies because we've had such a robust
Kind of a
system.
shitty
It's
trailer,
a balance.
but
You know, we clearly need both of these things, and right now, it's broken.
There's a lot of weirdness that's going on with biology in general in the world right now. And one of them is, I think there was a third scientist that was arrested for trying to bring in toxic mold from China. We know that this one scientist was arrested,
anyways, you stop it.
and then I think there's been two.
But yeah, anyways,
So they're
he was
trying to
contracted.
introduce
His
toxic
father
mold.
worked for
The same toxic lake.
I think
BOP, I guess.
so. It might have been a different one, but I know it's
He
also
somehow got the contract to the electric chair. When they first developed it, it wasn't killing people, right? Like, it was electrocuting them fucking like, they would be coming back and fucked up and like throwing up.
Is that guy German?
Because it's China.
So it's crazy. Okay, he's not. I don't think he's not German, but anyways, he got contracted. He fixed. He learned
Just
the inner workings of the electric chair, how it works. Eventually, he figured out how to kill people that cannot have them suffer. Then they're like, okay, so now you can fix our gas chamber. Now you can work on the gallows. Now we want to do something more humane, lethal injections. So we fucking develop lethal injections. And after doing this for so long, he learned, holy fuck, it's so hard to kill a human being. It's so, you learned how difficult it really was to kill a human being. It's not easy. It's not as easy as you know. And then it goes off the rails towards the end of the documentary because he basically says, I don't believe the Holocaust. He says he doesn't believe that that all these Jewish people were killed in gas chambers. He's like, there's no way it could be. He travels to Germany, he visits Auschwitz, visits all these places, and they show him in there. He's like studying it, putting the science on it, and ultimately he believes it is fake. So he's kind of a crazy, you know, I don't know enough about it. I mean, if you believe that, you're a crazy person. So he had Mossad following him around. He had like the Israelis intelligence following him around. He got sued. He went to court over it. It's just insane story. Yeah, it was like a freedom of speech thing. I'm butchering this, but if you watch the documentary, there was a guy who came out with a book claiming the Holocaust. This guy went to court, he was sued over it, and somehow this guy, Lucher, got deposed in the lawsuit because he was like the expert on death. So he was deposed and sort of talked about how difficult it was to kill people with gas, like cyanide and all this stuff. And he was basically making the case that if these are the places that you're saying that you were executed, it would be impossible. He's like, I couldn't make these rooms. So I couldn't kill people in just impossible, especially thousands. So it's fascinating. The guy's crazy, but anyway, I don't know how we got that tangent.
Yeah, you were deaf.
Mr. Death. Mr. Death.
That was just watching that. Oh, yeah.
What was it called?
Hunter. Okay.
I've seen that movie.
And I wonder, like, I worry about that, like, your information, the stuff that you guys are working on, if that stuff can be compromised if someone can get hold of it, and they start doing this stuff.
The thing is, the foundation for what we're doing, all of the stuff from sequencing ancient DNA to gene editing technologies to learning how we link certain DNA sequence changes to the way something looks. This stuff is all out there, right? Like CRISPR technology exists. We're not working on humans, but other companies are already, right? It's not like there's a big
Story from China with the supposedly inoculated these babies.
That's how it always comes out later.
Right?
Yeah.
I think maybe that was two separate stories because I know the story about
So you sat in the electric chair?
Yeah.
He went to jail for 3 years. He actually did some training in it.
And you were like actually legitimately on death row.
Well, I
was
stayed
trying
in
to,
a
trying to use gene editing tools to make these babies have a particular mutation that we know is protective against HIV. It's the one that stops the HIV from entering the cells or then kills the cells. And I think this was a story that was broken by a guy at MIT Tech Review a couple of days before it was announced, but he thought that he was going to be able to announce this to great fanfare in front of a community that was going to celebrate him for having done this. And the story broke a few days early, but he had set this up, whole PR thing. He had like YouTube videos that were ready to go to explain
When I got there,
he wasn't trying to do it in secret. He thought he was going to be a hero, right? But people were like, holy shit, dude.
I was so
Like, no,
and
we're
they
not
sent me so quick
human
to the
germ
prison
the
system
cells that
and
will
sent
be
me to this
passed on
place.
to the next generation. There's still a moratorium against doing that.
And I was still
The
kicking.
baby that was just born, for example, they didn't edit any of his cells that would get passed on to the next generation. There's only the cells in his body. So those
Like
edits
30
will
days.
never have been hidden. But there's a difference between doing that and it's the second one that we're
That
uncomfortable
was pretty
with.
interesting.
I thought they were editing it to make the children have the potential for higher intelligence.
I think
One guy bit another guy's penis off. Dude, I should laugh. My mind still goes to humor and I can't comprehend something. So, yeah. It's immature, but it's just, so the guy, get warmed by the other guy, and I guess he found out he cheated on another guy. I'm in medical, and if I see penis off, they come flying down there with the guy. They're like, there, have a bag of ice. Go get this guy's penis. And I was like, yeah, no, I ain't doing that. And I can't even say the story. It's funny.
They wanted you to go rescue Dick.
Yeah, put it on ice to try to back on. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it was like a piece or a chunk, but when I got down there, it was a bloody mess. I just kind of kicked it down the drain. Yeah. And if that's illegal, don't put that on there. I don't know. I wasn't
this is what makes us smart is a bait that
It was
people were
pretty
trying
good,
to
but that's just
all the time. And
one.
we're always looking for like the one or two genes that cure that figure out that
So
very
whenever
few traits are
somebody, what was more prevalent? People committing suicide or people getting
Trying to
killing
commit
people or trying
Well, so everybody in there was kind of sick, Everybody tried to get sick.
else that's alive that maybe
And
far
I say
more
sick,
intelligent
I mean,
people
like,
than
the
us.
job
Do you know what's interesting about the efforts that have
annoyance
gone on to try to figure
where,
out genes
say you
that
have
make
a
people
friend
smart
and you're
is
being
that they
annoying,
can
you're like, hey,
find
you're being annoying, I'm
associations
going
between
home,
what we're
these people
classifying
are
as smart.
fucking
This is smart. Like when you're
so
saying smart,
that's
you
kind
mean
of,
somebody who
if
can
you're
have a
real annoying,
conversation
it's
with
larger,
another
but,
person and shut up so that you're actually listening to the other person. Do you mean somebody who can solve shit math problems and be a
it happened a lot where,
So
so somebody would try to hang themselves, you know, with real world words, they try to shoot someone,
is this thing, and so you have to define
a lot
that
of times
first.
it happens,
And then once it's defined,
swell.
if you look
I would
for
have to just snatch them
associations
up,
between
put them
genes at high frequency
run down
with
this
people who
thing,
rank high on whatever your thing is that you're ranking on, it's different depending on which
so it can get worse.
population
And
you're studying.
like,
So it's,
now you might
it
be
makes
waiting.
total evolutionary sense. Different things were under selection, different habitats at different times, and that made different people smarter in different ways for whatever that
Yeah,
was.
cutting
I actually
themselves.
think this is not how we
Sometimes
start
we do
editing
it for
ourselves,
attention.
because
Sometimes, you know, if
that's
you're
not
really trying to
how
off yourself,
evolution works. As soon as we edit
unless
everybody
you
to
do like
be
that.
smart in that particular
But
way, and to
then
be
this one
5'10",
guy,
blonde, blue eyes, perfect,
that,
never gonna have
another
diabetes,
guy was on
the
fire.
most attractive thing out there is gonna be the opposite.
You know, we're putting him out.
So there will be, I just don't think, people are always thinking about we're gonna get for humans, but they have a specific picture in their mind.
I have to ask.
That's not the same
Jeffrey
picture.
Did he kill himself?
The Chinese
Yeah.
has.
Did he get
It's
killed?
not the same
I
picture.
don't, you know,
If you were to, I know you don't know, but give me an educated guess.
well, first of all, I hate to say this, I don't know that story. I've heard that name.
Is there will be
So,
some massive
okay.
pandemic.
Yeah, I don't watch hardly anything
That
like
there's a particular mutation that
and
means
it's
you're
funny,
gonna
I got
die.
little
And then
bits and
suddenly
pieces
this
from people.
He's a high profile guy who basically was friends with a lot of presidents, politicians, a lot of billionaires, rich people. And he has a lot of secrets that could potentially fuck with powerful people. And
Clintons, right?
the Clintons,
Yeah,
mainly the Clintons, yeah, a lot of people. And he was found hanged by the vegetables and completely dead, but the main thing there was two vertebrae in like the lower part of his neck that was broken. And I guess there was an expert that did the autopsy said those vertebrae are broken and she was strangulated.
I did. I read the book for that. Yes.
I'm so glad you're in it.
I guess the guy so
Well, I asked if I could read it because my first book, How to Clone a Man, I didn't read, and I heard
Yeah,
the
he
audiobook,
probably
and
was
I read it first person,
Well,
and I tell
his
stories, and I try to make it funny, and I was like, that's
and
not
the
how it
and
should be read. So I wrote to them, and I said, can I read this book? And they said, oh, you're gonna have to audition.
Because I've seen a guy, this guy, never committed a crime in his life. He was
You're a great talker.
mental breakdown. So he's in the grass at the road, he pulls up, tries to like pull out of the road. The cops and nurses pull up on him, think he's abusing them, and lock him up. And his parents were like, you know, all on the side of locking him up and on the side of his woman. And I really don't believe he was guilty. I think he went a little overboard with trying to help somebody that didn't want their help. You know what I mean? So, but he was nice. He made signs and like,
Good to see you. Long time no talk. Yeah, brother. Yeah. How you doing? Good.
Anyway, I got to know this guy. He wouldn't eat. He kept not eating. He got himself real light on Christmas Eve morning. I hear bong, and I was like, you know, because you hear the metal pulling on the thing where he jumped. He took a running jump, tied the sheets around the thing, and had enough room to run, go out, and come down off the second floor. You know, and do that. So he was a vegetable for a little while before he died. I'm picking the guy up. They're telling me, don't touch him, don't touch him. And we were trying to the other guy. I said, untie him. I get somebody on time. I'll let him know. He's a vegetable. His parents came in as a witness. Now all of a sudden, they went from being against him to believing he's innocent. And because they can sue the county to make it innocent. Because whatever. They wanted money. I told him that I said, that's messed up how you switch out. Even if you did it, even if you was rough with that lady, that's your kid, you know what I mean? And I hated that. At that time, I had no ability to see sickness in people and so I didn't help them at all. He ended up dying. But my point of that is, if you're going to kill yourself, first thing you got to do is lose some weight, and and to be able to do it in those circumstances. Second, if this guy's been sheltered from his consequences and this is his first gig at getting in trouble, he probably doesn't have the temperament for going all out. You know, it's a certain kind of. I mean, some people I know did one day in jail. Yeah, and it's not because they were just certain people can't be locked up. And that is a friend of mine who was head on. It was really their fault. But it was their fault. There were two drunk guys on a motorcycle, illegal. They stole the motorcycle, cut in front of his car, chopped one of the guy's legs off. The other guy was picking him up. We already called the ambulance. Let's leave. We've been on acid. We just came back to the concert. And let's just leave. There's nothing else we could do. He's like, no, I'm gonna stay. You know, he stayed. He went to jail. I bailed him out. He's like, I can't. I mean, what's the word for, you know,
He didn't kill anybody, right?
Yeah, he didn't kill anybody. It was an accident. You know what I mean? And it was their fault. You know what I mean? But he did fail the alphabet thing. I'm like, I couldn't do that shit clean. But we were just tripping on acid. We weren't drunk or nothing like that. You know? And yeah, they really screwed him over because he's a nice guy, good guy. And he tried to do the right thing. And totally got screwed. You know, they're blowing his head off right down the street. But to kill yourself, you gotta have a lot of fear of what's coming. You gotta have a certain resolve, you know, and it's gotta, like you said, it's really hard to kill somebody. You know what I mean? For the human body to just give out, because everything in it fights it. So I don't know, that dude Epstein, I had the pressure of it's coming to get me. Who knows? You know what I mean? Because it's spooky. It's like, now that they come get me.
Well, I think the conspiracy is that the Clintons had him killed because they didn't want him giving up any secrets. They wanted to make it a suicide.
Yeah.
But autopsy claims that because those broken bones, broke the name of the bone. It was a bone deep in her neck. But I guess there was a study done out of all the suicides by hanging. There was like less than 0.5% where those bones were broken.
Right.
And this wasn't like a violent thing where he ran and jumped off a fucking thing either. He was right in the cell.
Right. What's the percentage of the ones that it is broken? They're all dead? Or did any of them live? Sure. Yeah, because I imagine you got it that deep. Because there's a thing on The Americans. You ever see that show? Yeah, I got to watch that first. The guy puts the guy up against the wall and he goes right in here, just like what you were saying.
Yeah.
And he pushes it in and just like, you know, he's done.
Really?
Dead, yeah. When the guy's like a Russian sleeper or whatever.
Hey, can you find out the name of that bone, Austin? Oh, okay. Yeah. Just look up Epstein autopsy bone.
Huh.
It'll be the first one that comes up.
Yeah, because if you hang yourself, you're not going to lack of oxygen after break something here where it permanently cuts out.
So they would cut their throat open and stick something down.
Yeah, it's like there's another movie, but that Nobody. You ever see that one? Long King Saul or whatever. But anyway, he's an accountant. That comes in when you want everything to disappear. But he looks like an average Joe and ends up hitting these guys. He hits the guy in the neck, crushes him. This thing, the Russian guy is on the ground. Just cuts his throat with a knife and puts a straw in there. And the guy's gurgling, but he lives. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's
human being. Hyoid bone. Okay. So let's close that little thing. All right. So Jeffrey Epstein's autopsy report indicates that various bones in his neck were broken, including the one near the Adam's apple called the hyoid bone. According to the Washington Post report, the news is sure to add even more controversy and conspiracy theories to the jailhouse death of the disgraced billionaire. Such breaks can occur in those who hang themselves, particularly if they're older, according to the forensics expert who studies the subject. But they are more common in victims of homicide by strangulation. So I don't think that's some suspicion.
Yeah. You into those conspiracies and stuff?
Yeah.
You always study that out?
Yeah, I'm fascinated by a lot of them. There's a famous joke that what's the difference between a conspiracy theory and truth? 6 months.
That's funny.
So, out of all the people that you met that friend Rachel on the deal, death penalty, died, what did you learn? Who knew that they didn't have?
Yeah, there was a way to tap into this being okay on the inside of you, behind your thoughts. There was a way to find peace. And actually, as long as you're breathing, it doesn't matter where you are, you can take sufficient action to alleviate it. Just by surrendering and accepting these principles and trust that program. That's where a lot of the stuff I practiced and paradigm shifts in perspective that put words to all this stuff that happened. That kind of happened organically, or if I found out it just happened. That's the reality of something that's going to work out and stay in reality. So these guys defied reality so long that either they went insane or they surrendered and accepted reality. It took some action towards making some redemptive thing. But I noticed this as a universal truth that if you're gonna, like you said, there's 5 years where people would do good. The reason why people sometimes give up is because doing good is not feeling good. Yeah, doing good is
not fulfilling.
Well, it's not meaningful because of all the baggage you're holding on to. So it takes about 5 years to clear the fog. You see the reality of how much work you got to do. You either give up or you get to work. These guys knew to give up, which was more horrible than doing something. Somehow they figured that out because there's no mercy. There's no mercy. It's like you give up or you're crazier, and it can get worse. It gets where you feel crazy stuff, trying to figure all that, because the brain will just fall. It'll just drag you. You're gonna do something, but you're gonna shit or get off the clock. You know what I mean? You're not gonna just, and I look at that choice. Yeah, there's no choice. Yeah, because you think about it when you're a kid, clean your room. No, you eventually get to that. But at first you're just like, I want to clean my room, or whatever. There's no relentless coming at you, unless it's something. But there's mercy somewhere. There's going to be a middle ground somewhere. There's no mercy. There's no coddling. There's no forgiveness. There's no I'll do it later. The conscience just says, you're going to do this now. And I call it like unpaid tickets. You've heard it some time growing up. Do this stuff. You don't do it, and then eventually the bills do. And there's no calling for help. There's no getting out. That's what that is. Kids, there's no mercy. You won't get another 5 minutes before the brain just and even if you do, you eat your own shit, do all this stuff, these guys still have some of that conclusion or die out. Some of them can't successfully die, they just don't see it.
The guys that had to accept it, kind of faced there in yourself, so to speak? What were they like?
Very, very. They didn't talk unless it was something meaningful. It was nothing trivial. If you joked about like responsibilities or something like that, they would not even deal with you thinking you're an idiot. You know what I mean? Like you were joking about playing games with girls or women or whatever, or not being a good dad or something like that. There was no time for anything trivial. When they talk, it was very deep. There were times very few words. They didn't really talk to guys like me that much, but like I told Julian, I've always been blessed with psychopaths just opening right up to me. I don't know why. I have no idea. But yeah, they've always been good to me. You know what I mean? And I don't really judge them. Just interested. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous to try to play God.
I mean, I can see it because even though you are big and intimidating, you have a very disarming spirit to it. Yeah, I can see why people would want to open up to you.
Yeah.
Is it true that you actually died at one point?
Yeah, I had a couple minutes of when the doctor said I was dead. I didn't really know, but I had this experience. I was floating. I thought it was like space. But really, and when I look back on all this stuff, it changes over time, but it's still the same thing. Like I tried to explain before, I thought some voice was talking to me, and it was actually just real truth. How nobody's listening to anybody, and every time you think they are, that's just your body, your brain making sense of something that it can't make sense of. Right? Yeah. So, somebody's beating up old people or doing something crazy. That person is just as much life as you are. Like in that sense, you are the same. And what they did with their stuff, why they're so the other way, those make you think you're separated from that person. So then here we go with the prison thing where you sit somebody in a place and let them come to terms with that. They're overriding somebody's will. You go and bash their head. Now you're overriding their will. So you're separating the life force even more. You know what I mean? And this is just how I look at it. I'm probably murdered. But like, I didn't get this when I was younger because I was very prideful. I'm going to be tied up with that people or these people this or whatever. And it was all nonsense because your life force has no color, has no creed, has no religion, has no nothing. It's the same life force. So if this guy's wielding it to do what you say is bad, then you do those things to him. You just created your own world of that. You know what I mean? But really, it's all the same. So everybody's impacted by what you do. Everybody. You get what I mean? So, and I brought this up a couple of times. I should have looked at the original set I played over stuff. You judge a society by the way it's
Interesting.
Yeah. If you look that up, please. So you could judge the quality of a society by the way it transfers. Because if the whole society is like, murder them, kill them, they're all a bunch of murderers and killers, whether the guy deserved it or not. That is their answer, you know what I mean? So now they look justified, they look cool, they took care of the bad guy. If the next generation don't know nothing about scenario, they're just yelling out murder that guy, and it turns into like
society should be judged not by how it treats its outstanding citizens, but how it treats its criminals.
Oh, it's from the book my mom made me read.
Dostoevsky.
Yeah, he wrote Crime.
Scroll down.
That was a weird book, man. My mom had me read that.
He was a Russian, right?
Yeah. It's funny. My mom, I get mistaken for being intelligent sometimes. And people give me stuff.
I don't.
Yeah. Oh man, it's a real curse because I got to go back and tell them I'm not really. It went right over my head. Yeah. So, and it's not like I'm tricking them. But there is something. There's an intelligent life force that is behind you. But we fuck it all up when we become too self-aware. So I don't play with it. You know what I mean? I just kind of play. But my mom gave me this book, and I'm like, this is a horrible book. And it's like everybody I know that's intelligent, it's like, oh, this is a great book. And I tried to read it again, and I'm like, this is about like a murder or something. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what kind of message is this? And my mom tried to send me. And I haven't gone back to it. It's still sitting on my shelf. It's been like 10 years.
Oh, wow.
But it's like the bane of my existence. That guy in that book is always coming up. I gotta read it now. Yeah, because I don't have to be intelligent. Intelligence is everything. You know what I mean? Like, you don't mess it up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, there's also the thought that some people have, Buddhists in particular, where they look at everyone as themselves. Everyone is me. Like, you are me, I am you. Like, the person that you're about to get in a fight with, the person that you hate, or whatever. If you guys are both starting from zero and you guys go on the same exact path with the same person, you guys just went on different paths, with different people, different experiences, different environments, and ended up in different places.
Right.
But everyone is essentially the same.
Wow, that's probably where because a lot of these religions put words to stuff that I experienced, and so I just say that seems like the truth of my experience too, because that's what I mean. That's better words to the life force thing that I use. Yeah, it's like it doesn't matter who's wielding it. If you don't like what they're doing, you do what they do, and you are condoning what they're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So that's the same. I like that thing. Yeah, I'll probably read more of this.
So going back to when you died, how did that happen? You were like, weren't you legally like actually dead for a few minutes?
Yeah, they flew me to a private hospital in Fort Hayward. It was weird too, because I thought I would have got arrested.
The drugs?
Well, no, the drugs they didn't find.
No, is that why you?
Oh yeah, I did a bunch of heroin. Yeah.
Oh, it's heroin.
I shot a bunch of a new bag or something over in Miami, and I was in the Hyatt, and I was in a nice cold bath. So I would stay in these nice rooms, it would make me feel better. Then I stayed in the hood and stuff. So any chance I got, I stayed in nice places. And so I was in this place, and I was with my daughter's mother at the time. And I came out of the bathroom, and I go, I knew it, and I went, bam, hit the ground. And I don't remember nothing after that. So she put my gun and my drugs all up under the plants on a balcony on the high floor, and then somehow talked them into thinking she was important. And not like, she was not important, but like really important. Like, if I die, this whole place is trouble. So they fly me over there, and they, the doctor fixes me or whatever, brings me back. And I remember coming back and seeing all this stuff in this tube, and you can stop pumping that shit in. He goes, sir, that's the shit coming out of you. It's like, and I was like, all right. And and I remember when I came back also, they had ripped my shirt, and I was so ungrateful because that peace I felt when I was in that it wasn't space. It was like it might have been space, but it was so big, but yet I was connected to every living thing ever. And that thing that came over me was revelation that we've never been disconnected. That I've never been disconnected. The first thing I asked, where's my mom? Where's this person? Where's, who's, and it just said, like, it didn't say anything. It just I just knew it. Relaxed me and said, relax. The only time you've been separated. It's been an illusion. You made it up. You made it up. Your separation. It's never been true. And I was like, wow, that's cool. And I felt really good for the first time. I felt peace. Never felt it before. I never experienced nothing. And then this, I didn't have nothing to tell you from the experience. Right. No body, nothing. Just I don't know if it was a singular identity, but I think I only had eyes that could only see out. And I didn't have nothing else, nothing weighing me down. It was kind of weird. And so I don't know how to describe it more than that. But when he pulled me back, I was like hostile, pissed off, had a headache. And I said to him, I said, you ripped my shirt, just nice guy, brought me back to life. and I didn't have handcuffs on, which was surprising. I still had bullets falling out of my pocket. I was like, what's that? You know, I heard this ching, ching, and it kept falling out of my pocket. And the doc's like, yeah, it looked like bullets, you know. I ain't mine. He goes, well, they ain't mine. He goes, I didn't bring bullets to work today. You know what I mean? So he was really nice, passionate. And I, you know, and he said he saved my life. So he asked me if I could forgive him. But yeah, he was just just a good guy. Saved my life, and I was, because I just kind of was pissed. I really wanted to stay where I was at. You know, the first time I pleased, and I didn't even know what that was. And it wasn't until years later that all my pain was caused from doing things that separate me from the whole. That's how. Yeah, like doing things that I know I wouldn't give my loving, caring. You know, I wouldn't love and care about someone else. But doing those things because I think I can handle it. Like he really says, I can do this, but you can't. But it causes isolation, antisocial behavior, like those, and they identify those in these 12-step programs. Oh, really? I go to them all the time. Yeah, because I go to a specific one, but it's really good at introducing you to society and keeping you in it without. If you do it right, you can't become a automaton. You can't go into robot mode. You have to constantly, spontaneously be in the moment without the brokenness, without the fear, or expressing. You know, so it's a really good way to practice environment conducive. If you're there to practice, there's so much misinformation, so many robots, or so many selfish, self-centered people looking to do the same thing. So you only get like one out of it. It's like a church or anywhere else. You get one person who really grasps what they're doing. You know, it's great and practices that. The problem is if you try to predict who else is going to do it or whatever, so sometimes it's kind of lonely. But sometimes it's great. Like everybody's just doing good kind of resources. Helping the people that want it. Sometimes it's crazy. I just keep going on any of these good projects.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's the near-death experience. I think it's crazy. I think there's like studies that say that the pineal gland in your forehead releases like chemicals in your brain.
Helps you see lights and all that.
Yeah, it's psychedelic trip.
I've heard that. And I've never experienced that from. I've done a lot of psychedelics. I've never got that. You know what I mean? Not to that level. That was so awesome. Like it was so comforting, and it's a kind of thing that I don't need anything else to know that everything's cool. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Like yeah. So it's my own little personal thing. I don't even bring it up with somebody else, but it's just something that happened that I stumbled upon that tells me give everything you got with anything you're doing. And just live to your potential. It's all fine. Yeah. Or you could take it like
That's incredible.
yeah.
What do you say to kids growing up the way you did in environments that you did, headed down the path that you were headed down? Seek out advice. What do you say to them? How do you get through it?
Anything great. So if you're in a shit position or you're in a position where you want to grow or you just want to be able to be you, anything different is going to come through unfamiliar means. So you have to be okay with humility and overcome your fear, and that everyone has that fear. Everyone. You're not unique, you're not special in that sense. Like you get to experience your share of it. There are some people that hide it well and make you think they're in way more control than you really are. So don't let that deter you. I could have been so much smarter if I would say, I don't know. Right. I don't know. That I just been using that for like 10 years now. I don't know. It works great for learning. But
yeah, it does.
And
you don't have to act smart.
No.
Act dumb, you learn more.
And I used to just keep my mouth shut, like, man, I don't know, and I'm afraid to ask because you look like you know this stuff naturally. You know what I mean?
Right.
And a lot of them are fake, intelligent people, right? But here's the thing: if you're a kid growing up, don't let nothing fear you to not express where you're at. Like in this moment. And if you got people around you, it kind of sucks because when you're a kid, you're kind of thrown in with a lot of stuff. Like I got I'm working with somebody right now and it's still going. But so you're kind of locked into, as a kid, you have to be in certain places. You know, as a minor, you have to be. Waste that. So as a person who's not independent, you're locked in certain areas. It doesn't mean you have to conform to everything, but as far as like, so if I was a kid and I was in a rough environment, like I was growing up, and it was kind of crazy, how I could have did it now, if I look back on it, is there was always some person that was like I used to call them like I didn't even know what they were at the time. Like all of a sudden I'm hanging out with this person going to this place. I've heard some horrible stories about that. But I had good people that one person out of all the mess would show up and say, hey, you want to go to this monster truck or whatever. And what they were doing was trying to help me, and I didn't even know I needed help. When I look back on it now, and I help a lot of people, I realize there's always that one person around the top of you. If you don't see them being helpful, you know what I mean? But they got 30 or 40 trips around the sun with some experience. You don't open your mind to the fact that you don't know everything. You know, this guy's willing to show you that it's okay to not know everything. And so, but that gets tricky because like all the fear they put on these shows and there's all kinds of crazy shit. But I got people sometimes that put their kids in mind. Pretty much take care of them. Or just like help them learn stuff, like kind of like these guys did for me. And so if they have a person like that, it doesn't matter who they are, if they're willing to listen and share their experience with them. You know, I tell these kids, man, try to use that. You know what I mean? Try to use that. I had to do it with my nephew a few years back. I kind of had custody of him. He was kind of, and there were so many things I had to work through. And then, even to this day, now his dad's there doing a great job and helping him work through now. But at one time, it was, I had to figure this out. And it was tough, you know what I mean? But he learned that he can come to me, and he does. He can press me and say, let's take a ride. Ride the truck, and everything. And I just let him go and go and go. You know what I mean? And the reason being is he's decompressing. You know what I mean? Judge it, I don't need to stop and correct it. I wait, and then there's a question at the end. So what do you do if this happens? You know what I mean? And I just answer. And I don't pay any mind to dramatically out of some crazy words and that's it, or whatever. Just kind of let him get it all out. So if you got a guy like that, I've been able to do it with my nephews. I got a couple of them. One's now is 50% partner in the business. It's really great. I mean, I couldn't be prouder of my own. So there. Luckily, I didn't know when I was doing this turnaround. So here's the biggest thing. If you fight your demons, you turn that around inside of you, you're automatically a helper every time you show up. Because two things. One, you're mastering yourself. So you're not all crazy, so you're not contributing. Two, you know how to get out of all these problems. Right. So it's not, I'm not telling you something that that was the difference between growing up hearing actors say, because they were all actors. They didn't really go inside first. And it's not their fault. Nobody's to blame for that. But I found out that that's not enough. You know what I mean? And I was willing to go to any lengths to find out, why is this bothering me so much? Like what you're saying, what you're doing. I didn't know why it bothered me so much. I can always prove that what you're saying is not the truth in your life. So why are you giving it to me? You know what I mean? And in that sense, I was really shocked. because I could see that in a second. I lost hope in people. Right? Yeah. So I did that at an early age. And what I didn't know is that they're just trying to make it. You know what I mean? So I just took it. Everybody's full of shit. You know, lie, whatever you gotta do to get back to living in your head. So, it's nice.
Well, thank you very much for coming on here and sharing your story. Where can people find you, reach out to you, contact you?
I'm always in Southwest Florida. I mean, I've got, I don't want like an open line. I got tons of people, but if my experience is anything like a certain, like you've experienced that certain stuff, you'll find it. You know what I mean? And if they reach out to you and they say, hey, you know, that's what happened with me too. Some good guy, you know, he had some questions and you know, I was able to help. Quite a few people actually, really, through that. Yeah, and that's all I really care about. I don't care about money, probably, because I work for what I need. I do this because I really think it's. And, I mean, you probably can't even. From my description, I can't figure out what exactly I do other than stay out of the way of good and try to help people. Yeah, that's about it. So I don't know what they call that, but
you're an inspiration.
Yeah.
You're definitely that.
I appreciate it, man. That's awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that. What I hear the most is that you can do it, I can do it. Right. And that's that's the truth. Anybody can turn their life around if they can realize their solution's not coming from, you know, kind of like one of those smart guys said, you can't get out of a problem with the same people that are a murderer, right? But you get what I mean. Yeah. So if you can get an open mind enough to say, you know what, like I was there, I felt like I was there. So here, and that lines up, and you'll find me or you'll find someone like me. And if you really think I can help, reach out to me.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thanks again for doing this. It was fascinating, and I really enjoyed it.
Cool.
All right,
man.
Goodbye, everybody.
Take care.
Matthew B. Cox, welcome back. It's been a long time. I feel like it's been years, but it's only 15 episodes since you've been on. Thank you. How you been? It's been a long time. How did you survive? How did you do? How did you weather the storm of Hurricane Ian?
You know, but like we were saying, it just, it turned.
Yeah.
I didn't think, even when it said it was headed towards Tampa, it still said kind of north of Tampa. And it said south, it was going to hit south of Tampa.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I'm like 30 minutes, like 20, probably 30-minute drive, maybe 40-minute drive from Tampa. So I'm like, I'm
far enough.
Yeah, we're 30 minutes. I'm 30 minutes, 30 miles in from like the coast. Like it's going to dissipate pretty rapidly. So I wasn't I wasn't concerned. But then, of course, then I saw what happened to Fort Myers. Wow, it looks like a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, that's pretty big. So I didn't expect that. Underwater, everything's fucking underwater.
Yeah, I really thought. I thought Aldera overreacted.
Yeah.
Like they always overreact, and then you see it, and you're like, oh,
it really, yeah, like New Orleans. Yeah, it looks fucked up down there, man. We got so lucky it didn't hit us. We would have been fucking destroyed, especially Tampa and St. Pete.
Yeah.
We also got saved by the storm surge because the counterclockwise, the way the storm rotates counterclockwise, it sucked all the water out of the bay, out of the
Did
Gulf.
you see the pictures of
the Hillsborough River? It's like empty.
No.
Completely dry.
Yeah. Oh, I remember I was watching TikToks and YouTube and stuff. And there's people walking out like off a bay shore
Where the ocean is.
Yeah, they're walking way out. I mean,
It sucked the
hundreds
water
of yards
so
out.
weird.
They're just walking around.
It's crazy. Yeah, lucky as shit over there. They say we're guarded by the sacred Indian land over here. That's why we get spared all the time. Yeah, apparently there's he's not from here. Oh, you are from here. Yeah, Matt's from here. He's been scamming here since the 80s. Apparently, there's some sacred like Indian burial grounds all around Pinellas County, and a lot of people around like to say that that's the reason the storm towards innocence.
I don't know.
There's no other logical explanation.
Did you guys lose power at all?
Yeah.
That's always the worst part about
Yeah.
these hurricanes. Actually, not obviously Fort Myers, there's a lot worse things that can happen, but it seems like always in Tampa, like especially Irma back in 2017, there was like a lot of trees down, a lot of shit got ripped up, but nobody had power in my neighborhood for like 7 or 8 days. Where were you at?
Oh, you're probably
Coleman.
Oh, you were in Coleman. That's
What
one
was
of the
that like?
safest places to
It
be during a
absolutely
hurricane.
is. Yeah.
Bro. You never lose power there, do you?
Oh, I don't know. No, they didn't lose power. But what was funny is, I would get these emails on the Correlate system. Are you going to be okay? I'm like, oh my God. Nuclear
You're in a
bomb's gonna
fortress.
hit here. I'm in a bunker. Like, trust me, I'm going to be fine. They served. I remember, like they don't let you leave. They just lock the doors. And
What if it floods in there?
I mean, in other prisons it's flooded, but it didn't flood there. But yeah, I've heard of places where it floods. They'll move whole prisons. Like if they think it's going to hit, they'll put everybody on the plane.
That's what I was thinking. Like, will they take you out of there?
They will.
They'll put you on Con Air.
Yeah, and they'll send you to another prison, stack you up, 8 people in a sun, but they don't want to leave you there to listen. The one thing, they're going to pretty much keep you alive. Unless you're sick, and then
You're worth money to them. Each prisoner's worth a lot of money.
Yeah. $32,000 a year.
Crazy. For people that there's probably going to be some new listeners here today. We've had, since you've been on, we've acquired quite a few new subscribers and listeners to the podcast. We're now north of 500,000 subscribers. And so tell people out there who don't know who you are, give them your elevator pitch, your true crime elevator pitch.
How long an elevator pitch? Is that 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
Just like a minute.
A minute?
Yeah, give me a 60-second pitch of your background of who Matt Cox is.
My name is Matt Cox, and I owned a mortgage company at one point, and then I started pulling real estate scams, and I started creating synthetic individuals, synthetic people, and borrowing millions of dollars in those people's names. Eventually, I was caught. I was on the run for 3 years. Eventually, I got caught by the Secret Service, and they gave me 26 years in prison. I did 13 years and got out.
Thanks to Frank Amadeo.
And met Danny.
Tell the story about how we met for people that are listening. How you reached out and.
So when I was locked up, I'd written a bunch of true crime stories because I've been locked up for a while, and I wrote my own memoir. And so after I wrote my book, other guys kind of like started saying, "Hey, you ought to write this guy's story. You ought to write that guy's story." So I ended up writing, Ephraim Deveroli's story, the guy from War Dog. And then I got a bunch of guys in Rolling Stone magazine. And I optioned the film rights to some of my stories, and I wrote a bunch of other stories and started talking to reporters. So when I got out, I wanted to start a true crime podcast, which I never did. I kind of did, but
You can't do that one now.
kind of. So I wanted to do true crime. Like I thought, I'll do that. And so when I was in prison, I was in the halfway house, a buddy of mine said, "You need to reach out to this guy, Danny. He runs this YouTube channel called Concrete, and he's in the area." I was like, "Well, why?" He's got this guy on there who talks about real estate. And I'm like, "No, nobody else talks about real estate." And he said, "Yeah, well, you should go talk to him because you could tell your story, or he could help the true crime thing. Try and call him, see if they'll answer some questions, because nobody else had it."
So you were in the halfway house.
I was in the halfway house. So I talked to Danny a few times. I sent him an email. He called me we arranged time to talk. We talked for like 30 minutes or an hour. Another time I talked to him again, and another time I talked to him again, and he kept saying, "You need to come on the podcast." And I was like, "Okay." Well, I'm in the halfway house. I can't. So what ended up happening was when I finally got out of the halfway house, I'd been out of the halfway house about a month or two, and Danny called me up one day and said, "Listen, I had a guest fall through. I had another guy fall through a couple weeks ago. I haven't put anything out in a week or two. I need to get a guest. You said you would come on the pod." And I was like, "I don't know, man." He goes, "You said I answered your questions.
Oh, you vetted him.
Said you come on." And I was like, So then I came on the podcast, and I walked in and said, you know, let me tell my story. You said, yeah, how long does it take? And I said, man, I got a 15-minute version, I got a 45-minute version, I got a 2-hour version. What do you want? He goes, 2 hours.
Hell yeah.
I talked for 2 hours, and it ended up getting like, in the first couple months, I think got like 1 million, and then since it's got 700,000 or so, it's like a 1.7 million or something.
Yeah,
That was the rise to fame.
our full episodes at like 2 million, 1.8 million, and then I posted another one that's got like 1.5 million. I put a couple clips of it that had millions of views. Yeah, that was
And then I came back a few times, and I've got other ones that came back with their 500,000. I don't think anything ever got as much as the very first one. But,
yeah.
you know, the algorithm's tired of me now, and I'm nobody, and now it's just they're like, yeah, we're done with you. And so now I come on here, and he said, Danny just said, he's like, look, we're going to talk a little bit about you first, just to let people know who you are. He goes, because you know a lot of your podcasts flop. He just said that. I walked in. Like I just drove across the bridge. I walked in. He goes, bro, your shit flopped. You just invited me to come.
Oh my god.
He's mean spirited.
You know that's not what I meant, man.
That's
Come
tough.
on,
That's tough.
I got my girlfriend's giving me shit about coming here. She's
Is
like,
she really? She's
Well-
oh, by the way, she's no longer your girlfriend.
No, she-
Congratulations.
Fiance.
fiance, yeah.
Your
Congrats.
fiance. Congratulations.
Boy, let me tell you what a work that way. I definitely put in my work, bro.
And we've actually kind of seen that whole saga
Oh my
from the
God.
beginning. From the on to the off to the gone and back.
And this is the kind of thing I say, and then and he'll put this out in a week, and then she'll come home and I'll be like, "What's going on?" She'll go, "Nothing."
Saw the podcast.
Will she
Yeah.
watch these?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Really?
Listen. She goes through all my comments. Like I really genuinely always felt like she wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
She didn't care. She didn't this. And now I realize she actually does go through all my stuff constantly.
That's how women are. Man.
And I'm like, you know, she'll go, "Did you read this comment?" I'm like, what comment? You know, this guy said this and this. I'm like, well, when did you start reading my comments? She's like, I've always read it. I just never wanted you to know that I was reading. So yeah.
That seems like that's like the beginning stage of a relationship where the lady or woman is always going through every little detail of a man's personal life to make sure he's not sneaky.
I am though.
That he's
I am
not some
sneaky.
con man.
I was just gonna say, I am like she's like, you know.
Yeah, but you're not running
He is
around
the
with
con
her.
man.
No.
That's all they really care.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, we got engaged like a couple weeks ago.
Congratulations, Matt Cox.
I figure that gives me 6 months, maybe a year.
It buys you another 6.
Yeah,
Are we gonna be invited to the wedding?
yeah, of course. I mean,
I
I'm
definitely gotta go.
assuming there's gonna be a wedding. I don't know. I gotta talk to her.
What kind of wedding can Matt Cox have?
We have to be like,
No, it's got to be
come on,
big.
you
It's
gotta
gotta
have
be
some good
like-
ideas.
We gotta rent somewhere
Oh,
sick.
you know what was funny? You know Dan Wise. They call him Ardak Dan. And he was saying, he's like, bro, you gotta do a YouTube wedding. What is
Oh
that?
yeah, you
He goes,
should.
yeah, like we gotta bring cameras. We gotta this. I was like,
Oh yeah, like the Hulkster's wedding.
What's
Like
his
Ric
name?
Flair when they filmed it. Or no, maybe that was Bubba. When Hulk
I
was
filmed
the,
Ric
when
Flair's
Hulk was
wedding.
Hulk was the best man at Bubba's wedding. At Bubba the Love Story.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but
Yeah, that
was
did
the
not
best man
work
at
out
his
too
wedding.
well. No, Hulk was Bubba's best man.
Oh, Hulk was Bubba's best man.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. Wow.
and this is the one where he.
You know what else is?
Wife?
You know what else is
Yeah,
crazy?
That didn't unfold too well.
You know what the craziest thing about the Bubba Hulk relationship was? He trusted him so much. When Hulk went in to get his knee surgeries and his hip surgeries done, they made him unconscious. He made Bubba go in the room, the operating room, to watch the doctors.
They were best buds.
Like because he's such a high
Profile
profile person. Because of that,
And
I guess
Bubba make sure
Bubba's the
he
security.
had to make sure the surgeon was doing it right.
no, the real reason that he had Bubba in there was to make sure that they weren't like taking photos of him naked,
Right.
photos of his fucking dick or balls, whatever.
Yeah, like
Smart.
did you see that? Was it Joan Rivers or something? Like she was out, and they're like taking selfies with her and stuff, and then she died on the table.
Oh
Yeah, so they got all these selfies, and she dies. They're like,
Oh hell no!
inappropriate.
So fucked.
I had no.
That's
Are
a
those
lawsuit.
photos on the internet?
Sure. Sure.
Austin's.
They're definitely on Reddit.
No,
Because I remember it was a big deal. They were like, what like maybe if you were more concerned about your patient and less concerned about
She
getting
might not have
selfies.
died.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. But who knows? She was old.
Instead of
Joan Rivers.
to get pictures of fucking Joan Rivers' tits, why don't you try to save her life?
Anyway, Matt Cox's wedding. That sounds fun. Where are we gonna have it?
So
We got to call the doctor. The doctor will fund it.
Oh, the doctor will.
the doctor. Oh, see, he loves that. He loves being out there.
Yeah, the doctor. He'll set us up somewhere nice.
Yeah, that's
The doctor will be the best man.
Shout out to the doctor.
I think the doctor will be the best man.
Listen, I know when he's busy, when he's not. Like he'll have a 4 or 5 days where he's busy and I don't hear from him at all. And then he'll have like a slow day or something. And I mean, I get TikToks all day.
He sends him to you?
It's like, man. Yeah, he's yeah.
Where does he live again? I was just. Doesn't he live down in Fort Myers?
No, he did live in Fort Myers. Did live
Doctor,
a little bit further. He was like
Venice? No, Venice is
no,
Naples.
where are the little islands down there? Like Sanibel.
Sanibel got total.
Yeah, like Sanibel Island is where I think he was.
Sanibel got like the
Sanibel
worst.
was right in the middle of that.
Yeah,
shit.
it's not funny, but so they got smoked.
He was there. Then he moved. I forget where he moved, but now I think he lives in Texas. He's moved a couple.
Oh,
times.
really?
Yeah.
Interesting. What kind of? He must not have like a dedicated practice like hospital that he works at. I kind of wonder. I don't know how medical.
He's a very mysterious.
He is
doctor.
very mysterious.
He's a very.
I don't even know. To be honest, like I know his
I'm not
name.
even sure if
I'm
he's
not
a
even
doctor.
sure it's his real name. I don't even know if I know his real name.
So, do you know anyone who got fucked up by that hurricane?
Jess has a friend who just bought a house, and she's sending pictures. Like, I mean, it's underwater. The roof got ripped off. And it's got, you can see all the drywalls. Roof gets ripped off, and it rains. The ceiling of the drywalls all hanging down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
Dude, our beach, the beach right across, the beach, you get a golf ball. So, like, right over the bridge here, it was shut down for like 3 days straight. The cops would like sit there. There's like 6 cop cars on each side of the bridge to make sure no cars go over. And we were going over because his grandma has the residence pass to go over to the beach. So we were going over there every single day just checking on it. And it never got that crazy. Like that photo you sent me of my kids on the beach.
Yeah.
We went over there and we were hanging out on the beach for a couple hours, like running around.
I'm like, are you gonna be okay? You
we were on
need
the beach.
anything? And he's like, yeah, we're riding out. You're on the beach with the kids. I'm like, oh, he's not worried at all.
No, it's nothing, man.
We got lucky, man. It occurred.
Even with Irma, we did the same thing with Irma. We were like right on the beach, right, like the fucking 8 hours before Irma made landfall. And Irma was projected to hit us up until maybe like 4 hours before. And it occurred far right.
And you're lucky over here.
For some reason,
Bay
knock on
Area.
wood.
They said they haven't had like a devastating direct hit over here in this like 100+ years. I know that's scary, right? The clock is ticking.
Like, oh, it's been the longer the clock's ticking. Chance there is gonna happen. You can't dodge every bullet.
No. If you look at the shape of the Gulf of Mexico, you can tell that it looks like fucking thousands and thousands of hurricanes have gone right under there and just taking all that out, it all away. Just by the shape of the bottom half of the United States, And it could I wonder if eventually, due to whatever kind of weather events or climate change, or if like New Orleans and that whole area will eventually just sink into the fucking ocean, like this in Miami sinking into the ocean. Yeah, you know that. You ever seen the Dan Pena video? They're saying the climate change people.
Oh, the guy who screams and
Yeah,
hollers.
yeah.
Okay.
So there's a video.
That guy's wild as hell.
There's a video.
Boziak loves him.
Oh,
That's Boziak. If he was rich and old,
Yeah.
that'd be lovely.
I could see this guy's like, I don't know what Dan Pena's story is. Some sort of like, I think he lives in the UK.
I have no idea.
He lives in the UK. He's some sort of big real estate like billionaire, I guess. And some lady at some conference asked him a question about climate change. Flying jets
Doesn't exist.
Doesn't
ripped
exist.
this lady apart. He actually made a really good point, an interesting point about real estate. He goes, all these fucking beachfront condos and beachfront homes in Miami and all up and down the East Coast and everywhere you go. Do you think the banks would loan money if they thought these places would be underwater in 10, 20, 30 years?
Right.
Typical mortgages on these places are 40, how long are they? 40, 50 year mortgages?
30 to 40.
Yeah. So they're saying if these banks thought that climate change and the elevation of the oceans rising, we're going to take out these properties they wouldn't invest in. But I don't know. They might, because if you look at the history of banks, they don't really give a fuck about the long term. They just care about the short. I mean, if you look at the housing crash and all the other shit, like the shit you were involved in the 2006 crash, the banks clearly weren't that competent to like look deep into the loans and the mortgages.
Well, yeah, it was just their belief that it couldn't crash for some reason. So, they just weren't concerned. They just didn't think the entire economy would collapse. And
bankers
eventually it did.
Bankers aren't like economists, right? Bankers aren't
almost none of the economists saw it coming. Like it was amazing. Like so few people saw it coming, and so those people are now like, everybody thinks they're fortune tellers now. They're like, oh my gosh, they're like, but all like like people just weren't looking. People just believed that it just couldn't collapse. And did you see the Big Short?
Yeah, what's the guy's name again?
So good.
I think it's
the guy that Christian Bale plays.
Yeah, he's right.
So that's such a good movie.
It's a great movie.
It's an amazing movie. Yeah,
it's a great movie because, like, I always mention this because I actually was talking about it today. Is that if you watch Too Big to Fail, like that shows it from like the top up, like what's happening. You never really, you don't understand it on a very small level, like on what was really right. Like you're looking down, like, hey, bad things are happening. Here's why. You never really get a sense. But with The Big Short, they really take you in. Like this is the problem. This one guy, this one girl, these brokers, because of these like they show you the whole start to go down to the very bottom. Right. And then you're like, is that enough? Well, it is if you start adding zeros. Eventually, it's this massive upside down, pyramid that just collapses.
He's that King of Diamonds in Miami getting a lap dance to the strippers, telling him about all our condos.
Yeah. And he's like, how many do you have?
Yeah.
He's like, I thought you just had one. And she's like, no, I have 7.
Red
It's a
flag.
great scene.
Hey, pull up that Dan Pena video. I want to show that to Matt. In this brief interruption, but I want to take a minute to talk about this incredible supplement that I've been using over a year now, after it was recommended to me by nutritional scientist Dr. Dominic D'Agostino on this podcast. I take Dom's advice when it comes to anything related to nutrition, diet, and longevity, because as we get older, these things become more and more important. That is why I started using Verso. Verso is a company that is dedicated to translating scientific breakthroughs into products that hold the potential to increase longevity. I take Cellbean, this one right here, which contains nicotinamide mononucleotide, or NMN-based supplement, paired with naturally derived, micronized trans-resveratrol and TMG. These two chemicals are actually precursors to what's called nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, which is commonly known as NAD. And NAD is essentially the precursor to energy, cell repair, and longevity. If you've ever tried fasting or even intermittent fasting and you've gotten that feeling of super high energy or mental clarity, it's because your body is activating these genes called sirtuins, which are actually longevity genes. The downside is as we age, NAD declines. When I found out I could naturally increase my body's activation of sirtuins and naturally activate my body's production of NAD, and it is so much more affordable than doing NAD IV drips. Head on over to ver.so and use the coupon code CONCRETE at checkout to save 15% on your entire order. That's KONCRETE at checkout and get 15% off your entire order, or you can just go to ver.so/KONCRETE and it's linked below. Back to the show.
I interviewed a guy today. Who's a foreclosure attorney.
Yeah,
he's a foreclosure attorney, and he was doing foreclosures when I was in Ybor City, running my scams. And so he's like, I don't know if I foreclosed on any of the properties that you were involved in, but I did a whole podcast with him talking about foreclosures for like 2 hours.
Did you really?
Yeah.
You think he did some on yours?
No, he said he said he didn't have any. But it was just interesting to talk to him. Like I could have talked to that guy forever. Yeah, I don't know if anybody will ever watch the video.
He was doing it at the same time.
Yeah, he was for the banks. He was foreclosing on people for the banks, and he's like, so we started, just talking about the different. And he had read my book. I actually went to a podcast. I went to a Podfest meeting, and he was there. And it's funny because like I was leaving, I said, "Oh, I understand. So you're an attorney." He was like, "Right." And I was like, "Yeah, I run a YouTube channel here in Tampa. If you're ever interested in coming in," I said, "I mean, it's true crime." He goes, "I know who you are." And I was like, and he goes, "I read your book." And I went, I started laughing. I look at Jess, and I go, and I'm looking at him, totally serious.
Stone faced.
Yeah, and I was like, yeah, well, yeah, definitely. You know, I was like, yeah, if you're interested, he goes, but then a month or two went by, and he contacted me.
He came on.
Yeah, he came on. He
Oh,
was
that's
much
cool.
nicer than like he just seemed. Initially, I was like, did that seem odd to you? She was, yeah, he didn't seem like he thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I said, no, he didn't. But he was super cool when he came on today.
He was starstruck.
Yeah.
I'm interested to hear your take on this. Let's watch it.
All right.
Well, first of all, he's definitely on a 10 feet thing.
Yeah.
Second of all, in Miami, even on the beaches here in Florida, all throughout the Carolinas, if you want to build any kind of new construction on the beach or anywhere near the beach on the barrier island, you have to have the first whole fucking like 20 feet of the building has to be solid concrete, uninhabitable space, like parking garages and shit. So that's definitely a thing.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's because of rising sea level.
They don't say it.
It's probably more insurance.
Yeah, it could be for insurance, it could be for flooding, it could be for hurricanes, it could be like
For sure. That's the reason why, yeah. For like floods and stuff, and for water. And that's basically the same thing. You're saying if the sea level rises, they would invest in these construction, building these giant, high rises or buildings.
Not one motherfucker.
The problem with my view is that much like Dan Pena's view, although I'd like to think my pitch would be way better, is that it's similar to his, only because there are so many people making money at it that it's just like COVID.
Yeah.
So it's like they put themselves in a position to make a bunch of money, then they create a crisis that they are able to profit from, and then nobody says anything. Like COVID, like it's the same. Like where are the hundreds of thousands of people, and millions or 500,000 people that died from COVID? Like, I mean, people died. It was a really bad cold.
Yeah.
But if 40 to 60,000 people a year die from the cold, and a 200,000 or 300,000 died from COVID, okay, well, you're right, it's double, triple.
Yeah.
But where were the millions? Oh no, we fixed it. Really? Because other countries that didn't do the same things that we did, they didn't have a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like there are other countries that just didn't shut down at all.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, we're done. Wear a mask, but we're just going to keep going. And that whole country's still there. Do they have some deaths? Yeah, they had some deaths. Like it's the same thing. To me, global warming is like, is the planet, is it warming? Yeah. Would it do it without us? Yeah. Are we contributing to it? Probably. But the problem is, it's like padding a file, right? So if I investigate you, there's a murder and there's 5 or 6 of us, and the police believe that Danny did it, then what they do is they interview enough people, and the people that all agree that Danny has said something bad about Hat Rack, and there have been bad blood, and he had talked about him, I heard him say something, and this and that, those are the ones that they really write everything out. The other guys that say, well, there were some issues between the two of them, and they go, okay, but do you know? Well, no, I don't think, but he didn't kill him. I know he didn't. I think this. I think, okay, so you don't really know. No. Oh, well, no, I don't. Okay, so then they put, well, I talked to him, but he was not responsive, right? They only really focus on the people that support their theory. So when you're done, you have 150 people that were interviewed, and you've got 40 people that 100% say that, And so the other people were all like, yeah, see anything? He didn't have anything. So he didn't really have anything to say. So they really only focus on the people that support them. And before you know it, all you've got is people that say that you murdered him. And the truth is, it could have been anybody else. There were other people who had stronger motives. And then if you go to trial, well, then they just put those people on the stand. Because the prosecution can't do a thorough investigation like the police can. And it's the same thing. Like, so if I'm saying, hey, I want to come up with do a whole investigation into global warming, I need money from the government to support my my scientific endeavor, my experiments or whatever. They go, okay, it's for global warming. Okay, so you think there's global warming? Yeah, I absolutely believe there is, and I think this will help prove it here. Now, if you say, no, actually, the data I've covered so far doesn't prove that there is global warming, I need a grant. They go, yeah, we're not going to work. Now, if that same guy came back and said, listen, we found a lot of proof. He found some. We think there's definitely global warming. They go, but you need to know. But before you know it, all you have is scientists that are out there that are in support of global warming. They get to talk on CNN. They get to talk on all these platforms. They get pushed. They get funded. The people that are saying that it's not really a thing, like, is there contribution? Sure, probably. But the people that are saying no, and I have proof, don't get funding. They don't get picked up. They don't get to talk on CNN. They don't get invited to the conference. Before you know it, they just kind of fall to the wayside. Like, you can prove anything with enough money. I mean, listen, they used to tell people that cigarettes were good for your lungs. Yeah. And there was science behind it. Like, oh no, we did a study. We got 400 people, and we this and we that, and the capacity of the. They're strong. Are you serious? Like, it's the same things that we think. And by the way, when I was growing up, and the concept, like, they act like this concept came up in like 2005 or something like that. Listen, I was hearing about it when I was in school. In like 4th and 5th grade, there were textbooks that were talking about global warming. And by the way, within 30 years, like, half of Florida was supposed to be gone. Yeah. And what happened? There's tons of countries out there that aren't even agreeing with any of this. Like, China's not cutting back. Yeah. So not at all. Right. But you have to pay money in. If you put out this much of a carbon footprint on your factory, you have to pay this money and this money. Why are we paying all this money? These other countries aren't paying money. Yeah. Like, how much have we really, cut back? I just don't see it. It's like, oh, with proof. Yeah, the proof now, but in 6 months or 6 years or 50 years. Listen, 100 years from now, people might be laughing their ass off.
Yeah, they were warming the fucking planet.
I can't believe this. As much as we laugh about people, healing you by putting leeches on you and sucking the bad blood out, it's like,
yeah. Well, they try to make it into something way more than it really is. Like, people like that lady who's in the stands talking to Dan Phoenix. She's
my
like, children, what are you gonna do? The same thing with like the vaccines. People they make it a part of their fucking being. Like, it's like political people, like hardcore Trump supporters. That's part of their identity, right? Who they are.
It's the same thing on the other side. Like, people get
on both sides.
Yeah, both sides. Like, I just it just kills me when like you and I can't be friends because you believe this and I believe this. Okay, well, right. So you believe that? Okay, that's fine. I'm sure there's lots of things that we disagree.
Yeah.
Why can't we be friends?
Right.
Like,
because you want to build housing funded by the government that supports pedophiles and child molesters.
Exactly.
Why would you do that? You want a wall. You want a wall. That's wrong. And then
what are you talking about? I just want to secure the borders. I just don't want people to come over here.
Biden. I just heard. Maybe you can Google this, but Biden just did something to fund some giant part of the wall, like fixing. He just put a bunch of money into filling in a gap of the wall in Texas, I think.
It's
and nobody covers it. It's not anywhere on CNN.
Well, did you see, who was it? There was some mall shooting. I forget how long ago. A few weeks ago. I saw a clip a few weeks ago where they were in like a mall or something. Some guy pulled out a gun and started shooting people, and some other guy who had a carry permit pulled his gun out and shot him from 200 feet away and just killed him. Executed. Boom. Right. Nobody covers it.
Nope.
Yeah, why? He legally had a gun and he killed the guy.
And saved people.
What's the gun control? What about the people down?
The guy who saved it, who shot the bad guy, he was illegally carrying a gun? He was legally. He was legally. Yeah, he was legally carrying a gun. That's what I thought.
I mean, there's lots of stuff like that. You just never hear of it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's the Andrew Tate thing with me and these people in Los Angeles.
You and the people. What's the name?
Still just speak. You talking?
So I was doing I hired a partner with, I partnered with a company that I was doing a true crime series on, on me being in prison, interviewing these guys and writing their stories. So this guy is for a company, little everywhere. It's a podcast company. I listened to some of their stuff. Like I'd actually gone to Los Angeles and met with them. The guy's name was Dan, and it was really nice. Like there was two people I met them, and super nice. And so I meet them, and we talked on and off, and eventually we end up, well, this would be a podcast on in and of itself. I mean, honestly, this is a fucking hour-long thing. I'll wrap it up. But basically, we started to make it. You can talk about it. We started doing this. We started doing this series about the first. It was going to be several different stories I've done. Right, like I think it was going to be like Market Shrinker.
Like a TV series?
No, it was just a podcast, like an audio podcast. And they sell theirs to like these big time podcasts. Like they have a bunch of super cool podcasts.
That's like the nice serial. It's like the produced podcast.
Yeah, heavily produced. Right. Amazing, like great. They do great work.
The audio documentary.
Exactly. Trying to think of what I would listen to. They did one on all different types of scams, like multi-level marketing scams and stuff. Really, really cool. So we met, we talked, we negotiated for however long. Dan, super nice guy, and initially when we met, it was going to happen right away. Like as soon as we're done, we're going to start taping. Okay. So we eventually come to an agreement, and we'll mark the Shrinker store. Then we're going to do like story. Then we were going to like Terry Lee. Sorry, another story. We were going to do pain. We're going to do atonement. We had like 3 or 4 stories. So we start recording one of the stories. It took months and months. We recorded like 2 hours here, 3 hours here, 4 hours here. Like it really dragged on.
You're recording out there?
No, we're doing it like they sent me a mic. The whole thing is all going through. Not StreamYard, another company. So we did this whole thing. I thought it was really coming out. I thought it was good. Dan was doing it, and then suddenly he got another project. He had to go do this, go do that, and it kept dragging. Like half the stuff they said was going to happen on the time frame it was going to happen didn't happen. But fine. Like I was glad to be like they were like it's going to be a real thing, right? Like this thing literally was like over a year and change, where they were going to have it done within very quickly. Turned out they dragged me for over a year and change. Fine. Then Dan comes back and he says, here's the thing. He said, we just got hooked up with another big production company. I don't know if it was Apple or who this other podcast type whatever thing was, right?
Like a platform.
Like I don't know who it was. Like it was like Apple or somebody exactly. It was big. They just got in with them. They were like, listen, and they want true crime. They said to Dan goes, the problem is, Matt, like we didn't do a great job the first time. He goes, and I thought it was good. And he said the problem is you and I became much more friendly towards the end, joking around, getting to know each other and having fun with it. He said than we did initially. So would it bother you if we redid the whole thought? 12 hours or something. 12 to whatever. And I was like, no, but I'm going to be a good sport. No problem. I said, no problem, bro. I mean, I want to get the best result possible. Like, keep in mind too, like the deal we worked out was great for me. Not great for me. It was a good, solid deal. Like I'm getting so much money per episode, which I've been paid one time. Like it was supposed to be every episode, but that's fine. That didn't happen. That's fine. Then once they sell the series, I was going to get a portion of the revenue created from either the sale of the show and the back end. Like sometimes they just put it up and you get the ad revenue. Sometimes the place just buys it from you. Either way, I got a portion of that. So I'm looking to make a chunk of money and have a really good version of my stories out there. And then those stories, I get to keep a portion of the intellectual property if it's sold. Like a lot of these things are being turned in. They had some that had been optioned and were being turned into things. So I'm excited. Things are good. We start doing it again. We get about halfway through the whole thing. And now they've hired a girl named Joy. Joy is a, what do you call that? Shoot, their website's on there. Joy's, yeah. Oh wait, who's Joy? Well, Joy is, I don't know, what do you call her? What do they call her? Whatever. She's like a video, like a producer, video producer.
Okay.
So Joy, and I think I pretty much talked to everybody there.
Who's that? Calling you.
So anyway, yeah, that's Dan. So
You got neck tattoos.
yeah, he was in some band. He was in like a big time band or something.
Modest Mouse, he says.
He was in Modest Mouse.
After years touring and recording with Modest Mouse.
Damn, that's wild.
Super nice guy. Joy seemed nice. We start redoing all the things again. Great. Redoing it again. Halfway. Oh, actually, almost done. Because we were at the point where like Shrinker was like had like out of the airplane and that stuff, right? And at one point when we were sitting there, I was talking about the financial crisis. We got to the point where the financial crisis had happened, and basically Bernie Madoff had gotten arrested, and that kind of uncovered Marcus Shrinker's scam, where he was running a Ponzi scheme. One of the schemes was a Ponzi scheme. So that ended up, I said, as a result of that, people started wanting their money back and wanted to know where their money was. And now it very quickly unraveled that he's running a Ponzi scheme himself. And so as we're talking about it, all of a sudden Joy kind of just starts shaking her head. Because I'm on like StreamYard or Zoom or something.
Yeah.
She kind of just starts shaking her head. Yeah. And I remember going, and I could see she's shaking her head. Dan could see she's shaking her head. And I think Dan said, Joy, something wrong. And Joy goes, come on, they're in California.
Yeah.
And Joy says, well, it just got me up, just this whole government in general. And I didn't say anything, and then he goes, well, what do you mean, Joyce? She just want to scam the whole system. It's this whole system that's set up by these old white guys that just set up this whole system, and she said, it's just all, basically, she said, it's just all a scam. And I was like, and so I'm sitting there, like, it's such an odd thing to say in the middle of this conversation. Yeah. And so then she's recording with me. She's one of the producers. She's on. She doesn't have a microphone. Yeah, she got. Well, I don't know. I don't know yet because I have never heard an episode. Keep in mind, this is over a year and change they've been having these meetings. Yeah, but you've never produced anything. Like I've never heard anything. But so I'm trying to understand the dynamic. The dynamic is
You're sitting in your house recording on a microphone and you're looking at them on telling the story.
Oh, by the way, they had me build out a whole thing with a mic. Like I've invested hundreds of dollars into this whole thing, this whole production, so that I get the best. I'm in a closet with all of the styrofoam. The whole thing is like, soundproofing. Like it's perfect. In the closet, carpet, the soundproofing, the mics, everything. And so I'm sitting there, and the way it's supposed to work is like Dan is going to be asking me questions, and I'm telling him the story, and he will interject every once in a while. But now she's involved too. Whether or not she's going to be a part of the program, I don't know. They never got that far. So we're now on like 20 some odd hours, and at least. And so she says, a bunch of old white guys set up the system, this and that, it's completely rigged. And I was like, okay, right. And she's like, it's just so, it's the whole thing's unfair. And this whole, like, she starts in with like the Constitution and all kinds of stuff. And I'm kind of like, okay. And then, I don't want to jump on it.
Yeah.
I don't want to jump on it because I already get this vibe. She's young. They're in California. They're extremely liberal. Like, I'm not going to say anything. Okay. And then Dan makes a comment like, Matt, what do you think about that? And I went, I remember thinking, I'm sure we have very different views. And I looked, and so I said, you know, here's the way I look at it. I said, things aren't always out there, they say. And I said, I get it, like you're unhappy. I said, but let me put it like this. I said, do you know what is a wonderful concept? She goes, what? I said, communism and socialism and those types of government ideologies are wonderful. We all work together collectively, share in the fruits of our labor, pulling it together, everything is equal. I said, it's a wonderful concept. It doesn't work. It's never successfully worked. It never will, because if they're hard, people will look out for themselves. There is corruption. It is everywhere. And she's, oh, you don't think that we're in a corrupt society? I go, I do. But I think we're one of the least corrupt societies. Not that there's not corruption, but one of the least. I said, now, you know what's a horrible concept? And she goes, what? I said, it's horrible. You take advantage of people. You work hard to be over other people. You get to keep the fruits of your labor and other people. I said, it's horrible. I said, but it works. And I said, and if you're not happy with it, there's lots of countries in Europe that I'm sure you'll be happy with. Send me a postcard. I said, I mean, you know, and I said,
wish you well.
You know, yeah, like, you know, I get it. Like, I understand. I was happy. And I said, so what else are we doing? I could see it in her face, dude. She's upset. We finish out the whole thing. It's fine. A week later, we have another meeting. We set it up. We're doing everything. Everything's fine. We're going on, this and that. I can feel Joy is irritated. She already doesn't. Well, first of all, I'm an old white man. So I can tell there's man. And so as we're going, something happens. And I forget what she said, but she says something about, like I mentioned something about Marcus Shrinker, and you know, I might have mentioned something about his girlfriend, or he had a girlfriend, and he put her in a condo down the street from his wife. I don't know exactly what the situation was, but I said something that sparked her to say, it was still out of, like, once again, it came out of nowhere. It's like she was looking for an opportunity to inject or something. Right. And it was like, that doesn't really make sense, but okay. And she threw in, she's like, you know, it just makes me think about all these misogynistic men like Andy Tate. And you know what she said? She said something about Gary Vee. I never got to the bottom of that. I know, like, I don't think of Gary Vee is but I don't know. I don't watch. I watch some of his stuff, but. So she said something about Andy Tate, and I said, yeah, what about that, right? I said, they took that dude off of everything. And then she said, she goes, why wouldn't they? She goes, he's a sex trafficker. And I went, she goes, he's a sex trafficker. And I went, I said, I actually thought, I said, you know, I said, Joy, I think I know what you're talking about. I said, because I've heard him talk about this. I said, you understand? I said, he was arrested because there was a girl that was at his party. He was holding people against their will. He was sex trafficking. And I went, no. I said, that's not what I heard. And she said, well, what did you hear? And I said, I heard from Andy Tate. He had been arrested at a party. There was an American girl at the party in Romania. The girl was texting with her boyfriend. He said, well, I want you to leave the party. And she said, I can't leave the party. I'm not able to leave. And she stopped responding to his text. He got nervous. He called the local police. The police came out. They arrested Andrew Tate. When they got her downtown, after they printed him and arrested him and his brother, I think it was him and his brother, the girl admitted that, look, I was at the party. I didn't want to tell my boyfriend that I didn't want to leave. And this is what I texted him. And they said, oh, okay. And they dropped the charge. So I said, that's what I said. Now that got turned into other things, and people are saying the sex trafficker. I said, well, most of the people are saying that basically. And so Dan doesn't even know who this is. And so she said, she goes, that's not true. She goes, he was arrested. And I went, I understand he was arrested, but the charges were dropped. She goes, yeah, well, who knows why? I said, but here's the thing, Joy. I said, if you arrest me for murder, you don't get to throw me in prison and keep me in prison forever. I said, there's due process. I said, so anybody can be accused of rape or anything, get arrested, then they go through the process. I said, obviously they didn't have enough to charge him, they dropped it. I said, so I'm not going to throw someone in jail, because she goes, he should be in jail. And I go, I'm not going to throw somebody in jail because you accused them of something. Yeah. But that's proof. You know, like it always sounds good when you're some young girl who's never been through the system, as opposed to, and then the next time somebody says, she did this and she did, and they arrest her, she goes, this is so unfair. What do you mean? I'm being treated you the way you want to be treated everybody else. So I said, yeah, that's not what I heard. That's not this. I'm trying to be nice. And then Dan throws in something, makes a comment about something else, and says something, and then he says, you know, Matt, he goes,
this guy's still at it?
A year ago.
You're absolutely
But
right.
no, I know. I said, look, I said, just because you dislike the guy doesn't mean that everything he says is wrong. I said, I certainly don't believe in censorship. She went, I don't think she's censored. And she went, why? And I was like,
Noble shag.
You just shouldn't be censoring people. I said, just because you disagree with one thing that he said doesn't mean that everything. I heard him say stuff that I disagree with. I heard him say stuff that I do agree with. And she says, and Dan says, like what? And she says, like what? What do you agree with? And she's disgusted. Because I haven't been adamant that he should be hung and beaten to death. She's furious that he didn't get locked away in a Romanian prison, you know, because some girl accused, or some girl's boyfriend, she didn't, and they dropped the charge. So, okay, well, I'll give you an example. I said, I heard this, and I thought this was kind of funny. And she goes, they were like, what's that? I said, for instance, I said, one time he was saying, like, as a man, you have to work your entire life. You work your whole life. You make all the right decisions. You work hard. You work 68 hours a week. You save your money. You make the right calls. You take risks. You eventually end up buying $100 million. You've got tons of money. You end up building, like, you buy a $100 million yacht. As a woman, you can be a 22-year-old hot chick with a makeup tip, get on that yacht, and end up with her. And what I mean by that, I think, is pretty obvious. She ends up hooking up with a guy. Maybe she gets pregnant. They get married. They get divorced. She ends up with a yacht. Like, that's pretty selfish. And she's like, they're like, what does that mean? I go, in my experience, as a woman, as an attractive woman, you can get a lot from a guy. You can get a lot in general. You ever heard? Listen, and she, so now she's disgusted. And she goes, what? And she's just like, and I go, look, let me give you, I said, she goes, in my experience, that's not the case at all. I worked hard for it. I did that. I said, I don't doubt that at all. I don't doubt what you think. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in general, it's possible. I said, let me give you an example. An example of this would be, I said, I met my wife, my ex-wife. I said, I met my ex-wife. She came in the office, filled out a thing, I asked her out. We went out a couple of times. 2 months later, she's pregnant. She gets pregnant. The alternative of her, having an abortion or whatever, like, that's not something I'm interested in doing. And she's like, well, then I want to get married. And I said, okay, get married. If we get married, we'll get married. Then if it doesn't work out, then we'll get divorced. We get married. I said, I end up buying her 54 rental properties over the course of the year, all fraud. In her name, she's got over a couple $1 million worth of real estate. Things go bad for me. I get arrested. I'm not going to be able to provide an income. It's a bad marriage. We break up. We get a divorce. I give her $100,000, pay off her credit card, pay off her car, give her a couple $1,000s a month for child support. She keeps all the real estate in the house, everything. I walk away with my clothes after 3 years. And I look at Joy and I said, do you know what she did to acquire all of that? And she said, what? I said, she was pretty. She married you. And she married. I said, so my experience is that a woman has the option, a pretty woman, to get involved. I said, so, and now she's married. Now, that's my experience. I know lots of guys who have been taken to the clinic. Like, that's a real thing. You can look it up. How many people do you know Tiger Woods? well, not just that, but look. It's unfair. It's unfair that if you and I, that me and some woman we meet, she gets pregnant.
Sweatiest whore in the history of Red Push.
I don't want to have the
Milk
baby.
lover.
She says I'm going to have the baby. She has the baby. I now have to pay child support from here on out.
Come
But
on.
that's not fair. But if she says I
Come
don't want to
on.
have the
Work,
baby,
you bitch.
I can say no. I want to keep that baby. I'll keep it. I'll raise it. You can pay child support.
You don't think it's fair that you should have to pay child support if you get a girl pregnant?
No, I don't think it's fair that it's her decision. What if you tell me the girl's pregnant and I say, listen, I don't want to have anything to do with the kid, have an abortion, and she says no. Okay, well, I don't want to have a baby.
You the one who fucked her and got her pregnant.
She wasn't there. She's 50%. Wasn't she 50% there?
Yeah.
She should have been on the pill. She should have said where I'm. She could have contributed too. She was a part of it. She was 50-50 in this.
Right. She the baby.
Then you can have the baby. Why should I have to pay child support if I don't want to have the baby? You're making me have to pay it. Right. You see, it's a double standard. If I say, fine, have the baby, I'll take the baby. You don't want anything to do with the baby. You don't have an abortion, and you have to pay the child support. That's the reverse. But guess what? That's not okay. Now, I'm not, I get it. That's the way it is. The standard. I get it. That's fine. I'm okay. I'll pay child support. My point is, people don't look at it that way. So what I'm saying is I have this conversation with Joy. She then starts talking about white men having privilege, and I agree. You know, there's been some privilege there, absolutely. And so we have that conversation. I said, look, but Joy, the problem is, I said, you're making it sound like she just hated all white people, all white men, hated them all. They were all wrong. They all got preferred country. If they had anything, it's because they stole it from someone. And I'm like, you know, the problem is, I said, I know lots of guys that simply worked hard, came up with an invention, came up with some kind of a system, came up with a business, worked hard, and made a lot of money. I said, now, whether they're white or black doesn't make it a difference. I know people like this. I'm sure there are black people that do the same thing. So at this point, I backed myself into a corner. I couldn't get out of it.
Yeah, you're done.
At this point, she's now telling me that I'm a racist.
Yeah, she's telling you that?
Oh, she's saying, not just like, listen, this was when I stopped talking. At this point, when she said, you know, it's racism, it's misogynistic, and I'm like, hey, she ends up saying, and she, you don't have any idea, she's that woman on the boat that you were talking about? I went, yeah. And I'm keeping my composure. She's not. So she's that woman on the boat. She's not just is that unfair. She's for one thing. She's in danger. She's in danger. And I went being on that boat with some old white guy. And I went, what are you talking? Nobody said you were dangerous. She went on the boat voluntarily. She ended up hooking up with the guy voluntarily. She chose that, and she's in danger. And I looked at her and I went, Joy. By that logic, I go, every woman, everywhere is always in danger. And she goes, exactly. That's it. Now you get it. And I went, okay. Yeah. Okay. Then Dan says, you know, not a year ago when we started this talk. Exactly, a fucking year ago. You've wasted a fucking year of my time. A year. You guys have been dragging me on this. So he goes, a year ago, when we started this, he said, I went to look up this thing. It was a local program in Georgia that was looking for me and the chick I was on the run with, right? They called us, you know, John and Jane Doe. There was a broadcast about it. Did you know the John and Jane Doe broadcast where the Secret Service was looking for you? And I went, right? A year ago, I was able to find it. I go, okay, I looked for it. He said, I wasn't able to find it. And I went, okay, like how did this come out of nowhere? And I went, okay. He goes, he said, a year ago when I looked you up and I was looking for you, there was 1 or 2 videos. There's hundreds of videos. It's all I could find with these videos. And I went, okay. He said, what are you saying? Like, he's disgusted by you. The look on his face. joy.
Yeah.
So it's like he says, I'm disgusted. He's I'm disgusted. He said, I've been looking, and there's tons of videos. And I went, what are you saying?
What is he referring to? What videos?
All the YouTube, all my videos.
Podcast?
Yeah, podcast. Yeah, YouTube videos. Yeah, and I went, okay. And he said, what are you saying? I went, I don't know. I said, I interview, you know, criminals. You know what I do.
Yeah.
And he looks at me and he goes, are you saying misogynistic, racist things like this? Now I'm a race. Now it's racism. He goes, are you, this is a chick who said, by the way, when she was talking about Andrew Tate, and I said, yeah, Dan said, who's Andrew Tate? And I said, he's this guy that, and she goes, he's a racist. And I went, I'm pretty sure he's black. And she goes, no, he's mixed. And I go, his father's black. And
Andrew Tate's father's black?
Yeah, really. And she goes, no, he's mixed. He's mixed. And I'm like, she's like, I am really being attacked by this chick. This guy, Dan, he ain't doing nothing. Nothing.
He's been spicing it up the whole time anyway.
Yeah, he's not helping me at all. He's turned into
just set this up.
Oh, listen, it's horrible. I mean, there's nothing I can do. And I'm not honest, to be honest. Like, I felt like I was being attacked, so I wasn't trying to say anything. Like, I wasn't trying to say, like, look, you know, the whole thing is like, this is the thing, there's nothing you can't say. Like, me explaining, look, I have tons of friends that are black. Like, my buddy Zach, you know. I got, you know, Juan is a buddy of mine. He's a big hurt. We're good friends. We're like this. So, yeah, so I mean, it's like I have no problem with anybody. Look, my ex-wife was Puerto Rican. You know what I'm saying? Like, my son's Puerto Rican. Like, it's like what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you? She's desperately trying to turn me into this evil, old white guy, which she said is misogynist, right? Multiple times. So I'm not even trying. At this point, it's like I don't even want to talk to people. Yeah, like I'm done. But Dan says, what are all videos? And I'm like, I don't know, Dan. I'm just interviewing. I said, just interview because are you saying racist? Like misogynistic thing? I'm like, racist? Like, what the fuck? Like, she's saying, oh, women are in danger. Like, my girlfriend's not in danger. I even asked Jess when she came home, hey, do you feel like you're in danger when you go to work and I'm not around? Like, or in general? And she goes, from what? And I was like, and I told her what happened, and she was like, Jess probably put an ass whooping on you. Oh, yeah, she was. And that, listen, she pulled a knife out and just cut you. So, anyway, so as we're talking, at this point, I tell Dan, I said, well, Dan, I suggest you start watching the videos if you're concerned about it. Yeah. Like, and it's not just hundreds of videos. I go, right, I interviewed criminals. Watch some of them. I don't say anything derogatory. I don't say anything. I said, first of all, I don't even think I've said anything wrong. I'm sorry that you disagree. We have a difference of opinion, you know? And to me, it's like, I'm still thinking, we're just going to go on. Like, okay, well, this didn't work out. I'm sorry. Let's go on with the story. Like, we're professionals. We signed a contract. We have an agreement. Let's move on. They won't let it go. And then Dan says, listen, Matt, after hearing all that, it's very, very upsetting. He said, after hearing all this, he said, I really feel like talk about this. Joy, Dan, and I forget the chick.
Look at
There's
this
another chick
exhibit
that
says
runs the place. Her name
A
is
to the T to the H to the
Jane.
L to the
Don't
A
put this
to
on
the
there. I don't
T
want to
to the
fucking
I to the C.
out all these people. Okay. All right.
So Jane and Dan and Joy have a discussion, and I'm like, about what? Just about what we've heard here today. Oh, he goes, you don't understand that. He said, all of our priorities, all of our values need to be in line. And I was like, oh, okay, Dan. All right. I said, well, let me know what's going on.
Sounds like Dan was getting crushed about
So listen, when it's all said and done, like I'm thinking, he's gonna call me up in a couple days and say, okay, well, we're just gonna keep going. No problem. Instead, he calls me up and he says, Matt, we had a discussion, and I want to let you know that we've chose not to move forward with this project. You've wasted over a year of my time, hours and hours. You tied up do you know how many people approached me about doing something with that intellectual property that they tied up for over a year? how many opportunities I didn't take because of what they did.
That's bullshit.
It's like I'm like at this point he goes, and you know the problem is that it's not even what you said. It's the fact that you were so flippant that you weren't upset about it. So I wasn't outraged properly because you know here's the thing that's comical about this. Do you realize that I was in prison for 13 years? I was going to be in prison until 2030, and I'm supposed to take your little crusade seriously. Like I had serious problems. Like I know what serious problems are. This is like a guy going to Iraq and being shot at, and then coming home and wanting to argue over, you know, gender studies or something. It's like, bro, like I was in prison. Guys are getting stabbed and trying and raping each other, and all, you know, I'm looking at doing 20 some odd years in prison, and I get out now, and you're upset because I think that pretty girls get further than unattractive girls, and they've turned that into. Dan was like, all the women that I know have had to struggle to get to where they are. And he said, like, Jane would love to give you a piece of her mind. It's like, I never said that Jane or any women haven't struggled to. Like in their mind, they turned me into the most evil person they could because I said that if you're a pretty 22-year-old and you play your cards right, you could probably end up marrying some guy and get a chunk of money. And that happens all the time. Johnny Carson's wife got something like $40 million or something. They were married like 3 years. Like, how many guys marry some chick and 5 years later they walk away with $20 million they'd never see? Yeah. It's like, oh no, they didn't do that on purpose. Like that does happen. I'm not saying it's everywhere. I'm saying that what I said makes sense. Like I probably had the same values that they have. I didn't say it correctly.
This kind of brings us back to a conversation we've had very early on in our discussions, not on this podcast, but on previous ones, where we've talked about trying to rely on other entities to carry your story or sell some project for you or some show or something. When you put all your eggs in there, you're basically yielding to their ideas, their business, their goals, their everything. Like you fucked yourself because you gave up all these opportunities by hoping that they're going to do something.
Well, wasn't hoping. I have a contract. Like we have an agreement.
Yeah.
I do this, you do this. Instead, along the line, they decided that I was a racist, misogynistic. You know, I don't even know what the other things they think I am. Like it was like you guys went so left field on this thing. It's insane. Like it was, and there was nothing I could do to backpedal.
No,
I wasn't super trying. To be honest, I wasn't trying hard because it seems so silly to me. Like given what I think is truly serious, and the way they were behaving, because I get it in their world, it's a big deal because they haven't faced the things I faced. No. Mm-hmm. So to them, that's huge.
What are you doing there, bro?
For what?
I keep like snorting in the mic.
So yeah.
So I'm assuming you never got paid.
No, you know what they did was they paid me one. And initially, you know what I was told? I was initially told that we were going to do like one story was going to span 2 or 3 episodes. There would be 12 episodes, and we would do like 3 stories throughout the season. Instead, they suddenly turned one of my stories into what would probably be the whole series. And suddenly I ended up getting paid like one time when I was done telling the one story. Like it wasn't what we had agreed on at all. And
so what happened at the end of all this? After he told you that
this was only a few weeks ago. Like, this was a few weeks ago. And then you know what happened was he told me, Dan said, look, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna release you from the contract he said, I'm going to have our lawyer write something up and just let you know that you're being released from the contract. He's like, not that I have to. Not that you have to. Like, you haven't produced anything. You haven't finished anything. You didn't produce anything. You didn't do anything. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're like, I don't see you. So, and so he says all that, and he goes, he said, yeah, he said, but I want to let you know now that, I want you to let you know that, I still consider you a friend. A friend? Danny, I haven't fucked over any of my friends, like I don't fuck over friends. Like, what are you talking about? Like he clearly doesn't think that he fucked me over, or that he's like, in their mind,
wasted your time for all that.
They laid awake that night and thought they'd done a good thing because I said pretty girls get further than unattractive girls. Like, it's like I said one thing, and now they think that I guess they think I have assault rifles, and then I'm out there, hunting down, people, and I don't know what they think I'm doing or who they think I am, but they came up with, and here's that whole discussion between Jane and Dan and Joy. I wasn't there. Like, Joy had already turned me into a racist. She'd already said misogynistic. She'd already said that all women are in danger.
She sold you out.
I mean, man, it was the most bizarre thing I've ever been a part of.
It's similar to like the Andrew Tate thing, right? They don't like what Andrew Tate's saying. Now they want to fucking label him with the sex trafficker. Like, right. Well, because he's a sex trafficker. But now, Matt Cox said all these things that don't sound good.
He agreed with Andrew Tate.
I said one thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, guess what? Andrew Tate also believes that, like, the Muslim religion is the best religion out there.
Does he really?
Yeah, because he said some comment, like, if you wore a t-shirt and said something negative about Muhammad or something, and you tried to walk across a Muslim country, they'd kill you. He said if you could say something negative about Jesus on a t-shirt and walk to a Christian country, they wouldn't do anything. He's like, that's why Muslims are the best. It's like, dude, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Like, I could literally pick 95% of the stuff that he says. He says a
lot of dumbass shit. He also
stupid stuff.
He also says a lot of like joking, stupid shit. Like,
right.
The thing about like there was what do you say? If a dude was dying, suffocating, and a woman was suffocating, he wouldn't. He was his brother. He wouldn't resuscitate his brother. Right. Something stupid. Yeah. He says lots of stupid. But here's the whole thing. Like, I didn't say any of that because
studies for
oozing out of this shit was outrageous. Like, I was.
Studies for.
And I knew that. Like, I'm like. And I made one attempt, and she was so disgusted that it was just like.
Who is that?
I mean, what am I doing? I'm like, well, why am I going to argue?
Who is this? Studies for. Oh, man, it's so funny.
What do you think about like we know other people who are friends. We've been seeing some friends of ours that have talked that we've been in the same kind of discussion before in our little circle. What do you think it is with people like them? Why do you think they're like that? And why are they so vehemently stuck on those ideas? And so, like, every fiber of their being is like, they are right and you are wrong. No discussion. I think that in this case, I could tell, I felt like these two were trying to justify that they had a better moral, compass, a better values than that they were. Essentially, it's almost like religion. Like, it's like, I'm a Christian, you're a Muslim, I'm better than you. I'm going to heaven, you're going to hell. And like, to me, even that, it's like, okay, I get it, that's fine. But even then, there's no discussion. Not just that, but like, to me, I could be Jewish, and you could be, you could be a Catholic. But the truth is, like, to me, we can still be friends. Like, we have a different opinion. We'll move on. But literally, Dan said this to me. He said,
after thinking about it, we decided that we don't want to give you a platform. And he said, I mean, you already have a platform, a channel, so we just don't want to give someone like you, and then he stopped himself. Like, at least someone like you, someone like we don't want to give you a platform. Like, you know, because the truth is this program probably would have been big. And he doesn't want to give me a platform to elevate me or elevate my cause or whatever it was. And the truth is, like, I don't have a cause in telling stories. You have a cause. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys have a cause. And I would never have brought up anything that I believe, because the truth is, I probably believe 90% of what they believe. But they'll never know that, because that's what people like that do. They pick one little thing, and you're not on my team, and you're a horrible person, and you're evil and vile, and you should be eliminated.
Four in the history of really plus we love Florida.
Right? Like, what are you insane? Like, that's insane. But that's just what happens. They want you to just go. They want you to just go away and die. We don't even have the guts to shoot you. We just want you to go away and start to die. It's like, wow. Like, you don't. Basically, I want to make sure that you can't make an income. I want to take away your platform. I don't want you to make. I don't want to help you make money. And the truth is, like, you hate me and you dislike me for. Yeah, it's absolutely cancel. They want to cancel me. What's so funny is, like, it's like when you go to the grocery store. Do you know what the guy that owns the grocery store? Do you know what his price is? When you go through the car wash, or you bought the car from the guy you bought the car for, do you know what his values are? Like how deeper? No. We just decided you stumbled across, said something that upset us, and this chick is dying to be upset. She's desperate to be upset. So you upset me. You're an old white person. I hate you. And as a result, I want to do everything I can to destroy you. Yeah.
The entertainment. It seems like this sort of way of thinking permeates the people that got bachelor arts degrees, or like arts degrees in college.
I have a degree in fine arts. I love everybody.
I know, but you're an outlier. It seems like more young people who have college degrees spend a lot of time in college.
Oh yeah,
because they get some job, like some job at, like, for example, a production company or advertising teams. Those people who are part of some big company because they got this degree. It seems like they're not.
I don't know if that. I just know that they I think that a lot of these people are, and they tend to go into media type industries, and that kind of that belief system permeates through their work.
Well, this belief system permeates through colleges too. Professors in colleges.
Yes, right. Yeah, no, I mean university. Like Jordan, he says the same thing that the whole woke, liberal, movements and stuff. And here's the thing about that. You know what the thing about that is? That it's funny because, like, those types of people, like, society in a very real way, society needs people. Does that make sense? Like, not so much that they destroy everyone else, right, but you need somebody to feed homeless people. You know what I'm saying? Sure. Like, you need someone to stand up for the downtrodden. You know what I mean? Like, you need somebody to do that.
Yeah.
So I get it. Like, there needs to be people that are advocates. But I don't think these people are advocates. These people didn't look into anything. They took one thing, turned it into a monster, and then practically broke their arms trying to pat themselves on the back. Yeah. Because they thought, oh, we did a good thing. Really? Did you? But but that's the thing is, like I get it. Like, you do need people that are trying to kind of push the envelope, but not so much that you end up crushing everybody else.
The people that are like that are people that don't have a problem.
That's what I was saying when you said, was trying to say, when you said, why do you think that is? Because I don't think in general, like, they've ever really truly faced anything devastating, you know? Like if they'd ever, like, gone through cancer, survived something, or, maybe they came from war-torn, Ukraine or something.
Yeah.
They grew up, like, so really, right, they really had seen poverty, and they really, then maybe they would say, hey, that puts things in perspective. Not that what they're saying isn't important, but you know what? It's not so important that I need to destroy everybody who disagrees.
It's like when things become so good.
Exactly. Yeah. You can't. Yeah. It's too perfect, and yeah, you just create. You create your own problem. So
that's the problem with Hollywood. That's why Hollywood's going down the gutter.
Yeah.
And people like on the rise. I'm working on something new now.
No, you know what I'm working on. We're gonna.
Oh yeah.
What happened with that?
I got what's great.
I went in the comment section.
Oh, did you?
I was just reading through.
That's funny, isn't it? People that just watch YouTube videos and watch like go to the YouTube video and then in the comment section.
I don't typically do that, but it was happening. So I went through and looked and was looking at all the things that guys are like. Money all that time. And no, man, I didn't. He was answering. He was in the comment section answering, so he was doing a great job. Hammering away.
Yeah. He's afraid of the trolls. They're like, how did you get this fucking guess? And there's some guy in 2 years. There's one guy in there who goes, it's just Matt Cobbs. Matt Cobbs from that.
Oh yeah, he screenshotted that.
It's true. I get all my guests from Matt Cobbs. He's the most well-connected man.
What did you think about Root? Ryan Root.
What do you think about him?
I thought he was good. I think I think the problem is he has a better story than he tells. Like
when he just started telling us.
Exactly. Like off camera when I asked him about I go, so what kind of money were you making? And he really started telling me about the kind of money he was making and how it was coming in and how he didn't say any of that in my pipeline. Yeah. And I was thinking, man, bro, you should have played that up. You should have said all that. Everything you should. And so he did. I have a second channel called Inside the Garbage. So in that one, he did a better job. Maybe it's because I wasn't there to fuck up his rhythm or something. And we'd also had that conversation. So I said, listen, when you sit down and you say, mention the money, talk about the money. And I said, at least bring that up. Other than the way people heard it. The way people heard it was I was poor, broke, wasn't doing anything. Then I started doing this, and money started coming in. He never talked about money again. In the second one, he talks about I bought this, I was living in this condo, I was doing this, I did this shit, had this, I had the money, and here's how I was doing. He really talks it up. That's a great. That was a good one.
Yeah, but very guy.
He was uncomfortable too. He was definitely. What's funny is the second one. So on that channel, so I have a second YouTube channel so I just started. What's funny about him? Because I leave the room. So on Soft White Underbelly, Mark stays there and asks questions. I've already interviewed. I just did it downstairs. Right? I have another room that's all blacked out. He said, tell the same story. And I go, I'm going to turn the camera on. And they're like, you're not going to be here? I'm like, no. We just went over it. And what happens is, I've had guys tell their story where I talked to them downstairs, no big deal. They told the story, it's good. Went for about an hour, and then they go upstairs. 2 hours later, they go upstairs, and when they walk out of the room, they're in tears crying. Man, I got a little confession. I got a little emotional, and I'm like, what happened? He's like, I don't know, man. I started talking about this, and I'm like, they get there by themselves, and the cameras are here. I don't get it. To them, he's like, I know, but nobody's there, and I'm like, Dan White, the same guy, Dan White. When he started talking about his girlfriend, because of his charges, she got charged.
Is that a lesbian? He's got a kid.
Ryan actually stopped at several points.
Sluttiest boy in the history of humankind.
This was a mess. And I don't
Plus
even
milk
want to
lover. Did I stutter?
And he was like,
Yo, pimp.
okay, so at the point, and then he just started right, like he was having a conversation where he was trying to work out. Yeah, he's like, okay, yeah, okay, so yeah. No, it was definitely at this. So by late 2000 such and such, and then he starts talking again. And I was like, I don't know. Then he did it again, like 10 minutes, 20 minutes later. And he went for like over. Suddenly, at another point, he went, wait a minute. And he started having a conversation with himself.
Yeah, he's
and then he started talking.
He's super smart, man. He's like a legitimate fighter. And like he's supposedly like one of like the most renowned steroid dealers. Like yeah. It's fascinating how the whole steroid is like more medically first. They know more about like the biology of the human body, the hormones, and all the balances of everything, and like even a generic practitioner.
Yeah, it's when you talk to him, like he's like, he kind of handle the halls about a bunch of stuff. And the moment you start asking him about steroids or anything about the body, boom, he immediately got obsessed with it. Yeah, it's like Bozak will be like dancing, raving, talking crazy, and then you say, hey, what's a CBD? Okay, so when you get the part, and he immediately goes into the strip on the back, and he'll start explaining it, and you're like, yeah, you know it inside.
I was talking to Stones. I showed him my blood work. I got my blood work done. I showed it to him. Right. I was interested in like testosterone levels versus all my other, all these biomarkers that I don't even know what the fuck they mean. Like, what do you mean about those? He was fucking talking for hours. This means this. Your blood, like rattling off all these different medical terms. I can't explain it. Like, because of this biomarker being elevated to this level, you probably feel like this, this, and this during these times of the day. You probably sleep it. I'm like, wow, you're fucking nailing it. That's crazy. It is really crazy. Have you ever tried testosterone or steroids? Are you on it now? When did you start doing it? Oh, since Ryan? Oh, okay.
I was like, I'm tired, I'm this, I'm not making gains, I'm this, I'm that. You know, he was like, all right, go to your doctor, get the blood work, do this.
Oh, you did? Okay. You got a Ryan Root treatment.
Yeah, he's
got a legitimate deal. He's got a legitimate TRT clinic.
Yeah. He's something else.
So when did you start doing it?
A month or so ago.
So immediately after you had the podcast.
Yeah.
Right. When you got your blood work done?
The blood work
What was your testosterone level?
It was like below 1,000 something. Now
it's just below 1,000.
I wasn't making gains. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm working out, I'm not making gains. Yeah, and I'm tired, and I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm 15 years old. You have the perfect time to get in. And I work out, and like I stay sore all the time, which is great, but it's not great. You're always sore. I'm not, not coming back fast enough. But yeah, I was gonna say, did I tell you that for my birthday, Jess got me Ancestry.com? Have you done it?
I've done 2015.
Oh, well, it's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's the same thing. Like it tells you where you're from and everything. Yeah. So listen,
What are you? Yeah, I'm a 70% skin.
And what's messed up about that? My whole life, I've been told that I had, a Native American Indian. Like I'm brown. Like I never get. Like
you look part Mexican. In your mugshot, you look part Mexican.
Yeah, back in your
Oh yeah, like listen, if I'm stay in the sun 2 days, well, like an hour a day for 2 days, dark brown. 3 days, listen, a month, brown like you can't be so dark. But so I've always, and my father looked like a chief. he looked like he should have feathers on his head.
Wow.
Like everybody. And he was like, yeah, he's like a Native American Indian.
You got pictures of your dad on your phone?
I do something like
So
that.
he's Scandinavian.
Send me a picture of your dad. I want to put on TV. 100%?
Yeah, so here's the problem. What's going on? Like I've been told my whole life.
Yeah, you're supposed to be fair skinned.
No, but my father was Indian. Like, what's Mom?
Things you real
What's
bad.
no, he's not. He's everything else about us. Like we have the same ears, the same ears, the same everything about us. You know, same, no, he's a little bit taller than me. We're both assholes. Like we both have the same personality. Like I don't doubt that for a second. What I doubt is if why is he so dark? Why am I so dark? You know, and if you look at it, like it's everything. It's no,
Maybe
not
there's dark people in Scandinavia.
there actually are. So Jess looked it up, and here's the thing: Norwegians eat so much salmon. There's some chemical in the salmon, so they tend to get dark. Yeah, but they
Is there?
yeah,
Salmon. Salmon is like they got like the good oil.
there's something in there.
What do they call the B12?
Omega.
Omega oils.
There's definitely eyes.
Pro. Omega 3s.
It's real oil.
Okay, so back to testosterone. So what was it like? How much did you
Juicing up.
Oh, I gained.
How much? Okay, so what?
Really, it's like 15 pounds.
Ooh,
Yeah.
really? In a
I
month?
almost weighed 180 pounds. I'm like, I am.
Take your shirt off.
Now I'm hungry. I'm not taking my shirt off.
Take your shirt off.
Now I'm hungry all the time.
I want to see how jacked you are. Take your shirt off.
Look at his
I'm
arms.
not jacked.
At least flex. Give us a flex like this.
Like Hulk Hogan.
Give us a Hulk Hogan.
What do you do it?
I haven't worked out in like 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the camera and do it.
Look at those
I'll
pythons.
give you.
They're pythons.
So wait, am I gonna get? Is this the thumbnail?
Yeah.
Nuts.
So okay, all right. So you got your blood work done. He evaluated your blood work. What is he giving you? What exactly are you doing?
I mean, bro, I can't. I don't even know the.
How many milligrams?
Oh, I mean, I don't.
How? Are you uncomfortable?
What? I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure.
He didn't tell you how many grams.
No, they did, but I didn't even pay attention. Like, I mean, I know I'm taking like a cc or no, half a cc of something.
Twice a week or once a week? Twice a week. And what? How soon did you feel a difference? And what did you feel?
I mean, I honestly felt just stronger and I recuperating quicker. The problem is I'm hungry all the time. Like now I'm hungry. Like it used to be, it was like I was like 165 pounds just on average. And then if I
As much as I do.
That's how much I weigh too.
I'm probably weigh 180.
Yeah.
Like
I'm like 175.
I'm 177, 178. Like if I have a, yeah, it's you know, and that's bad because I don't want to be 180. I want to be 165. So I feel better than.
What about energy levels? Explain.
I feel like I have more energy. I feel like I'm recuperating faster. I feel stronger. And when I work out, like I want to work out. Usually when I'm working out, I'm like, I just want to. Like I ate, it hurt, it sucks. You know, like I'm working out and it's a struggle. It's not a struggle. It's doing it. Like, you know, I don't know. I haven't. I'm not. Yeah, bro. Like that's.
Are you worried about that when you tried it?
No, my stuff is surgically.
Interesting. So Matt talks about juice. It's a juice. Well, I'm afraid to do it. You know, he told me you should get into it. And it's pretty cool. And I'm like, you feel better, you sleep better, you have more energy. And I'm like, yeah, it sounds great. I would definitely do it, but it shuts off your natural production.
Right, but and I mean, at my age, that's a problem.
at your age, you don't give a fuck about your natural production. You can just stay on your 50s, right? My 30s.
I mean, yeah, but it would come back in your 30s. Mine would shut off completely. I'm not even
Like if I stop, right? The
Right.
thing is, like, I don't. What if I'm out of town? Or I'm traveling? I'm not gonna have my syringes or shoot up
It's
places.
not, here's the thing, it's not like a drug like it's not like you're
Withdrawals.
yeah, I mean it's not like you're taking heroin and you're gonna have like you wouldn't even notice. Yeah, you wouldn't even notice that.
Yeah, you would. He was on before he went to prison.
Oh well, I'm sure he was. I know
He said depression, he goes libido drops to nothing.
Lita would be there. Probably better off than that habit.
No doubt.
True. He goes,
You're welcome.
Yeah. He said he felt like dog shit, like true dog shit after he had prison. It's always happening. We have a fucked up issue system. We have the most fucked issue system.
I mean, you guys aren't studying.
Look at this. Folks, folks, I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
Raging.
What is going on?
Yeah, but it's athleticism. Remember,
Soak up some of that sweat. I'm interested to see
ever seen a gymnasium?
How much does this cost?
Sometimes they have like inlet statues. I don't know what the fuck they're called.
Apparently, it makes you.
They're all just describing this body.
It improves every aspect of your life. It's not about how you look. It is about how you feel. It's about mostly how you feel.
I don't feel good. No, I don't. And
In the history of humankind post-COVID.
How's it feel? Improvement or no?
there's an
This is what I've heard unequivocally from everyone.
Ooh, what's libido?
so your desire to have sex.
Oh,
So like
The opposite of that. He's got no one to have sex with. So he can't.
well, I mean, as you get, especially as you get older, like so you're like, yeah, you're like, if I had sex twice a week, but that's not how it is.
No.
That's like now it's like every week. Now
It's Jesus Christ, Matt, leave me alone.
it just rubs up against me. I'm like, hey,
She's
like, what are you doing? Like, she's like, what do you mean am I sleeping? What do you want to do? Have sex? I'm like, I'm just saying. She's like, oh my God. She's like, what's going on? I'm saying. You rubbed up. You did rub up against me. She's like, I'm rolling over. I mean, what was I gonna do? I was like, so now she sleeps as far away from me. Yeah, but yeah, it's yeah,
I'm interested. I'm interested in seeing it a shot.
Who cares? Like I've never once is that something like that?
You got some big balls.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever said that to you?
What's going on with you? What do you mean? It's not good. I don't know. But what is it? First of all, you're married. She's locked in. Still. No, I don't think about, I'm concerned about, what's wrong, baby.
We're more concerned about the hairline.
Hey, you want to know
what are you thinking about? I'm about the size of my neck.
While we're
I've never had that.
hey, while we're on the subject, I want to share with you a life hack that I just recently discovered. Okay, this might be, I'm sure there's people out there who do this and know about this. I've never even thought about it until my brother talked about it. Started doing it. You wake up in the morning, you can fish really bad, right? Right. Or early in the morning. Sometimes early in the morning. Sometimes I wake up before I want to wake up, and I have to piss. When I piss early in the morning, like I wake up 5 or 6, I go piss. I 2 minutes straight. Healthy. When I'm that tired, how bad is that? A huge fucking bladder. Yeah, so I just started sitting down when I piss. Fucking 100% better than standing up when you're pissing and you're tired. You wake up in the morning, bro. It is so. It is so
more comfortable.
It is so much better. It is more comfortable. You don't have to worry about pee. You can end your. Are these issues? I don't ever worry about this. Give it a shot. I do. I piss all over. You can sit there, just fucking let it hang in the toilet. Sit there and just let it go.
Read a book.
You don't think. You don't have to worry about aiming. Nothing. Sitting down while you're pissing, it bothers me that you think this is a big thing. It is a big thing. It's a big thing for me.
What's going on?
Give it a shot.
Listen, typically I'm sitting down anyway because I want my phone.
Okay, sit down for you already.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know who taught me that? In prison, Puerto Rican. They all sit down.
Oh, really?
Plus, when you go in there, you typically sit down and pee anyway because you don't want to put in the toilet and get little sprinkles all over the place. You have to wipe the whole thing up because you're a celly. He doesn't, so every time you go to the bathroom, you have to wipe down, wipe this, wipe that. So what happens is the guys are all like, look, you just have to sit. Like, because otherwise you're hitting the side, and you might get the thing, like, just sit down and piss.
Right.
And so what you end up having to sit down. I don't want to say that because,
and that's the other thing. Another huge benefit is my wife can hear me pissing from the bedroom, so she's sleeping, and you hear the. You no longer hear that.
The side of the phone.
Joe, you want me to do all that when it's pitch black and it's I'm not even fucking awake yet. I'm not even awake, first of all. Second of all, it's dark.
You're right, then sit down. So like night lights, calls, night lights, there's the side.
You're just trying to present an argument.
It bothers me that this has made your life.
I've been meaning to talk about this on the podcast because it's really improved my life. It really has. It's like one little piece of my life that I would never even think about talking about. But I thought I was thinking about this. Wow, this is fucking great. It's amazing. But you've been doing it. I didn't know you've been doing it.
Well, you never heard the guy
locked up for 13
oh,
years.
that fucking dude Chris is sitting down. That's like when I was growing up, it was a feminine thing, so I don't want to say it. But yeah, the Puerto Ricans do it, but the truth is everybody ends up doing it in prison anyway, because it's disrespectful. You get little splashes everywhere. You have to clean it up.
Right. You don't want to do it when you're football team, but
You really do is report potty.
it's
4 in the morning and
not
then
doing that on the job site.
Oh, no. A lot of times I wake up in the middle of the night to outside.
What?
Yeah.
You go all the way outside? Well, I guess outside.
Sliding glass doors right there. I mean, you just pop side tree on the tree. Oh, let the dog out, fucking share a moment, smoke a cig. We pee on the shade tree.
It's funny to do it. I'm going to piss you off. Oh, I sent you a picture of Matt Cox's dad. Can you pull that up?
Cox's skinny baby in the middle.
In the middle, look how brown he is.
Pull that up.
He looks Italian for sure. The guy on the left's definitely Irish. Is that your mom on the right?
Uh-huh.
Is it?
I actually have one that's white. So it's just like, bro. Can't believe. Yeah.
I don't know why you're embarrassed to talk about it. That's what 53 girls are supposed to do.
I understand. First, what's funny is I just started. So, and my problem is I gained almost 15. I really gained about 15. It depends. Probably over 10, 12 pounds I've gained. And it's a problem.
I'm eating too much, right?
I'm eating too much, and I'm desperately trying not to. It's like that. I mean, I feel like I am. Jess says I'm not, but then you just like you're strong. Like when we work out, like you look good. Like she likes it, but she doesn't like me thin.
Muscle gain.
I mean, you can't gain in a month and a half. Well, maybe it's been 2 months. In a month and a half to 2 months, you can't gain 10, 15 pounds. So it hasn't been 15 pounds. But I'm definitely everything is right. Yeah, it's right. It's really nuts. And then when I do dips, I'm smashing out, 30 dips, 40 dips in a row. I'm do 50, 60 push-ups. It was like
Killing it.
Right. It's not
Batman mask.
No, that should.
What about cardio? How's cardio?
I'm horrible at cardio. I do 10
harder.
No. Since COVID, since I had COVID,
since steroids.
I'm just saying prior to me having COVID, I was doing 30 minutes a day, and just on the elliptical, right? I've done maybe one time since COVID. I've done maybe 30. My lungs, I don't know what happened, but so I do 15, maybe 15 minutes, and I'm done. Maybe too much. That's it. So, so what is it? So I don't know. I don't know.
Most importantly, how's your golf swing?
No, I can't. And I can't run. I run like a tank. Like it's
You don't have to run playing golf.
I know, but I'm like this. So listen. All these guys were telling me, like, all these guys are like, oh, you should be the Dusecki's guy. So I came up with, I wrote 20 of these with a guy a friend of mine, and I did 5 of them. 5 videos. I did 5 little videos. I'm gonna do the other 15 because it's for my Patreon, and I plugged them in my podcast. And then guys in the comments are like, "Bro, this is hilarious." Like, they're funny.
Yeah, they were super. We were laughing about it. And Matt talks to the little bits he does. I don't normally commit fraud, but when I do, they were in the group chat with
Are you joking? You commented on them.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
like,
me and you were talking about
like,
it.
you gave me like a thumbs
This
up
guy
for this
sucks.
fucking guy. You can't send him shit.
No, I know.
You have to
I
show
know.
it to me again.
I
Look,
said
this
this
is
shit all the time. You ain't watch nothing.
So this is
He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't typically commit crime, but when I do, it's been fun.
I never saw it.
What? Stay greedy, my friend.
I promise you.
Oh, what a prick. What a prick.
Listen to
It's
that.
great
In
though.
the
I
next
love
one.
it. Never think about
You gotta go like this, baby. Right there, right. Yeah.
Turn that thing over here, bro.
But
Yeah,
the
that's
second one.
second one.
Law enforcement often questions him, not because he's suspected of a crime, but because they find him fascinating. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't typically commit crime, but when I do, it's been fun. Stay greedy, my friend.
Support the channel.
Stay greedy.
Matthew Cox.
My buddy came up with that. Woo! That's great. Yeah, there's like 5 of them. I love that. I need to do the other one. They're all hilarious. The plastic surgery one, I got one where I do. Wait, go to the one that says plastic surgery at the very end. Yeah.
You once conned Bank of America out of
That's not it.
$250,000 using nothing but a fake. He once got plastic surgery because he didn't like a photo on his wanted poster. His legend precedes him. When indictments precede arrests, he is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't typically commit crimes, but when I do, it's been fun. Stay greedy, my friends.
Support the channel.
I love that.
Join
That's
Matthew
good.
Cox's
That's good.
I love that.
That's good.
But yeah,
The guy's voice is
before
good
this,
too.
we were talking about
Guys nailed that.
right?
Yeah, he sounds just like that guy.
He does. And I found music, like, I was trying to get different kind of music for the same thing, but I think the music I found is
It
close
replicates
like
good.
it did.
Yeah.
You just can't find the perfect stuff.
So, well, before this, we're talking about you look in the comments of the Pascal podcast.
Oh yeah, where they were just like, bro, I can't believe you didn't make any money.
He said he made 50, 60K.
Really? Because in the article, He had said he made like $7,000. Yeah. Right. And then another guy had said to him, mentioned, they said, well, I can't believe you can't get back into it? And he said,
You definitely could.
yeah, he said, he goes, well, I don't really know. I haven't looked into it or something like that. I haven't really looked into it. The truth is, but Deborah Rowley told me that they were restricted from doing business with the federal government for 3 years. Even though it was for fraud, defrauding the federal government was only 3 years. Yeah.
So here's my thing about that. Deborah Rowley was restricted from doing business with the federal government for 3 years. The Swiss guy, Heinrich, yeah, he was in the same boat, but they knew Heinrich someday was just providing these guys as a middleman all this ammunition to sell to them. Yeah. So the federal government obviously made a fraud.
No, they don't. They don't. I mean, look, they knew. I'm surprised that they knew. To be honest, like they were actually one guy. Yeah, it was that one guy. But they actually went. I mean, that's like they were performing better than like General Dynamics, better than these
other
massive
companies, yeah,
and way cheaper.
Yeah.
And so it's like, why would you? But they needed a fall guy. There was that New York Times article, which was bullshit. Yep. But they needed a fall guy, and these are the guys, and let's go after them. And so we got to handle somebody. So let's handle
that one investigator basically can't answer that branch was. It wasn't DEA, it was DIE.
Oh yeah. You mean for the Defense Department?
He was like a customs guy, but not a customs guy. He was based in Tampa. The guy who basically investigated the guy who went to
Albania. It was like the DSDC or something like that. It was for the it was like the military FBI.
So this one prosecutor was just super fucking horny for their case, and he wanted to prosecute them, he wanted to advance his own career. He had his high set of pride, he was to stop at nothing to fucking hammer these guys. And when we went to the army and talked to them about it, like, look, these guys are doing this, these Chinese ammo, like, the people in the army who were there, like, right, they're like, there's nothing wrong with what these guys are doing. The ammo is perfect.
Right.
All the ammo works. People on the ground in Iraq or in Afghanistan are testing it. There's no problems with it, and it's getting delivered. So why would we fucking throw a wrench into this system? And this guy, just for political reasons, to advance his own career, he was wanting to fucking pursue it just out of ambition.
Deborah Rowley actually had a letter from the U.S. military that said that they didn't have one single reporting of one round, that he provided. Not one. But if you read the New York Times article, it makes it sound like everything they were providing was falling apart, rusting, damaged.
There was one batch of ammo they got from like Slovenia somewhere. That was like before this.
Tarnished. It was only tarnished. It did not work. It was just tarnished.
It looked like shit.
It wasn't shiny.
Right.
Would it fire? Yeah. Was it? And Deborah always said, it's funny. He said you can actually make that ammunition. Because he did this before. I got in the book. He had gotten special. Had been shipped from Israel, and it had gotten saltwater damage, like it had been sealed properly, polished it up. Right, and then they polished it in. It was it was like cornmeal or so I forget, but they put it in like cornmeal, and they put that in like a dryer, or a washer or something. They do it, they pull it out, and it buffs it. Yeah. It's like, are you serious? I mean, listen, Rolly is an ingenious guy, hardworking, hustler. You can trust him. As far as He'll never be fooled. He's one of those guys. It's funny because Boziak and I were talking about this. And we were talking about it. And I mean, I think this is just in general. A lot of these guys really hell. There are some people that you could take this person and you can say, hey, I'm going to take this person, I'm going to put him over here and give him nothing. You got nothing. Okay. And 3 years from now, he'll be a millionaire. You're going to take everything away from him. Taking everything from him. I'm going to put you in this state. I'm going to drop you off in the middle of Ohio. Okay. 3 years from now, he'll be a millionaire. You don't need the same contacts, anything. Those people, they're figured out. Then there are other people you can say, hey, here's $10 million. 3 years from now, they'll be claiming bankruptcy. And there's just some of those. And then you can say, okay, you know what I'm going to do? Here's another $10 million. They might make it. Like there's some people that are just hustlers, and that's Deveroli. You can take everything from him, and he will be a multi-millionaire. Now, granted, in Deveroli's case, he'll destroy everyone that comes across. He'll rip every single person off that comes across his path to do it, but he will do it. You know what's funny too, guys? I would have loved this. But he literally, it was you know, you start to realize like you spend enough time with it, you start to realize like, and I'm super nice to the guy, you know, understanding, and I was very impressed with him. Very impressive guy, and the way his mind worked and everything, with the exception of the fact that he literally didn't. It disgusted. If he made $200,000 on a deal and you made $100,000, he was disgusted that he had to give you $100,000. Even if you brought him the deal, like you could cut him in on the deal. He gets $200,000, and he'd be disgusted that you were going to make $100,000. In his mind, that was $100,000. He should do
But it's just funny because it's like identical mindset, and it's when you can connect two people that have the same exact mindset and way of thinking. So rare thing. How did it get like that? Is it nature?
I mean, the thing is like if you take Deveroli, like I met his brother. Like I met his brother.
Yeah, that's what
His sister and both his brothers. Like
none of your siblings are like that.
no, none of them. His sister is super, you know, like protective of him. But she seemed like a nice person. Like I emailed her all the time. Like she was looking stuff up for me, pulling stuff, you know, everything for his case. Very nice person, you know. His brothers were humble and nice and polite. Yeah, I don't know, and I wonder. It's like yeah, I would love to talk about how super weird, and some of the things he would do and say, which is just like, he was funny. He could be really funny, but it just, you know, in the manipulation, like it's blatant. Like it's different if you're subtly manipulative, and maybe you might figure out this is over time. But him, he very quickly from the start. From the very start, he'd do those kinds of things where he'd say stuff like, you know, to try and get you to do something like, yeah, bro, you ought to do this for me. Bro, I'm telling you, you're going to make a ton of money. Like, you don't want to make money? You don't like money? What's wrong with you? I'm trying to help you, bro. I'm trying to help you. Like, oh, I can't help you? I can't. It's like, Jesus, just like, calm down, high pressure, pushy. And then the moment everything starts to fall, you know, next thing you know, and then as things start to happen, it's like, okay, so we're going to have everything, put in my bank account. And it's like, you know, and then you're like, yeah, but why don't, I don't understand. They can cut you a check and cut me a check. Bro, listen, you don't know anything about this, okay? This is taxes. This is the way my accountant wants it, okay? I'm cutting you in on this. I'm cutting you. You don't want a part of it? You don't want a part of it? It's like, Jesus, like, what? You know, but you realize after he fucks you over, you realize, Like, you got me to do all these things. You never paid me. You had all the money deposited in your account, and then you didn't pay me. You just stopped talking to me. And every time I said, hey, man, you owe me money. Yeah, fuck you. And it's like blatant. It's like, why you're not even pretending to come up with a reason why you're not paying me. You're saying, go fuck yourself. You live in a building where I can't get in. He's scared all the time. Worried somebody's gonna someday somebody will kill him. And what helps me sleep at night is thinking at some point to catch up with him. But the truth is, he'll probably go listen to it. The nice music, he survived. Right, but the nice thing, what I do know is this: after spending enough time with him, what I do know is this: he's a deeply unhappy person. Really, extremely unhappy. His wife, you tell me, this guy is drugs on drugs all the time, and doesn't even like he'll tell you, like I'm on the coke, I'm smoking pot to sleep, I'm taking coke when I get up, I'm drinking this, like
couple rounds, couple longs.
You know what's weird? It's like also in the book they're explaining like as soon as he wakes up, he starts looking on the computer. He wakes up, he's on his computer looking for money, looking for deals, right? But he's also ripping the fucking bong at the same time.
Yeah, I thought that was He's insane. I mean, it's doing anything. The drugs are keeping him up. And look, it's so funny. Like when he read my book, he read my book, and he was like, "Yo, bro," he goes, "This is the best thing I've ever read." And I went, "This is when I was writing his outline in prison." And he goes, "This is the best thing I've ever read, ever." And he goes, "I want you to write my book." I was like, "Oh, you get a professional. You're a professional. This is the best thing I've ever read." And I was like, and so he was trying to convince me, which I later found out, like he read like 5 books. And I was like, "Hey, bro, you told me this is the best thing you'd ever read, the best." And he's like, "It is amazing. It's amazing." And I was like, "Yeah, but you just told me that you've only read 3 or 4 books your whole life." And he's like, "Well, I mean, I only read like mostly what I read." It's like, so you're comparing me to government contract? Like, that's not fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't feel good about myself at all now. But at that time, he was trying to manipulate me into a position where I would write a story, so that he could ultimately rip me off and leave me in prison. Which is what he does.
He's good at what he does.
He's great.
He's so deeply unhappy. He's skinny.
Well, I mean, I think you can scam people and still be happy, for sure.
Yeah, there's always that thought,
you're doing dirt, and that's what I think. He's so overly blatant about it that deep down you know you're fucking, you know what you're doing wrong.
But he values, clearly, he's not ashamed of it.
Absolutely.
But what's chopping up that?
Why? He's just a deeply unhappy person. He's super insecure. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he talked about, like, so they grew up in the kind of the shadows of like a very wealthy area, but they didn't have his I don't know who that is.
So you know the uncle he worked for in LA, pawn shop.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. I forgot about that. You're right. We got that pawn shop. Was such a contract. He sells guns. He's the one who kind of got. He's the one who got him in, and kind of like, you know, then Jeff Roley immediately started. Right. But think about it too. He's super intellectual. Like it basically it fills some kind of insecurity. Like it fulfills some kind of insecurity. Like you can't have a long-term relationship with like a woman. He can't have long-term friendships. He can't. Everything has to revolve around him. And the thing about him is like he's the kind of guy that you go out, he pays for everything. You know, but you know, if there was a deal, he'd fuck you out of it too. Yeah. Like he didn't mind spending money, you know, a little bit. Like it's. But think about it: if you're multi-millionaire paying $80 for dinner. Yeah, is not big deal. And keep in mind, he's doing it. He wants you to like it. He wants you to feel good. Eventually, you get right, and at some point, I mean, oh, so you let me fucking 2 years I've been buying dinners, getting you into places, doing this, doing that, filling your car with gas, doing all these nice things for you, and now what? I ask you for one thing. That's the kind of friend. You're like, Jesus, calm down, okay, bro. Yeah, I'll make the call. Jesus.
Is he physically intimidating?
He is very harmless. Like, it's all bluster.
How tall is he?
Oh, he's 5'8", 5'9". Yeah. But he's in good shape. Like, he was last time I saw him at the strip club. He was in good shape.
When was that?
He was in good shape when he left.
He was fat as fuck in his mugshot.
Oh, he was fat. Yeah, in the mugshot, what happened was he typically was thin. If you look at all the photos online, when he was doing the deal, he was thin. And then when he was placed on the ankle monitor on pretrial release, he couldn't leave home. So he's eating. He's sitting at home. He can't do drugs. So what's he doing? He's ordering pizza. He's eating. Like he can't do anything. This is the guy who's got a compulsive personality. He's still doing deals. He's still in his condo doing deals. You know, but I mean, he's hustling nonstop. But he got real fat. So when they arrest him, they take that picture. He's fat. And that's the big thing. Is like you had this. The one time he was fat in his life, you ended up having Jonah Hill. Right. Right. But that's not how he was. Yeah.
He's probably dead.
I'm sure there's something like did Pacquiao talk about him training? Because Pacquiao and Ralph, they were. I don't know if they are. That's what I'm saying. Maybe they settled that loss. You know, he was trying to sue him, saying, "Hey, we had a deal. You know, we had a deal. What? You know, I did all this work. I was, worked for hours and hours. Like I'm working my regular job as a masseuse, and then I'm coming here and I'm working 8 or 10 hours a day for you. And then when all the money came in,
yeah, Pacquiao's was mainly just like he was talking about hindsight, just like he was so naive and I was explaining, like, dude, like you were in one.
Yeah, you're a kid.
You did so much. You did so much. You learned so much from it. And you didn't make that much money. You still had important experience. Just a lesson you took from it.
What's Pacquiao?
At such a young age. Typically, people get fucked over in these situations. Sometimes it takes people to 40s or 50s until they get fucked over and they learn. Right. So now he's got these inventions. He's inventing this one business called what was the toothbrush thing? Instafloss. He's got this thing called Instafloss. So you know there's like water picks that people use to like floss their teeth. He's got this water pick thing that basically you put it in your mouth and it does the tops and the bottoms just like that. One side and the other. The tops and bottoms, it flosses in between all your teeth with water.
Oh, so it's like a stream of water shooting together, like a jet?
One shot jet across all your teeth at once. It's pretty cool. Check it out. Watch it. Flossing blows. This looks pretty cool.
I feel like those people that like close to them. That's possible.
So he's back. Let's take it back. Yeah, I need that too. Actually,
I was gonna say, did he bring you one?
Well, yeah, you got one in. Show it and like demo it.
Demo it. So where do you buy them? Are they
on their website right now?
Oh, okay.
So $100. And he's got another thing. He's got another business called it's a sound. It's basically what it is. It's a beat. It's basically like a drum machine for guitarists that you operate with your foot. So like guitarists, when they play whatever, they play tracks to certain songs, whatever, they have to have some sort of like beat. So it's like a drum machine that you operate with your foot for musicians. Pretty cool.
I guess it's like one of the first of its kind.
A lot of
Yeah.
A lot of
what's it
they're
called?
flying, or a lot of
Yeah, so they have all kinds of different musical equipment. So that's his main business right there. I guess that's worldwide, and that's pretty successful already. But his newest startup is that Mr. Gloss thing. He's an entrepreneur.
Yeah. Never. Like you know what's so funny too is like you do something like that, right? Like you bust your ass for a year or two, just put it together, get the stuff, get the designers, someone to manufacture it, the whole thing, and then the money starts to come in, and then like you're like you struggle for years, and then the money starts to come in, and then now he'll end up doing something else. Like you ever notice that? Like guys will get the next thing you know that they blow up. It's like what? Well, now I got money coming in to pay my bills. I can now dedicate all my time to this project. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that sacrifice of years to get yourself to a point where you've got that residual income coming in, and now you can really put your time into something. That's why, like, it was what? How long did it take him to come up with the first one? Now he's already got the floss thing. But didn't he work a couple of years, 2-3 years to get the beat buddy? Now it's suddenly boom, it's this one, now it's gonna be that one and that one, and watch you'll end up having something 50 and then maybe a billion.
I know he's been dealing with the whole like supply crisis, supply chain deal with China, trying to get his stuff in. He's also he's really interesting. He was talking about Ukraine. He spent a lot of time dealing with info and he's explaining basically how is it billions of dollars being funded to fight this thing. No, he wasn't saying that. Basically, he was explaining like a lot of it is straight from the US. So it's a lot of our supply that we already have. So it's not like traditionally to fund wars like this, the US would go to companies like Raytheon or Boeing or Lockheed, and it would take months to build
any stuff now.
They put the contract out, people would bid on them, any stuff now. So it's coming directly from our supply. And because we're supplying them the stuff that we already have, our reserves, we're basically
older stuff.
They're getting debt. So now Ukraine's in debt to us for other stuff. The Ukraine thing
got them now. Now they got them. Why? Because they owe us money.
The Ukraine thing is crazy because we're escalating like the most terrifying thing mankind is aware of. Like the most terrifying threat to mankind since World War II. Nuclear war between the U.S. and Russia, right? And we're just escalating it, pushing it, trying to escalate the war with Ukraine. And there's this video I sent Austin. Austin, pull up that video I sent you earlier. There's this, what's this guy's name again? Okay, Gideon Rose. Gideon Rose. Play this. This is fucking crazy. So this was 3 years ago on the report. Have you seen this?
No.
Play it. So basically, he explains everything that's going on right now, basically, in Ukraine. But we're currently denying it all. We're just saying we need to support the people in Ukraine. But we've been backing this fucking mad dog Putin into a corner forever, like expanding NATO. And, Putin even talks about it, how there's all these rocket sites, these missile sites that are in Poland and these other countries surrounding them, former Soviet Union countries, that could be within minutes turned into offensive launch nukes. And we're saying, no, we need to, Putin's this crazy fucking psychopath who could just, destroy the fucking planet with his nukes. But this guy basically explains what's going on right now between the U.S. and Ukraine. 3 years. This is 3 years. They won't talk about this now. I think what he's referring to right now is there was a coup in Ukraine in 2016.
This wasn't when they invaded Crimea.
This is not Crimea. No, I think this is in 2016. I believe there was a coup in the Ukraine, basically where the president of the Ukraine was elected, and he decided to do some sort of trade deal with Russia and stay I'm fucking nuts in the state funding in Russia.
Right.
And there was an uprising in Ukraine where all these people basically took over the capital. It was basically all the cops in Ukraine versus all the people in Ukraine fighting. Tons of people died. Tons of people got arrested. There was snipers shooting civilians and cops. And there's a whole documentary about it called Ukraine on Fire. And CIA was allegedly involved in pushing, in supporting this group. So the U.S. instigated this whole thing because they didn't want a president in Ukraine that was friendly with Putin. Right? Fucking laid it all out for you.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. Yeah, and there's recorded calls in Oliver Stone's documentary called Ukraine on Fire with the Secretary of State Victoria Nuland, who was heavily involved in Iraq when Biden was vice president to Obama. And they're talking about installing a new regime in Ukraine, and it's all recorded. And she's like, "Fuck," she said, literally, she says, "Fuck the EU" on the phone call. It's all in the documentary. It's fucking.
Well, I mean, it's like the United States does, what's in their best interest, and Russia does what's in their best interest, and everybody's trying to do what's in their best interest. We believe that our version of the Ukrainian future is the best course of action for them. It's also the best course of action for us, of course. And Russia believes that they don't like the fact that they're moving, or that they want to move toward the UK or the European Union or the West, and they don't want them to do that, and they want them to stay kind of under their umbrella. They want them to kind of be that buffer between them and Western Europe. And
So you want to know what's crazy? In the beginning of this whole thing, Ukraine and Russia had a deal. They literally had a deal for Ukraine to become autonomous and for Russia to basically keep control of the Donbass eastern region.
Right.
And
Don't join NATO.
Right.
We'll leave you alone.
There was a whole deal. And then we stuck our foot in it, and it escalated. It's
Everybody's looking out for their best interest.
There's a video, actually, I just saw on Twitter today. There's a video. Have you seen it? There's a video of Zelensky standing there with two big giant.
How tiny he is?
I didn't realize how tiny he was. He's signing a NATO application. He's like, I signed this application. It looks like some fucking goofy, spoof video. Can you find that video of Zelensky signing the NATO application? It's fucking hilarious. It looks like something that, Comedy Central is.
All your sorrows,
I don't really have any sorrow. Yeah, I was gonna say, what sorrow do you have? I'm happy, bro. I'm happy. Living with the chick I'm in love with. I'm married. I mean, I'm fucking swole, 185. Woo! On the sauce. Going juiced up and getting going good. I got testosterone, libido shooting through the fucking roof.
I mean, money's not exactly coming in, but I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm paying my bills.
Good. Bottom right of the video.
Oh, tiny. He's like 5 foot tall. Like, and people are like, look at this guy.
Just take 2 capsules before breakfast and you're good to go. If your gut's out of whack from stress, diet,
you gotta admit, this guy's in the trenches.
Bro.
mood swings, anxiety, or even brain fog. Bioma is here to help.
Vladimir.
Listen, I've been taking this for about 2 months, and it is tremendous. It's the best probiotic I've ever taken, again, because it has a pre-old effect. Whatever has 3 different levels. It's not just about being able to relieve yourself easily. The healthy gut is the beginning of a healthy you. So do yourself a favor. Feel like hell? Bioma's got your back. To get started, just click the link in the show notes and press it code CHURCH. CHURCH.
I don't know.
Who reviews his application? I want to know that.
Listen, I'm thinking it's gonna get approved. I feel strongly about that. Listen, I did. So I did a thing the other day for this German company, for a production company in Germany for a air band.
Every time they talk German, like only the only German I've ever seen, or like I've been to Germany, but you know, when I was younger, but like the German shows that you've seen are all like Nazis, you know, World War II. So the moment they start talking, I'm thinking, like, all I can hear is like, take this one to the gas chamber. I mean, every time they talk, it's like, oh my God. It's terrifying listening. It's a horrible language. It's horrible. It's not sensible. It is. It's not like French. It's like French is like rolled off their tongues. They start talking, and I think I'm in danger. I'm in danger.
All right, let's wrap this up. This has been a wonderful 2 hour. It's 9 o'clock. It's almost 3 hour podcast. Thanks for coming. I'll do it. Good night, folks.
I buy 2 fans so I can have one in the backup in case the other one dies. I never. I brought one here that's a little white one. No, there's a little black one. Talking about the little one. I brought one thing you put into your pants and goes up your shirt. I'm also too fat, so I can't.
What is it like being one of the most infamous warlords in the world? I just started that question. I'm sorry.
Well, I will be the first to say that I am not a warlord. The movie that was made is called War Dogs, but I think most people, when they say warlord, it's like, you know, someone who runs a militia, generally warlords. Yeah, not to me. I don't want to be a warlord, but yeah, you know, I've never led men in battle. I've never, you know, never suppressed the population's rights or anything like that.
Right.
I did supply weapons and ammunition for a brief period of my life.
But you guys did have posters of Nick Cage all over your office, right?
We were fans of Lord of War at the time.
How did this whole thing start? Like, can you walk me through your childhood, meeting Ephraim for the first time? What was your guys' childhood like? Were you guys really like smoking weed almost every day?
At a certain point in our lives, yeah, but not when we first met. We were young teenagers. I'm actually 4 years older than him. So I was 4 years older than him. I think I was like 15 or 16 when I met him. And we both went. The way we met was both of our families are Orthodox Jews, and so we both went to the same synagogue. We didn't go to the same school, so we didn't know each other for we both went to private Jewish school, but we didn't go to the same school. But we both went to the same synagogue, so neither of us liked to pray. So we would sneak out during prayers and go hang out on the basketball courts. And that's kind of, you know, I had friends who were like 2 years younger than me, and they thought he was entertaining, and so they'd be friends with him, and that's kind of how he was like brought into my circle of friends.
So, what were you doing? What was your prior education back then? And how much influence did your religion have in your life? Like, your parents really pushing it hard?
So my dad was an Orthodox rabbi, so he was a member of the clergy. So yeah, he was pushing it hard. But I think that even amongst people who know what Orthodox Jews are like, know that you don't need to be a member of the clergy in order to apply large amounts of pressure to your children to be a major part of the culture and the community. So yeah, it was a very intense, by relative terms to American society, way of growing up. Never really liked it. Never liked being, leading the religious life. So as I got older, I actually thought
Didn't at one point your parents send you to Israel to study?
yes. So got in a bit of trouble in high school. They did this random drug test, and I came out of it. They thought it was the same as doing heroin, so they sent me to like outpatient rehab, and the school is going to kick me out. And they're like, go to Israel and study for a year, I'm still going to and so I wanted to go to Israel anyway because a lot of my friends were going. It's a thing that a lot of Orthodox kids do after graduating high school to go to a year in Israel and study. Depending on the kind of person you are, more party than study. I was planning to do more of the partying than the studying. So I wanted to go to Israel anyway, so I agreed and went to Israel. Ended up staying for 2 years. First year I just partied. The second year I actually studied. And eventually I became a bit religious in my own way, not in the same way as my parents, but more of like a kind of like a hidden, spiritual, meditative type of flavor of the religion rather than the traditional way, which is much more based on lots of rituals and habitual stuff that's most Orthodox. The culture is based around a lot of very rigid rituals. So I didn't like that, but I did, become a bit more religious until I left Israel, went to University of Florida, took an anthropology course, and realized that everything I'd learned was garbage. Yeah, so I realized that at least science contradicted the vast majority of the claims, that what I was studying in Israel, and so there was no objective proof to at least, the claims that the community I grew up in making, as far as that goes. So I realized that I didn't have to be, lead a religious life if I didn't want it, and that opened up the possibilities of finding my own spirituality. People have this idea that if you're not religious, you're not spiritual. I think it's completely untrue. Religion is more of a way that it's a way to create social structure, right? So there's rules and there's hierarchies, and there's an official philosophy of like how the world works, etc. Spirituality is your own personal experience. Like I find a lot of spirituality in music. Musician. So when I listen to music and I create music, I feel myself become a different level of consciousness, and I find it very spiritual, very fulfilling, and connect with myself and with the universe. A lot of things that the way people describe meditating, or for religious people who go into like very deep prayer. So there's a lot of connections between spirituality and religion that are not the same. And I realized that once I wasn't shackled by the traditions of the religion that I grew up with, I could find my own spirituality, and that was much more effective.
Did the role of psychedelics help you develop this point of view, this unique point of view that you have in your background?
Yeah, so I did experiment with psychedelics and various other things, as many teenagers do. And psychedelics in particular are very spiritual drug compared to most of them. And I had some pretty deep insights into myself and into the culture that I grew up in while doing psychedelics. One of the most intense experiences I've ever had was doing LSD by the shore of the Dead Sea in Israel. And like I felt like time stopped, and as if I was like existing in one eternal moment that never ended, and because there was no time, there was no space, and like I was the universe, and the universe was me. Like I felt it, and I was it. And I think people who've had these kind of it's a common experience, actually. I didn't know that at the time, for people on psychedelics to have these types of experiences. And it affected me for years after that. Just knowing that type of experience is possible is a very profound effect.
Was that experience, was it exclusive to LSD, or was it the same like mushrooms or other psychedelics?
So for me, mushrooms were a bit different. It was more. I think every drug affects every person differently, depending on their psychological states and the environment they're in, the people they're in, the expectations, the dose they take. It's a big difference. But for me, mushrooms have always been, once you get past the nausea part, which is not fun, it's been more of like a fun thing, and like you laugh and you see cool things. But with LSD, it's always been a lot more philosophical and introspective for me. So I don't know why, one is the other, but that's how my chemistry.
That's fascinating. I know because I know there's a deep connection with psychedelics and ancient religions. I've learned more about that recently. I don't know the nuances about it, but I know there's been studies that have shown, like the ancient Greeks and the Romans have took a certain type of plant that was responsible for some psychedelic experiences that can explain some of the texts.
That would make a lot of sense. I mean, when it says that Moses saw the bush burning but wasn't being consumed, I mean, I could easily see that while I'm on my streets,
That's fascinating. And you're doing this, and had you already become a masseuse at this point? Had you started making money with massage therapy?
So when I went to University of Florida after Israel, I was 20 years old, so I spent 18 to 20 in Israel, and I realized that I'd have to pay for my own college, and I didn't want to get a minimum wage job, because all my friends were flipping burgers and whatever, making $5-6 an hour. And I was like, that really sucks. I had been in a car crash when I was 17 and got whiplash, and so I always had like neck issues. I was trying to fix them, and then while I was in Israel, I was at a music festival, and the local massage school there had a free massages, at the booth. They were giving out free massages. I got my first massage, professional massage, and it fixed a lot of my issues. And I was like blown away. And so I realized that I could learn to do massage therapy and make like $75 to $100 an hour instead of $5-6 an hour. And so I could, do 1 hour of work in a day and make more than my friends would make 8 hours in a day. And I could learn how to, fix my own issues, and and it doesn't, hurt with the ladies, that you're a professional massage therapist. They tend to like that too. So it was like a win-win-win. So massage school, I did an accelerated program. I did it in 6 months, got certified, and when I was 20 years old, I got my massage therapy license and started practicing part-time while I was in college.
And at what point were you sourcing bed sheets?
So,
Selling them to what? To
nursing homes. Nursing homes and some hospitals.
That's fast.
Yeah.
So is that something that you concocted, or was that something that you kind of like got the idea from somebody else?
So that happened because one of my friends who I'd met in Israel, his dad owned a few nursing homes, and his dad put him into business after he came out of he came back from in the nursing home supply business. So he was buying from wholesalers, bed sheets, towels, various medical equipment, and selling it to his dad's nursing homes, but also to the other nursing homes in the business. And he told me he would only buy from distributors in the United States. And he told me, look, I know that because at the time I had gotten into selling SD cards. I was like importing them from China. I found like bulk SD cards in China, and I was selling them on eBay, making decent money because they're tiny and easy to ship and easy to store. So it was perfect. And so we were talking and schmoozing, as this Jew said, and schmoozing with the Jews. So we were talking, and I told him about the SD card thing, and he's like, oh, so you do some importing, you find sources. If you find sources for what I'm selling, and give it to me cheaper than what I'm buying it from those guys, I'd be happy to buy from you. So he gave me the stuff that he sell, and I started Googling and looking online for sources, and I started asking for prices, and after a few weeks, I got pretty good prices, much better than his distributors would give it him. And so I started importing bed sheets and towels and bibs and but a lot of the consumables, the textiles in particular, I was mostly sourcing them in Pakistan. Pakistan currently is very competitive on towels and bed sheets. And so I started selling to him. I started selling to other people, and that's how I got into that. But unlike the movie, I never was going like from nursing home to nursing home with a bunch of bed sheets. I was just doing everything in bulk. So like I wouldn't even take possession of the goods, So my apartment is not filled up with bed sheets as they portray in the film. I wouldn't even take possession. I was just being a boy.
It's interesting to me how you have this unique perspective at such a young age to get into arbitrage, get into sourcing things for a certain price and selling them for a higher price. It seems like it's a very rare trait for somebody. I don't think I do anybody.
Well, my first business I started when I was 6. So it's a cute story. I was living in Israel at the time, so I was born in St. Louis, but my parents moved to Israel for my dad's work because he was a rabbi when I was a baby, and I grew up there until I was 8 years old. And while we were living in Israel, I was 6 years old, and there was this different apartment building that didn't have an elevator or a garbage chute, so you could take the trash downstairs to the corner of the dumpster, haul it over into the dumpster. And our mom asked kids to take out the trash. I'm one of 9 children. Yeah, I'm number 3 from the top. But because I'm one of the older ones, I got a lot of the work initially before the younger ones grew up. So our mom asked my older sister and I to take out the trash, and we were complaining, it's so hard to take out the trash. You don't do it. It's so far. You should go down the street. And my dad says to us, you guys are looking at this all wrong, right? Instead of complaining that it's such a chore, you can look at this as an opportunity. Think about all of our neighbors who don't have to take out the trash too, right? What if you go to them and you say, hey, every other day I'll come and pick up your trash and take it to the dumpster, right? People don't empty the trash every other day is fine. And you give me like a quarter, right? And so we're like, oh, money. So we were like, that's a good idea. So we went to all our neighbors and we made them this offering. We signed up, I think, 7 or 8 neighbors. And we got like our mom's big like shopping cart with this wire thing on wheels. We fill it with like trash bags and we jump down the stairs, to the corner to the dumpster and empty it. And after about a week, my sister and I physical labor, we were smart. And so my dad goes, we told our dad, oh, we're going to put this as too much work. And my dad says, well, what if you make twice as much money? Twice as much money? Maybe that's worth it. And he's like, well, no. Tell them that we can raise the price. And we're like, but we can't just tell them we're going to raise the price because we just told them what the price was a week ago. And he's like, but if you don't raise the price, you're going to quit. So they either want it or they don't, right? And we're like, that's true. So we went to all the neighbors and we're like, we're raising it, we're doubling the price to 50 cents a week. And most of them like accepted it. One neighbor complained. They're like, you can't raise the price. Doubling 5 cents this week, maybe 10 cents next week. But we're like, no, that's the price we specified. And one neighbor quit on us. And from then on, we saw their daughter take out the trash, which she'd never done before. They realized, why are we paying the neighbor's kids to take out the trash? We have a perfectly capable kid of our own to do it. So that was the first business. And that lasted, after a few weeks, my sister quit because she just decided she didn't want to do it. And I realized if she quit, I'm going to double money again. So, this is totally worth it. So I kept them going for like a few months. And I built up like a big Ziploc bag filled with shekels and up value for it. Wait, this was in Israel. Oh, this was in Israel. Yeah, in Israel. The shekels. I say a quarter just so people understand what the value is. The shekel is worth about So I had a big Ziploc bag of food. I felt very rich. And every time there would be an ice cream truck that would come by every day, for the ice cream song. And I would have and go buy myself an ice cream. So every day I buy myself an ice cream. And that little 6-year-old, the money thing is very interesting. How your parents, your father instilled a value. Even at 6 years old, you understood the value of money. Right. Well, I knew I wanted ice cream. And you knew you wanted ice cream, and it cost a ton. Exactly. And my dad was not going to buy it for me. So. Yeah. So if the ice cream truck came by Friday, my parents never bought us ice cream. Never would buy it. What would they say to you? Say, your dad, I want ice cream. Oh, it's not a special occasion.
But also like a lot of the cover stories turn into like a lot of funny material.
Yeah. So that is something that got instilled in me at a very young age. That's kind of what helped you evolve into the business of arbitrage and stuff. So such a yeah, I've always been looking for opportunities. So it's something that you have from yes. He definitely was a bit different. But, so at what point did you so we reunited when I was about 23. About for a few years. Headsheets thing was going, thing was going pretty well. And he came back. He was 19 years old, and he came back from LA. He had been sent to LA. I think he was about 16 or so, because he got kicked out of school for smoking weed as well. But his parents, the way they dealt with it was they decided to send him over to work with his uncle. I guess the idea was that they would take school seriously, work in the field, and so they sent him over to his uncle, who owns a big pawn shop in South Central LA. And he had him working in the warehouse, moving boxes. But he became obsessed with guns. I think from a very early age, he was very obsessed with guns. Some guys like cars, some guys like guitars, some guys like guns. He was one of those guys. And his uncle sold guns. And so he just became obsessed with them. He learned about every type of gun, and like what the market was like, and how you could buy from here and stuff. And he started frequenting the gun forums, the gun boards, and started buying used guns from people under his uncle's name and selling them, and started making like some profit out of that. And then his uncle was selling to the local police, the local state, city and state police, and the way you sell to the government, what it did in online, and then the government decides to the price, delivery date, etc. And so his uncle was doing that, and so he learned how to bid on these contracts, government contracts from his uncle. Worked with his uncle for 2 to 3 years, made a bunch of money, and then claims that his uncle screwed him out of a bunch of money. His uncle screwed him out of a bunch of money, I believe in both family. So, just, that kind of family. But it had issues. And so he quit and he came back to Miami and decided to start his own company. And this was in 2004, so he started bidding on federal contracts. This was right after the invasion of Iran. So a huge amount of contracts going to rebuild Iraq. And bonded, took it over, and was trying to build a democratic new government. And part of that was local police and army, so they needed a lot of equipment to do that. And so they started putting out these contracts, and he started doing all these contracts. And because he was so knowledgeable about the gun industry, he was very competitive and started winning a lot of these contracts. multi-million-dollar company. How old is he? He was 18 when he came back to Miami. And then he was 19 when he started working together. So he was working by himself in Miami for about a year before he got into we became over a mutual friend's house to smoke weed. We smoked weed together. He asked me what I've been doing these days, and I told him about the bed sheets, about the electronics, the SD card. And he's like, "Oh, that's cool. That's cool. You know, you're doing sources, you're doing licensing, you're doing
Just the same thing.
exactly." He's like, "You're pretty much doing what I do, but I'm doing it on a much bigger scale. So, you know, maybe you can come work with me. I think you'll make a lot more money." And I was like curious. I was like, how much money is that, you know? I think he was like 19, you know? And he's like, and he goes to me, he's like, "You know, I'm going to tell you, not to brag, just to inspire you." He's like, "You know, it's complicated because how much money I have. In for me, it was like, what some people know, like, how much money do you have right now?" Pops it on his computer, logs into his bank account, and shows me. In cash in his bank account when he was 19 years old. And that blew my mind. I was like, whoa, you know, I don't know anyone. And I knew he made it himself, like his parents. So I was like, this guy knows a business very, very well. And you know, I should learn a lot from him. And so I was very inspired because I didn't have nearly that much. You know, with all my wheeling and dealing, you know, in my businesses, I was like, he's obviously doing way better than me. Not that I was doing badly, I was more than comfortable making a lot more money than other kids my age, you know, but he was on a whole other level. So I was like, I want to learn a lot from him. So I'm like, okay, I'm in, you know, let's do this. And that's when he started teaching me, you know, like how the government, the procurement system works. And that was when I first started learning about weapons and ammunition and various military equipment. I had no idea about any of this. I was just a musician, selling singer, massage therapist, you know, but like I never owned a gun in my life, and I didn't really care about guns. But you know, that was like his expertise. So he started teaching me, and I started. How did he learn about the website? And, you know, set things up. Yeah. How did he find out?
So essentially, you guys would log into this website that had a list of contracts that the government to hire small businesses for.
Correct. Well, it's still there. Anyone can go check it out.
I checked it out today.
Yeah. You can find a lot of interesting stuff and looking to buy. Buy everything. So it's not just small businesses. They list everything that they want to buy. I think they're required to buy law other than I think the CIA has like $10 billion dark money budget that they don't have to tell people what they spend it on. But for the vast majority of the federal government's $2 trillion something like that, they have to list it because by law they have to buy things competitively because otherwise they're wasting taxpayers' money. They have to get the best deal through the taxpayers. So to do that, they have a website. They list everything that they want to buy and they open it out for bid. Now, different things depending on what it is. There's different rules, right? So like if they want to buy an F-35 fighter jet, there's only Lockheed Martin, right? So that's what they call a sole source contract. They still need to list it on the site in order to inform the public that, yeah, we're going to be spending this money on this. But it's not an open bid. It's not, you can't bid on F-35 because you don't make it, only Lockheed Martin. And usually they do something like, for like the sole source contract, they usually do something called a cost plus contract where they'll pay the company what it costs them to build the items plus an agreed upon profit margin. NASA has run into a lot of issues with this, which is why a lot of government projects have a lot of cost overruns because the companies have a big incentive to inflate the cost after they get the bid, because the more it costs them to build, the more dollars they make because it's a percentage of what they spend. So let's say they have a 2% profit margin. If it didn't cost them, $10 million instead of $1 million, they're making 10 times more money. even though their margin is the same. So, that's why all these government projects are so overrun, why their cost overruns are so common. So that's for like socialist contracts. But for most competitive contracts, the way it works is kind of like eBay, right? They say we want to buy 10,000 guns or 100,000 wheels ready to eat on MREs or Jeeps or whatever fuel, anything. And they say we want these items. It has to have these characteristics. We have to have it delivered to this place by this time to this best offer. And then all the companies who are qualified to bid on that can give them the best offers. And the government looks at all the offers and decides which one has the best value for the government, which is a combination of factors, price, delivery, reliability of the supplier, and then the government decides what's the best deal for them, and then they sign the contract for that person, and that person delivers, and then they collect their check and then take that.
So essentially, for a couple of 20-year-olds starting out, you can start a business, you can start bidding on some of the low-level contracts, a couple $100,000, maybe a couple $1 million, and get your feet wet, slowly build a reputation for yourself.
Exactly. So actually, the way they work is usually for contracts that are under $100,000 in value, you don't require what they call past performance, which is proof that you've done business with these kind of items before, right? So because they feel like it's a small enough amount that they can roll the dice on people's own experience. So those guys have a better price, maybe if you do it, and then they fail, and what the government does, it's not such a big deal to the government. But once you do a few of those, now you have past performance. You can prove that you've successfully delivered these items to the government. Now you can get bigger contracts, like $1 million plus contracts that require that level of documentation and proof that you have the experience to do.
Do other countries and other governments have the same system set up?
So most governments have a similar system. Now, depending on the corruption level of the government, some of them are more or less transparent. But most governments, definitely most democracies, have a more or less open bidding system. Yeah, because it makes sense. They want to get the most bang for the buck. They want to, because they have a limited budget, right? So they don't want to get ripped off. Right? The places you find the government getting ripped off usually are places where there's kickbacks being given. So Russia is famous for this. There's a lot of stories out of Ukraine where all the Jews had these tires failing on the road early in the war. Oh yeah, this is just recent. And early in the war, that was one of the things in the news that they didn't have the proper tires because someone in the Russian military went cheap on that contract and pocketed the difference, and then all their tires failed on the way to keep. That was like one of the issues that they were facing. So that's the downside of having a corrupt system that isn't as efficient and the people that you're trying to supply kind of get screwed.
How much attention do you pay to conflict in like for example, what's your background? So you're automatically drawn to these kind of things. Looking at the nuances of it.
So I'm just a very curious person in general, and even though my current business has nothing to do with international military conflicts, I'm just a very curious person, so I do stay up to date. I read The Economist, I would say medium level coverage on those things. So I am, very interested in those things, but just from a personal perspective, I do deal internationally with my current business, but I sell music equipment to musicians now, and we've sold to Russia. Don't take me, but they weren't a very big market anyway, so it wasn't a big deal for me, but I still pay attention to what's going on.
So when you see stories in the headlines the Biden administration dropping $13 billion in Ukraine,
how is that working? That's obviously a broad head, right? So how specific is that? All of the $13 billion is that down on websites that is ops being gone, or is all this going to big companies like Lockheed Martin and right? How does that work? So the way they do it, so at least with Ukraine, I know early in the war, I don't know what I'm sure now they've got lots of contracts over, but early in the war, they had to get Ukraine, everything was in Russia, right? So they had to get Ukraine lots of equipment as quickly as possible. And the way they did that, they went through the contracting system, it would literally take months, because they have to have a certain amount of time to post the thing, a few weeks for people to notice it and to gather their offers and things to analyze it, and then need to meet with the contract and to deliver on the contract. And it takes minimum of months, I would say, for stuff that you need, like military licensing for military equipment, to military goods across borders, to longer overflight permits. If you're shipping guns or ammunition, you need to get specific permission from every country you fly over, so that takes time. So the way the military did it was they just blew Ukraine from their own stockpile. So they didn't have to buy it. So like, for example, like the HIMARS that is the rocket launching system that is currently has greater range than the Russian artillery, which is why Ukraine is doing so well. Because they shoot that out of their range. That was stuff that the U.S. military already had in stock for their own use, and then they just gave all that to Ukraine on military aircraft. So it was much easier for them to be able to fight. That's already all that worked out. Amazing logistics, U.S. military. And now what they're doing is they're trying to replenish their own stockpiles by going, to Lockheed Martin, all the other companies that make all this equipment that they're giving to Ukraine, and they're trying to replenish their own stockpiles. So that's kind of how they got the equipment to Ukraine much faster than they would if they did the traditional contract.
I just had a former CIA agent a few days ago. He was doing military centers in Iran, and he just said that I got he was saying like he did a lot of dealing with Russia too. When he was explaining about the Ukraine-Russia thing, similar to what you said that Russia's artillery, we're talking about nukes. Yeah, their nuclear capabilities are similar to ours. Yeah, probably not as good, but when it comes to like ground artillery, that we are way more advanced.
Yeah, so they have quantity and quality. They have massive stockpiles. At least they do, right? We've been using a lot of those up now. But they have massive stockpiles. But their technical capabilities are not as good as the West in almost all respects. Yeah, they've got ICBMs, so yeah, they can wipe everybody off the map if they wish, and that's a big difference. But like their airplanes aren't as advanced as ours. Their communication systems aren't as advanced as ours. The West is a more technically advanced organization, than the Russians are. We have a lot more people. We've been industrialized for a lot longer, so there's good reasons for that. And of course, they've dealt with a horrible history. Chasing people back, and they've got endemic corruption. All these things are very bad for development of society at large and technology by extension. So yeah, it's true. The West is way more advanced, and I would say that Putin knows that. He knows that the West is much more powerful, and if it came to a conventional war, the West would wipe him off the map easily. It's only the nukes that keep everybody from fighting each other out. Right.
Did you guys? This might be a stupid question, but I'm going to have to ask. Did you guys ever do any deals with revolving nuclear weapons?
No. That would be Raytheon. They make nukes.
Oh, they do.
Sole source contract. One of the coolest things about your story is that, from my own perspective, I didn't know. This was just going back a year ago. I didn't know shit about geopolitical. Right. I learned it by having people like you on there. But there has listening to your story and reading that book has been the most entertaining form of learning about the geopolitical world, landscape, military, anything. Like, so when you started this in this business with Ephraim, how much did you know about the relationships between countries and different games going on?
Oh, almost nothing.
It's like
It's just like, a college student. I mean, I've always read the news. I've always been, curious about the world in general. I was studying chemistry in college at the time, so scientific things. Part of that is just I love knowledge. It's just something I'm cool about things. But obviously, there's infinite realms of knowledge, and that's, and all of us are ignorant in almost all of them, except for specialty, right? I like being a generalist. That's knowing a little bit about everything. But I definitely wasn't focusing on geopolitics before working in that field. I had one of my best friends actually involved in the Rothschild later. He was a political science major, so he was, one of these people who was constantly about, various, conflicts and who's right and who's wrong and who's going to do what their response is going to be. So I kind of gleaned a lot of information just by listening to him. He's very, very knowledgeable about this stuff because he's studying it. But I definitely learned a lot more, during the course of doing business because I had to. I was doing business with all these countries, and even countries we weren't doing business with, like Russia, we were being affected by because they were trying to block our overflight payments and things like that. So we had to pay attention to, what did the government say recently? Are they going to, moving into, various regions? Just an example. We had here 747 aircraft, cargo aircraft, that was stopped on tarmac in Kyrgyzstan, and they claimed we didn't have the license, even though we did. So we have the license, they check everything. But they claimed that we didn't, and we had no idea why they were doing this. And then it turned out that Russia was trying to get the U.S. out of the Central Asian sphere of influence, and so they were leaning on the politicians in Kyrgyzstan to stop renting their airbase to the United States in Kyrgyzstan, outside of the country. And their airbase was being used as a staging place to fly goods into. So Russia was pressuring them to stop letting the U.S. use their airbase, and eventually the U.S. was like, this. Eventually the Kyrgyz, they just doubled the rent. They were renting it. And I think they were renting it for, I forgot the exact number, like 30 million a year, and they doubled it to 60 million or something like that. And the U.S. was like, yeah, okay, even though you just doubled it, and that's like a total mafia move. And they were holding our planes hostage during negotiations. That was like, this is the story when you're at the sushi. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's how the book opens. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's so wild. All right, I want to reel it back a little bit. Sure.
At what point was this before or after you started working for Ephraim and you had that big Xbox deal?
So that was our first trying to do together. It ended up failing, but that's kind of how we started working together. Because I was buying electronics from China, I had come across this offer to the Xbox had just been released, and the Xbox had just been released, and I saw someone offering, it was like a larger one online. They were all sold out in all the stores, so I thought it was super weird. It was like around 100,000. Yeah, it was an enormous amount. I don't know, but I think you're more up to date on the numbers now because you read the book more recently. I haven't read the book in years at this point. But yeah, and it was so strange. But like I was like, if this is real, this would make us a lot, because they're being sold at double the retail price on eBay because they also that. And the thing that made us think it was real was that we eventually broke through middlemen, through levels. And Effort was very good at this. Like talk on the phone, like just talk the guy's ear off and then get him to refer to his source, and get him to refer to his source, which was unbelievable. I mean, he's very, very talented at that. And eventually we got to the source, and it was actually a pretty big electronics distribution company. Like we got emails from these people, I forgot the name of the company, but they were like, it was like a company that nobody actually knew their name, but like it's a B2B company, because it's a B2B company, they're supplying like electronic parts to like the other big companies, but it was like a multi-billion-dollar company, so it wasn't it was like Rothschild. Yes, exactly. And they wanted some I think they wanted like $20 million, too. So, we tried to line up, a venture fund, it was a hedge fund to float us the other 18 million. But the hedge fund eventually declined, just saying, it just didn't seem right. There's just something weird about the deal. And they're just like, we don't know what it is. It seems all legit. The payment terms, they go through a lot of threats and go through a delivery, all that. So it seemed like it was a relatively safe deal, but the hedge fund was just like, it just doesn't smell right. And so the deal fell through because we just didn't have the $18 million to buy 100,000 Xboxes. So if you have 100,000 Xboxes, what was the plan? No. So we actually had contacted buyers from Walmart and Target and retailers, and they were ready to go. Yeah, they were like willing to pay a retail price for them. They were willing, because they were going to make zero money on this because it was such a hot item. They were willing. Yeah, well, because they call it a lost lead. That be like, hey, we've got the Xboxes coming. A lot of people come in the store and then they buy other games or chargers or controllers and stuff that so we would have made it if that deal had gone through. We would have made that $20 million. Yeah. And then, so what was the biggest? So every day at the point where you guys start working together, that deal falls through. Are you guys just like showing up together, like making your own schedule? Like we're gonna get up every single day and start scouring this website and try to find deals. Yeah. Like living in his apartment with him, sleeping there, and waking up. Yes. So after the Xbox deal fell through, he's like, let's just do the business I know that I know my business. He starts showing me that his ops works, the website. He starts teaching me some types of guns and stuff that he specializes in. And the idea was that I would actually go after other types, because he already knew the gun market, but knew that the field market was very big. So I started going to field. And my first contract that I actually got with federal government itself was for $50,000 of equipment to an air base in Wyoming. And it was a very intense, because one thing I'll give that from is that he was obsessed. He had an obsessive work ethic. He would think of nothing other than money the entire day. And he was literally obsessed. We'd wake up, and the second he wakes up, he's looking at his eyes, over breakfast. Before he's looking at it, in his laptop on the toilet. You know what I mean? That's all he was doing. And while he's eating, while he's talking, he even told me, he bragged to me that he loved taking calls from federal contractors while he was having sex with his girlfriend. That he just loved doing it. I don't know why. His girlfriend hated it, obviously. But he was while having sex with her, Like he'd get a call, and he'd be like, baby, I gotta take this, but keep on going. And he would actually talk to.
It's like he really knowledge stuff after Nick Cage.
Yeah, exactly. No, he loved Nick Cage. He loved Nick Cage and Scarface. Yeah.
It's so yeah. Did you ever just think to yourself watching it, being so obsessed with what? Why? Why was he like that? Was it nature, nurture? What was it?
Right. So I thought about it a lot because I'm not like that. I mean,
It's rare.
Yeah. Almost nobody. Don't get me wrong. I like money as much as most people, right? And I've always been entrepreneurial, and I am motivated and working on my own businesses, but the level of obsession that he had was beyond anything I'd ever seen. Even to this day, I've never seen it. And it wasn't healthy. It wasn't fun. It was actually very unpleasant. Working with him was, I'm sure being him was very unpleasant, but working with him was very unpleasant just by extension because, he expected everyone else to be as obsessed as he was, and he'd get upset if you weren't willing to drop everything in your life to chase this, deal that had a tiny chance of competing. You know what I mean? And it's like I have other parts of my life I'm interested in too. This is not the only thing I want to do. So I'm not willing to work literally, 16 hours a day all the time. Now, I did, especially in the beginning and especially when we won our big contract later after the contract, because I had to. So I was willing to do it if necessary, but I didn't want it to be like a 24/7, 365 thing because of, I wanted to live life as well. So yeah, it was definitely unique,
Did you ever ask him how did you get it? Did he have a really bad childhood?
So his family is very interesting. His grandfather is a billionaire. And his grandfather is this Iranian Jew who grew up in Iran. I forgot what year he moved to the United States, but in his adult life, he moved to the United States, and his grandfather became a slumlord and owns a lot of low-income housing. That's why his uncle, which is very helpful, owns a pawn shop in South Central LA because it's one of his properties. So now his grandfather is an interesting character, even though he's a billionaire. And I think he had 8 or 9 children with his wife. After something like 40 years of marriage or something, they ended up getting divorced. And it turned out that he had never married for legal. He just married religiously. So she wasn't either she didn't know or she didn't think of it. I don't know the exact story, but because of that, he tried to give her zero. He was a billionaire. And he tried to give her $0. Yeah, exactly. And so she sued him, and I think it was the largest alimony case in history. And I don't know what it ended up being, how it ended up shaking out, but I know it got into the newspaper. So she was suing him for $7 million. So that's his family, and his uncle is also that he worked with, obsessed with, obsessive with money, and so I'm not gonna. I know some of his family, and some of his family are very nice. His dad is a real sweetheart. His brothers are great. And they're very different from him. So it's odd that he, it's not like they're all like that, but it was just I guess that gene or something. His grandfather, his uncle, and it's just certain people are just have that
So his upbringing wasn't much different.
I mean, I would assume so. He was the oldest, so I don't know, how that affected him differently. But
It's fascinating.
So I mentioned to you before that one of my guests on here met
Yeah, that's right.
met Ephraim in prison. Yeah, and Ephraim convinced him to write his life story.
Right.
He wrote his life story. Ephraim got out with it. He used that to sue one of
Right.
the family who wrote Alex.
Right. Matt Cox, yeah.
And Matt Cobb, one of the first thing when I asked Matt, I'm like, how, I asked Matt, I'm like, how accurate is War Dogs to the story? He goes, the story's about pack animals. He goes, the story is not really about Ephraim. Ephraim's just a character, but for some reason everyone just remembers Ephraim because of his crazy personality. But he said, I said, well, how accurate was Jonah Hill's portrayal of Ephraim? He goes, he said he made him way too cuddly and nice.
I agree with him 100%. That's exactly right. Everyone who knows Ephraim will say that.
He said that the Ephraim in War Dogs was a teddy bear compared to Julia.
Absolutely. He's absolutely right. They toned him down. The funny thing is everyone's like, oh, was he as crazy as in the movie? I'm like, he was way crazier than the movie. Way of a less nice person than like in the movie he's kind of charming and as he says, like he's kind of like a teddy bear. But Jonah really softens his character, his real life character a lot. Makes him a lot more likable. They did that on purpose, actually. The screenwriter for that, Stephen Chen, he came when they first started writing the screenplay. He came to Miami, met with me for like a week, and interviewed him, recorded conversations. He told me while he was writing the screenplay, he's like, "Look, I'm gonna have to shut down." And he's like, because we need to make him likable to the audience. No one's going to want to spend an hour and a half in the theater. Yeah, I mean, that's how Hollywood works. You need to have a certain formula so that it appeals to the mass, to most people in the population. So, they have to add a certain amount of action, because like action, you have to have a certain amount of comedy, and you have to have a certain amount of like relationship drama, for the girls who were getting dragged to the movie by their boyfriends, So, so for instance, like the relationship drama in the movie, they have, me, like lying to my girlfriend about being an arms dealer, and she gets super mad and, like dumps me, like that's like relationship drama. Never happened, right? And my girlfriend knew about the whole thing the whole time, so let's go with it. She just wanted me to be making money. We just had a child together, but they made that up because they needed to check that box of relationship drama in the movie in order, to appeal to the most biggest audience.
Another funny thing about Kobe was one of the most memorable quotes he had was when he was writing the life story. Yeah, so they were in the cell together. He was telling one of the stories how he dealt with people.
Yeah,
and Matt said, "You just burn every bridge."
That sounds like him exactly, and that's how he acts. So he burns every bridge he ever has. Like after he screwed me, out of the deal, someone took my place, and then he screwed him, and then someone took his place, and then he screwed him, and like on and on and on. Like every person he's ever worked with that I know of, anyway, has ended on a very bad note. Like it feels like he's been cheated by everyone. Right? I mean, that's just how he works.
So when they started production on the movie, was that right after the Rolling Stone article came out? They started doing that, or how did it come about? How did they contact you initially? How much involvement did you have in production?
Right. So the Rolling Stone article came out in 2011. Because so the story actually takes place 2006, 2007, 2008. So I left AEY. I left in July of 2007. He pretty much informed me that he didn't feel I deserved the money that we had agreed that we would pay me, and I was like, well, then I'm going to see you in court. And so I left. And then in like March of 2008, the New York Times published a fateful front page article, which was not very flattering about us, and that caused the U.S. Army to cancel the contract and put us in the Justice Department decided to suddenly charge us with fraud. And so that created a huge political scandal. Like Congress wanted us to testify. They wanted us to testify in front of Congress, and the lawyers told them, well, here's a criminal investigation. And so then they decided not to have it. But they still, like, it's on, there's C-SPAN clips on YouTube about them talking about this. But that got the attention of Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone wanted to write a feature article about us, but our lawyers told us to reporters. So the reporter, he lost and wrote the book. He contacted my lawyer and told him, I can, what if I guarantee you that I won't publish anything until you give me permission? So the legal jeopardy was being done. And my lawyer said, well, if we have that agreement, then you could did. And so we made that agreement. And he also made an agreement with Ephraim. Ephraim gave him, I think, 1 or 2 interviews and then decided that he wanted to do his own thing. Yeah, exactly. Which he ended up doing exactly. So he interviewed me, interviewed Ephraim, interviewed the other people involved in the story, and then he sat on the story to his credit for 3 years, while our legal issues were resolved. It took 3 years for all that to be resolved. But by 2011, I was already off. I had been sentenced to 7 months probation. I'm very lucky, in prison. But after that was over, the Rolling Stone was published, and that got the attention of Todd Phillips. And at the time, he was in the middle of directing Hangover 2, and he thought this was an amazing story, right up his alley. So he optioned the story the auction and he optioned my life rights. Now, he didn't have to option my life rights. The way the copyright, the way the laws work in the United States is that if your name appears in any public newspaper or publication, anyone can make a movie with your name in it, and they can make up anything they want about it. Right? Yeah. They don't have to pay you a penny. They can say anything they want. They can control. Because you are considered a public figure if your name appears in the paper. So, to his credit, he didn't have to give me a penny or be at all, have me involved, but he wanted me to be involved because he wanted it to be a bit more authentic. So they bought my life rights. And because of that, I consulted on Stephen Chin, the screenwriter, came to Miami and interviewed me for the book. And he would call me up occasionally while working on the screenplay to get various details and various stories and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I had zero control over the script. They didn't ask my permission for anything. They did send me drafts just to get my opinion on it, and I gave them my opinion, but they made the movie that they wanted to make, and change whatever. Are you involved in anything like that? So,
I know sometimes actors like to read.
Yeah. So I met Todd, the director, Todd Phillips. I met him early before we started filming. He was scouting locations in Miami, and then when he wanted me to have a cameo in the movie. So I have a cameo in the movie. I'm playing guitar and singing. Maybe other folks know Miles Teller, who's playing on this kind of stuff that sheets. And so I went to LA to shoot that scene. So I met Miles there. And then when they were filming in Miami, they invited me to set a few times. So I met Jonah Hill and
Did Jonah ever do
that? He didn't. Yeah, I don't think. I'm not sure if it was whose choice that was. I'm not sure if it was Ephraim didn't want me or Jonah didn't want me. I'm not really sure, but I know that they remind me of Jordan Belfort. Yeah, got more information. Yeah. No, Miles didn't do a character analysis of that. No. They just wanted, Miles to be like, the good guy, which I was happy to let him play. So yeah, I'm happy with his portrayal. He's got great hair in the movie. Only Hollywood.
Yeah, exactly. One of the first, going reeling back again to the beginning after the Xbox deal, one of the first big arms deals you did was to supply the uprising in Nepal. Is that right?
So we attempted to do that, or I should say, effort attempt.
You guys did on that?
No, so it wasn't to supply the uprising. It was actually to supply the king, who was trying to suppress the uprising. Through one of Ephraim's contacts, they were asking for like attack helicopters and things like that. And he tried to put together a save the king, because he called it. But it ended up falling through. I think because these broke out more, I think is what happened. So there wasn't enough time to do it.
Did you have any objections to talking about that? Like, is this like fucked up?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of bothered me, to be honest, because I was like, it's kind of seems to be supply and tyrant kind of situation. And sure that you handle, And he's like, just let me do it. So I wasn't involved in that. I didn't want to be.
So you guys weren't rocket basically just
exactly. Yeah, I didn't own this company. I didn't share this company. Exactly. Yeah, I was working on that's interesting.
His ability to value money and deals over anything else. You're gonna be in that business. It's a weird moral compass.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say you have to have that mindset, because plenty of people make a legitimate living legally, and they would already own in that business. There's some people who say that dealing with weapons or ammunition at all is morally bad, right? Full stop. Right? There's those people. Right? There's people. All that, Yeah, in general, but like I don't think right now most of those people would say that people supplying Ukraine, with weapons to defend themselves from the Russians, those people bad. I don't think so. I think most
same people that are saying Ukraine.
Exactly, because a gun can kill someone. It could also defend yourself from getting killed. So it's a gun isn't a bad thing on its own. It's a tool, right? It's like nuclear energy. It can supply power. It could make a bomb. Like a knife could chop up your vegetables or chop up your neighbor. It could. Most technology is dual use, and it all depends on how you use it. That's the key.
Another thing about your story is I didn't see anybody that was involved. Everything wrong, but the only thing that might be questionable, I'm not sure, would be the Swiss arms dealer Tomei. But other than that, like, it didn't seem like there were really any bad guys. Like you, Ephraim, the guys who were doing Albania, all the middlemen. I didn't really see any bad guys. I just saw people that were taking advantage of opportunities to make money. They weren't necessarily evil.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't think anyone views themselves as evil. Very few people consider themselves right. But yeah, it really depends on where you come down on the various politics of what you're involved in. So, we were supplying U.S. U.S. Army, and they were supplying weapons and ammunition democratically elected governments of Iraq and Afghanistan. And I like the government in Afghanistan was fighting the Taliban, and so I didn't feel bad about that, because I thought that as with all the problems that the government of Afghanistan had, and there were many, lots of corruption, lots of everything, they were way better than the Taliban. On the whole, and overall, it's better that Pinocchio would be empowered than the Taliban. As we can see now, the Taliban over again, it's back to where it was before, and it's way worse for most people. So I think it's I think looking at something as being, oh, you're doing this is right, period, is, life isn't like that. Life is complicated, and there's never a good or a bad choice. There's often a bad or a worse choice, and you have to decide, what's the least bad, and supporting the least bad solution doesn't mean that you are bad because that solution is not perfect. It's the world we live in. I always try to come up with a better solution, and everyone makes their own decisions of where their limits are. I know a lot of people would be like, oh, just even touching that stuff, and the fact that there may be a chance that that something could go wrong is too much responsibility. I can't take it. Other people are like, I don't really give a shit. Once the guns are out of my hands, it's not my problem. So everyone has to have their own moral compass of what they're comfortable with. And I won't say that I was always comfortable in everything that I experienced in that business. There were definitely some things that made me uncomfortable and made me feel bad about being involved in it. But I tried to remain true to my values.
Who was Heinrich Tomé? Can you explain to people listening who that was? Right. What was his specific relationship?
So Heinrich Tomé, Henry, as most people call him, was a Swiss arms dealer. Maybe he's played by Bradley Cooper. There's no attempt to make a Swiss accent. He sounds like an American movie, but whatever. It's kind of like a very like a softer German. Yeah. Well, I mean, Switzerland, they speak German, Italian, French, like four languages. Really depends on which Swiss person you talk to, their accent will change depending on what language they grew up with. But I believe that most Swiss people speak a foreign accent. Though it's like a little different than a German German. But yeah, but Henry, he also didn't look like Bradley Cooper. Bradley had these like really thick glasses, and it looked like he was always humble. And the character was great. I mean, not that shit Bradley. He made his own version of the character. He did that on purpose, but not based on the real guy. The real guy who was much more along the lines of a Swiss banker. How many times did you interact with him? Several times. Met him in Vegas, like in the movie. We didn't by Ralph Kelly.
You keep telling me that there's special elements required. That's how I guess
name was Ralph. Made up motto. Yeah, exactly. They changed the character a little bit. But so Ralph had been doing business with Henry for a long time. He introduced us to him. And so we met him in Vegas the first time, and in Paris another time. And we talked to him on the phone. He was one of the best in the business. Like, he had connections everywhere, especially in his which is how he hooked us up with the Albanian deal that ended up being our downfall.
And what was his
relationship to the U.S. at that time.
Right. So he'd been in business like he was like since he was 18 years old. I in his 40s at the time. So he was doing this business for more than 20 years. And I know that he got, I believe he was on some like Amnesty International report for supplying some big leaders in Africa. So he was on like a State Department watch list. He wasn't able for us to do business with him. I do know that. But I don't think he would be allowed to do business directly with the United States. So that's why he moved us to be this kind of like go-between to sell to the United States. And he was an incredible source. Yeah. Connections with everybody, as I said, at incredible prices. So he gave us connection one of the reasons why we have in hindsight, do you think the U.S. government they definitely do because we actually put it in before giving us the contract. They actually have to list sources of supply. So yeah, so they knew what we were hiding it. So yeah, but either they didn't check or they could have. Yeah, overall, it seems like the United States government is
well, I don't want to get too far.
Yeah,
sure.
Right.
So in 2006, when the U.S. government decided to arm the Afghans to fight the Taliban, they originally intended to use a Russian armed company. Yeah, and that was made public. Yeah. And they actually, so they sent, I think that they sent like a fax to the state government, but so they sent Russell Burton a fax like requesting the list of munitions, and the Russians thought it was good because it was such an enormous they laughed it off. And then, the State Department had to contact them a few times to say, no, it's not a joke. We really want to buy this stuff. And if I recall correctly, what happened was at some point, the Russians got on the blacklist because they were supplying nuclear technology to the Iranians. And so because they got on the blacklist, now the U.S. couldn't buy them legally. So they had to put it out for open bid to buy from other sources. Because the Russians were the only ones who could supply the entire contract, every single in one fell, one single source, right? Because they had massive stockpiles. But there's lots of stockpiles around all the other four Saltman countries as well. But not a single country can supply all that. So they needed someone like a logistics aggregator, as you would call this, someone to, they didn't want to deal with all these different actors and suppliers. So they wanted to deal with a single source. So what they did is they put the entire contract and asked the middleman in the business to put together a package for them. And so we went and got quotes from pretty much every country that we could think of these items that we could buy and put together the best combination of the cost, the quality of where it was, just as it would cost to ship it to Afghanistan. So once we combined all that together, we had a very long spreadsheet, and we got the most competitive price, which was why we How did the $300 million Afghanistan deal come about? What was that conversation?
So I was first learned about it. I was driving home to have dinner with my girlfriend, and Evan calls me and he's like, dude, we gotta get to the office right now. I already made plans, you know. He's like, fuck that. You wanna get rich? You wanna go, you know, like, you wanna, like, you know, hang out with your girlfriend. Girlfriend is sucking your dick after you have this money you're about to make, you know. And, you know, and I'm like, this could wait till tomorrow. It's not an emergency. Like, just tell me, all right? Just tell me over the phone. He's like, fine, I can't believe you. Not serious. It's like everything, like, you know, it was like everything revolved around it. And so he's like, just saw this massive contract. It's all the kind of stuff that he's been dealing with. So he's got great connections, but he's going to be the biggest thing we've ever done. You know, and he's like, it's all Warsaw Pact stuff. So, you know, the U.S. can't get it. You know, they don't manufacture it in the United States. They're going to go through brokers, you know, like us. And find suppliers. You already have all the past performance for all this stuff because we've already delivered much smaller quantities of these types of munitions. So he was super excited. And then we, you know, usually we got a deal that we would split, you know, the deal probably with 50-50. You know, because he would like put up the money and he would do negotiations and he would do the contract under his company and I would do all the work. And he's like, you know, usually we do 50-50, but with this, you know, I've already got a lot of these contacts, you know, this is kind of my bread and butter, so we do 75-20. He's like, but don't worry, this contract saved you millions.
What did you say initially how big it was?
So we had no idea, you know, like what the final number was going to be because we hadn't gotten prices on it. He just saw the quantities of like munitions that were asking. And it was like the first item was like 100 million rounds. So like they said, there was like 100,000 grenades. You know, and like there's like millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars minimum. You know, we knew like right away these quantities. We'd never seen them before. So we were like 20 times bigger than we've ever seen. And that was bigger than the biggest things we've seen. So it was massive. And so we started, you know, he started contacting all these other people that he, you know, already knew. And, you know, my job was to pretty much scour the internet and the world and find any sources of supply that he had missed. So he gave me a list of these things I wrote down. He said, don't talk to these people, these are my contacts. Anyone else, you know, is great. So I spent probably like a month and a half, I don't remember the exact time, but you know, just like all day, you know, I would go through these massive lists of like suppliers, these directories online, half of the entries were pulled and relevant phone numbers, things like that. Most of them didn't have an email address. It's call up and then speak English, and you have to, you know, find the one guy in the factory that speaks English, and his English is terrible. If he gives you like a fax number, you have a fax number if you want. It's like a whole, you know, they're not built for doing business. Because these are like all the ones that we're finding these items were made of Warsaw Pact factories. This is all Warsaw Pact munitions. It was all munitions. It wasn't like munitions. The idea was to supply the Afghan because this was the last year of the presidency. I thought that the next president might be a Democrat, and he'd right. He thought that the next president would pull out of Afghanistan immediately and leave the Afghans on a drive. She was wrong. It took until 2020, 2021 before we pulled out. So Bush wanted to arm the Afghans with as much stuff as possible for the office, so that's why we did this contract. So this contract was just for munitions, so everything that was used in weapons, so like everything from like pistol ammo to like anti-aircraft rockets and like tank shells and big things, grenades. So but it was all Warsaw Pact because that's what the Afghans, some people don't know, there's two major weapon systems in the world. There's the NATO standard, which is the United States and the West uses, and then there's the Warsaw Pact standard, which is what the Eastern European, the former Soviet republics use, like the AK-47, and the different bullet sizes. So you can't put the bullets of one gun into a different gun because until you understand it. So the United States doesn't manufacture stuff mostly. So and they need immense quantities. So the only place that they were going to make this was in the former Soviet republics. And a lot of the Soviet republics had these really they've been building these stockpiles up during the Cold War, which is where we've already been supplying similar things to Iraq, to the U.S. Army in Iraq, who's the Iraqi army, because the Iraqis and the Afghans were both trained in the Soviet standard. So that's why they need them, because the Iraqis were trained with AK-47s, not AK-16.
That was the reason.
That was, yes, and there's a good reason for that, because the AK-47 is designed for soldiers with a lot less training. The AK-47 is famous for that. The AK-47 is kind of like the it doesn't have the greatest performance, but it lasts forever. You barely need to maintain it, and it works. Exactly. It's famous for that. Yeah. The M16 is like a Ferrari. It works amazing, but it's finicky. You have to maintain it. It breaks easily. If you really know how to use it, you have to know how to use it. Practice with it and all that stuff. It's going to be much higher level training to use NATO weapons in general. It goes to the philosophy of how the West treat their military structures. The Soviet Union, under Stalin, their whole philosophy was just about to be equality. I remember seeing some documentary about the tanks that they which tanks, but they kept on having the bolts falling out of the tank treads. So what they did is they installed this little piece of wedge of metal along where the bolts would pass by, so that on an angle. So as the bolts, as they're slipping out of the tank tread, they get knocked back into the tank tread as it would pass this little wedge, so that they wouldn't have to secure the bolts on the tracks. So that's kind of how the Soviets, built. That was their general philosophy. But because they kind of, they built it cheap, they were able to build massive amounts of World War II, and that's kind of continued. So they have much lower levels of training than their soldiers than the US does. But they have more of them. They have, it's less sophisticated, but it's easier to use. So, so the United States decided to supply Warsaw Pact weapons because, one, the people they're supplying the Afghans are already trained in those weapons, but also, bonus, much cheaper, than Western weapons. And the United States wants as little as possible, so they put out this contract for all the munitions, and we scoured the internet, we got all the prices, and eventually it took us a few months to gather it all together and to make a very complex spreadsheets, which took into account the cost of the goods, where it was located, how much it would cost us to transport, to Afghanistan, because Afghanistan is a landlocked country, and it's surrounded by unfriendly countries. Pakistan is really stable, the central Asian countries, and so you need to really fly every time. You can't fly because it's at high risk of getting hijacked. Have a truck coming there, it's not a very safe move. There's a lot of people who love to get their hands on a huge convoy of weapons. So you have to fly. Now flying is really not expensive. Shit, minimum of $4,500. But so because of fly everything, and logistics was a major factor in cost. So we had to build these complex spreadsheets of how much it would cost, per volume, per weight to fly into a gas tank from various locations. And after we had it all figured out and we got our final price, Ephraim decided to put a 9% profit margin on it for us because he figured that everyone else would probably do 10, so that we should do 9, just to undercut that. And it turned out that he had way lowballed it. It's a famous scene in the movie where you find out about how much it, that's a real number. I think it's that scene's actually in the trailer. Yes, it's in the trailer. That's right. So it didn't happen like that. We did find out that he had lowballed it by about $52 or $53 million. But we found it out later, which obviously was for a less exciting scene in the film. That scene did happen. It wasn't me actually. It was Ephraim and Ralph went to Rothschild and Mexico to meet with the government contracting officers before they gave us the contract. So they met Ephraim in person before giving him the contract. He brought Ralph because Ralph had his activities and contributed because he said no. The guy to make him feel a little bit more secure. So yeah, we submitted our bid, and then like a few months later, we didn't hear anything for a few months, and then they said you're in the final stages. We need to do like 4 or 5 different types of audits. They wanted to look at our books. They wanted to look at like our accounting system. They sent like a team of people to our office to check us out. They did due diligence on us. How long from the point where you submitted the bid? Well, actually, first of all, working on the bid. How long until you work on that to build that bid? So, if I recall correctly, the initial work was about 3 months of like intense work. Like I was working all night, because I was trying to get people on the phone and doing like time zones. Sometimes they'll only call you back. They won't everything's by phone for some people, so you have to be like available at any moment. If you miss their phone call, they won't call you back for another week or whatever. So it was a huge pain to deal with that.
And then you had to include the price of fuel for air transport and everything else.
So that took about a month and a half. And what was the price? So the final price, including our 9% profit margin.
Sorry to interrupt. So you came up with the price, and then of what it would cost you, you just added 9%.
Correct. That's how we did it. We figured that would be our profit margin. So including the profit margin, the entire total price was about $290. And just for reference, the biggest thing that we'd ever done previously in total, which Ephraim made a few $1 million for us, so that's nothing to sneeze at. He made millions of dollars from that contract, but it was less than 7% different. This other contract.
Now, did you guys, I'm sure you guys went through this fine tooth solid, airtight. What was did you email this quote? Did you mail the quote? What was it like? How did you send it? What was that moment like? You guys just about
right. So it's interesting because most of the government quotes you just email it to them, or like upload a file on their website, which the contract is for. Sometimes if you're selling to the State Department versus the Army, they have like a slightly different system. Or at least they did. But for this particular contract, and I don't know why they did this, but they wanted everything in paper and CD quality. They didn't want us to upload it to the site. So we had to print out everything. It's like a massive stack of papers like that. And with all the supporting documents and everything. And the CD where we had like spreadsheets and certain files that they requested. And then we had to overnight it to them. But Ephraim had this horrible habit of always doing everything at the last second. I don't know why, it's just what he did. And so, we had everything done, and we waited until the deadline, if we overnighted it, we would get the next day. So it's like the day before the deadline. And, it was 4 o'clock. The post office can close at 5. And he was just like, should I do 1%, 8%? What's I was just thinking 9% because everyone else was doing 10. And he was torn, 8 or 9%, 8 or 9%. And he just couldn't decide until I was like, effort, you have to decide because it's like 4:30 and we're going to not bid on this if you keep on gobbling. And finally he's like, fuck it. 9%. And we put it into the spreadsheet, printed it all out, and then it was like only 10 minutes until the post office was complete. We get into his car, and he's like going 60 miles an hour down residential, streets, to skidding around corners to get to the post office because he had like only a few minutes late. We're like running in. We like literally made it like 2 minutes left, before like it closed, and finally it had submitted. And it was just, I don't know why he did. He did that with like everything. Everything was like at the last second. Everything's super stressed. It was just like he kind of like needs all this stress. That's just
And then so after that, there was some signs that they were interested. Right? They were calling me. They were trying to audit the company. And what else were they doing?
So there were a few different audits that they had to do. So first of all, they didn't speak to us at all for like I think something like 2 months. We were like, oh, we probably
you guys just kept moving on.
Yeah, we just started working on other things. We were like, spent the last 2 months working on this huge thing, and now it's a low. We thought it was a low chance. We didn't think that it was a high chance. We were like, everybody in the industry is going for this contract, including the biggest players like General Dynamics, ATK. These are like publicly listed companies. We have like a department of like 100 people who are doing what we're doing, just like 2 guys, So we're like, these guys have been doing this business for decades, and they have like huge teams of people. They're probably going to beat us, but we technically qualify to bid, because we have the past performance. So we could bid. It's not like we're automatically disqualified. So we have to bid, because we win. It's like a small chance, but such a big upside. So that's why we bid on it. But we didn't really expect to. We thought it was a small chance. And then like 2 months later, suddenly they called us up and we have to do some due diligence. Making a final decision soon. And part of that final decision, we have to do all these audits. We didn't know that we were the number one choice or anything. We thought maybe they narrowed it down to 3 or 5 they narrowed. I think we thought that they were just narrowing it down. Now they had to do that stuff, due diligence, because it's a massive contract. We didn't usually do this. In fact, we've never had this done. Even the $20 million contract, but for $300 million contract, it's a whole homework that they need to do. And so they wanted, as I mentioned before, they wanted to see our accounting system. They wanted to see what our financials were like. They wanted to see that we were able to afford to deliver on this contract. Because the way the U.S. government works is they make an order and then you deliver to them, and then 30 days later, after you deliver, is when you pay you, right? So you need, most suppliers are not going to give you credit. So you need to have money to finance, to buy the goods in order to sell it to the U.S. government and wait 30 days, before you get paid. So, having the money to float that deal is critical. And so they did a financial audit of the company, and they did like a sourcing audit. They wanted to know where we were going to get everything. Henry, that he's kind of and we had to tell them where we were getting everything, what our logistics plan was. They really wanted us to tell them how we were going to do everything. And they sent auditors to our office. We had to because Ephraim had never like done his books like ever. He didn't have an accounting system at all. Everything was CD10s, and so they wanted to see an accounting system. So he hired an accountant, and he's like, "Hey, the government wants to see an accounting system. We have to build it." Okay? The guy's like, "I don't know accounting, but for the last 2 years, and no, I just transfer money, get paid, I know I'm making money, that's all that matters, and so he had to like go and backtrack on all the deals Ephraim had done and implement into an accounting system so that it looked like Ephraim had a rock solid accounting system that had been going back for years, so that was just like one component of it. And then they asked him to become a person in Rock Island. Yeah, I mean, it was intense.
And they actually did tell him that he underbid by 50.
He did, but not in that sense. They told the service, I actually am the one who found that out because I was the one dealing with. This was already after we got the contract. And I was talking, kind of became friendly with him and I was kind of just schmoozing with him on the phone. And just talking, and he's like, "Oh, you guys, you're really kicking ass. You're really saving us some money." And I'm like, "Hey, is that right?" He's like, "Yeah, you're way cheaper than everyone else." And I'm like, "Really? How much?" He's like, "I shouldn't tell you this, but and I told that from he's like, he was so pissed. He's like, "We could have made so much more money." Yeah.
So what was it like? Walk me through. You guys found that you actually.
Yeah. So it was. I actually was just getting. I was still doing massage therapy occasionally. I was winning some contracts here and there, but like I still had like a few like kind of clients, and I didn't know like how long I would be in the contracting business, and the contracting business was like you like starve for months and then you get paid today. You starve for months and like you bid on like 10 different things and you lose them all, and then you get one contract and it's up there. So it's very unstable. And I had a kid coming, so I kind of was like keeping my other businesses alive, while I was trying to get into this whole
Because you weren't making any money.
Yeah,
Ever.
correct. Yeah, I mean, I did win some contracts, but they were relatively small, and Ephraim insisted that I put all the contract money that I made from the contract that I won together into financing. So he didn't let me pull any money out. So, and that was eventually how we started everything. And I guess that was his plan. I was an idiot and I agreed. I was like, "Yeah, why should I finance it? Because you got some money."
You were fucking 20.
Yeah, well, I mean, I trusted him. Yeah, I
So when you find out what was going on.
Right. So I had just finished things up. I was getting home just to my car. Driving my little Mazda Protege, playing with a car. He called me up and he's like, "I've got good news and bad news." The first passport was only $600K. Passport, the way they work it is they have to make an overall contract, and then they have specific orders against it. The whole contract is $50 million, but then they order pieces of it like at a time. So they'll be like, "Okay, give me $30 million." So it's like over 10 years. It's supposed to be the first 2 years. So legally, the government wasn't required to order the entire $3 million contract. They say they were planning on it, but they weren't required to. the only legal requirement for them to do was the first passport that they give you with your work. So, we were wondering, we were discussing this, but these numbers, the logistics only make sense if we have the big numbers, because then you get economies of scale, you get strike deals with the aircraft providers, large numbers of flights, and get transportation costs. But if they only give us a set, if they kind of they turn out to change their minds and give them these massive quantities, they kind of screw, because then we don't get those logistics numbers, those logistics discounts. And so we were nervous, what if the government screws us like that? And so, he's like, well, bad news is the first order, the first task order is only 600. It's very small. We won the contract? And he's like, fuck yeah, we did. He's like, we're going out to dinner right now. We're having champagne and cocaine.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. And he's like, let's go. He's like, I'm picking you up. And he takes me to like an Italian restaurant. He orders champagne, and he had this like little bullet, plastic bullet that like filled with coke.
Yeah.
That he could sneak coke under.
He's right in the middle of the restaurant.
Right in the middle. He had his like napkin, and he was, like as if he was like blowing his nose. He like insisted I do so. I was like, I'm not trying it, but like he never was a big fan. But like he was like insistent. He's like, you gotta do this. We're celebrating. He's like, we're drinking more champagne, we're more cocaine.
That means the perfect drug for that.
Yeah. So, it was odd because he did a lot of different types. And the weird thing was that he was functioning like almost no matter how fucked up he was. Like he would be blasted off his mind, and he would get a call from the government, and he would speak coherently and like just blah 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 blah, as if he was like sober. And then like he'd hang up the phone and start teetering around again. It was really weird, really weird. The one thing that I saw fucking up was when he would take sleeping pills. Because he had trouble sleeping. I said,
too much coke, you can't sleep.
I guess, and also stress. He'd been screwing for a lot of people. Who knows? He made a lot of enemies. I don't know what kept him up that night. But, obviously, he was comfortable enough to screw people over, so maybe didn't keep him up at night. But he couldn't sleep, so he got sleeping pills prescribed. And after he would take the sleeping pills, he was such a workaholic, he still tried to continue working, even though he was taking sleeping pills. And sleeping pills, when he was taking them notes, he tried to stay awake after he takes sleeping pills. Your brain doesn't work. Yeah, like it's as if you're dreaming but you're awake, and your logic circuits don't really make sense. You start like saying things that really don't make sense. And so like I would see him get on the phone with like a contract and the government and start saying things that like did not make sense. And I would have to like get the phone and like, and I'd like take over like, excuse me, sir. He's a little tired. He's been working real hard, So so that was the one thing that I saw really messed him up. But coke, alcohol, weed, everything else he could get his hands on, he was a big fan.
Yeah, one of the things that really stuck out to me in the book, especially, was like waking up, flipping the volcano bomb, and going to work.
Yeah,
like I can't work stuff like that.
Yeah, me neither. Actually, I'm a fan of weed. First is weed, but only when I'm like relaxed,
right,
chilling. I can't wait. My mind wanders. But he would take huge bombs and just like go right to the spreadsheets and start scanning with me and talk to me.
Okay, so let's go back to the contract. You get the contract, champagne and cocaine. Now you guys have to start fulfilling the contract, and you guys realize that there is a embargo on Chinese. Right. At what point did that happen, and why did that happen?
Right. So while we were bidding the contract, they had, every time So whenever they have a request for proposal, RFP, as they call it, they always have the rules of like what you have to follow in order to meet their requirements. So, like for example, dealing with clothing, certain laws that a certain percentage of the material of clothing is in the United States, certain amount of manufacturing has to be done in the United States, but only transported on like American clean vessels, depending on where it's going. There's certainly like a lot of like laws, that have been built up over the years. One of the things in our Afghan contract was that they specifically said no Chinese ammunition will be supplied either directly or indirectly under this contract. And the reason they put that there was because there's an arms embargo against China that has been in place since 1989. Democracy, and the Chinese government thinks they kill a lot of stuff. It's called Tank Man, where there's like a line of tanks. That's part of the team. That was huge worldwide news back in 1999, and to punish the Chinese military for brutally suppressing the democratic movement in the United States, put an arms embargo. So it's illegal for U.S. citizens to either sell or buy military equipment from Chinese military organizations.
There's some cities
Right. Well, I guess the idea was that we're not directly supporting the organization that killed all these protesters. Now, of course, when we're buying our iPhones from China, Foxconn is paying taxes to the Chinese government, taxes to the military. So it's not a big thing, but I guess it was a way. It was a way to punish the Chinese military for doing that. And this is something the United States does often. As I mentioned earlier, they put the Russians on the block for supplying the Iranians with nuclear technology. So the U.S. has to deal with the Russians. For military goods.
It's more like sending a signal.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly it. It's like sanctions in general. The United States uses it to keep economic power to punish organizations and countries that they want to punish without actually coming to physical punishment. It's like it's more powerful. Yes. Well, and it depends on the kind. There's nothing more powerful than a bullet and a gun, but it's a good way to exert influence without having to resort to violence. It's economic. But we see that a big war is with Russia now. And they're going way further with Russia now. With any nuclear reaction. The sanctions are much more
Russian. Funny side thing I just heard yesterday. Somebody told me that I don't know if this is true, but Russia's now selling their oil to China, and we're buying it from China.
I know they're selling it to China and to India. I don't know that we are buying it from China. Yeah, that doesn't sound right. That sounds like it's because that would be technically against the sanctions.
Oh, would it?
Yeah, because you can't. I mean, I'm no lawyer, but my understanding is that you can't just use a little bit to get over the sanctions. So yeah, you shouldn't. If that's happening, it could be happening. Nothing surprises me, but it shouldn't be.
So yeah, the embargo, the arms embargo on the Chinese was more of a political statement. Essentially, everything you guys were doing, talk about with using that ammunition and supplying it, everything was going exactly how it's supposed to.
Yeah. So the government needed this ammo, right? The government needed the ammo. That was their goal, right? And now when they put out the bid, they wanted to couldn't get the ammo from the Russians because they just put it on the Chinese had been on the blacklist since 1989. So, they wanted to get this family without violating their own sanctions, right? Without violating their own economic warfare policies. And so, because of that, they specifically put no Chinese ammunition, either direct or indirect, in our contract. Now, the weird thing was that they didn't say no Chinese ammunition that violates the embargo, right? They just said non-material, right? Because there is Chinese ammunition that doesn't violate the embargo. Just like if you had bought a Chinese AK-47 Chinese ammo in 1988, before it was still imported into the United States, right? In 1990, after the 1989 ban, you could still sell that weapon or ammo in the United States to a third party because you had bought it and it was legal. So it remained legal, right? And once it's outside the Chinese possession, that's it doesn't benefit them economically by purchasing it, right? Now, but it didn't mention, right? It just said no Chinese ammo, period. So when we discovered, and I don't know if skipping ahead to this, but when we discovered that the ammo from Albania was Chinese originally, we saw the dates on the manufacturing. That was manufactured in the 70s. So it was way before, the 89 ban. So it didn't actually violate the terms of the embargo. But because they had put no Chinese ammo, period, it did violate the terms of our contract. If not. So it was just that the Army had written the contract back and was really what it was. They should have put no ammunition that violates the embargo, right? But they didn't do that. They just said no Chinese ammo.
That would have helped you.
Yeah, it would have helped us. Because then we don't have to worry about it. But when we discovered that it was Chinese ammo, we had to make a choice. We had to decide. We had two options really. We could say, we could go to the government, the U.S. Army, and say, hey, just discovered that we were buying from Albania. Turns out to be originally from China, but hey, it was from China in the 70s, so we still do this. So just want to clarify our contract. Our contract says no Chinese ammo, but we didn't really get free choice, right? It gives us a waiver writing to allow us to deliver this stuff. If we had done that, two things could have happened. They could have said, yeah, that makes sense. Our bad. We didn't mean to write the contract that badly. It did mean that it should only be for stuff that violates the embargo. So here's a waiver, and go ahead and do anything. Or they could have said something along the lines of, well, yeah, that's true. We wrote the contract badly, but, all your competitors had to bid on that contract with that limitation. So it's not fair to allow you to continue to deliver that contract when you bid ammo that your competitors technically couldn't because we didn't know that it was Chinese ammo at the time we bid it. But our competitors probably knew because the history of that area knows that all the funds came from China. Interesting history. If you want to take a sidetrack into that, but
it's interesting. It's all stored in like caves and everything else. China manufactured everything. They moved everything to Albania to manufacture there, right?
Yeah. So it's a bit of a mix. So the history of Albania is interesting. It was run by some dictator and he was like a real communist true believer. He felt that the Soviets were a bunch of corrupt pretenders and true communists. And so he pulled out of the Soviet Union. Albania is a tiny little country. And he thought because the Soviets didn't like people being pulled out of the Union, they would enforce that. The Czech Republic so the Soviets had a history of brutally repressing people who rebelled against them. So he was worried the Soviets would invade. So he moved, and he was also worried the West would be so he thought he would be avoided by both the Soviets and the West. So he's retired. And so he made an alliance with Cal. And he felt the Chinese were as well. So he made an alliance with them. The Chinese were happy to have an ally. So they supplied him with massive amounts of military hardware because he was so worried about being invaded by the Soviet Union from the West. He formulated a plan which he called Total War, where every man, woman, and child would become a soldier effectively that against Japan. And in order to support that, he built a huge network of bunkers all over Albania, filled it with weapons and ammunition that he largely got from the Chinese. So the Chinese supplied him with weapons and ammunition that they needed. They also supplied him with manufacturing, like entire factories that he set up. So, which would look identical to the stuff that was manufactured in China. So, you know, there was one of the issues that was argued in the court case was that we don't even know if this stuff is manufactured in China or manufactured in Albania because the Albanians had manufacturing equipment that the Chinese didn't. So there's no way to distinguish the work that it's like. So that was one argument in court. But when we discovered that it was, Chinese, we made the choice. But that he didn't want to have the risk of losing $300. So rather than telling the U.S. Army what the situation was, taking the risk that he would cancel the contract, he decided to hire someone to take it out of the boxes that had all the Chinese markings on it and put it into like plastic bags to avoid corrosion and package that into like heavy corrugated cardboard box. And actually, we were planning on doing this even before we discovered it was Chinese because at the time it was interesting. Because we, at the time in 2003, 2007, there was a huge spike in oil prices. And that spike completely destroyed all our margins because we got to that. The air freight price, the majority of the cost of air freight is fuel. So, and because the oil prices were spiking, we weren't going to spend money on it. And so we realized that all the ammo was packaged in these heavy wooden crates. Transportation. And so in order to do that, we sent my good friend Alex over to Albania to hire him for his job. And he was the key founder of hardware box manufacturer. Hired this guy to once he got to us, so we only discovered it was Chinese already after we had decided to package it. But once we discovered it was Chinese, we were like, okay, we need to repackage it. But now we have to make sure that the documents which have all the Chinese markings on them, which are included inside the leather tins with the bullets, that none of that makes it into the movement. So, unfortunately for us, we were pretty dumb, and we set all this by email. So we left a very easily traceable paper trail of all our intentions when we decided what does 100 million So we sit We were shipping about 2.7 million rounds per IO-76 aircraft. He just crashed hold 45 to 50 so 45. So that's about 2 shipping containers per aircraft.
The big metal boxes.
Yeah, at the port. Yes, exactly. So about two 40-foot shipping containers into an aircraft, and each of those was like a little under 3 million. So that's so if you do the math, it's like 3 million for 2 shipping containers, and it's 100 million. Skills are not that great right now, but it's let's see, so about 180, about 103 million.
They just gave me the hell
what are the logistics involved besides the planes? There's a lot more that goes on transport. Hiring people to
Right, so that was a big job because that's a lot of
and how did that affect you guys? You guys actually
right, we did it, but we were saving so much money on the air freight that it was actually endless. Like we were saving. I think we struck a deal to like pay something like to people and we were saving it for
so and also the guy who you guys hired charged
right. So the guy who we hired to do the repackaging was a box manufacturer. Strong cardboard boxes. And we figured that he's already has a factory, so we had that person hired him to do the repackaging as well. His name was Costa Tradition. He was happy to do the deal, the repackaging. But then what happened was Ephraim, of course, could never make enough money, right? He was always trying to squeeze more profit out. No matter how much money he was making, he was always trying to get more. So he went over to, he kept on asking the Athenians to lower the prices. It was actually true money set that deal up for us. He kept on asking Henry, hey,
you know what? I'm going to be honest.
look, if you have the best price, you can get a better price anywhere. You already have the best price. And I was like, I got a nice fuel, so and Henry just stood for himself. So Ephraim, he flies over to Rabbi, talking to Costa. Costa is like, I have a friend in the military defense of India. It's an information to you. I don't know what Henry is. So Costa finds out from his friend that the MOD is officially selling the ammo. So to Henry for 2 cents a round. And Henry was selling it to us for 4 cents a round. So he was like, had like a 50% profit margin. And that pissed Ephraim off. Like,
you know, you guys were selling to the government for how much?
10.5 cents a round.
10 and a half?
Yeah. But I mean, we had to pay for the shipping. So the shipping was, I recall, actually about 3 or 4 cents a round. So we were making actually about the same amount as Henry. Okay. Now the thing is that one thing that we had no idea, we were sure that Henry was probably paying off some politicians. Albanian politicians, because he was actually very close with his son, Prime Minister. The son ended up suing him, and he lost him for defamation. It got talked at in court, so yeah. Luckily for me, it got talked at. It was ridiculous. It got married. But it was a big thing, yeah. It made Simon and Schuster lose all the money that they had before. Yeah, even frivolous lawsuits can cost you a lot of money. So anyway, Henry had a close relationship with his son, and that's kind of how he got access to so we assume, obviously, but we assume he was paying the law. I don't know how much of that he was paying off, but I don't think he was keeping the entire 2 cents around. But as far as Ephraim was concerned, Henry was being a total pig, and he couldn't believe how Henry was living himself, and it pissed him off to no end, and he wanted to get into the and so he was like, that's it, I'm going to cut Henry out of here, I'm going to go to the Alchemist Devil. And he cut Henry out. And so Ephraim meets with
That's a true
organization.
And she'll understand what I don't do there.
Nari was the head of the orange company.
Of the export. A government company that was in charge of selling and marketing so Nari was the head of that organization. And he reaches Nari. He has this meeting. Canary and his son, and another character who was a well-known mafia and
yeah, is this the story where he walks into the building selling construction?
Yes.
Wall Street, decked out office.
Yeah. Exactly. So Ephraim realizes usually he's a big Alex, who's there. The second he walked in, he really got really quiet.
And he's what, 21?
Ephraim is 21. And they told him that however, we know that he also hired this guy, Fox guy, not part of the organization. And we're paying him a bunch of money to do this repackaging. So, if you get rid of him, if you get custody, pay us some money for that, we'll give you a little discount on the ammo because we're making money on the deal. Screw that guy, you guys are in, And so he cut the Fox guy, Costa, out of the deal, and Costa got money back then. $20,000 worth of boxes. He didn't have anything to do with it. He asked people for it. He just didn't take his calls. Refused to pay 20 grand. Just like that. And Costa got really mad. And he knew what was going on. He knew why. Because specifically told him make sure that no Chinese documents get into it. He knew what was going on. So he goes and tells what's going on. He also tells law enforcement. I don't know if he told the FBI or his customs that investigating. He contacted someone in law enforcement and they started investigating. And his biggest mistake was he contacted the Albanian press and told them that there was a whole bunch of corruption with this deal, that he was working with politicians that got paid off, for this Henry deal. And the reason that was mistake on his part. Like a month or two after he did that, apparently he was driving by himself in his car on a flat road in a field, and suddenly had some sort of accident. He was thrown 30 feet from his car. They ruled it as an accident, but it was a very strange accident because there were no cars there. It was a flat road.
And also when from first went to Albania, he actually photoshopped a bunch of fake quotes, right?
Right. Yeah, for his preparation, for his negotiations with the Albanians, he goes and he's like, hey, listen, I gotta convince these guys to give us better pricing. So why don't you take, all the other suppliers' quotes that they gave us and just change the pricing to make it look much lower so I can use it as leverage and say, hey, look, I can help these guys, And so I did that. And do that. And just change a few PDF numbers.
They called bullshit.
Yeah, immediately, like Canary looked at it, he's like, that's fake. He didn't even look at it. He's like, I didn't punch something that shit. He's like, I don't want to see straight movies.
So, okay. Once you guys start repackaging the ammo, it all starts going smoothly at one point, right? So you guys start, everything's going as well. You guys are making so they're getting, departing from Albania, and then where they're going directly to Afghanistan.
So most of the time they were going directly to Afghanistan. We did have a story with the AK-40, the 757, the cargo 747 plane had to stop at Kyrgyzstan to review. That's when it got stuck there.
And that's what Putin got trying to play game.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't like that we were getting blacklisted because the Russians were supposed to be making all this money. It was supposed to be their deal. And so they were trying to mess up the deal so that the U.S. Army would be forced to come back. So they did everything they could to stop us from the So they leaned on all these Central Asian countries to not give us overflight permits. So, for example, Uzbekistan didn't give us an overflight permit for that. But then they'll like, I had the idea, why don't we just hire the Uzbekistan National Airlines to do the transportation? So they can make some money on it, and then they do it. And we did that. And the second we hired them, suddenly we got the flight. So even though the Russians leaned on that, the Russians didn't have the power to force that. As soon as the Uzbeks were making some money out of the deal, they were happy to tell the Russians to go back.
What was it like for you to have to get all these flyovers through all these countries in between Albania and Afghanistan? How far did you have to go? What was it like making these phone calls?
It was a pain in the ass. But in some countries were, some countries were fun. But certain countries, especially the Central Asian countries, were and we'd have to, at first we would rely on the logistics company. That's generally their job. They're supposed to arrange things. But whenever they run into problems, they run into and so we would call up the State Department and speak to the military officials and the State Department officer whose job it is to interface with the U.S. military and military country on their station. So, we would speak to the military officials and say, we have a contract with the U.S. Army, and they would go speak to their contacts and try to work these things out. Usually, they would be able to do it. It would take a week or two or three, but sometimes, in the case of Uzbekistan, it's just zero progress. Why?
This is the first time I think ever
it's very strange. Not like this. Something's going on. That's kind of weird.
I mean, I don't know
stuff.
church, so it's possible. But no, I don't remember ever hearing that. No, it was done. Done when it started.
What, like, so how much ammo, how much of these 100 million AK-47 rounds did you actually get?
So we ended up delivering 71 aircraft. Yeah, each with about a little under 3. So no, it was more. Yeah, because it was 100 giant power, right? Yeah, 70 times. So that's actually more than. Yeah, that's like that's. But it wasn't just the AK-47. We also delivered 760 rounds, delivering other types of ordnance as well.
He's like, I don't know if you know about me. My dad was married to my mom.
At any point did you guys actually talk about it? But at any point did you guys entertain driving there? That's just, I mean, in the movie, you guys drive through the Triangle of Death.
Right, yeah. So we did think about using rail. But we were told that security of that might not be good.
That's pretty cool.
And that it would be impossible to get because we were driving through a bunch of and if they find out that there's ammo on that train, they're going to stop it.
So, yeah, I think you're basically
we looked into a few different options. We looked at going by boat to go to Pakistan, driving by truck to Kabul, or going by rail. But in the end, it was just too close. Because we had the idea of the package being weight, so that kind of gave us, we would have made a lot of money with the because that was drastically reduced the cost of transportation. But it was also much more likely that we would lose the shipment completely, which gave me a really effect. So to the scene where we drive through the Triangle of Death is actually not 100%. It actually did happen, but not to us. So it happened to Stephen Chen, the screenwriter of the screenplay. Before he was writing screenplays, he was a journalist. He wanted to cover the war in Iraq in 2003. He couldn't find a flight into Iraq. So he got a flight into Jordan and then hired a driver to drive him to Baghdad from Jordan. He got chased by insurgents. But when he was writing the screenplay, he talked to the director and was like, man, actually, why don't you put in the story? The Beretta deal was a real deal. But it didn't happen. We actually ended up not really.
Oh, really?
That was one of the few contracts that we defaulted on.
So at what point did you get an once the deal was going smooth, and once we were delivering, like we were doing like 3 aircraft every other delivery smoothly done. All the hard work was done, and so because all the hard work was done, I started showing up at the office less, because I didn't have to be there every 6 months. Stress. So I was taking like a break. I was still managing the logistics and making sure that planes were arriving on time and people getting paid and all that stuff. Documents were getting sent to the right people, but it wasn't like a 60-hour day. And then he started complaining. He was like, "Hey, you're not coming to the office anymore." We need your help on these other deals.
So now I'm sitting there going, I'm going to fucking jail.
She's like,
Every glove looks like his ass. I'm like, I'm going to fucking jail. They're just waiting for me to get up.
and he's like, yeah, but if those deals fail, the whole company will be bankrupt, and then the Afghan deal fails. So therefore, you're responsible to make sure that the whole company has a piece of the whole company. And he was like, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll give you 1%. And I'm like, I think I'll keep my 25% of the Afghan deal. Because that's like, 90% of all the money coming into the company is the Afghan deal.
Because you know that's what you're thinking in his head.
Exactly. That's what I said. And so I was like, no thanks. I'll, I mean, you only give me 25% of the start. He's like, don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. And I'm like, well, then I'll just keep 25% of the Afghan deal. And, then he was like, a lot of people, the guys, at this point, it started off as one thing, but at this point, we hired like 12 or 15 people. So his office was a decent staff. And he's like, a lot of the guys around the office just it's hard to pay off. Like, why are you even? He's saying that anyway. I mean, I was like on great terms with everyone. I was like the good guy. He was always the guy screaming at everyone. He was stressed out around me. So I was like, he's saying that I don't deserve the money I'm making. He's like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's confidential. But a lot of guys are thinking that. And, so I'm like, you're thinking that. So I'm like, but you don't like, he's like, I don't think I deserve to get paid what you do. Like, I don't think that you're putting in the work that, that you need to be putting in, so therefore that's because, you're not pulling your end of the bargain. I'm like, what are you talking about? You're delivering, right? The contract's going well. Our deal isn't that I need to work X number of hours. I'm not a salaried employee. The deal is that, I get the contract to go, and then I get a commission off that contract, regardless of how many hours I put in. And he's like, listen, I'll tell you what, I'll make you official officer of the company, $100K a year, and you get 1% stock. That's my plan. And I'm like, I don't know, $100K a year. I'm supposed to be making millions of dollars from this contract. I will take what you agreed upon. And he's like, well, take it or leave it.
I went to get a job, so you get a license. Social Security card.
I walked out the door.
I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And my friend goes,
So I left, and it was one of the most stressful times in my life because I've been living off my savings until this point. Because like all the money I was making the previous deal, he insisted I roll it into the deal, so I couldn't pull that money out. So he had to fund the Afghan deal. He's like, we need every penny we can get. I'm putting all my money in. You should put all your money in. It's like, And so all my money was in his possession.
What was your 25% cut going to be?
So if we had completed the we were making an average. Okay, so we had bid it at 100%. But after we had a real challenge, as I experienced, right? But he renegotiated everything. So when we won the contract, he went back to our and he's like, guys, I've got the contract with my competitor. You want to do this deal? Let's go through this. Now I need it. I know you gave me a price before. You said that was the best price. Give me a detail. Other people who are going to give me better prices, and I can go with them. So like he would renegotiate everything like after the fact. He'd never stop negotiating. But because he was so good at that, and he did a lot of it successfully, I'd say mostly successfully, we ended up increasing our profit. And so we would have made it to a profit of $16 million profit.
Secret Service.
yeah, I was looking forward to making that $50 million, and my plan was to, as soon as that contract was done, to quit because I couldn't stand working. It was such a stressful person to be around. And I wasn't even interested in the business, to be honest. It was kind of cool to be involved in geopolitics, all that stuff. I felt like a hot shot in all these countries and arranging aircraft and ammo and all this stuff. But I was like, I don't really want to do this. I want to do something more enjoyable. I've always been a musician. So I thought, whatever it is that make millions of dollars, I'll be able to find a music career and prepare my teenage teen thing the last time. What teenage boy doesn't want to do?
So right after you go after the scene before, you walk away. Did you start your own company?
I did. Yeah.
And you had made contact usually through a trade show in Paris, I think it was.
Yeah, that was one of the
So it was one of the big military complex trade shows. What was there? The drones on display and shit.
Yeah, so it was called Euro Facility. I still have it. I think you need to be in the industry.
I was watching the show. I went up there. Watching the show.
And yeah, it's focused on military equipment. So we have Lockheed Martin's, Raytheon's, Northrop Grumman's of the world, DOE systems, all the companies from over the United States. They have everything from like small arms, pistols, vests, boots, camo, gear, all the way up to like helicopters. They had like this like live fire jet. It was like a stadium where like bleachers, a big field. Not a stadium, more like bleachers. They had like tanks like jumping dunes and attack helicopters shooting targets. It was super cool. It was super cool. Yeah, they had like military robots that would try to climb walls. And it was really
You were there as a young kid, trying to look snazzy, trying to look like a big shot. Loving shoulders.
Yeah. Got my best suit on.
Warlords.
Yeah, exactly. You pretty much modeled our look on Nicholas Cage.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. We're like, we got to get a suit like his, we got to get glasses like his, and a metal briefcase because that looks cool, you know? And so we were like, we don't get to take it seriously. So that was
So you were able to utilizing the contact so you started just going on the website trying to find contacts.
Yeah, exactly. So I figured, hey, I've just been doing this. Check this. Okay. Contracts. So I knew how the business worked. So I registered a new company with the government and started contracts. But before that, I took like a month and a half off. And then I realized that I was going to make more money. I was super stressed. And so yeah, I was like super stressed out. But eventually we got the new company up and running. Big on it was like for anti-aircraft ammo, and I was informed by the government that I wanted to do some of the audits, phase, similar to what we had done, much less than time. But like, they gave indication that I had to do this. I was going to make it. Just this one, because I have great and like the day before they were going to award the contract, literally the day before, the New York Times and the front page of the New York Times had my mugshot on it. shot next to a picture of Rusty looking ammunition. And they said that it was low quality ammo and it was like a scandal. Because where they got that picture was we had delivered, I think Ephraim had bought a bid on like 30,000 bucks. The Chinese stuff. Very reasonable. And he had bid on it sight unseen. It was dirt cheap, and it wasn't a large enough quantity for fly over there to inspect it. So his thinking was, it's so cheap, we'll roll the dice. If they accept the ammo, we'll make a lot of money. If they don't accept the ammo, it's not such a big, loss, right? Turns out, not surprisingly, the ammo was total shit, and it was rusty, and it got the recovery. They took one look at it. So Kabul didn't have like ammo with disposal services, right? So what they did is they just stuck those few pallets of bad ammo to like the side of the runway and it just sat there for months. The New York Times, after post claimed that started investigating, they flew it and start military officers that you see any of the stuff that they delivered. Oh yeah, that's stuff that that's some crap they delivered right there. And so the New York Times reporter went and photographed that, and they made it clear that was all the stuff. The front page story was that these two young stoners, they got in a mugshot actually, another incident where Ephraim had a fight with his birthday. And
It's a story you guys ended up calling the cops on the valet guy, and you guys
we got
arrested, so they were buying a little baggie of bacon yourself.
They did, they were. I'll digress and go into it's a funny story. So what happened was Ephraim's 21st birthday. This is a few weeks before we So it was his 21st birthday. We're going out with parties, and so we go. He was living with one of his friends, right? Even if he had, I don't know what, he had bad he's this like little skinny Cuban, right? And so he got to the valley guy wasn't there. And so he's like, I just see if I can get my keys from the closet. He opens up the closet, he's like, oh, here's my keys. Let's just go get my car. Right as he's getting his keys, the LA guy comes like around and sees him rummaging into his closet, and the guy gets, you can't go in there, you can't do that. And he gets really mad, and he starts running at Ephraim. Ephraim's like, no, it's just my keys. And like, I'm like, getting back in his face, Peter's just spots him. It's like that. So he threw the first one. That's all right. And clocks him right across the face. Then Ephraim starts fighting him back. And she's like that. There's a security guy runs in. Both teams. Me and the security guy run at them. We both pull right for Ephraim. To separate them. Ephraim's shirt is all ripped. I'm gonna get you deported, you piece of shit, and I'm calling the cops. And Ephraim's like, oh, my shirt is ruined. Let's go up and I need to change my shirt. And so we go up to his place, and he gets changed. Look out his bathroom, you see that the cops cars. He calls the cops, and you see that the cops are right there. And so the cop cars like 3 cop cars pulling and how we're like going down in the elevator, it was like, hey, I got some coke on you. If you're gonna arrest anyone, it's gonna be you and so why don't you bring my because that makes sense, right? You know, and so I'm like, we're about to talk to a bunch of cops. I'm like, well, just to be in case I don't suck, so I put like a little bag of coke in the plastic bag in my sock, and we go to this. You attacked me, and the cops were like, okay, you speak to yourself. Security guard and we come back. What did I have to do? Why are you arresting me? And the cop was like, oh, because the security guard said that you were holding the guy down while your friend was shooting him. And I'm like, that's not true. The security cameras all over. Why don't you go look at the footage and see that stuff? Now they got attacked up first, and I was just pulling them apart along with the security guys. So like, what are you saying? And why don't you just check the footage and see if it's true? And they're like, yeah, you don't need to check the footage. We have a witness. So you're under arrest. Get in the car. You slap the handcuffs on. I was like, oh, fuck. So fun. I got a bag of coke on my side. Get into the back of the security car. Back to the cop car. It's like a plastic cushion. The floor, there's no like rug under the floor. It's all like just rubber. Design these things on purpose. Trying to sneak it into a corner. What if they decide to take them to the. It was actually a female who take them to Miami Beach. She goes into what is like step out of the car. She's very thorough search of the back seat, like while I'm standing there. And I'm like, okay, well, that was a great. Good thing I didn't put it in the back of it. That was the right move there. And then she's like, okay, face the wall. And she gives me a very thorough search. Kind of like a very aggressive, she like squeezed the butt, I felt like she was a cavity search. It wasn't a cavity search, but it was a close as it could get. Like, I honestly think, and whatever, I'm not like, I don't think it didn't really bother me that much at the time, but like now that I think about it, I was like, that was a very suspicious search, not that I'm going to sue Miami Beach for sexual harassment or whatever, but she definitely seemed to be enjoying herself. Yeah, exactly. And so then I go into the police station, and police officer is like, okay, I want you to take your socks and shoes off. Right. And so I started shit out and try this one. First thing he does, he asks me to seat belt. Okay, that was another good move. Getting lucky here. And then he's like, you need the socks and shoes. I took the socks and shoes. He gets it my shoes. And I have flat feet, so I have orthotic devices on my shoes. What are these things? And I'm like, no, those are advices. What's it?
You'll get your prescription in just days. Let's make life easier. Like getting harder and discovery options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church family, right?
Trying to see if there's like a single thing. She's like, looks through like the spaces in the shoelaces to see if there's there, you try to undo the sole of the shoe to see if there's anything there, and he was just so focused on the shoes, and I guess he got distracted by the advertising stuff. I didn't even look at that. Wow. So got really lucky. As soon as I was in the holding cell, flush the button, you know, so it ended up being a misdemeanor charge that I didn't assault, which they ended up dropping. With the security message of the condo, right, you know, we were show that the New York Times got the mugshot. Yes, exactly. So that long story short, that's where they got the mugshot. Yeah. We were neither of us looked particularly good because it was like 4 inches mugshots. We like hold you in a holding cell, and then they transport you to jail, and you know, they take a sweet time. They actually put you in a prisoner transport van, which is like cargo with like a metal wall down underneath of it. Bench on either side, right? So it's super fresh, like you can barely squeeze in. And oh, you want to so you know, and you know, they stick you in. And most of the people there,
Send $5 to a friend in 2 weeks, 14 days. You'll get $10 off right in your account.
Cigarettes, you can see them talking, watching the game, and sat there for like suffocating on these fumes, you know, for like 2 hours. That's it. I gotta be honest, so get driven to the county jail. And then make you wait a whole bunch of more time. Then they fingerprint you. So like, I was pissed. Right. It was like a 7 show. And so I look pretty bad. 7 shows. What this school is supposed to be. So yeah, so you look pretty bad. And of course, the implication was that which was not true. Which was not true. It's just this one. No, I'm not saying that, you know, no responsibility was, should have never deleted it.
What's the end up being what, less than 1%?
It was, yeah.
Oh, no, it was 0.000.
Exactly. Crazy. Yeah, it's 30,000. So yeah, it was a very good time. And it was the term they used in the contract. It had to be operational without serviceable without qualification.
Right. Serviceable without qualification. Meaning they basically didn't care if it was super high quality. As long as it was best.
They just wanted to be, and that's all they did. No, which is interesting because they have a different set of standards for the U.S. The U.S. Army has very strict shelf life. Even if the ammo is properly stored, if ammo is properly stored, you actually could technically last forever.
But this podcast is basically
that works perfectly fine because it was vacuum packed and not.
And there's a fucking guy that watches everything.
Yeah, it doesn't really, by and large, go back. But the U.S. Army is super paranoid and super so they have very strict, I don't know the exact number, but something like we didn't have such things. How they created that purpose was that it was serviceable without qualification. Tested.
Double time. It doesn't work.
Which you know was getting grabbed by a
and so the guy from the DCIS, Jason Tampa, started investigating these guys, right? So investigating and so he got in touch with the guy who originally tried the boxing. Started talking to him. And then, so this guy, what was his, how did he get tipped off to this whole thing? And what was his
It seems like he was almost as driven to take down Deborah as Deborah was driven to do this deal.
Right. So I believe
That's it. Then he fucking goes back home. Try this again.
a little bit of
All honesty, you said no.
I believe that
All those comments I think don't be surprised on the podcast. That you learn some good things from some bad people, but some of it's very tough to digest.
no, DCIS, Defense Contractors. He's like the Pentagon's intern. Then he worked alongside Custom.
Everybody laid
So he was the lead in this. I believe he originally got tipped off about the Valodian injection. I'm not sure which one came first. There were two things. There was one competitor who was really pissed off that the Valodian had one of his contracts. This guy, but he insisted that there was no way that Valodian had really given these contracts. He must be doing something shady, and so he started, filed all these complaints.
His face is red.
Earlier. And I think he was talking about this. So that kind of got the Valodian on the radar. There was another incident where the Valodian allowed State Department brokerage license to expire because he didn't want to pay $2,000 renewal fee, and because he technically didn't have business with the Pentagon.
That's it, you know. And
You know, if you're going to work with third parties like the government,
I'm sure you have great things. You can keep this pace up. It's probably slow for you. This shit doesn't happen overnight. Because if it did,
so Roe had this license.
it's about the time you get what those heroes. You're about 48, you're like,
So he let it lapse. And then, because he let it lapse, there was some deal that came up which Tavis, he thought he needed this license for, but he didn't have it. So it's not like, I'm not sure which came first, but the competitors,
what that's going to be, so you better be prepared.
because earlier this license issue, but the combination of those things really
It just means the world to me. I was talking to the owner of Rothschild, and it's just comments at my level, features and like stuff. It's almost impossible.
And it seemed like there was a
Someone
political
takes a
war
chance on
going
me.
on
And he took a chance on me, Josh.
investigator
Takes a chance on me.
yes, he kept going
It's such a struggle right now.
stop your
To like get that opportunity. And I'm a lot luckier than most. So this is my second time at this club.
Yeah,
And
they,
it's just,
so once
you know, and
Tavis
I guess I've heard you talk about it, but when people aren't giving you the chance, when someone finally does, like I would, if the owner of Sides put it as that kill a guy, I probably would. Like it just, it's
he sent an email to me saying, hey, this is possibly
we don't take the chance when they want to take you out at all.
and the army was
Because
like,
it's not a funny business.
so if he wants to stop taking delivery, he needs a letter from the Attorney General of the United States, head of the Justice Department, requesting him to stop taking them. Otherwise, continue. That never arrived. So I don't know if Montavis tried to get the order and was denied or just exactly what happened. But the army didn't get that letter, so they kept on taking delivery. And they kept on taking delivery all the way until the point where the war changed. So they were informed like back in August, I think, about the Chinese origin of the They didn't stop taking delivery until March. So like more than half a year, they continued taking delivery, even though they were held by the Justice Department. That was possible Chinese origin. But they didn't care. They said the mission, Trump, you know, the needs of the mission trump, you know, your request.
right. Yeah, because it was
working quickly. I think there was even generals or something on the ground in Afghanistan. Yeah, they had a big shortage of that as well. So Afghanistan has a fighting season. They can only fight in like the summertime because it's very hot now in Afghanistan. And in the winter, the weather is so bad that it doesn't really fight because trek anywhere to conduct military operations. So the fighting season in Afghanistan was coming, and they were out of ammo, and they really needed the ammo in order to fight the Taliban. And so when we started supplying the ammo, they were thrilled. They were like, we need more of it. So keep it coming. And so when Taliban tried to put a stop to it, the army came back hard against that. They did not want to stop the supply.
So, what ended up happening with the Thomas? How far did you get? How were you going to be implicated in all of this? How did you turn that and what?
So, I left AUI in July, early July 2007. And customs at DCIS, but I got a call. I was waiting for this guy fairly recovering from ordeal, and I get a call because I was on great terms with everyone else. So I get a call from one of the secretaries.
This is how we did it. This is how we do it, cocksuckers. You gotta go for broke every goddamn day. Give me a minute, we'll be right back with my main man, Mr. Eric Alessandro.
We were so far. And
if you're looking for a complete meal, you gotta think
called Alex, who
fuel is your answer.
best friend.
It's perfectly balanced meal.
In
It tastes like a
the
milkshake.
movie, they have
Wound up and ready to go wherever you go.
that's not.
By condition,
We actually sent Alex
has a protein topping, 35 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, lots of fiber and low sugar, so you can stay fueled up. I love the iced coffee. I love the chocolate. My wife likes the iced coffee. She puts it on ice. And what do you got?
So anyway, I called up Alex,
7 grams of
friend.
protein. So start saving time and money without compromising your nutrition today. With this exclusive offer for new customers. Ready for this? 15% off when pressing in my exclusive code church at you.com. That's 15% off all new customers with code church CHURCH at you.com. See show description for the terms and conditions.
So Danny answers the phone.
Not the nutrition. Try Heal today for complete
Alex says,
nutrition.
hey, is everything okay there?
Fuel.
These documents, airplanes coming,
Anyway, we got my main man, Mr. Eric Alessandro. Staten Island zone, what's happening? There's a D in the beginning of that.
Alex told
Tell
me.
us, Eric. Okay, well, I gotta bust balls everyone does. Eric, sir, and you know he likes you when he gets your name. People still come up to me and tell me I'm the director from Israel. I'm the director of Israel. We have a friend of mine, Agostino. They call him the Agostino. That's how you know he likes you. Doing the thing. I'm sorry, that was maybe a bad sign. What's up, man? Thank you so much for having me. I have to tell you, last year you said something really nice about me on your podcast. And I just was
for everything.
I was numb. I was really sweet. Thank you so much.
Like doing the repackaging, like the fall guys, and he's like, fuck these guys, I'm at it. They're lying to me, I can't trust them anymore. And so he leaves. He's on the next plane back to the United States. and Alex and I both hired defense specialists. And the first thing our lawyers told us to do is go through your emails and search for all the keywords of all the things that you do, right, to see what written evidence there is. And so we did, and we learned it. We were very careless with emails. And the reason I think the reason we were so careless is because we were working all hours of the day and night in different time zones. It's very hard to get people on the phone sometimes, so you have to get them on the phone, you have to wait till the next day for them to be at the proper time, and you're fucking repackage all the emails. Sure, there's no Chinese documents in there. It's all in email. Okay, this is all documented. We are totally fine. There's no denying. And so our attorneys told us, look, we've got lots of evidence here. So probably the best course of action is to just keep it otherwise, because what are you looking at, right? There's a whole bunch of different ways to structure because the prosecutor has a lot of power, so what they told us, essentially, at first they actually told us, oh, if you cooperate with us, we're not going to charge you at all. You don't even care about these guys. You guys are just incidental. We're really just going through this. He's making all the money. You guys didn't know anything. So, we don't, we're not the kingpin. He's the guy who's making all the money and making all the decisions as well. So, it's really just cooperate with us. And so we tell them what we know. And then nothing happens for like 6 months. During the time, delivery refuses. Nothing happens. We're like, oh, maybe our lawyers tell us, well, in our political situation, we may let this go, because if the army wants to keep on taking delivery, even if they know something's going on, it seems like they're not actually going to pursue it. They let it go. There's no case at all. And then the New York Times publishes it on page. And suddenly everything changes. And suddenly the army says, whoa, we had no idea this was going on. We're going to cancel this contract. And we did it for someone else. And then the Justice Department, who had told us pretty much they only heard from in the last 6 months, they're like, hey guys, we're very sorry, but we feel like we can't charge the virility unless we charge you guys as well, because we're so involved in the whole thing. But don't worry, because you guys have been cooperating and be guilty, and recommend to the judge that you get the minimum sentence. He told us you didn't charge us at all. You're a convicted felon, even if you don't go to prison, that kind of fucks you up. So they're like, oh, well, we're very sorry. We have to do this. So we both played and Veroli tried to fight them for I just really I spent my entire life saving the internet. It's one of those things I try to get out of the comedy store, trying to do the Laugh Factory. I noticed that it was all politics. It was all this have a public thing where you had to play their specific game, and I was just like, I've never done that. So I just figured a different way to do it. I think I'm like an editor at heart. I love editing. And so I guess I just was like, what else could I? So the prosecution is way better. Yeah, man. I definitely not do a lot of shit. I think that might help me back though, because I was on too many things. I like making music. I like doing serious stuff. I like silly stuff. And it was kind of, I have a lot of generals back in the day, like agents or maybe cast parties. What do you want to do? So that was like all the fucking idea. You can't pick one thing. I'm all over the place, kind of. And Alex had to buy one from his parents. It was stressed to him. It's a really terrible situation. But he pled guilty. DeVaroli tried to fight it for like a year and a half, and eventually he after spending like $2 million trying to get it. But he ended up pleading guilty as well. And now then they also charged Ralph.
Because I'm always stressing about my career. Because, like, you know, it's not where I come from. Everybody's like, college garbage man, some secure, right? With the pension benefits.
Places.
And I got none of that shit. You know, I fucking pay $2 grand a month for health insurance. And it's dog shit. I don't even have a
They
dental.
charged him.
So it's scary. But, like, I was playing with son today, with my wife and my living room. I was like, man,
Just to give you an example of like how
playing around. Like,
so
even if it wasn't
they told us
like
they were like, hey, we have to
that
charge
financially rewarding, which it is. Even if it wasn't, I'm like, I would trade this. Dave Chappelle once said, when his dad
if
asked
you
him
guys fight
to
us,
be a comedian,
we're going to
he was like, well, Dad, if I can make as much money as a teacher doing comedy, that sounds pretty good. So I was like, that's a great way to look at that. If I can do what my friends, if I can make what my friends
as a
make,
separate crime.
because
Each aircraft
not
has
even
a
depending on what
document
the hell
that
is compared to how many hours a year or something. I have no idea. It's low. So like, it's such a blessing. And yeah, like you said, man, it's a journey. And even in the dark times, you look back and it's like, fuck it, that was worth it.
Each aircraft
Because
had a document
XYZ, or you got an idea from it, you know, and like living a regular life is so important. I live in LA, man. There's so many like my wife, she worked at this place in West
it was
Hollywood.
a form that
And
they
all her
gave
friends
us.
were actors, directors, and stuff. And I never
They
did
supported
shit.
him.
I never went out. I never got drunk. I only wrote.
But
All I did morning to night, I wrote constantly. And I would see them out. I want direct. I'm like, why the fuck are you here? Why are you here? Why are you hanging out here? You should be working on it. But I think in LA, it's easy to get like lost in. Everybody just up each other's ass and trying to like pretend to get something out of it. Like, I like going to TJ Maxx with my wife. I'll hear someone in Staten Island say something crazy. I'm like, oh, that's fucking hysterical. Man, that's real life. They real live, you know? Like, I was at Target one time. This lady was arguing with her wife, and the dad just goes, "Can you shut the fuck up in 2 seconds?"
You can have a chance of but if you plead guilty, then we're going to combine this
it's hard, but it's fucking great.
They can decide what to charge you. And so therefore you have a maximum sentence of up to 5 years. Because you pled guilty, you're going to tell the judge that good citizen from now on. You're very helpful in investigation, and therefore, to give you between like a lower scale. Just probation or 355 days. Make your choice, right? And so it wasn't really a choice. And that's why the federal government has cases, because the vast majority of the trial, because of the choices, so we both pled guilty, of course. We didn't have much of a choice. And Efren pled guilty as well. But one of the things that they make you sign a plea done, the government makes a promise that they will tell the judge that cooperative and repentant, please give me a full sentence. But part of that agreement is that you can't commit any more crimes.
That doesn't exist.
So how the agents can tell the judge that you're going to be a good citizen from now on if you commit another crime, right? So if you commit another crime, you validate the agreement, and then they can say whatever they want. So Alex and I were I went back to school. I started studying chemical engineering. I got a massage therapist. I was like, out of this fucking business.
I was just like impatient.
Super kid. I don't know. My kid was baby at the time. My daughter was just before.
You put your name in a hat.
And I was like, I'm
But
not.
then, like, the same 7 names are always on the list. So it's like, well, that's not really random.
Childhood.
And they also make you leave.
Full childhood.
Oh, I'm sorry, you can't leave.
So
it's like, you gotta sign up
So
at 5.
yes, I went back to
They
school.
don't put
I
up the list till
started working
7:30.
for a profit.
So if I'm like a bartender or a waitress or
Food
something,
kitchen. I was trying to
I have
make
to
myself
now
look as good as possible.
either leave twice or wait around.
And of course,
2.5 hours or whatever it is, an hour and a half, and wait to see if I'm picked where they can have a text message list.
were you allowed to go back into arm healing? So they told us to stay out.
And run back to
It
work,
wasn't.
continue my
They
shift,
said
and if I got a text,
just
like,
keep
you're selected, then it's like, all right,
don't
leave.
don't
But
do
like, it was just like a weird, like, unnecessary
In fact,
thing. I
so
remember being like,
I
I have all these
was
jokes I want to do,
I was
but like,
already because I had started my company.
maybe, I don't know,
As
once
soon
every
as
6 months,
the New
they
York
pick
Times
me,
article got
or I
published,
could just fucking say it to my phone. And
contract
20,000
USR
people
said,
see it, and that's kind of how I just like
just saw the
hustled
article.
that way. You know, like I was constantly writing, but I was really writing bits that I would do with like open mics and shit, and then I would try to figure out a way. Because other than that, I don't know how people would do it. Like you said, I don't know if you can have your
And
magical, I don't know if you have your agent, I don't know how the hell it works.
so if a road, so while we, so the reason it took 3 years from when she decided to charge us until we were finally sentenced was because the album, he decided to fight it. He decided to like, you know what, I'm just going to. And so then the whole trip was trial. He didn't want to sentence any of us until his trial was over because they wanted us to use us, all 3 of us, Alex, as witnesses in Alex's trial. As we were required to do, so we had so he had a trial in 2021.
Because LA has a combination of crazy and also American. So like here, it's just some guys on a 7-Eleven like, oh, there, it's I'm gonna be a storm and I'm fucking crazy. So you'll see somebody like I saw a guy riding a bicycle playing a tuba in LA, a homeless guy. I've seen one of the funniest things outside of Trader Joe's on Vine. He was just playing a guitar like a box has for change, and there was one string of the guitar. He wasn't
during this 3-year period,
it was a crazy fucking guy. So like, but now though, man, like at the comedy store too, like it's so
told him
like.
not to, but
I don't see cornbread goods, man, where they're actually
he kept on doing
so many people are there. It's like Disney World. First when you went, it was just like a comic
he's such
book.
like a trophy
Now it's like,
that whenever they do like
yes,
this deal that looked like they were about to
yes, now it has like a
cutting
clean
his interest, his own intermediary, how to run it in communications and like getting on the phone himself. So he could negotiate. He's a very good negotiator. So at one point, he was trying to do this deal to sell his magazines to some firearms dealer in Central Florida. And the guy who was trying to do this deal with Google's all the New York Times article was reprinted by every the Associated U.S. network. So, like I saw my name popping up and things like that. I've let the Google alerts, for like my name, and I saw my name popping up in all these, like every major city. And so he Googles him and he finds this entire story. This guy So he's like, I'm not going to get fucked like that. So he calls up the ATF, and he tells them that, and the ATF agents are like, oh, it's very interesting. Why don't you introduce one of our partners? And so he introduces one of the undercover ATF agents as his partner. Two different ATF agents. We can keep this. And you to come up. I need to meet you in person to do this. So why don't you come up to Orlando and he wasn't allowed to leave South Florida. And so, but he was like, fuck it. I'm gonna do this. Drives up here. He took the undercover ATF agents. And the ATF agent let me see that dude. Oh, this thing is awesome. He's like, we gotta go shoot him. Let's go to the range. Let's go pick up some ammo. And the ATF agent slaps some cuffs on him.
It's also guys who are just constantly there.
Oh my god. Because he had already pled guilty. He was officially a felon, which you can get up to 10 years in prison if you're a felon. So they arrested him for that. And they argued to the judge that he should not put him to jail because he was already violating the terms of his bail in South Florida to go to Orlando, so he's shown that he was not responsible for the terms of his bail. And so we didn't have to. For the while he was in all the whole round of trial played out, and eventually he could have gotten 10 years less could have gotten up to 5 years for fraud charge, because he felt guilty but they could recommend to the judge to go back to him. Could have gotten a total of 15 years. He ended up getting it. So he hired the best lawyers in the business. Negotiated he served, I think, 2.5 something like that.
What was
I would say the biggest lesson is that be careful who you are. Careful who you associate with. And that sometimes you may think that like I thought, my thought process the whole time was like, I really didn't like it. I didn't like working. I didn't like the work. It wasn't something that particularly interested me. It's really glorified logistics, really, it's more complicated logistics, licensing for military equipment, but also it's just a more complex version of logistics. It's not the kind of work I think they want common. I think that shit is, I think it's dire. For sure, I think that you and I hated working with because you're joking. I think that's been I thought to myself, people are aware of that. Just a little bit longer, weird time between like 2015, make millions of dollars with the crazy shit of like COVID. People started to believe the shit people were saying as if like it wasn't a joke. And like I'm good friends with Brian. I understand why I make that decision. This guy's just screaming just the craziest shit. Sometimes I cannot realize he's the sweetest guy in the world. Like, I mean, no, he's joking. I think that people are like, I don't know, at least comedy fans for sure, man. If you look at all the top comedians, it's real comics. It's not many. I have been like, I can make 100 corporate people who are like so good at this. Such a great attitude, like, people Tony's bigger than ever. So, just, I mean, I could have stopped, but I could have also very well not. Example of like people not giving a fuck anymore. I think that even SNL is like really very careful about who you like they run too hard on this kid. He like is like a taking the long view. Because you let me know you're fucking scared. But there's a lot of ways to make money, and what you wish becomes a huge part of who you are. And so you have to be very careful about because that's most of the time you spend is waking day is a job, right? So you become things that you work with. So you have to be very careful about what you do. That you're happy with the work you do, you're satisfied with the work that you're doing. Who you work with, you actually trust them, like them as a person, and I think that you never think that anything you're going to be just unfortunate, because life seems to always extend way longer than you expect. And most of the things you do just keep on going, especially if you're going well.
Do you ever think about him anymore? Do you reflect on all this at all, like day to day, or how much reflection do you do? Have you had any contact with him since all this went down?
So, I mean, in the beginning, I was reflecting about it a lot, because it was just such a stressful, terrible experience. Thankfully, now I don't barely think about him at all. Talk about the story. There are some things that kind of remind me like there's, I think that nobody is all good about that, right? There's a lot of things I admire about it. One of the things I admire is an incredible work ethic. I've never seen anyone work harder. Never. I thought it was working on obsession was very unhealthy, but he managed to achieve things that 99.999% of people never achieve. So, I've learned a lot about that, but I've also learned a lot about what not to do. You can't, as you said, you can't live your life burning bridges. I mean, I guess you could, he has, but eventually it will bite you in the ass, and it did. He spent 4 years in prison because he had no problem burning every bridge he came across. And to be honest, I mean, not that I wish this on him, I'm honestly wishing it on because he's married, so I don't know what his life is like, but I hope he's getting pretty about it, because Alex bumped into him after prison, I don't like thinking about him. Excuse me. I don't like thinking about him. I'd be happy if I never interacted with him again. Unless if he calls me up or whatever, he's like, hey, David, I've been thinking a lot about our time that we spent, and I feel like I really want to do. And here's a $5 million check of all the money I owe. I would be like, we're best friends now. You can buy my friendship like that. Yeah, I mean, if he apologizes and admits his wrong, and makes up for it, absolutely. I'm a forgiving person. I don't have like a vendetta against it. But he's never going to do that. At least every bit of evidence that I know about, my experience with him is that he's never going to do that. So in that case, I have no desire to interact with him, and I hope he doesn't hurt too many people, along the way of what he's doing.
How much money do you make overall?
Not that much. It's embarrassed to say.
Come on, tell us.
It wasn't that much. It was, I think, total, like, before the acting, somewhere in the neighborhood of like yeah, I mean, before the acting contract, I think, 8, 9 months, so not terrible to start out. Of course, that money got rolled into other deals, so it's not like I actually made that money. And then once I won the acting contract, so I was just focused. So,
what are you doing now?
What I'm doing now, my favorite subject. So I got into it. It's very interesting. While I was under house arrest, I got sentenced to 7 months of house arrest. Very, very lucky. Managed to avoid prison. Any amount of house arrest, as long as you have to pay. Exactly. I was with my daughter. Eat out of my own kitchen and use my own private bathroom. Paradise. Playing my guitar, and so I was playing a lot of guitar. I had an ankle tracker, so I couldn't And I really missed playing with other musicians in general, but particularly I missed playing with the drums because drums get people dance to the beat. Without the beat, music sounds kind of lame. So I was playing my guitar, but I really wish I could play along with the drummers. But no drummers can bring the entire constellation right now.
First place was in
Even if they did,
the Laughing Buddha in the city.
So I bought a drum machine, which is an electronic device. It goes on the table, like a bunch of buttons on each button. So I would make like beats and have like beats to play along with my guitar. But every time I wanted to change the beat to the first chorus, I needed to stop playing my guitar, press a button on the machine, and change the guitar and interrupt the music. So I was like, I tried doing it with my toe, but it was super awkward. And I was like, I need like a drum machine with a pedal, something that control hands free with my foot, not playing the guitar. And so I went online to, I was sure someone needed something. And I couldn't find it. And I asked my musician friends if they found it, if they'd seen anything like this, and they're like, I've never seen anything like that, but that sounds super cool. Let me know if you find it. I'll get it too. That's super cool. And so I did a patent search. Nobody had even patented the idea. Shocked me. And so I thought, well, everyone has it. Nobody's getting it. It isn't even a patent. So this is my opportunity to do something useful and constructive, with my life. And so I started, I didn't know anything about I started Googling it and about different types of engineering. And I was actually studying mechanical engineering in school at the time, but I was very young. But eventually I found the engineering team first time to do a terrible job at the whole process. It took me 3 years. So lovely probation period. 3 years until I got a working prototype. My first product was called the yeah, Singular Sound. Singular Sound. Singular Sound. Yeah, it's like Singular Sound. And since then we've come out with 7 other products all musicians. We have a cable winding device, music cables. We have the world's most advanced looper, which plays your music SingularSound.com. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, yeah, that's the site. Yeah, that's the world's most advanced looper pedal, which records your music and plays it back on YouTube. Lots of different music. Well, you just tap those little chrome buttons. That's meant to be a hands-free device. You see the wheel on the right side there, and you can control the volume of the different tracks as you grab them. You see that live. So that's our most recent and most technologically advanced product. That thing's incredible. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so the one on the right is the cable winding device. That one, the one on the left, the beat body, that's the first product.
Okay. You have 7 different products now.
Yes. And now we actually recently launched my brother. We came up with this idea for our first non-musical product.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. So we've always been like kind of complaining. I mean, I really shouldn't be complaining because we've done very well as the music company. We've gotten a whole bunch of awards. I've met some of like my musical idols who use my products. And it's super cool. Yeah, one of my favorite experiences was so I'm a big Alice in Chains fan, and like I learned to play guitar just like their music as a kid. And their bassist, Mike Ness, he came up to me at a trade show. He's like, "Oh, you make a beat, buddy. I just got one 2 months ago. I'm like writing all my music on it now." You know, I was like, I learned to play guitar listening to your music. That's so fucking cool. Yeah. So it was super, super cool. Yeah. Yeah. So I have no complaints. You know, like we've done very well with the music company, but with Singular Sound. But there is the industry aimed at musicians. Musicians only comprise about 5% of the population. People who consider themselves musicians. And people who buy high-end musical tech products are only 10% of the world. So the addressable market is relatively small. And you could do very well in a small niche market if you have great products. You do very well. But my brother and I have always been trying to come up with ideas that could appeal to everyone, not just musicians. And so we were hanging out at my place, and we were eating mango. And mangoes like very fibrous, and so like get stuck in your teeth. And so my brother asked me if I had done this last time. Mango fibers in your teeth. And so my brother and I were holding my back, both flossing up to the park. So what if we everyone would like that, right? And so that would totally do so well. And so we started coming up with school ideas. We had all these crazy contraptions until we realized that water flossers. You know what a water flosser is?
Yeah.
So it's like
the dentist uses.
I don't know. The dentists don't use water. Yeah. Okay. I thought dentists use. Yeah. Some dentists do. So you could buy a water pick, which is a water flosser. Okay. Which is they've been around since I think the 70s or 80s. And they've done research. The way it works is it shoots a single stream of water, and you have to aim it at the gum line. And you trace your gum line. Yeah, there it is. Right there. So it shoots a single stream, and it's like a toothpick made out of water, and you trace your gum line. You have to deal with the top gum line, the bottom gum line, and then you have to point it from the inside of your mouth, pointing out your gum line. Pointing outwards and tracing the gum line on the inside of the mouth. And that's very cumbersome, and it's supposed to be an exact 90-degree angle to the gum line. If you do it like pointing up at the gum line, point down, it doesn't properly. So a lot of people, when they first use it, it has quite a high ring. The splash over the mirror, feel effective. It takes some skill to learn how to do it. So a lot of people who buy water flossers, even though they're a lot more comfortable than screen, and they've actually been scientifically verified to be more effective than screen. So the water that's under the gum line washes out all the bacteria, which screen is not. So they've done studies on this. Water flossers are more effective than screen when used correctly. The issue is that a lot of people don't use them correctly. The angle around both sides of the teeth. So we realized if we could design a better water flosser, all the science is there that shows that water flossers are more effective. So if solve the things of a water flosser, then that would be a successful product. So actually brought a feat of our innovation. So we came up with this, which is we call it the InstaFloss, instant flossing, InstaFloss, kind of like Instagram, but flossing. Hold it back a little bit, like closer to the microphone. Like the microphone is. Okay, so the way it works is it's like an H shape. Yeah, and which your teeth, you bite into it like that, and there's jets that shoot out from both sides towards your teeth, and so you just put it in your mouth, and this thing turns. So you just put it in your mouth like this. No way, and you're done. And it does both the outside, the inside, top and bottom, and it's just a 10-second sweep. So it takes you 10 seconds to floss your teeth, and because the way it's built, it's at a perfect 90 degrees all the time, and so you don't have to learn to do the 90 angle. You can just lean over the sink, and all the water just falls into the sink. So it's a much easier to use device. It's faster. It's easier to learn. And like all water flossers, so we are manufacturing this now. It's the first manufacturing run, anyone who wants to get it, go to instafloss.com.
Instafloss.com. So website's already up.
Yeah,
Pull it up,
website,
Austin.
Instafloss.
And Ken, so are they? Are you still in the manufacturing phase of it?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we're doing the first production run now. We're going to deliver to the people who pre-ordered. We've sold about 25,000 units to people who ordered them in advance. And it is.
Damn, look at that.
Yeah, and we're raising money as well. People can also invest and become we're raising money to expand because we have like a huge backorder and we have retail partnerships and potential within large companies to do large manufacturing and get into
That's really fucking cool. I'm definitely gonna order one of these.
yeah, thank you.
I need one.
Everybody does.
Yeah, for real. Flossing sucks.
Everyone hates floss.
Nobody does. Yeah. They're cool, man. I really appreciate you coming on here and sharing this.
My pleasure.
I'll link both of those below.
Thank you.
So you can check them out. Yeah, probably cool. I really appreciate your time. Goodbye, world.
Somebody fucking stood up on the camera the wrong time. Oh, I got coughed or whatever, but I think just throw shit out. I have 2 up there. I need to have more, and I'm gonna start. I need to go. It's my biggest.
Thank you very much for traveling here and doing the show, man. I very much appreciate it. You're a fascinating story. The first thing I wanted to ask you, why do they call you Mad Dog?
Well, we could be here all day talking about that, but I'll give you a quick synopsis. In 1989, when I was stationed in Paris, I'm a long-distance runner, and I would go running through the big park there at Bois de Boulogne. And Bois de Boulogne is many, many acres. It's probably at least as large as Central Park in New York. And I passed a dog one morning, a German Shepherd, got about maybe 10 yards past him. No barking, nothing. Suddenly I felt the most intense pain in my right leg. And it turns out that German Shepherds, on a pound per square inch basis, have probably the most vicious bite of all dogs. And my leg was in his jaws. And I jerked my leg out, bleeding profusely. I started to run, but nothing like run a dog. So I picked up a heavy tree branch and I attacked the dog and ran him off. And then I hobbled home. And I got to the embassy that day. And the people in the medical clinic said, well, we didn't get tetanus shots, but considering how erratic that dog was, no barking, no nothing, before it was just unprovoked attack. There's a good chance he's got rabies, and so you need to go to the Pasteur Institute where they developed the rabies vaccine and get the rabies shots. Now, at the time, I thought this was going to be 21 shots in the belly, which people could tell you about. Yeah, horrible, horrible thing. I got there, nicest people in the world, the French doctors said, oh, Mr. Lawler, no, we've developed new vaccines. You're going to get one shot in the shoulder today. The next week, you get another shot. And the week after that, a shot in the other shoulder. And if you do that within 30 days, if you haven't been bitten, it'll basically immunize you from the rabies virus. And he said, if you don't get it within 30 days, the survival rate is there's only been one person in history who's ever survived rabies. And he says you go progressively mad and you get horrible health. So I thought, no choice there, I'm taking the rabies vaccine. But I got back to my office in the embassy, and I've been having some trouble with some folks back at headquarters. So I made a list of all the people I was going to find if, in fact, I got the rabies. So my nickname was born in 1989. I thought it was justifiable. I was going to go out with a bang.
What an amazing story. And that there's no better. I couldn't even think of come up with a better answer than that. Being called Mad Dog. That's perfect. That's funny. So you started in the CIA in what year?
In 1987.
And your career, and how many years were you in the CIA?
25.
25 years. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the majority of your career was dedicated to dismantling the spread of the WMD programs.
About 2/3. Yes. So the latter 2/3. Yes.
And what was the rest of it doing?
Traditional espionage,
Okay.
counterterrorism, counterintelligence, going after high-value targets that you wanted to recruit, to basically steal secrets.
What is, from your perspective, personal, from your personal experience, and from a broad general perspective of the CIA, what kind of person or what kind of people do the CIA want to recruit as spies, and why do you think they recruit you?
Well, it's, again, a bit of a story. I was in my last year of law school at the University of Texas, and the CIA, this is in 1976, the CIA came to campus hiring for attorneys for the Office of General Counsel. Because like any large bureaucracy, you have to have some number of attorneys to keep us out of trouble or get us out of trouble if we're in trouble. And so I had an interview with a former CIA operations officer named Wood. And Mr. Wood and I spoke for 3 or 4 minutes in this interview, and he looked at me and says, Jim, have you ever considered my best concerns? I looked at him and said, no, I don't know what you're talking about. So this was in 1976. There weren't movies, you didn't have television series like 24 or Alias, anything like that. But yeah, there'd be some books written, but nothing really about what CIA does. I mean, what it does. And he looked at me and said, well, yeah, I can't tell you much about it. I think you can do this. Oh, unfortunately, at the time, my wife's mother was very, very ill. And the chances that we were really going to move to Washington from Houston, Texas, and then 1,000 more miles. So I returned to my summer break the next day, and instead of becoming a sea officer or pursuing that career route, instead residencies to live vacancies. But there's usually a big reason why you're no longer in a family. I was so frustrated, making a lot of money. In fact, I was making more money than I was making in my life. But it was absolutely unfulfilling psychologically. I didn't think that I was earning my money. I was being paid a lot, and I thought it was only because I'm doing this. And I don't want that. I want to be self-validated. I want to accomplish something. And so I would come home and was constantly complaining to my wife. And finally, after gosh, months ago, she looked at me and she said, "Did I do something about it? Or that's your belly." So I kept Mr. Wood's business card, and that night after dinner, I went in my office, I typed out a letter, and this was before the days of the internet. Our door had not invented it yet. And so I typed out a letter, mailed it the next day, and it wasn't 3 days later I got a phone call from a young woman who said, "You mailed Mr. Wood a letter a few days ago, and he would sure like to talk to you if you'd be available next Thursday at the Holiday Inn at 3 o'clock and go through." And she never used the letter CIA, nothing like that, just Mr. Wood. And I said, fine. So I went to this interview, a couple hours, and he said, I'd like to fly you to Washington. So a couple weeks later, I went to Washington for 3 days for testing. Then I was invited to come back about 3 or 4 months later and doing my security check, my background check. Got through what they call the full lifestyle polygraph for counterintelligence and lifestyle. And this is to make sure they know how penetration of the CIA, criminal, complete in that case. I don't know how I got through the psych exam, but I did. And a few weeks after that, they called me up and said, we'd like to offer you a position as a CIA operations officer. And again, the bizarre thing, Danny, is I had no idea what they wanted. It was very, but I was so desperate to get out of Texas, to get away from the family business, and to make my own mark. Now, even though the job offer was probably 1/3 of what I was making financially, and we knew nobody in Washington. My wife was actually pregnant with our first child, and I thought, we've got to do this. And she said, sure, let's do it. I knew you weren't happy. So we packed up the car and baby and everything. Actually, she was pregnant. We didn't have baby until 3 months later. We packed up the car, moved to Washington, and I did not have a clue as to what I was going to do. But after I started in February of 1980, it became apparent I could see what I wanted to do. And what they want me to do for long term is to manipulate people, to exploit them, to subject them, to subordinate them, to convince them, to manipulate them, to betray a trust. And these are all pejorative terms, but that was essentially what I was having to do. I was going after people and gauge their vulnerabilities and their stresses, and then I would recruit people to become spies for me in the streets. So when we hire operations officers, we look for the ability to communicate, we look for sincerity, we look for resilience, we look for creativity, we look for people that can think on their feet. And I guess I had a fair share of some of those qualities. And so I began my career manipulating, exploring, and supporting people. And I found out that not only was I pretty good at it, but I enjoyed the hell out of it.
What were the traits that the people who recruited you, what were the traits they saw in you that you didn't necessarily know about yourself?
I think my ability to communicate, both on a mental and physical level, and almost a metaphysical level. And they, I know that sounds strange, spooky, like good, that level of metaphysics. But the ability to hold on to somebody, focusing on it, to be so intent that the other person is totally relaxed. I become their therapist. I said before the show, one of my assets, I said that talking to me was like praying, it was like warm water bed. And I just want to totally relax them and get them to do what I want them to do. And so I have a talent for number one, spotting stress. You don't recruit happy people. You recruit unhappy, stressed people. And you're able to offer them a solution to some of their problems. And so I was able to do that. And you're right, it was an amazing thing because Mr. Wood was there at the University of Texas Law School, hired families, looking for ops officers. And he had been an ops officer, and that old saying about it takes one to know them. I think he must have seen me. The fact that I turned out to be better as an operations officer. We had enough attorneys. In fact, I was talking to a young man the other day, and I said, don't worry if you don't have a foreign language. We can teach you a foreign language. What we can't teach you is interpersonal skills and the ability to communicate. By that time, you're usually born with it. And we can develop it. We can take you from a certain level and tell you some of the ways that you people do. But frankly, we get born with it.
What is the difference between recruitment within the United States versus internationally? Because your recruitment, the job you were doing was mostly all international.
Well, for one thing, if you mess up in the United States, you're not going to change. If I messed up overseas, there's a chance that the security police would be called and I could be expelled. I had diplomatic cover. I was under State Department cover, so I had diplomatic protection. And if I pitched somebody, basically made a recruitment pitch, and they rejected it or reported it, I could be arrested and expelled from the country. And that happens sometimes.
Now, the people you were recruiting, the people that you were targeting and recruiting, were those people similar to yourself?
Some were fellow intelligence officers. In fact, that makes it easier sometimes because you're kind of dancing around the subject. And yet, if you're a fellow intelligence officer, you know precisely what I'm doing. If you stay still there, if you want to be recruited, then it makes it so much easier. The other folks there were not necessarily intelligence officers. They were diplomats, they were scientists, they were folks that had access to critical information that needed for our national security. So all job types, all genders, I've recruited males and females.
What was your first assignment?
I won't go into it. Let's just put it, it's an alpine country.
Alpine country.
Yeah.
Okay. And what you can't get into the details.
Well,
of
the
what you brought in.
details of the specific location, I would not like to say that. I mean,
Can you tell what you
well, yeah, I was doing. I was an ops officer, pursuing multiple targets. Anything that our headquarters singled out as a high priority for us, we would get a cable, classified message to Washington, which outlined exactly we need people who have access to the following type of information. And they might send it to some selected officers, or they might send it worldwide. And you just have all the operations officers start pursuing these targets. So I had one particular cable I received from Washington that said that in a short time, a year or two from now, we're going to be engaged in some highly difficult negotiations with the country. And we have no access to what their negotiating positions are, how they're going to approach this let's say, negotiations. So therefore, if you know anybody in your circle of contacts that has this type of access, you need to go after them. And it turned out that I had met a gentleman a few weeks earlier, and he fit the bill exactly what I needed. So I started developing him. So we increased the contact, and we were trying to find out what are the target's vulnerabilities. What is it that I can do to try a recruitment pitch and get him to spy in our country? And so I started intensifying the relationship, and after, I don't know, maybe a couple of months, I had it in my head that I could recruit this guy. Now, I was incredibly naive, thinking I could recruit this gentleman simply on the force of my personality and hopefully our friendship. Well, I had identified really no vulnerabilities at all, except he really liked me. But you're not going to get somebody to be at espionage just because they like you. So, but anyways, Washington was good. And so I put together some proposal that I was going to recruit this man. And they get off on it. Yeah. In retrospect, I'm amazed that they agreed to it. So it showed you how desperate they were. Well, I took the guy out and pitched him. And the first time you do a recruitment pitch, it's like the first time you do anything. The chances are it's rather accurate. It's going to become very apparent as to who you really are, that you really are CIA spy, an officer, and that you're trying to convince the other person to commit treason, to commit a crime. In fact, usually it can be a deadly crime. In some countries, they hang people for doing things like that. There's a lot of countries that do. So, but I launched it, and my target just looked at me and says, "Jim, he says, you and I are friends, and I'd like to help you, but what you're proposing, that's morally wrong." Now, I've pitched Danny maybe 50 or 60 people in my career. He's the only person who ever posed an objection. People usually pose an objection to, well, they hang people in the country for doing things like that. I do. I had one guy I pitched, and he said, "Well, no, not right now, but you know, my son's 3 years old and 15 years at the university age, I might need some. Well, I made a note of that. And 15 years later, the agency came to me and said, "Your friend said this way back then. Do you think you make it?" I said, "Yes." So we've taken that rain check. He actually said, "Can I take a rain check on this?" He literally offered this making it. And I said, "Yes." You cash that rain check here. To go back to my first pitch, it was a failure. The guy turns me down and says, "No, I said, "Well, so I go away from this winter. My first recruitment pitch has just gone down the tubes. But we have a saying in the CIA that it's okay to get turned down, but not to get turned in. So if you complain to his boss and his other foreign embassy, and by the way, his boss was the ambassador because he was number 2 in the embassy. Yeah, very senior officer. And I could just imagine, tells his boss would come storming into our embassy, into our ambassador's office, pound on the table, and say, "This is an outrage that young Mr. James Lawler, third secretary, has just propositioned my deputy to become a traitor, commit treason. This is outrageous." And then I was thinking, well, what's Washington going to say? Yeah, they approved it, but it must be Lawler that screwed it up, somehow. I'm gonna be left hanging. So that was what I was thinking about for 2 or 3 days. And finally, I thought, let me call him, just test his feelings towards him, take his temperature. So I called. I was relieved to hang up his phone. And all I said was, I really enjoyed our dinner last week. I was thinking maybe if you were free this Friday, we could have another dinner. And to my great relief, I said, I'm just thinking that would be very nice. So I go to the second day with my only goal being to smooth the waters. If there's any feathers that have been ruffled, to smooth it. If he brought it up, I'd say, well, let's not even think about that. We're still friends, but let's not do that. So I was feeling I was prepared. Instead, I get to the restaurant. The waiter goes away after leaving the menus. First thing out of my friend's mouth is, "Jim, that offer you made me last week, is that still good?" I said, "Of course it is. It's like me, because we're friends." I said, "What you don't know is just a few days after dinner, my wife announced that she wants a divorce. And I can't afford to pay her the alimony to which she's entitled, and put my 2 high school-aged boys in private schools. I can't afford to do all that unless I accept you." And he said, "I know it's morally wrong." And I started to say something about that. And I said, one of the things you learn in law school is if the judge rules in favor, shut up, get out of court. And I said, I just took it and proceeded to become a very spy. In fact, he started bringing me out stacks of classified material, and sometimes inches of it. And the first time he did that was he was handing it to me. This is highly classified material from his embassy to me. And he said, "What I haven't told you is that I hate my boss. Our ambassador is a real son of a bitch. He goes around taking credit for everything I do, everybody else in the embassy does. So when I hand you this material, it's like I'm kicking that son of a bitch in the face." I took the material and I said, "You buddies, go get some more and let's keep them together." So revenge, because you ask yourself, normal people, unless they're a complete sociopath or completely narcissistic, normal people aren't going to do this unless they feel like they've been betrayed first. If they feel like their government, in this case the boss, has betrayed them, then they're just eating the score. The Jesuits even call it covert compensation. You're compensating. And so I'm not the traitor. They are. They betrayed me. That's how they deal with it psychologically. And he was an amazing asset. We had to put him through a polygraph test. Some of you may have heard it called a lie detector test. It's more of a stress detector test. Little validity that actually proves that you're lying and telling the truth. but it does measure if you are reacting to some questions. And so we would go counterintelligence, a strict counterintelligence polygraph test. We try and make it pretty black and white to make the questions yes or no. Absolutely yes or absolutely no. For instance, have you told anyone about your secret relationship with CIA? That's an easy yes or no. Did anybody direct you to volunteer for this? Meaning the second one. That's an easy yes or no. Thirdly, are you working with any intelligence service other than the USA? Very easy to answer. And the polygrapher, the operator, is not supposed to ask questions that are not already rehearsed with the box office release. You're not to go off on a fishing expedition or anything like that. As luck would have it, I had a very naive young operator who's never even been overseas before. Lord knows how informed he can be. First question out of his mouth, he goes, well, I'm just curious, but why are you doing this? I thought, oh my gosh, let's not get into morality of this or anything like that. It's like, you see, my new asset, new recruited asset, becoming suddenly having an epiphany and storming out of the room. He laughed and said, because I think this is going to be a lot of fun. He was a spy wannabe, and boy, did he help us out. It was later estimated that he went back to his home country, and he would provide not only the negotiating positions, but all their fallback positions, everything. For instance, the last time you bought a car, wouldn't you like to know the bottom dollar that the dealer would take? Or if you bought a house? Yeah. And otherwise, they would walk away and laugh at you. We'd love to know that figure. That's what we got. It was estimated that it saved the United States, this is very national security related, billions of dollars. So this wasn't just getting it for the grins, it saved the country billions of dollars because of that. So I learned that usually motivations to commit espionage are multiple. There's never, hardly ever a single motivation. And it's never about money per se. It's always money. In this case, he needed money for his children, to put them in private schools. He did it also because he was now in a literally psychological curriculum. If you go through a divorce, you're psychologically driven. If somebody like me is in your orbit, you've got access to classified information, and I want it, I'll become your best friend. That's how I became his best friend.
He's 10 months old. Yesterday, I haven't told anybody his
Did you ever get into a situation where you had somebody question your friendship to them after you approached them with the CIA side of things?
No, but that is something you think about. In fact, I'll tell you this. The ops officers who are rather poor ops officers, mediocre ops officers, they are afraid of hurting people's feelings, of saying exactly what you just said. Well, Jim, so now I see you really wanted to just get me to do this, and with this friendship is meaningless.
She thinks she's going to be a farmer or something.
You have to take that chance. I tell my students, I teach CIA officers, FBI special agents about recruiting. I said, if you've never had a recruitment pitch turned down, you have a pitch with people. Meaning you're not taking the chance, pushing the limit, controlling the situation. But a poor ops officer would, A, here's rejection, and B, here's consulting the person, hurting their feelings. That's part of the thing. You just got to take that on board. But I never had anybody. I had some people gently turn me down. Gave up faith. Maybe I misgave. Nothing like that.
So, is what you're saying, the people that you would try to recruit or pitch, for example, somebody you have been building and maintaining a friendship with for years?
Not necessarily years, sometimes only weeks or months. In one case, it was 11 years.
Right. Wow.
Because for the first 11 years, I didn't see any apparent vulnerabilities or stresses. He and I became extremely close.
So the friendship was real.
Oh, well, absolutely.
The friendship was real.
I won't say the friendship was real in all of my recruitments, but in this one, it was absolutely real. In fact, we still refer to each other as brother. And he moved away from his first posting to a second term posting. And in the meantime, while he was abroad, while he was serving abroad for his country, the government changed. And not only did the government change, but the ethnic group which controlled the government and dominated the majority, it was a minority dominating the majority, it flip-flopped. And so suddenly he was upset that he could no longer be promoted in spite of whatever he did. He said, there's a glass ceiling. I could work my rear end off, forever, and I'm not going to be promoted. And this is, and he wrote to me, and he said, Jim, how can I give loyalty to a government that treats its citizens like that? That's like a big sign saying, this was 11 years later. Oh, he'd also gone through a divorce. In fact, headquarters nicknamed the Dr. Divorce because divorce is such a tumultuous period, psychologically and financially. Our son went through a divorce, and he was devastated. He was very vulnerable. Well, his wife had a baby. She moved back to her home country. And so when he was coming up on my child's third birthday, I knew he was going to be back in her home country. And I said, I think I have an idea of something that might appeal to you work-wise. Why don't I meet you there? I have to have a trip to Europe anyways. I'll meet you in this country. He said, fine. So this is 11 years after I've met him. We've got an extremely close relationship. So what we call breaking cover. I told him who that man was for. Told him how much I appreciated the fact that he protected me if he suspected that. That took 30 seconds. And he said to me, now I have something to believe in. And so he joined my team. He didn't feel like he had betrayed anything. He felt like his government had betrayed him. And so he was on my team. Worked for us for a number of years, and today he's a successful businessman in his country. A few years ago, I said, Jim, I'm half tempted to put a picture of you up in our business with a caption that says, our family. But he's a real great guy. I love the guy like a brother. I mean, I'm not making it up. He's like a brother.
What are the biggest misconceptions of the CIA?
They go around killing people willy-nilly, or we were constantly armed in war zones and high threat situations. Yes, we're armed. Actually, frankly, I tell a lot of my CIA and FBI students, I say, you probably do yourself a disservice if you go around puncturing the lip with the CIA. Because if people think you're everywhere, you know everything, that can actually be a mistake. Yeah. In fact, we do a lot of wonderful things, amazing things, but a lot of it could be myth.
To me, I just had a guy who was a former FBI interrogator, and I asked him, what are the biggest differences between the FBI and the CIA? Because to me, it seems like the CIA just has this element of mystery around it. The FBI does.
Mystique, yes.
Very mystique. And I was explaining to another friend of mine, to me, it seems like FBI agents are dogs, CIA agents are like cats.
Yeah, I think I've heard that analogy before. Yeah, and we serve our own purpose. And they are primarily law enforcement. They try to get into intelligence. Sometimes when they get into intelligence, they need to look at it more from the way we look at it. We're not law enforcement. I don't carry a badge. I don't have the power of arrest. In fact, if I would participate in a joint CIA-FBI operation, they would have to temporarily give me some kind of authority that I don't have. You're going after different goals, things like that. I've trained a lot of FBI special agents on recruitment techniques and intelligence operations. And I think they appreciate it. It's just a different way of looking at it. It's not to make court things. You're trying to recruit somebody to give you intelligence. It's a different goal. That's really different goal. It's more long term for us. They're trying to get a conviction. And that's what they're the best law enforcement organization in the world. And sometimes their seniors, that's really what they're focused on, is doing that. And they have a tremendous public relations appeal, whereas we try and run don't do public relations.
Right.
They do. To their credit, they do.
To you, what are the biggest differences and who is the number one? Like, how would you rank the world's top spy agencies, from the CIA to Mossad, MI6, the Chinese clandestine service, all of them, and obviously the Russians.
So those would be probably the top five. Certainly, but
there's a lot of them. Those are the top five, and so if you could rank them or compare them, and also secondary to that, how many of these different spy agencies have you been in contact with personally?
Probably all of them. Yeah, never underestimate them. And of course, the British, MI6, they're our allies. They're extremely good. They're smaller than us, and so they have to have more bang for the buck, just like Mossad. Mossad is much smaller. In Mossad's case, it's an existential issue, the survival of the state of Israel. And so they're incredibly focused. My hat is off to them in some of the operations they've pulled off. Person for person basis, they're one of the best in the world. I'd rank them in the top number two. British as well. MI6, I worked with MI6 for a lot. They are incredibly dedicated. The Russians are traditionally been good. No one ever underestimate the Russians. They're really great. A lot of people, a lot of resources. Issues. The Chinese, just by overwhelming numbers. I pity my poor FBI colleagues having to deal with Chinese espionage in the United States, because it's almost like human wage attacks during the Korean War. Hundreds of thousands of Chinese coming at you. This is they are willing to spend a lot of money, a lot of manpower, a lot of time on issues. Russians let's put it this way. During our Manhattan Project, the Russians penetrated the predecessor organization, which today is either SVR or FSB. These are domestic and foreign intelligence services. And then there's GIE, military intelligence. But the NKVD recruited people within every part of the Manhattan Project. They basically stole all the plans for nuclear weapons. And when they detonated their own nuclear weapon in 1949, they absolutely copied ours, even though they had their own domestic design. And in fact, the Russian scientists were really hurt that they weren't going to detonate a Russian design weapon. But the intelligence chief at the time, a man named Maria, he said, look, if this doesn't work, it's going to be my neck and your neck. So we know the American weapon works. We're going to do that. So the first atomic bomb the Russians detonated in 1949 was an American design that they'd stolen from the Manhattan Project. And my hat is off to them. They had every level of the Manhattan Project penetrated. Every level. They had redundancy. It was incredible what they did. So you have to respect your own.
When it comes to cybersecurity and cyber intelligence, from like spying on phones and different kinds of software that are being used, from what I understand, Mossad is number one when it comes to.
Well, I've read the same thing, and some of these spy tools are coming out of not so much Mossad itself, but out of very brilliant Israeli designers, cyber designers. They have some of the best software and hacking tools in the world. I mean, world class. Some of the best. In fact, there was some controversy about who they're selling them to. Not just allies, but to some countries that probably shouldn't have these type of things. But you're right. I would say that they have some of the best designers, and we have good ones too. They have some of the best.
And when you
travel to different countries and go to these different embassies in other countries, you have to, the agency or the government has to declare you.
Okay, it depends on the government. If it's a friendly government,
If it's a friendly government, they would typically declare you.
declare me that even though my title is first or second or third secretary, it looks like I work for the State Department, but I actually work for the CIA. So there were certain governments where, not all, but certain governments that were allies, where we'd say, well, Mr. Waller's really a CIA officer. I may have liaison responsibilities, meaning I work with their service, with their intelligence service, and I may not. But, yeah, but then we would have a certain number of people, especially in some countries, that are totally unclaimed. They're working under deep cover, or they may be working under commercial cover.
Out of all the agencies, which agency do you think has the most widespread tentacles, covert, in the United States or other countries?
Probably the Chinese, but the Russians would be a close second.
Really?
Oh, yeah. The Chinese simply by numbers, and their idea of intelligence collection doesn't exactly track with ours. They may be stealing, intellectual property. It's not classified. But if you're Monsanto and you've developed a certain very disease-resistant plant, and you've put, millions and millions of dollars into developing, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars, developing a particular seed variety, and then some Chinese spy steals it to take it back to China, simply, okay, it's not a military secret, but it's food, it's worth a lot of money. So they have penetrated industry, government, a lot. And I think they have incredible resources to do that. Russians do too. I would think the Russians probably more interested though in traditional military subjects and aerospace and defense things to steal.
Yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with the story about Huawei installing their equipment on cell towers. What did you make of that story?
Well,
and for people listening who aren't familiar with it, could you sort of explain what the overview of that is?
Well, they're a dominant designer of routers and things like that, but you can put a back door in this thing. It will allow the host, the country that you came from, China, to get access into people's computers and things like that. Even at really at the base of the thing, at the router, you can more easily penetrate inside the target. Very successful company, and I think now there's a ban against in the U.S. at least of anything Huawei related that's near military installations. And the Defense Department, fortunately, no longer buys anything from them.
Right. Yeah. It was wild to learn that they installed their equipment on cell towers that were in the proximity of ICBM sites.
Right. Coincidental? I don't think so.
Wow.
Yep.
Could you imagine it being the other way around? Could you imagine China using our equipment?
No, I can't.
It seems like, I mean, and pardon my general ignorance to international politics, but it seems like China, if you look at the world as the biggest countries competing, it seems like China's winning.
It's gaining ground. Whether it's winning, I don't know. It's interesting. We've had Nobel Prize winning scientists. A number of them have been ethnic Chinese. None of them have ever been somebody from China, as a Chinese citizen.
Interesting.
Their education system does not encourage free thinking, creativity. That's why we have so many Chinese students who come to the United States and stay, because our system actually nurtures that and encourages that. It's a totally different perspective. And yes, they're I'm not saying they don't develop some indigenous, very ingenious things. They do. But I think most scientists appreciate the openness and the freedom here to pursue certain scientific avenues, rather than having the government tell them to do this and take an American design and copy it. How creative is that?
Right.
Now, they take it, they perfect it, add some features to it, and produce it a heck of a lot cheaper than we can produce it.
Are you familiar with the social media app TikTok?
Yeah, I mean, that's controlled by China.
Right. And so TikTok in China has regulations on it for people under a certain age group where they turn it off after a certain time at night. It's only educational content.
Well, those rules don't apply to those that goes abroad. So
Right.
Lord knows what they're sucking up.
What do you make of all that?
Well, again, they're using their economic might, everything to gain influence. I've had my colleagues who served in third world posts, maybe in Africa or Latin America. So the Chinese are everywhere trying to gain influence.
Oh yeah, all over Africa.
All over. They're coming in doing big infrastructure projects just to gain
Bridges,
roads, just to gain more influence. And it's not that the Africans really like these people,
right?
But they don't have a choice sometimes. If they come in, the Chinese come in with the money and they want to build an airport or bridges, highways. And it happens. But they're buying influence in a major way.
How does that affect the global chess game? What do you think their perspective is on doing that? Are they just trying to diversify their investments, or do they have other goals? I mean, obviously they have other goals, but
I think to project influence, yes. Do I think that we're going to have a Chinese-dominated world? No, I don't think that. But they have come from a position of weakness, not 30 or 40 years ago, where now they are a world player. And they never want to be treated as the sick man in Asia, where the British and the Americans, especially the British, they dominated the Chinese, taking Hong Kong, taking Macau, things like that. The Chinese considered that a major insult. And of course, the Japanese invaded, killed hundreds of millions of Chinese. The Chinese are not going to put up with that. So they never want to be in a position of weakness like that again. I can understand where they're coming from. But I don't think they're thinking that 50 years from now, everything's going to be dominated by China. Maybe they are, but I don't think so. I think this is just them feeling their oats, getting influence. They still have an Air Force and a Navy that's nowhere close to ours.
Yeah, it's just, if you think about the evolution of warfare, during the Cold War it was nukes. Before that, World War II was boots on the ground and bullets and tanks and whatever. It seems like with what China's doing with things like TikTok, or with what's going on in Mexico with shipping fentanyl into Mexico and training the cartels to distribute fentanyl, put fentanyl in heroin and distribute that only to the United States, which is having a dramatic effect on young people in the U.S. It seems like they are taking another route to try to dismantle what's going on in our country.
I don't know if the Chinese government is deliberately doing that. Chinese have their own numerous criminal gangs. Whether there are elements of the Chinese government that are aware of what's going on with these Chinese gangs, they probably work more closely. We don't work with the mafia, but it wouldn't surprise me if these parts of the Ministry for State Security or the People's Liberation Army have at least contacts inside some of these Chinese gangs. I don't think that this is coming down from the Politburo of Beijing, though, to infiltrate fentanyl into Mexico. I think it's purely a financial thing, right? Wanting to get people hooked on stuff, but that's a criminal thing. Again, maybe some government awareness, maybe some rogue government agents are aware of it. I think the Chinese government itself has bigger things to do than something like that.
Yeah, it's fascinating how long China has been around, an ancient civilization. They have mills there, fabric mills that are older than our country. I want to get into a little bit of what you were doing in counter-proliferation overseas. For people who aren't familiar with what that means, can you give us a definition?
You're right. It's so there are two terms. Non-proliferation means you do not want weapons of mass destruction spreading. And then there's another term called counter-proliferation, meaning you want to actually set a WMD program back. And by WMD, weapon of mass destruction, I mean either nuclear weapons or biological weapons, to a lesser extent a chemical weapon, because they don't have the same far-ranging effects that nukes and bio does. And then also you're concerned about the delivery systems, the drones, the cruise missiles, the strategic missiles, the ballistic missiles. And I got into that in the latter two-thirds of my career and found it tremendously satisfying. I tell my fellow case officers it's psychologically righteous when you can shut down a nuclear weapons network that is trafficking a weapon that could kill 140,000 people. This is important. This is not a minor issue that we need to be paying attention to. It's a significant issue. And so I really found that very energizing and satisfying to work against WMD networks.
Are you able to tell what specific part of the world you were working in?
Well, initially I started out in Europe, but then I came back to the United States in the mid-90s. I was heavily involved in counter-proliferation efforts worldwide.
And I think this is a good part to interject. Your book, Living Lies, was absolutely fascinating. You claim it to be fiction.
Should I show them a copy
Yeah,
of this?
Yeah, absolutely. Fascinating story.
Well,
is the reason you call it fiction because you have to keep certain secrets secret?
It was easier to get it cleared, I guess. Everything I write that has anything to do.
Yeah, hold it up by your face.
Sorry.
There you go. Perfect.
You can get this on Amazon or Barnes and Noble or Book Baby, which is my publisher. So.
Perfect. And I'll link it below in the description as well.
It was I didn't want to do memoirs. I had a lot of friends, agency friends who've done memoirs, and a lot of things I did were so classified I'd never get them cleared. And we have to submit everything we write. You make a lifetime commitment once you're a CIA officer that you submit anything, any manuscript that has to do with CIA intelligence to what we call a publication review board. And they can tell you, no, you're not going to say this, and they can literally knock it out. And you have to delete it from your manuscript, or just leave the blacked in portion out. It looks like what's gone wrong with this page. It's got black marks all over it. You can do it either way, but you can't mention certain things. So I submitted Living Lies to the Publication Review Board, and it took them a year to clear it, even though it's fiction. It's out of my imagination, fiction. Maybe thinly disguised fiction, but fiction. I mean, there are some episodes in there of things that I closely modeled after some things I did, but it is fiction. And they had a request for five really minor redactions to take out a word here, a few words there, a phrase here. None of these were, by the way, in my opinion, classified, which is supposed to be the criteria. I mean, you can say all the negative or positive things you want about CIA in the book, and they don't care as long as you don't mention classified. These I didn't think were classified, but then I asked myself, because they don't affect the storyline, I'm going to fight another year on this. So I just said, fine. So I took those offending phrases and words out. And then when I submitted my second espionage novel, In the Twinkling of an Eye, they only took a month to clear it, and no redactions, and an actual request for a copy for the CIA library. So maybe because I was not a total jerk in the first one.
And what is the premise of In the Twinkle of an Eye?
It's about a Russian and North Korean conspiracy to develop a very devastating biological weapon for assassination or for genocide. And so the North Koreans and the Russians conspire on this, and a very talented FBI agent with some help from the CIA recruits the penetration of this program.
Sounds terrifying.
It's supposed to be, because it is. It is actually biological weapons in many aspects are more terrifying than nuclear weapons, because with nuclear weapons you have what we call choke points, the fissile material, which is the guts of a nuclear weapon. If you don't have that, you don't have a weapon. And you have to have some fairly sophisticated technical skills too. biological weapons, though, the knowledge of how to do a biological weapon is so ubiquitous, so common. There are thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people probably in the world that could, if they wanted, put together a biological weapon. It might be crude, but some folks could do a fairly sophisticated one. You may, those of you who are around in the year 2001 may recall the anthrax attacks. And it turned out that was a disgruntled and nutsy scientist at Fort Detrick in Maryland. And he ended up killing about 13 people with that. Could have killed many more. And we had to spend billions and billions of dollars to go in and remediate the areas that were contaminated with the anthracis spores. So it's out there. I'm kind of stunned that more biological attacks haven't happened.
How much of those books that you wrote, how much of those are fiction, and how much of those are true? Is that true?
Well, there's nothing in there that's a total stretch. Although I conceive in Living Lies, I come up with this physics principle, neutron phasing. I just made that up. It's supposedly a dramatic way to increase the yield of a nuclear weapon. That was totally author's license, just fictional license. But the actual things that go on in the book and the other one, there's a lot of truth. I'd say a good 95%. And the second one, In the Twinkling of an Eye, I got that one as well. It's it is all about this weapon. You can see the biohazard symbol in her eye. And the Russian scientist his father was at Chernobyl as one of the fire chiefs and lost his life when the Chernobyl explosion occurred in 1986. And he's treated well. He's sent to the best institutes, but he finds out that his father and the others didn't have to die. It was all a huge mess up, screw up. What happened to the Russians? And then he tumbles into the fact that they're using his very advanced skills as a geneticist to develop this horrible weapon. And so that's when he's right for recruitment, but ideologically, I don't believe in this. And yes, I want to get back at these people because my dad would still be alive. And so they develop a way to communicate with him using a lot of artificial intelligence and a small doll. And I'm not going to give away the plot. But, and it's actually based on some people I know. In fact, I based characters in my books on real people. And I get their permission. If they're a good guy, I tell them, I'd like you to use you as a model for a character. If they're the bad guys, that's top secret. I don't tell you who they are.
So what is going on with Iran and the nuclear?
Up until 2016, we had this joint comprehensive JCPOA. It was a prohibition against the Iranians developing advanced ways to enrich uranium and which they could then use in a nuclear weapon. They're allowed to enrich uranium up to 3.67%, which is light enriched uranium. It's what they commonly use in nuclear power plants for peaceful purposes. But not to exceed that, because when you get up into the 80s or 90% enriched, you're talking about a weapon. And the only other use for it would be a nuclear submarine, which they don't have. So,
I didn't know they used the highly enriched uranium for submarines.
For nuclear subs.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure if they use all nuclear subs, but you can use it. But really, the only other practical use of highly enriched uranium is nuclear weapons. Because there's only two sources of a nuclear weapon. There's either highly enriched uranium or plutonium. The HEU is enriched from the natural 0.7% up to 80 or 90% to get a weapon, or you just take it up to 3.67% for power plant, for fuel, for nuclear power plant. And we were very concerned that they've actually enriched a substantial quantity of their uranium hexafluoride up to about 60% enriched. And they didn't need to do that. To go from 60% up to weapons grade wouldn't take too many more passes through their high ultracentrifuges. And so that's a troubling thing. Other troubling facts are that there's a sunset clause on this thing. It's only going to exist for 8 or 9 years. In the meantime, we will have taken off all the financial sanctions against Iran. That will free up billions of dollars for them. And Lord knows what they're going to do with that as far as terrorism goes. But at the end of that 8 or 9 years, they can do whatever they damn well please. And they're not no longer within the terms of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA. It's actually damned if you do, damned if you don't. If we have the agreement and the Iranians cheat, which is basically the premise of my first book, is we have an agreement, we reach the agreement, but they decide they want to have an ace in the hole, a covert nuclear weapons program. Well, then we're screwed in that case. But if we don't do the agreement, then we could inadvertently push them into a nuclear weapon. They say, well, what do we have to use? They do that. Now, a lot of people naturally are concerned if Iran has a nuclear weapon. I'm concerned as well, but my bigger concern is not that Iran per se would have a nuclear weapon, but suddenly all of their neighbors, such as Saudi Arabia, Turkey, the United Arab Emirates, everybody in the region will feel like, well, I've got to have one too. They have different religions. The Iranians are predominantly Shia Muslim, whereas they're surrounded by Sunni Muslim. And a lot of those countries might say, well, we're not going to let Iran unilaterally have weapons. So it's a very, and the point I'm trying to make, Danny, is the more countries that have weapons, that just logarithmically almost multiplies the chances that someone's going to use one of those weapons either intentionally or accidentally. And that would be a horrible thing. It would be not just for that, but then somebody might launch a counter strike. And it's going to make a very unstable region. It's already unstable, completely unstable.
When we have more nukes than anybody in the world, it's like saying we're the United States, we're the only ones who get to have nukes. Us and unfortunately Russia, but no one else can have them.
I know that sounds hypocritical, but I think I'd rather us have them. And some of my friends, good friends, would like us, the whole world, to totally eliminate nuclear weapons. That's not going to happen. I think it's a laudable goal. It's not. How could you ever prove that Russia didn't keep some of reserve, or the Chinese didn't keep some of reserve? And I guarantee you they would.
Is it true that Putin can't by himself make the decision to launch a nuke?
Now, I don't know that. I don't know if President Biden completely by himself. I think he could give the order, but if some general said, "What is this all about?" In fact, I think there was at least. In fact, I know there was a case in the former Soviet Union where they actually ordered a strike, and there was one commander that said they thought they saw incoming U.S. ICBMs coming in. Turned out it was something else. It was total error. And this one very sane, pragmatic Russian commander said, no, we're not going to launch. They didn't. Otherwise, it could have been the end of the world.
So, yeah, I was under the impression the U.S. president had the power to hit the nuclear button.
That may be true.
But, and then that in Russia, it's different because people say that Putin, he looks like he has cancer. He might be going crazy. He's a mad dog backed into a corner right now because of the United States. He could press the button because he's going crazy, but apparently he has a bunch of commanders or generals who have the ultimate decision to make that call.
That may be true. I don't know.
Okay. Interesting.
I hope it's true. I hope that there are some people that would countermand them.
What is your view on what's happening in Ukraine with Russia and with us? I think we just wrote them like a $13 billion check.
Well, I'm a strong supporter of defending Ukraine and against what I consider to be absolute Russian aggression. And I actually think that sentiment transcends political parties. We have a lot to divide us, but I think that both of our political parties are fairly united on supplying the Ukrainians with what they need. They got invaded. And it was this type of, if we had just turned our head, it would be like the appeasement that happened in the late 30s, where Hitler took over Austria, Anschluss, and he took over the Sudetenland, and then he basically all of Czechoslovakia, and we kept turning our eyes and appeasing them. You don't appease dictators. And so finally he invaded Poland in September of 1939, That's where the Western alliance, at least the British and the French, drew the line.
Well, what would you say to people who claim that what we're doing right now with the Ukraine is the same thing that we did with the Mujahideen to fight the Russia, to fight the
To a certain,
Soviets?
okay, to a certain extent. And guess what? It got the Soviets out. You know, when we gave them stingers, they had to leave.
Right.
Now, that morphed into Al Qaeda and some other cancers. Yes, I know. But I think the difference is, and I don't have very many Afghan friends, a few, but by and large, I mean, the folks in Afghanistan were terribly divided. They had the Northern Alliance, they had the Taliban, and they had elements in the South, and they've never been a united country, frankly. They were cobbled together, and they have vast differences in religion, political outlooks, and things like that. Whereas the Ukrainians are basically westernized. They think like us. I guess I can identify with them more than I can with different alien mindset in Afghanistan. I don't fault the administration for getting out of Afghanistan, but I do fault them for the way they did it. Just abruptly left a lot of our friends in the lurch. I mean, I guess maybe it's because my son lost one of his best friends. My son was a Marine. He lost one of his best friends there with a suicide bomber. And you wonder, after all the money and blood that we've spent 21 years later, what have we got? We've got nothing in Afghanistan. I think, though, that our values with Ukrainians are more common values we share. And these people have been invaded. It's not Ukrainian against Ukrainian. Well, sometimes it is because the Russian-speaking Ukrainians or ethnic Russians could be. But it was literally naked Russian, the Russians invading and trying to force, we're just going to take this land.
If you look at it from Russia's perspective, that we're using Ukraine as sort of this, as to taunt Russia, and we're using them as this, it's like this tug of war. They're just this pawn in this big tug of war between the U.S. and Russia. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I recently saw Oliver Stone's Putin interviews, where he did I don't know if you saw that, but it was a long form interview. It was like a couple hours long of interviews with one-on-one with Putin. But in a lot of the NATO countries, the U.S. has been installing intercontinental launch sites, or they call them defensive. They're defensive missile sites, but Putin's claim was that within a couple hours, they could be transitioned into offensive launch sites.
Well, a lot of those countries have joined NATO because they were dominated by the Soviet Union after World War II and forced them to be part of the Eastern Bloc in the Cold War and Iron Curtain. So they naturally, and even now, even the Swedes and the Finns, who have traditionally been neutral since World War II, are wanting to join NATO. And this was not up until Putin invaded Ukraine. I mean, he's accomplished exactly 180 degrees what he hoped to accomplish. He's now driven most of the rational countries in that part of the world into thinking, I want to be part of NATO now. I don't want to be invaded like I can see what you're saying, that there can be an argument made for the Russian sense of encirclement by NATO. But they bring it on themselves by acting like the bully in the neighborhood and then getting all upset because you want to have a cop protecting you from the bully.
The financial element, the financial chokehold that we put on them with the sanctions, from what I understand, is Russia actually has the ability to pay off their debts. However, they've been cut off from the ability to access that money.
That's right, because for one thing, oil is typically denominated in dollars. I guess you controls that. So we've been fortunate in that respect. I think the sanctions are starting to hurt. What's hurting me, I think probably more, is the fact that thousands of young Russian boys have been killed in Ukraine. Many thousands. Eventually that filters back, to people. 15, 20,000 are estimated dead. Russians. We lost, 60,000 in the Vietnam War, but that went on for 20 years. this has only been 7 months, and they've lost maybe 15 to 20,000 dead, and gosh knows how many wounded, injured. That's got to eventually, in fact, if he has to resort to conscription, meaning a draft, that's going to be a tremendous morale in Russia.
I think, what is the city in the south that's on the Black Sea in Russia?
Odessa.
Not Odessa, I'm sorry. Odessa, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I think, one of their goals, right, is taking Odessa.
Oh, they'd love that because it controls a lot of the sea lanes of the Black Sea.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So they took Crimea, they just annexed it.
They annexed
That was about 6 years ago. And they were wanting to, in essence, if not politically, at least de facto, annex parts of the western or eastern parts of Ukraine. Now, again, their argument would be there's Russian speakers there, these people are leaning towards us, not towards you. But the way they were doing it was just absolutely outrageous, going and killing people.
See, my whole perspective on the things, obviously, this is like a general overview of it, but what would have happened? Would there be all this blood and war and death if we hadn't dropped billions of dollars of armor, of weapons into Ukraine, onto the border?
If we hadn't today, we would have.
stayed out.
Okay, if we stayed out today, you'd have a Russian-dominated Ukraine. Zelensky would have been shot. A lot more Ukrainians would have died. I don't begrudge the Ukrainians a single dollar. I wish we'd give them twice as much.
Really?
Absolutely. And in fact, I would say even more advanced weapons, and maybe establish a no-fly zone, meaning that NATO would actually, that would be close to an active war, but to actually shoot down Russian aircraft.
And in addition to that, there was reports of U.S. veterans going to Ukraine and fighting. And what if one of those United States veterans that went over there on their own whim to fight got killed?
Well, actually, I think that's happened already, because we can't control people that go over and volunteer. And the Russians might think we can control them. We can't. This is not the CIA, Department of Defense, infiltrating veterans into Ukraine surreptitiously. These people do it on their own. We can't. I don't know that we can legally prohibit them. Maybe we can, but they can go and do that. And I think actually one or two have already been killed or captured.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. A handful, 2 or 3. It's tragic. But yeah, I think that's happening.
Do you think Putin would drop a nuke, or what? If so, what do you think would actually push him to do that? Like, what do you think his mindset is when it comes to even dropping like a small tactical nuke?
I think there is minimal chance of that, but it's not a 0% chance. Maybe less than 5% chance.
Why is that?
Well, because he knows that would absolutely set NATO off, and he would have to fear what the repercussions of that would be. We might establish a no-fly zone and do some other things. So, ultimately, right now the Chinese and some others are trying to stand on the sidelines. But if you use a tactical nuke, I think even they would say, no, that's too much. That's too much.
What is Russia's relationship with China?
I'd say it's quote-unquote correct. They're not allies, but, China is probably sitting gleefully on the sidelines watching this because they don't want a real strong Russia. They certainly don't want a real strong United States. But they'll trade with the Russians and things like that. And I'm sure they depend upon Russian oil and gas. That's unfortunately China does not have a lot of oil and gas at all, which is horrible because they've got so many people. I don't think they've ever found oil and gas reserves and would serve the population. So they depend upon Russian oil and gas, Iranian oil and gas, some of our adversaries to supply them. But as far as, the Chinese try to get along, but they aren't coming out rah, Russia. It's just, in fact, there may be some pretty vigorous conversations prior.
Well, what do you think happens if, we flew Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan? What do you think happens if we start to intervene in Taiwan the same way we're doing in Ukraine?
Well, I don't think we have to. Taiwan is pretty heavily armed. And it's not as easy as invading Ukraine where, Russians are right on the border. They can just come across. The Chinese have to cross, is it 60 or 70 miles of water or more? You know, and not that they couldn't do it, they could. But it's not quite the same. It would be pretty costly. In fact, I'm sure Xi in China, Xi Jinping, is watching this Russian thing and thinking, God, I hope that doesn't happen to us. And watching the Russians be set back.
Right. When it comes to nukes, if that unfortunately were to happen, what are your feelings on mutually assured destruction? Is that still a thing, or is that?
Okay, so during the Cold War, we had this concept called mutually assured destruction, meaning that if the Russians launched strategic weapons at us, we would counterstrike. And pretty soon, not only Russia and the United States, but most of the world would be a desolate wasteland. So it was called MAD, which it was, mutually assured destruction. You know, a tactical nuke means we're talking order of maybe hundreds of tons, thousands of tons of TNT. The bomb that destroyed little boy that destroyed Hiroshima was a 14 kiloton weapon. That's 14,000 tons of TNT yield. That killed 140,000 people. Now, the amount of explosive power that brought down the Oklahoma Federal Building in 1996 and killed 165 people was only a ton and a half. So if you multiply a ton and a half by 1,000, you start to get a bare idea of what a small nuclear weapon can do. Now, a tactical nuke usually would be probably not even a kiloton, it would be several hundreds of tons, whatever. But it would still be the type of thing where you're just opening Pandora's box. What's next? I think there may be a greater chance you might use chemical weapons, but even that would be horrible.
Didn't they find multiple chemical weapons facilities in the Ukraine? I remember that lady Victoria Nuland was being.
I don't think so.
They were questioning her about that.
No, that was a lot of this is Russian propaganda. In fact, we have gone in, we, the United States, the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, has made it a goal to go into states, former states of the Soviet Union, and help them turn their biological weapons labs into producing pharmaceuticals and things like that. We actually pay their scientists to convert to peaceful uses for medicines and pharmaceuticals and things like that. But the Russians have accused us of going and equipping the Ukrainians with biological weapons programs, and that's nonsense.
So maybe you can find a video on this on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I saw a video of Victoria Nuland being questioned about biological weapons facilities, multiple in Ukraine.
And they were former biological weapons when it was part of the Soviet Union.
Oh, okay.
And we have spent a lot of money, a lot of your taxpayers' money, to go in and make sure they don't produce biological weapons, but they produce things for vaccines and things like that are needed.
Right.
Because the difference between a plant that manufactures vaccines or manufactures some kind of devastating virus or bacteria is very slight. You can use a lot of the same equipment for either good purposes or bad purposes. I can assure you 100% what we were doing was to help the Ukrainians. They have vast crops there. They're one of the biggest wheat producers in the world. Consequently, they need the right fertilizers, the right wheat seeds, the right everything. They need to battle root blight, things like that. So their biological labs they're designed with pesticides and things like that. So we were helping them convert to peaceful. There's no offensive biological weapon facility in Ukraine.
What do you think would happen if the United States, our continent, actually got hit by a nuke or a bomb? What would happen if Russia actually dropped a bomb somewhere in the United States?
I think we would retaliate.
Do you think we would do the same?
Oh, absolutely.
Or do you think it's possible that we wouldn't retaliate? Instead, we would go in, take out the regime, and claim Russia for ourselves, for our own?
Well, I don't think we would do that. I think we would probably do a counter strike. In fact, I'm sure they have standing orders. That if say somebody were to take out New York or Washington, that we would strike that. Now, what scares the Russians is that our non-nuclear military forces are so much more advanced than theirs. And if we took if all the nukes in the world disappeared, the military advantage would be heavily to our favor, not Russia.
Really?
Oh yeah, our weapons are much better. Our people are much better. Our military is set to devolve as much power downwards as possible to where our local field commander has a lot of authority. The opposite is true with Russia. Theirs top down. If you take out a Russian colonel or a general, which they've done, then the rest of them are like running around like chickens with their heads cut off because they don't know what to do.
But strategically, wouldn't the United States rather just claim Russia rather than just put a crater and kill and just respond by killing more people?
I guess, yeah.
Because wouldn't
I don't think we have any plans to make Russia the 51st state.
But if hypothetically there was a crater in Washington from Russia, wouldn't any other country blame us for going in and just taking Russia for our own? And if the only other option is murdering hundreds of thousands of people with another.
Well, I would assume, Danny, that our counterstrike would be against certain military facilities. Yeah, there would be civilian casualties. But I think we would be hurriedly striking Russian military facilities. You know what that. So we wouldn't be just dropping a nuclear weapon blindly in Moscow. Now that doesn't mean that back in the days of the Cold War, we each had everybody's cities were targeted. All over the United States we had, and all over Russia. Not only missiles in silos, but you had nuclear weapons that were on submarines. You had the ones in Russia run railway cars. They kept moving, so you never know where they are. And that's of course the big secret of the submarines is you don't know exactly where they are. So they can launch missiles with 100 kiloton weapon or bigger megaton weapon off of a submarine that you don't know where it is.
Yeah, there's a famous story of the submarine commander, the Russian submarine commander, who was given the order to fire, and I think it was right off the coast of Florida.
Well, I think that was what I was referring to earlier. They thought we're not doing this.
Right. Yeah. On the scale of threats, obviously Russia being a huge one, where does North Korea fall?
Well, that's a difficult one because they have proven nuclear weapons and they have proven missile capacity, including missiles that can reach the United States. This is unlike Iran, which has neither, at least that we know of. But North Korea has been assiduously developing a nuclear weapons inventory for 30 and 40 years. And I'm sure they have a stockpile of weapons now and missiles that can deliver them. It's a very, very difficult, what we call difficult human target. Not impossible, but they've got such a police state there that it's difficult to get access to their people. But we know that there are some people that are very unhappy with Kim Jong-un and the ruling party. We just have to devise ways to appeal to those people.
Are there any CIA spies in North Korea?
I hope so.
That would be, I would imagine, one of the hardest jobs to be a spy in a place like North Korea.
I can imagine. Yeah.
That's a place where I guess just from the stories I've heard of people that have visited that place, it's virtually impossible as a Westerner to fit in there.
Right. No, if we had a spy, it would be a North Korean who's working for us and who somehow fits in. But and I hope we have a lot of them. But I don't know. Again, it's a hard target. Not that they're hard to recruit; it's hard to get access to them.
Can you explain who A.Q. Khan is and what your involvement was in dismantling that program?
Sure. A.Q. Khan, Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan, was a Pakistani metallurgist, got his PhD in metallurgy from the University of Delft in the Netherlands. And after college, after he got his PhD, he went to work for a company called Urenco. And Urenco is an acronym for the Uranium Enrichment Corporation. And it's a consortium of the Dutch, the British, and the Germans. And they got together to develop very sophisticated ultra centrifuges for the enrichment of uranium for nuclear power plants. And so the Urenco has plants in the Netherlands and Great Britain and Germany with these very sophisticated designs. Well, he had seen India, Pakistan's mortal enemy, that made a weapon either in 1970 or early 70s. And of course, he was very concerned as a Pakistani that now Pakistan's mortal enemy had nuclear weapons and they did. So he offered to steal the designs from Urenco for these centrifuges and bring them back to Pakistan. And the Pakistani government encouraged him to do it, and so he did that. And by the early 1980s, they had a full-fledged uranium enrichment plant at a place in Pakistan called Kahuta, and they named it after him, Khan Research Lab, KRL. And then they were able to get designs for nuclear weapons from abroad. And he wasn't the designer himself, but he was basically supplying the fuel for the nuclear weapons. That was all for Pakistani domestic use. But what we didn't know at the time is that he also had reached out to Libya and offered to basically make a turnkey enrichment facility for them and to supply them with nuclear weapons designs. And if you remember, Libya in the 80s, in the 90s, even in the 2000s, was a state sponsor of terrorism, an mortal enemy in the United States. And so the program that I led was able to uncover this conspiracy, penetrate it, and ultimately bring it down.
How many years were you involved in this?
Almost 10.
Almost 10 years.
Yeah. And it was the same yield as the one that destroyed Hiroshima. You can already say that. So, you know, if you can say that your team helped stop the deaths of 140,000 people, I think that's worthwhile.
Was any of the technology that they were using to create this enriched uranium and develop this program, how much of that was taken from the United States?
Absolutely very little.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, none. It was all from this European design. At least for the enrichment facility, the nuclear weapons design was from another nuclear weapons state, not the United States. So there was very little American, any American content to it. Khan basically knew not to go to the United States for things. So his network, he's a very charismatic individual, very popular. I used to jokingly say that A.Q. Khan was kind of a combination of, our Dr. Oppenheimer, who led the Manhattan Project. Robert Oppenheimer. He's a mashup of Robert Oppenheimer, George Washington, and Elvis.
Oh my God.
He's so popular. He was the father of the Islamic bomb. You know, they tested 5 nuclear weapons in 1998. And so they were trafficking, Khan was personally trafficking in a nuclear weapon that was working. They didn't have to test it anymore. And that was what they were selling to the Libyans. What he was selling. I divorced it from the Pakistani government. They knew nothing about it.
I can't even begin to imagine. I mean, that just goes to show some of the disciplines it takes to do a job like you did. I mean, you say it took 10 years to accomplish one mission or to achieve one objective.
Well, it was close to 10 years. We started it sometime in 96, and I retired in 05, and so it's about 10 years, under 10 years.
Did you ever come in contact personally with him?
No, but we had people that did.
So you were recruiting people around him that were involved with him directly to gather intelligence.
That's it.
What have been the implications of taking out that network and dismantling that WMD program?
Well, President Bashar of Pakistan put Khan under 5 years of house arrest, and he just passed away. Khan passed away, I think, a year ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We also assisted the governments because the network was not just a single network. It was a worldwide network we provided, the U.S. government provided expertise to go and prosecute the other elements of the network to shut them down so that this could not be reconstituted. So when our director, George Tenet, he was the one that confronted Musharraf. Musharraf knew nothing about what Khan was doing. In fact, they hated each other, Khan and Musharraf did. Because Khan, he saw Khan as a potential rival for power in Pakistan. And Musharraf's gut reaction was to just kill Khan. Director Tenet said, no, that's not what we want. He asked him to kill the guy.
Right.
So he put him under house arrest for 5 years. And they clamped down. And we went to all the governments with the other parts of the network in and helped basically throw those folks in jail.
What do you think this nuclear threat evolves into, or do you think the threat of actual nuclear bombs, explosions, is going to last forever, or do you think that we're going to evolve into some sort of super advanced weapons?
We've gone for almost more than 70 years without another one being detonated in anger. The last one was in 1945, so that's 77 years since we've Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and we've avoided war until now. But as I said earlier, the more countries that have this, and especially if they're not stable governments,
right?
If the Russians, the Chinese, and our allies, the French and British have it, the Israelis, I'm sure, have it. But these are governments that are led by rational people. We may not like them, but they're led by rational people, and they know the consequences if they were to use a nuclear weapon. But the more countries you have, the more chances for some rogue leader or a rational leader to decide to use one. And so that scares me. But I don't foresee a war, a strategic nuclear war between any of the major nuclear weapons powers. We're all, I think, conscious of how devastating it is.
Yeah. Which leads me to another subject I wanted to discuss, which I think these two are very much related. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there are, actually, you probably are aware, there are a number of officers who are in charge of nuclear sites in the U.S. and abroad who have claimed to see UFOs hovering above nuclear silos. And I mean, there's a whole book written about it, documenting all these different cases in Europe, here. What do you make of the UFO phenomena? What do you believe, and what do you not believe?
I think that there is a possibility that these UFOs, and now they're called UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. I'm not sure why we changed the name, maybe because UFOs were ridiculed so much, so we have to have an acronym. But we commissioned a government report on these. DNI issued the Director of National Intelligence issued a report about, I think it was earlier this year, a few months ago, saying that we can account for some of these, but there's some of these we can't account for why, how, what these are. We don't have any proof what these things are. I think it was pretty obvious that it was not an advanced design from China or Russia, because they would do things that simply nobody could conceive would be physically possible. Nothing that we have under current designs can suddenly make a 90-degree turn without banking into a turn. They just go like that, or they do things, just radical maneuvers that defy what we understand as aerodynamic principles, meaning that there's somethingness to them. So what are the possibilities? Okay, the possibilities are that the observers were mistaken, and yet we've had a lot of reports of trained Navy pilots and other folks who are not nuts who are seeing these things. Okay. Then the next possibility is that they were from another planet somewhere, extraterrestrial. The thing that causes me to want to doubt about that is that the distances, unless some civilization somewhere has mastered a faster than light drive, we are really on the edge of town on the edge of the galaxy, and it would have taken so many years for some extraterrestrial intelligence to have reached us, unless they've developed, like on Star Trek, or something that could go faster than the speed of light. Maybe. People seem to doubt that we can do that unless you can bend space. And then the other possibility is time travel. I know that sounds crazy, but if they could develop a time travel, and this is from many years in the future, it could be actually people who look like us, or just from different, or a parallel universe, which is another variation. And I know a number of scientists have talked about the multiverse. And I'm not a physicist. I don't know. What I would say is I wouldn't dismiss this out of hand. I don't think we can just laugh at it and say, well, these people are nuts that are seeing these things. And I'm happy that the DNI was taking it seriously. And I know parts of the Pentagon are taking it seriously because it could be a threat to our national security. As you pointed out, if they're hovering near missile bases or near defense installations, we need to be sure what these things are.
Yeah, that to me seems like there's an amazing documentary that came out called The Phenomenon in 2000, and he correlates. They show there's a brilliant animation done of the world. There's a world map, and it shows every single nuclear bomb detonation in history since the first one ever, and it shows what date they happened. So it's a timeline showing all of them happening and how they correlate with UFO sightings. And the uptick in UFO sightings correlate exactly with the uptick in nuclear bomb tests and the development of these nukes. So the fact that, one of the ideas is that these crafts, these beings, or the civilization, whatever it be, could just be making sure that these crazy territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons aren't going to blow each other up and destroy the planet.
For worse. Yeah, exactly. I find it fascinating. I've got friends. I mentioned at least one name to you of a senior CIA officer who is an expert on these things, or at least is passionate about it. And I don't think you can dismiss these folks as lunatics and crazy. There's too much of it. It's irrational, credible people are saying. I don't think I'd lose sleep over it. I find it interesting. So, do I think that maybe in the next 50 or 100 years we'll find out? Maybe. Maybe not.
Do you think that we already know? So other people in the CIA already know this?
I don't think that. I don't think that. Now, my friend whose name I mentioned to you, he may think that. But I don't think.
You don't think the government would keep secrets from us?
Just read it. We have this thing. Don't tell Danny Jones anything.
Exactly. The fact that the Pentagon would come out and talk about this publicly says something.
That's what my point is. But finally, we're acknowledging a subject that has been up until now ridiculed, that this was the lunatic fringe. And now it's becoming, maybe it's not as crazy as they think.
Do you think it's possible that there are organizations funded by the government in the United States, private organizations, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, who have technology, advanced technology that academia around the world, scientists don't know about, that they discovered that could explain some of these things that they had been working on?
Possible, yes. And also, I would say parenthetically, I hope so. I hope we would have something like that, but I kind of doubt it. I think most of the people that I know that are skilled in aerodynamics, and this far exceeds what we or the Chinese, or the Russians, or the British, or the French can do. You're asking, is it possible that we could design craft like that? They're so super secret that we're not telling.
Or back engineer, found in the back engineer, be working on the back engineer.
Again, that would be great. Maybe that would be my next novel.
Yeah, it's fascinating. The idea that we could have discovered that technology and trying to back engineer it specifically because we're worried about weapons. We want to think we don't want this to get in the hands of the Chinese or the Russians. We want to figure it out first.
The problem, and maybe we could back engineer some of it. Some of it I think is so sophisticated, we'd be like an ape studying it on that time.
Yeah, it'd be like the guy Bob Lazar, the way he described it was, it would be like dropping a nuclear reactor in the middle of the street in the time in antiquity, where they're riding around in horse and buggy.
Well, you don't have to go that far back. Go back to the 1880s or 1890s. If you suddenly were in the 1880s or 1890s and you saw a jet aircraft, you'd think it was magic. And yet, not 20 years later, the Wright brothers flew a plane, not a jet plane, they flew a plane, and it just blew people's minds. So, I don't know.
Again, if we had agencies who secretly had this knowledge of either A, super advanced technology and crafts that aren't explainable by modern physics, B, another civilization that exists here that there's no evidence of in the public, and we knew about it. Hypothetically, what would be the implications of disclosure to the public of something like that? Would there be national security implications?
I see what you're saying. It could create panic or something like that. Let me tell you, as much as I'd like to believe that something like that could happen, what was it Franklin said, two people can keep a secret if one of them's dead. And I don't know that the U.S. government or the Russian government or the Chinese government are capable of keeping something like that under wraps.
Really?
I don't think so. That would be so explosive that someone would leak it, someone would go public, someone somewhere. I don't think we're capable of keeping that a secret.
Well, there is the story of Bob Lazar, who came out. I think I talked to you about it on the phone. He was the guy who worked for Los Alamos Labs, and he got hired. He got brought in from the Janet flights to Area 51, and he worked at a site called S4, a secret site. He agreed to have his phone tapped because he understood it was his national security, and he essentially talked about this publicly. He went public on it and basically doxed himself to protect himself. The consequences were many people around him, friends and family, got audited by the IRS. There was an attempt to completely wipe out his history working at Los Alamos Labs and going to MIT, to which he was able to prove. He literally walked into Los Alamos Labs with a reporter and said, "Hey, what's up?" So he knew everybody there, knew the layout of the building. There was another publication and that was published in a newspaper years before that proved he essentially worked there. So there's hard evidence of the government trying to cover up the fact that he worked at Los Alamos and went to MIT. And he talks about this. So there's people like him. Obviously, the government has gone to an extreme measure to try to just discredit him and prove that this wasn't the case. He's the only one I know of. I don't know if there's any more. But his story is awfully compelling.
Yeah, I'm not really that familiar with it. And there's a difference between maybe preventing him from talking and what he really found out.
Right.
I don't know the man. Maybe he's got a screw loose. I'm not sure.
It's very possible. He was able to keep his story straight for since the 80s, which is compelling. Going back to these, I mentioned some private intelligence or some private aerospace contractor companies that have government contracts. How much intelligence is through private contractors, and how much does the CIA or the government rely on private contractors?
Actually, quite a bit, especially since we were under the gun. American people were absolutely panicked that nearly 3,300 Americans were going to die. And so there was a big trend to hiring cleared contractors. I was a cleared contractor. I retired from the CIA in 2005, and they needed my skill sets doing certain things. And I had the experience. Intelligence work is like any other profession. The more you do it, hopefully the better you get at it. And so you can't just replicate that with a new trainee. So contractors became quite prevalent in a number of areas. And today, the number of people who hold clearances, it wouldn't surprise me if contractors far outnumber the actual federal employees. But for over the entire intelligence community, Department of Defense, it's common. You have people who have expertise, who have a clearance, they keep up their clearances, and you want to use those, not just have their knowledge walk out the door. So I'd say it's pretty big.
What is the threat of having some of these companies, either whether it be defense contractors or intelligence contractors? What is the threat of one of these companies being infiltrated or having?
I think the more you have it, the more you become an actuarial certainty. If you have 100,000 people with clearance, if only 1% of them, are bad, malicious insiders, or what we would call an unwitting collaborator being manipulated somehow and used, well, that's if you had 100,000 and 1%, then that means there's 1,000. I don't think there's 1,000 penetrations in the U.S. government, but what I'm saying is, the bigger the number of people you have of clearances, the greater the number of spies, threats inside.
I just wonder if it makes us more vulnerable when we use these. A great example is a company like Palantir.
Mm-hmm.
When we use companies like this, the private organizations that have lots of employees could be good at their jobs, or they could even hire former CIA officials.
They do that.
Right, they do that often, right? I just wonder how that changes the dynamic, and there's more manipulation involved.
Well, it makes it a much broader target, but you have to remember companies like Palantir had unique, highly sophisticated services that they provide to CIA, to DIA, and to other things, and so we need them. We can't just say, well, you've got 100,000 employees now, we don't want you. And if they've got certain things that enhance our national security, we have to look at this rationally.
The CIA does use Palantir, correct?
I think we're one of the primary customers.
One of the primary.
I think so.
When you have people like Peter Thiel being that involved in pushing presidential campaigns and being involved so much in government, him also having one of the biggest CIA contracted companies.
Well, Danny, it's a free country.
It is a free country.
We're not Russia or China. So Mr. Thiel and other people can do what they want.
It's just when you have oligarchs like him that are so tied into government and that have so much influence.
Yeah, he's a very bright guy. Yeah, I mean, you look at Elon Musk, right? Erratic, right? If Elon Musk had been born in the United States, he might have made a presidential run. He was South African originally, so he can't run. But I mean, you got to respect what he's done. I may not like everything he's done, and he is erratic, kind of a polymath. He's good at a lot of things.
How do you think, from the conception of the CIA through history, how do you think the outside world, outside of the United States, looks at America when you consider the 1953 coup in Iran, the Bay of Pigs, the Iraq War, and our long history of facilitated regime change to support our strategic and business interests?
It's a complicated history. I won't say that I think that all of our projects and operations ultimately were in the national interest. I think at the time, I can say this, all of the ones you just named, none of them were simply creatures of the CIA. It was the White House that asked, and I don't mean just the Republican, the Democratic or Republican president. It was out of the White House that those operations started and at their direction. So we were the tool that was used, but we were not the ones running the show. The White House, absolutely wanted those operations to happen. We can't go off and just willy-nilly overthrow a government. We have to have a finding. And that's true. That was true even in the 50s and 60s. We didn't just do this on the internet. It was a White House direction.
Isn't it true that Alan Dulles and John Kennedy they butted heads a lot, and he had different goals and aspirations than the president? And he,
of course, his brother John Foster Dulles was the Secretary of State, so they had kind of a lock on the foreign policy and intelligence collection things. I'm not sure. I mean, I know Dulles was fired basically after the Bay of Pigs, but whether they butted heads, if they were butting heads, it was probably over that, because as you know, the invasion of Cuba, our invasion, possibly could have been successful had we had more U.S. aircraft. Kennedy refused to do that. So I could see that Dulles and some other CIA officers at the time would rightly blame Kennedy for getting weak knees and not following through. Whether the invasion was justified or not, I'm just saying that I could see the mentality that there were naval ships and U.S. fighter jets and stuff that could have intervened. And some of the CIA officers felt like Kennedy had betrayed them.
there was a famous quote from Kennedy with, I believe it was the French Prime Minister or Ambassador. Yeah, French Ambassador, where he says, "I don't think I'm in charge. I don't have control of what's going on." I think he was referring to Alan Dulles and his aspirations.
Well, this may be what led to Kennedy to fire Dulles, right? When he lost confidence in him.
And, you know, this also is entrenched in the conversation of conspiracy theories. The JFK assassination is one of the biggest conspiracy theories in America, and I don't even think many people even consider, like, I hate the term. The term conspiracy theory is a negative term in general. And I don't even think that, I know that the JFK assassination isn't even a conspiracy theory anymore. There's been so much evidence released, and so many people have dedicated books and documentaries and studies to this, that no one even refutes some of the evidence, how none of it links together. Whether it be the magic bullet or the Warren Commission reports, the witnesses that have interviewed after. It's sort of like the JFK assassination now is like, okay, you guys did your homework. We don't want to talk about it. And when it comes specifically to the CIA is synonymous for some of the biggest conspiracy theories. MK Ultra.
And that wasn't a conspiracy theory. That was where the agency was actually testing drugs on people and things like that. That was in the 60s and 70s.
What was the motives behind MK Ultra?
Well, I don't really recall. I think we were maybe testing psychedelics on people to see if they could be used as a truth serum, something like that.
Do you think this would have been something that we may become interested in because we saw other nations doing the same thing?
Yeah.
We wanted to compete with them, sort of like a space race.
Yeah, I mean, you've probably heard of this. You deploy psychics to see if they could envision, read people's minds. Well, the Russians were doing it too.
Remote viewing.
Remote viewing. I forgot the term for remote viewing. We were doing it. The Russians were doing it. Who knows who else?
It seems like some of the most wacky stories that so many people write off as conspiracy theories, because...
Oh, no, they actually were going on some of this stuff.
Right, they were.
Yeah, it wasn't a conspiracy. It actually was going on.
We admitted it, right.
Yeah, well, in the church committee, a lot of this stuff came up. In fact, that we were actually had been asked to do assassination attempts against Castro. That led to Executive Order 12333, which prohibits us from doing things like that, unless the White House directs us.
What was that?
Unless the White House.
No, what was the Executive
Order 12333, 12333.
When did that come out?
In the mid-70s, as a result of the church committee. So there were certain things that the CIA couldn't just go off and assassinate people. Now, a lot of folks would say that using Predators and Reaper drones is remote assassination, which it is, but that's been authorized by the White House.
the church committee, was that before or after Operation Northwoods?
I'm not sure what Operation Northwoods is.
Oh, okay. Operation Northwoods was a declassified plan, I believe, that was developed under Allen Dulles to fly a empty passenger jetliner over the Caribbean and have it shot down, basically to stage, to have an excuse to invade Cuba, to say that Cubans shot down an empty shot down an American airline.
It was a provocation.
Right.
I'd never heard of that. But again, Dulles was removed about 1963 or 64 or 63. And the church committee didn't happen until the mid-70s.
Okay.
And so a number of things were a result of the church committee. Also, it led to the creation of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, the HIPC, and the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. So you have congressional oversight of significant CIA operations, and you have to report periodically to these two congressional bodies. And I've testified and gone down there and talked to these folks before, and they're bipartisan. We like to, we have some cutting edge cyber operations, but they're not aimed at the United States.
Okay, so when it comes to influencing the American people,
We can't.
CIA can't do it. The FBI can't.
We can't do it covertly. We could come out and, okay, I'll give you an example. One of my best friends, Gary Schroen, a national hero, who's the author of First Men, describing how he took our U.S. forces into Afghanistan 15 days after 9/11. The man's incredibly courageous. He just passed away about 3-4 weeks ago. More decorations than anybody in history as far as a CIA officer. He's got our equivalent of Medal of Honor and Silver Star, all of this. The CIA actually asked him to write that book because it was a good news story about how he led our people, the CIA team, into Afghanistan 2 weeks, 15 days after 9/11 happened. And so they asked him to write that with their support. Okay, but they're not making up stuff. This actually was his memoir, basically, and they encouraged him to do it. They didn't pay for it, nothing like that, but they encouraged him to do it. So as long as the CIA involvement is not hidden. And as long as it's the truth, they can put out stuff. I mean, I don't know if you've got in your library the World Fact Book, which the CIA produces. It's a fact book on every country in the world. It's an open CIA publication. And, but it's all true. And you can buy it.
Really?
Yep. Go on. You can go on and buy it. It's actually a very good reference tool. You can look at any country and they'll tell you the population. It's like having Wikipedia in depth about certain countries. Yeah, the World Fact Book. It's a CIA publication. It's true.
Is it on Amazon?
I'm sure it is.
Really?
If not, go to CIA.gov and get your copy. It comes out every year.
Get one for the bookshelf.
Right.
That's fascinating.
It's a standard reference tool.
Well, everything that you've been through throughout your career, all the countries you've been to, all the people you've met, all the situations you've been in, what are some of, if you could boil it down to 2 or 3 of the biggest lessons you took from this life that you've had, what would those be?
Well, that no doesn't always mean no. I told you about that one recruitment. The guy said no, and just less than a week later, he says yes. That espionage has a multitude of motivations, and I've never known a single person that did it only for money. There's some kind of, it's typically an ego thing. Or ego, I'm hurt because you've stolen credit for something I did, or you have mistreated me in some way, so it's a way of getting back. It could be ideological. I have people that I recruited that believe strongly in the democracy that we enjoy, and they detested their own government. And you've had people that did it because they were thrill seekers. And the guy that said, I think this is going to be fun. And had this kind of Walter Mitty type secret image of him being a spy. And all of that. I think one of the things I've learned is at times it's good, maybe more times than not, to just shut up and listen to people. Because you don't recruit people when you're in transmit mode. You recruit people when you're listening to them and you see how are they hurting. If I want to recruit Danny Jones, I got to get inside his head and figure out what are his stresses. How can I relieve his stress? And everybody's under stress, or they did. Everybody's under stress. And some of it may be invented in stress, your own stress, and not being able to deal with stress. But, I was able to recognize stress in people and help them. And unfortunately, I've had a wonderful career. I really enjoy the people I work with. I love my fellow CIA officers. They're like family. Stand up for one another. That's a good feeling. It's a real good feeling.
Well, that's incredible, man. What you've done is the stuff that you've been through, the experiences that you've lived through are incredible, even though we will never be able to fully understand what you did. but thank you so much for coming here and sharing your stories and your wisdom with us. Where can people listening and or watching find your books?
Again, you can get them on Amazon or Barnes & Noble or Book Baby. And maybe I can't talk about a lot of what I did, but I can write fiction. I can write spy stories. They say, write about what you know. And so I've written these 2 espionage novels and thinly disguised some of the characters, and not so thinly. A couple of my friends, I patterned characters in the book after them. It's a lot easier to pattern it after somebody you know. It's like a portrait artist. They don't just stand there and do a portrait. They look at you and they study you and they paint. Well, I've found out it's a lot easier, rather than inventing a character out of sheer cloth, if I based a character on somebody I knew. If they were a good guy, I would get their permission. Sometimes I'd even let them pick out the name they want. And I would describe them.
Interesting. It's almost like you took real life people and you painted a disguise on them for your book.
Exactly. I did acknowledge them. In the acknowledgments, if they were one of the good guys, I said, no, who's based on? And they were tickled to be a fictional character.
Do you find it hard to sort of find the thrill in normal everyday life now that you're not
on these clandestine operations.
Absolutely, that's why I'm writing fiction. I can live vicariously through my characters and my novels. Yeah, I do. I still wake up dreaming sometimes that I'm out trying to recruit some foreign official. Interesting.
And it's amazing. We talked about it briefly too, but you're a runner, right?
That's good.
You're incredible physical fitness for your age. It's That's I look up to that. It's rare to find in people these days.
Well, I started before I was married in 1975, and I've been fortunate I've been able to continue that and the marriage for 47 years. So it was a stress reliever and a way to think about things, usually early in the morning when I go running. Unfortunately, about 2 weeks ago, I had a case of tendonitis, and so I've been just walking rather than running, but I'll get back there running soon enough. I had another accident about a year and a half ago where I ruptured the quadricep in my left leg. That led to about 5 or 6 months of recovery. So it seems like I don't bounce back the way I used to. But I've got a hard head. So.
You got some strong legs, especially after living through that dog attack on your calf.
Thank you. Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, thank you so much, Jim. I very much appreciate it. And that's all, folks. Story super fascinating. The title of the DEA sting they had on you was Operation Cyberjuice. What a great fucking name. Has a nice ring to it. Yeah. So for me and for the people listening, give me just a brief background on how you got into this whole world of testosterone and growth hormone and all this stuff.
It started when I was younger, probably about 13. I was under developed. I was skinny, small. I started to get picked on for being so skinny and small. So at that point, I hit the gym, and I never looked back. But I was still behind all my peers. Like, no matter how much work I did, it seemed like I had to put in twice the amount of work to where my peers were, and my peers, did any kind of work that surpassed me. So at 23, I did my first testosterone cycle. I actually did. It's 1 milliliter of sustanon a week. Everybody who knows what that is, it's a testosterone blend. And 10 milligrams of D-Vault a day, which is a very moderate blend now. At the time, it was all I could take it for, but it's a very moderate blend. And I hyper-responded, which means I just absolutely dramatically changed the quality of my life. I put on 30 pounds of muscle. I put 100 pounds on my bench in 5 months. I just absolutely transformed into a different person. So this led to a lot of other changes. The way people treated me, the way people saw me. All of a sudden, I was getting respect. Suddenly, I was this big, very impressive person who everybody wanted to be friends. And so, like, for instance, like I would, now I would walk into a bar, and everybody's head would turn, and they'd park in front, like the crowd would park in front of me, and they would just, to let me pass. While I was in college, I was a plumber, and I hated this job. I was terrible at it. But as soon as I started taking steroids, my boss, just because of my impressive stature, he gave me a raise for no reason, absolutely no reason. The world around me just changed. Everybody treated me, suddenly respected me. And the world after testosterone and its derivatives was vastly better than it was before. So that's what led to the passion.
Mm-hmm. I've always thought my personal, I've never tried any of this stuff, but my personal experience of it is that when if you do it too young, it kind of like stunts you for the rest of your life, or it kind of fucks up the biochemistry of your body and the development of your body and the natural testosterone that your body produces.
That's interesting. And the popular thing is to say that and regurgitate those facts that you say. Now, if people started too young, like before maturity, in their teens,
13 or something. And, you know, that's different than using it after maturity, such as, you know, in your early 20s. It's, for me, for many people, especially, it's getting more and more understood that there's a lot of people that have low hormones even in their 20s. And it has the same effect that it did for me, just absolutely dramatically improving quality of life. So, to answer your question, when you take exogenous testosterone, as testosterone from the outside, it does shut off your natural production. But that natural production can be brought back to baseline if, and there's plenty of anecdotal and empirical evidence that shows that, you know, after about a year, if you take it for, you know, about a year, and this is all just approximate, just because there's a lot of different, you know, a lot of evidence and different conjectures, but, you know, around a year, you can go on a protocol that will to jumpstart your HPTN, which is your hypothyroid pituitary testicular axis, and bring your levels back to baseline, back to whatever they were.
Oh, really?
Before you started. So the whole idea is of, and a lot of people just preach this, but it's really just regurgitation of antiquated notions of dogma. And I'll say that a lot because there's a lot of antiquated notions in dogma from the Endocrine Society, which has been widely debunked, and we're still debunking to this day. But you know, only long-term use or abusive use will, you know, has been proven to permanently affect your natural testosterone production.
The other reason that I never really another one of those kind of like negative effects that I've always been aware of is like the gut that people get, like the steroid gut. Like one of the people that is most widely known for is Joe Rogan. I mean, he talks openly about taking TRT and growth hormone since he was, you know, for years, since he was probably in his 30s, and he has that like crazy full gut. A lot of people talk about that. Yeah. How real is that? And is that what his gut is from? The testosterone and the testosterone replacement therapy?
Yeah. So that's an interesting question, and when you do research on that, nobody knows exactly. The real reason that happens is there's a lot of different conjectures.
All the bodybuilders too. You see them out there, they have a big bubble gut.
Yeah, and you do notice it. And but if you notice when the bodybuilders go on stage, it's gone. Right? So when it's time for a show, so is it a function of the calorie intake that they have to have in order to put on all the muscle mass, and then, you know, by showtime they can reduce that? Is it a function of, a lot of people say, oh yeah, it's stuff with your organs. That's not necessarily accurate.
Yeah, doesn't it make your heart grow? Like a large heart? I have a friend who does it. He's been doing it for a year too. He says he has to always go get his heart x-rayed to make sure his heart's not super enlarged.
Abusive levels can cause ventricular hypertrophy, which means it can't abusive levels. But if you keep it to moderate levels that, you know, that is within the realm of your body and produce, then it doesn't cause these issues. So there's a complete, and that's where you know, among the naysayers of, you know, testosterone, and the people who try to I don't know, say that it's more dangerous than it actually is. There's not a distinction between abusive testosterone and steroids and safe moderate use. Anything taken in high doses is bad for you. You can die from water. If you drink too much water, you will die. That's it. But and that distinction isn't made. You know, a lot of people speak out against the use of testosterone, and especially younger people. I'm talking about people in their 20s.
Pardon this brief interruption, but why would people speak out against it? Like, I don't understand why would people. I mean, I understand like people like myself. I'm kind of like scared to try it. I don't know what's going to fuck my body up, but like people, why would people be so anti?
And it comes down to it took a very similar path to marijuana, right? So if we look at the history of marijuana, there was in the 50s there was something called reefer madness. You and I don't remember this. I learned about it. Older people will actually remember reefer madness, where that led to all the laws against marijuana, that led to its classification as a narcotic. But reefer madness came out and actually taught people that if you smoked marijuana, you would go crazy, you would end up in the same town. It was almost certain death. Right. It took how long? Let's see, just like maybe 40 years since the 50s, 4 decades, over 4 decades to finally debunk those myths, which are just now coming to light. That this actually isn't that dangerous. It's actually very helpful in a lot of instances, and it has medical use and therapeutic use. Right. It's the same thing with testosterone. So it was especially when the war on drugs was going on. So testosterone became classified as a controlled substance, a Schedule III controlled substance in 1993, the Steroid Control Act. And it happened at a time when the platform that every president was running on was say no to drugs. Right? This was just the platform they used to get elected.
Right, yeah.
It was a political. And it just got lumped into these drugs that are dangerous. All drugs are dangerous. And so just a stigma started. And part of the reason why the medical community, the endocrine society, which has notoriously poor protocols and understanding of what is going on. That's when it was just kind of for optics reasons. They just stayed away from it, shied away from it, tried to, everything, poor information came out about it that led to a negative light, and it just was stigmatized. So now we have dogma and integrated medicine that stigmatize something, and testosterone is being realized for the beneficial drug that it is, but it's taken a long time, just like it did with marijuana. It's found the same exact path.
So how did you transition from, using it personally, seeing how it changed your life and the way changing relationships and everything else? How did you eventually get into selling this stuff and having your own online business? So you pitched to Shark Tank too, is that right?
Yeah, Shark Tank. There was an article that came out about myself, Shark Tank, and steroids, which was just incorrect. It had incorrect information. I did almost get on Shark Tank, but it was for my supplement company.
Okay.
I had a supplement company too, which was called My Custom Protein, and I customized protein blends for each person, depending on what they needed to yield the best results for them. And that almost made it to Shark Tank. Very close. Okay, so back to how I got into this. So at the time, when I was 23, when I was taking this, I was in college for biochemistry, and this new passion that I developed for this led me to tailor my degree. I started taking all the courses to learn specifically about hormones. And then I did my own research. I voraciously just studied and researched every day. It was just fascinating to me. So when I eventually learned a lot, and I was learning in school as well, other people saw my transition and they wanted to know how I did it logically. And so when I started showing people exactly okay, this is how we do it, this is where we can get it. This is what you should do. There's the science behind it, and I started transforming other people's lives the same way I did mine. And when people, what drives passion is when you have the sense that you're a part of something bigger than yourself. Right? And I'm going to refer to this a lot in this interview, so I might as well start this exploration now. I also studied, while I was in prison, I studied neurobiology. So it just led to a complete understanding of human behavior, and it's much more pervasive than people think. So it led to an understanding of human behavior and why people do the things they do and what drives things like passion and motivation and people to do things. So it's called the dose response. Dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and dose response. So when you connect with people and help people and you're part of something bigger than yourself, that elicits a dose response, mostly dopamine, which is another word for what we call passion or ambition or motivation. That's just a release of dopamine. So when I was able to start helping people transition their bodies, and when they showed me respect and admiration and appreciation, it elicited a dopamine response, which drove me to keep going, doing it.
Right, you're getting rewarded for the hard work that you're doing.
Precisely. Yes.
And you're going to school for biochemistry?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now, when I start developing a passion now for helping other people do this, not only myself, because I'm getting rewarded doing supplement classes, and people are really, I start becoming like a name in my local city. You want to look good and leave your own personal records and really change your life, and you come to this guy. So then I started, like, well, I got to monetize this. So I started, developing sources to be able to get it myself and just sell it to people. It was just a local thing at first. And it was still more people came, and then pretty soon I was like so I also became very adept. I'm a social chameleon. I became very adept at finding, sourcing all these products, and befriending the people who had were able to get what I needed, and then I was always able to just figure out their supply chain, come up with something better, find a way to bring it to more people. So I found a Chinese source that had unheard of low prices, and I was able to wrangle that and develop that into one of the best sources. And it turned out to be, as we'll find out, one of the best sources in the world for most quality products and cheapest prices.
Really? Even quality in China?
Yeah. So one of the another one of the myths about China is it's still a business structure, even though they're a communist country. Like, there's still a capitalist quality to the concept that whoever has the best quality products at the best prices will prevail, especially when they deal with Americans. So the Chinese come to Americans. Right? So like when I'll get into this later too, but when I finally started to become big, all the Chinese power sources were coming to me and trying to outcompete the others. And it leads, it led to, now I can pick from the sea of different suppliers and find the best ones. And find the best ones with the best quality, really test. I did a lot of testing, and eventually I can have some of the best quality of anyone in the world, among the top quality in the world.
Other than yourself at the time, where would the average Joe get their hands on this kind of stuff? Was it, could you get it from your doctor at the time?
No, and that's part of the problem, which pushes people into the black market. Is that the medical community does not treat low testosterone conditions. So most primary care physicians, just most of them, almost 95% of them, will not prescribe testosterone to someone, unless they need certain very, very specific, very low testosterone. If you have medically low testosterone, which could present a problem with testosterone. So then sometimes they will prescribe it, but the protocols are terrible, and it usually doesn't work. So that's why people now go to TRT clinics. These are testosterone replacement therapy clinics that specialize in these hormones, and have a better understanding.
And when did TRT clinics first come on the scene?
Probably that I don't exactly know.
They weren't around when you were doing it.
When I was doing it, they probably existed, but I didn't know that. And they certainly at the time wouldn't have served anybody like me, because the understanding is getting better today. But at the time it was, you have to be over 40, you have to have a certain low testosterone level. And it was all very specific criteria to get.
Pushed everybody online into the black market.
Pushes people into the black market to do this unhealthy. So, little does the Steroid Control Act, the political figures at the time realize is they're creating this underground market. They're creating a market.
Silk Road, that kind of stuff.
Right, yeah, to push people into, because there's no healthy way to do it. There's no other way to do it. And when you stigmatize and create laws against something, and the people want it, the market's going to develop. And the fact that it's illegal just makes it more lucrative.
Right. Yeah, and it just incites more crime and puts more people in prison.
That's precisely right. When if you destigmatized it, legalized it, warn people of the problems, then there would be no need for the black market. It would be safer. It's tons of tax money, just like marijuana. The tax revenue. The same thing happened with alcohol during Prohibition.
Right.
it's the same story over and over again. Little, what people don't understand is that this has been played out a few times, and we were seeing that, that just legalizing these things, we're keeping educated. Education is key. Not we don't make something illegal. We educate them. Now alcohol drives tons of tax revenue, billions and billions of dollars of tax revenue. People don't go to prison if they go to 20 to prison. And the same thing with marijuana. It's driving tons of tax revenue. The prisons are, nobody's going to prison for it anymore. So it's such a better. I mean, nothing's going to be perfect, but abuse of these things, abuse of anything is bad. But the answer is education.
Right. So obviously you were getting tons of education studying yourself. You were pursuing a degree in biochemistry, and people started just coming to you to find out what the best stuff was. Even though you weren't actually making it yourself, you were just finding sources for it from in China.
Yes.
And you were just being like a middleman, just selling it to people. That's how it was working.
Yeah. So there's a major market just for doing the work to find the source yourself, and then just having that. The local drink owners, they want to be able to go give you money for something to get it right away. And so that's what I provided, along with the education that I have, the knowledge. Well, you're looking to do this. This is what you want to do. This is how you want to do it. This is what you want to take. And so that developed into a business. Now I live in a small city, so I wasn't making a lot of money. I still wasn't making enough to support myself. But it was, enough to just provide a little bit of extra revenue.
You had another job at the time?
Well, when I was in college, I just had jobs in the summer, and then I was just a bouncer when I was in college. So then I actually went to prison for this before this last time.
You went to prison twice for it?
I did. So I had already been to prison once for this, but the first time was very minor. It was just like I was just a local dealer. I didn't have a lot, so it wasn't a huge bust. And I only went for a total of 6 months, and I was just a local state So then when I got out, there was the problem that I had a felony, a major felony. I'd been in prison, and I couldn't find a job. Everything was pretty tough. So eventually I just got back into it. And then this time I did it on a much bigger scale.
How did you do on a bigger scale?
Well, the second time is when I developed the online portion. When I came out of prison the first time.
So you were doing this. You created your own website. Were there specific online bodybuilding forums you were plugged into? How did people know about you? How did you build sort of like an online presence that people could trust?
Yeah, so I guess I can start here about this is how it started. When I went to prison the first time, I had this Chinese serf that was fantastic.
And you met him how?
That's a good question. I was just it was serendipitous. I was just one of my friends who, I was getting stuff from various sources, local sources, and finally kind of working through a supply chain. And I had a friend who came and just said, "Hey," he actually went to Cornell. He said that my friend Cornell gave me this, and this I've ordered from him, and stuff that is incredibly cheap and it's really good. So he just gave me this guy's email address and said, "Just email it." So I talked to him. So I did, and ordered a few things, and sure enough, everything came in. It was fantastic. And this started the relationship with that source. It was pretty good. 2003 or 2002. This is when
what's happening, you beautiful savages?
it was hard to get. It's not hard to get.
Right.
Episode of the Church New Testament.
Part of what?
It's July the 1st.
Part of what? Well, we'll go into it.
Let's get out
Exactly
there,
what
make it a
led to
beautiful.
me becoming so great.
Yeah. So that all happened
Yeah. So
you got out and you right back into doing that.
not exactly. Right? Like I had, you know, I did.
You were still taking it, right? Yourself?
Yeah, when I got out, yeah, it was when I started to, I felt terrible. You know, it's just, my wife is so much better than mine. Just a new quality.
Is it like a big come down when you have to stop? Because obviously you were in prison, you can't take it. Yeah. So like, what are the negative effects? What happens when you have to stop like that? What if you cut off from it?
So you suffer what's called symptoms of hypogonadism, which is low testosterone, lack of motivation,
Sounds terrible.
Yeah. Depression. Your body just doesn't form. So the hormone testosterone is responsible for anabolism as well, and also it's a large part of metabolism too. So your metabolism just changes when your body isn't in an anabolic mode. It goes through a state called metabolism, which means you burn your own muscle mass before you burn fat. So now you're just for energy. So now you're just burning muscle mass. You're maintaining fat. So you just get fat. Your stomach gets fat. And your muscles underdeveloped. You just look terrible. That's what happens when people age. So one of the reasons that one of them, the reason they start to form the way
I had no idea if I start spending muscle and gaining fat on it.
People need to use your muscle instead of fat stores or the glucose in your blood. So usually people operate under the glucose in your blood. When that runs out, depending on your anabolic state, your body will go right to muscle mass.
Are there certain things you can do with diet to sort of mimic the benefits of testosterone replacement or any of these types of treatments? What's like the closest type of diet you can use to replicate it, or is there anything that might come close?
There's nothing that will come close, but there are certain things. Certainly eating healthier, getting enough protein, and there's a concept of getting enough glucose right after a workout, which will spike your insulin, which will lead to anabolism. So essentially, like when you're done working out, if your body is still under using its own fat stores. There's a certain time when you're working out when your body is using your fat stores depending on your metabolic state. So when your body is, you switch from using the glucose in your blood, you start burning fat. Your body goes through ketosis, right? Ketosis, you start using fat. And when you're using ketosis, your body won't push store glucose as fat at that point when you're going through ketosis. Right? So there's a point right after your workout when if you actually slam some sugar, you don't have to slam too much, but if you slam some sugar, it releases insulin. And insulin will, because it can't push those glucose molecules as fat, which it would normally do, because you're using fat. Right. When you're in the state of burning your own fat, your body won't store fat. So it just pushes it right into your muscles, which is why insulin can be very as well.
Okay, so after a workout, it's good to have the insulin.
Right, the insulin production can make all that glucose store in your muscles. But there's a window, right? There's a window. And that's just one of the tricks. Of using your own insulin production.
I've had one guy his life to study ketosis, the benefits of ketosis like on the brain, studying things like neurotoxicity, seizures. He is a fucking beast. beast. Like he said he would fast for 7 days straight and deadlift like ungodly amounts of weight, and he maintained this incredible physique, and he is 100% keto, which seems like it's crazy. It's very rare to people do keto and maintain that kind of physique.
You're absolutely right. The keto does. It works for some people. I think it doesn't work for most. But there's people who are passionate about it because it works for them. It's the same thing as guys are passionate. It works for them. They have helped other people in that manner.
It helps me think more clearly.
Yeah. There are benefits to it. Certainly. I think those benefits are only relegated to specific people and specific professions. It depends on what you're trying to do, whether.
Have you ever messed around with like keto or different types of diets and see how they affect you, or does testosterone and the steroid stuff basically completely blow that shit out of the water?
It does. I have messed around with different diets and nothing works like that.
So when did this business start blowing up for you? Like big time?
So when I went to prison the first time, I had this source. I knew there was something here. I also knew that I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I didn't want to put myself in a position to go. So what I did is I handed the source out to a friend. Took this source, keep the relationship with this guy going. When I get out, I don't know what it was. Build something. Just like a. So I went and I just did a short thing. And I got out, and it was tough. So now I got this fellow who just got out of prison. There's nothing I could do. So at this time, I moved in with my grandmother. I couldn't get a job. I applied 7 years ago. I couldn't get a job. So I just had this time of depression. I ended up going back on testosterone myself because that has really improved a lot of things. At this time, I actually had nothing else to do to work out. Two sessions. Again, it kind of did the same thing. So now people start coming back to me. Hey, help me out. Look at me. Help me out. So eventually, I couldn't afford anything. I had no anything. So it just kind of rationalized to me. How good does that feel? Just kind of started very small, just being support myself here and there. So then one day, it just kind of got bigger and bigger. It kept having passions, and now I'm just kind of into it as much as I was before. And now one of my customers told me about this online forum that was a source for it. And he said that, essentially all these sources, these internet sources, and you go on here and you can look through all the sources and look at all these reviews that people do. And it's kind of like a silk road type of deal, except for it's just for storage. It wasn't
Silk Road, what was it? So the Black Hat Marketplace?
Yeah, it was.
Dark Net, yeah. That's one thing.
So it wasn't on the dark net.
So people weren't buying it like crypto. Was this before crypto?
This was before crypto.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, crypto existed, but it wasn't. So I just kind of offhanded it. It was like, okay, I'll go check it out. So I went on this thing, and all of a sudden I see that he's right. All other sources, you can see all these people coming. Business kind of stuff's going. Oh, so I did some research, and I see that prices. I can still have a decent offer with my search. So I started, I'm just starting looking into this. Like, this is doing. I can compete with all these guys. And it just looked very good. So I started, really started researching it, looking into it. Now I have a plan. I'm excited. That is about the friend that I left my source with came back into my life. He's kind of right when I was already about to do this, he comes back into my life. So one day he just calls out and he's like, "Hey, how's everything going?" I'm like, "Oh, I haven't seen you since before I went to prison. Everything's great. I'm almost near your house." Okay, yeah. It was a little strange, but sure, it was going to be something. So he pulls up in brand new this freaking really decked out, and he gets out and he's just got this big smile on his face. And this guy wasn't a wealthy guy. Like, he wasn't college educated. There was nothing. And it comes out and he grabs his bag out of the bathroom, he gives me a hug, and he's like, "How's it going?" Okay, so we go into my house, and he's got, so he's like, opens this bag. It's full of steroids and money. And he must have $30,000. It's just wrapped money. I'm just, Jesus, what the hell is going on? How are you carrying around 30 grand in a bag full of steroids? And I turned that source into a gold.
You're cut.
Well, so he did. It's not like he just gave me any money. I didn't even ask for it. But what this did was make me realize that this is possible. This can drive. So he goes on to explain how he made $900,000 last year. That was just this massive operation. At the time he was and
what other kinds of drugs were you selling? Just like coke and
anything. Yeah.
Wow.
Really. And I don't. And I didn't ask him exactly what he was doing, but he gave me enough hints to set the scene for how I could.
Right.
And I intentionally didn't want to.
Right.
About helping.
Yeah. Yeah, how to make your life better.
Yeah. So, but he set the seed, A is possible, and he gave me a understand structure put in place to be able to do something massive scale. And he was there for me. Like, so when I started, I didn't even tell him what I was doing. He didn't tell me exactly what he was doing, but every time I would call him to ask him how he took care of this problem, he would tell me, he was like, "Oh, I run this is how I solved that." It was just giving me enough hints to where I could set up a bigger structure and just start scaling itself.
So you guys partner up, or
no?
You should do it on your own.
Yeah,
with your source.
Yeah, with my own source. So let me go back again now. So I met him and he set the seed. So now I'm like, okay, now I'm checking for that seed to work. So I get all ready and do everything. I set up and I bought an extra from the source. I bought like an extra. A larger order than normal, just to get ready for in case like a bunch of people bought. And I had just my laptop, so I had a duffel bag full of stories and stuff. And So the first thing I did is I went online and I just posted. I created this list of all these products I had and everything, and I just posted on this online forum. That's what everybody else was doing at the time, or just before this. You just go on and you just post a list. And people can order
Like a menu?
Yeah, kind of like a menu. And people could order if they want, but anyways, let me start with this list and I'll go back to that. So when I posted this list, well, yeah, it's time to explain. So the zeitgeist at the time, the ethos of the black market steroid world was, it's steeped in distrust. There was a lot of fake stuff that was going on in the 90s and in the early 2000s. And this was because testosterone and its derivatives, steroids, were very hard to get. And they were very expensive. And therefore, that fake fraudulent market also established where people would just sell fake stuff. And so people were terrified of getting fakes. So if you weren't brand, if you didn't sell brand name stuff, and at the time there was only like 5 or 6 brands that were ever accepted throughout the entire bodybuilding scene, and if you didn't have one of those brands, or if you were even a person that had no name, like at the time I did, then people would absolutely not only laugh, some of them typically they almost made them angry that somebody would dare try to, somebody with no name would dare try to sell stuff. So when I posted this list, I was laughed at and rated, and the mods took my post down. It was only a forum on this forum. So anyways, but this forum, as it turned out, was the largest anabolic steroid source forum in the world. It had like 1 million unique, but it was worldwide.
What was it called?
Could I say the name? Why not? It's like tomatoes.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, it just might be a base.
No, it's not. Okay, but if you don't want to mention them, you have to say it.
I guess I don't. Yeah, the largest, it's not, it's still the
Is it?
the largest, but it's worldwide.
Right.
So there's, I mean, there's just, like I said, 1 million unique hits a month. There's just traffic on this again. So,
But they took your post down because you weren't like a reputable person.
well, and it wasn't only that, because that's what people were doing when I was researching. And literally, in the last few weeks before I posted, they came up with new rules for sources. One of those, and it was very simple at the time. And I still got lucky because it was still pretty simple to be a source. I'm looking at this. But I just had to have a website. So to them at the time, because one of the reasons was is people were posting, because it was so simple, you just make a post at money, and there was some fraud. People were just taking people's money.
Yeah, it makes sense. If you're running a board like that or running any kind of website like that, you got to regulate the scams. Yeah. So it makes sense. It's the first time they got that.
Yeah, but they weren't before that. What I'm saying, in the last 2 weeks since I posted, this is when they established the first rule, and this was just the first level. They say, no, you have to have a website, because we feel like you go through the page. Because at the time, websites weren't as easy to make as they were. At least
What year was this?
2011.
Okay.
So I mean, people could make websites, but it wasn't as prevalent. At least I didn't. So to me, that was almost like prohibitive. Like, oh, I can't do this. So they were just saying, you just need a website that shows us that you're serious enough. If you go through the difficulty of the process of creating a website, that shows us you're serious enough to at least there's a good chance that you're so I didn't know how to do that. And so like, this is the first employee that one of my friends did. I actually just kind of, I thought that was it. So I was like, okay, well, I can't do this. That's it. Then like I got thinking, oh, I just friend and he was one of my customers. So I just broached it with him. So let me go on that later, but let me tell you what happened with the post there. So this is where it started. So
Post that got taken down.
The post that got taken down, it was only up for an hour. Well, I got 3 emails from them of 3 guys who were saying, hey, I saw your post for an hour. I'm interested in this. You can't, there's a fraud, potential fraud, and they treated these guys with. So this forum has, they like, they give people points, right? And if you amass these points or aggregate and accrue these points, it means that you're more respected in the society.
Right.
For giving good information, you get points, you're more trustworthy. So a couple of these guys were very respected members of this online community. And people just listen to them. And they just, they spend a lot of time on it. They have a lot of trust. And 2 of these guys are alive. So they were like, well, we can't do this. Why don't you just send us something? And, and then we'll post it. If that is the other goes. And at the time, in retrospect, I shouldn't have been so reticent to do this because it was working. But I was just like, well, I don't want to give something away from you, and that's an entirely because people in business shouldn't do it. If you have a good product, you should stay out. Be worried about it.
Yeah.
It's not about profit. And long-term goal should be profit, but that's only after you stay. And that's what I needed to do, and I was reticent to do that. So I just asked all these guys, okay, when you receive it, once you see everything's good, then we can like, yeah. So I sent these three ambassadors, the original ambassadors, their orders. And
these guys like put pictures of themselves to make them like the people like just respect them, not only because they've been on the forum for a long time, but because they like see pictures of them and say, "Oh, I want to look like that guy."
That's part of it. That is a part of it. But it's more about they just create value on the community, on the forum, information, and they've led people to create sources before. So everybody knows if you go to this guy, you get the latest, greatest information about sources because they do things like they check out this stuff and then So I remember, so these ambassadors. At the time, I was able to get a job finally in an emergency. So I did work at the hospital. I just got a job at the hospital. So I remember, at first I would check these emails, this business email from the hospital. So I just started checking the hospital. And I remember also one day I was in the hospital and I checked out and these guys. I went to this forum where I was a member, and all of a sudden I had a bunch of private messages, and that never happened. I didn't know what was going on. So all of a sudden I went and checked his messages. And hey, it was this guy's name was he called himself Sicko. CYC. And he said. Sicko said he had some good stuff. Hey, give me a list I want to order. And I had like 5, 6, and then we just kept going. So, and then what is this coming from? Like, what happened? I saw that he did. He posted it. He posted a picture of my gear. Said that he started taking it. Said that he started doing it. And so did the other guys. So now all of a sudden, there's people just coming in my PM. These guys sent them. And this is where it started. And this was just from an hour post. A 1 hour post that was set up days ago. And I'm still working on a website to actually become a legitimate source. I'm not even a legitimate source. But this should have been a moment to come. With a 1 hour post, I'm already getting 5, 10 clients out of it.
What was so good about you? Was it the quality of the product? Was it the price? Was it both? What made your product so much better than anything else?
Yeah. So I'm definitely going to get into that, and that's so that's what comes up next. Is, I started the business off just on these assets, right? And I'm sending the product. So
they get online and talking about it.
So now all the new guys are selling are also going saying the same thing. So now it's a good time to go into what established me, what is the distinction between me and the rest of the site. And the reason that is, in the beginning, at this time, steroid dealers were not known as masters of business administration. They didn't have good business practices. They didn't understand things like customer service. Just putting in pretty simple, good business practices. So when I came out and I started establishing some good business practices, simple things that none of them were doing at the time, such as priority shipping. So you get your order in 2 or 3 weeks. For everybody else, even domestic suppliers, it's taking 2 weeks. It was just because it was just not foresight. They were just not spending the extra money for fast shipping and just sending the snail mail. It would take 2 weeks. Quality products is one thing, and then just price. So I just undercut everybody else. So and it was also customer service. So talking to all my customers, being very friendly. So another thing. So back in the more neurochemistry. So what happens with suppliers is when you have when you have a good product and you start amassing a bunch of a big client, people are starting to respect and admire you, show you appreciation. This initiates a large dose response, right? And this makes most sources manic. You go to a state of where you have too high a level of this dose, dopamine. And when you're manic, you start to become a megalomaniac. You start to think, oh my God.
That's when all these things hit, all these chemicals hit at once.
Yeah, and they'll send you too high. You're going to see the meaning. So if you're familiar with manic depressive or bipolar disorder, that's when your body doesn't control your endorphin and your dose response into this even level, and you become manic, which means you're too high and you start getting too wired, too almost over-motivated, over-ambitious, and your brain just kind of starts getting crazy. And then also you drop down to depression. So bipolar people, which is also called manic depressive,
right?
Their endorphin or dose response is too high or too low, and their body isn't programmed. They have a problem.
So they go up and down dramatically.
Yeah.
So that's the same thing as bipolar disorder.
Bipolar disorder is also called manic depressive. So that's what happens with that disorder. And the key is to get people into that regular behavior. So you're not too high.
You want to be even keel.
Yeah.
You want to be riding our roller coaster.
That's right. And there's things you can do within society to raise your own. And this is what makes you feel good. That's how pervasive these chemicals are. They control human behavior. And that's not known. That's why it's such a benefit to study neural health, to understand these things. Because you can do things to control your own dose response.
Natural things?
Yeah, and it's not even natural. It's just, yes, I wanted to do a whole section on this too.
Like, what can you do? Like, even if you're not manic depressive, if you experience, people can understand what you're saying, experience what you're talking about, like highs and lows, how can people regulate this kind of thing, and how can people control it themselves?
So you have to understand what elicits these dose responses, right? And there's very simple things, behaviors we evolve to elicit this response, to to control our behavior or to make us want to do things, right? For our survival or the survival of our species. Those are the two things. Anything you do to help your survival or the survival of your species will elicit a dose response. And that's just a reward chemical to keep doing those things. We evolved this to allow the human species to survive. Right. These are things like eating, right? That helps you survive. So that's why people with eating disorders just eat meat because it makes them feel. This is sex. Sex, you're eliminating the species. So you produce a massive dose response. There are forms like exercise can do that. Yeah. And money. So money is I'll go into money when we talk about money. I'm going to go into the response of money. It's a little different. It is because it's representative of our society. Right? So now I have to go over another thing. Probably the major and best way to increase your dose response is human connections to helping. So we evolved to be social creatures, right? Because when we help each other survive, our species is a whole survives. So that's better, right? That was an evolutionary process. So now when we help people, it emits a massive dose response. So creating value for yourself, just being helpful, will massively increase your dose response. So understanding this, there's times when I felt myself going into depression. Mainly when I was in prison because I read about this. I used prison time to read relationships. I read so many helpful books that really put into place the economy, biology, society, how all this stuff works. And everything became very clear. Moment of clarity after I read all this. But so there's times when I felt myself going into a depression, and the answer was, okay, how can I just help everybody? What can I do? When I was in prison, it was everybody needed legal help. So I just studied the law basis and became a legal expert, and I was able to help hundreds and hundreds of people around me file habeas corpus petitions and motions to the court to defend them if they got some sort of discipline within prison. Yeah, that's not only a way to help people, but having that kind of specialty or expertise or knowledge also helps your survival rate. Because I've heard that from many people. Yeah, but creating value for yourself. So now everybody knew, like, if you have a problem, you go take care of it. And it got me massive respect from everybody, even people I wasn't helping, because they watch me help others. Right? So now I'm what's called a jailhouse lawyer. I'm doing a good job. So, but that helping people forms a connection with that person, and then they show me respect and admiration, and they elicit some massive dose response. So my depression could go away like that, and I figure out how I can help people. It's interesting. It's like being in prison. You can almost test all these things in a vacuum. So that's another thing. So you're absolutely correct. It's a great social experience, right? And there's so many people around you to run all these experiments, and this is precisely what they did. It was very interesting. It was fascinating. It was fascinating. So to answer your question, so if you go online and you look, okay, how can I increase my serotonin? How can I increase my whatever? All the information gives you, oh, to eat these foods. Eating is one of the ways to get to elicit a dose response, but that's not the real answer. The real answer is forming connections elicits a dose response, and help it. And the best way to form connections is by helping, because it's a reinforcing circle. You help somebody, which increases your relationship with that person, and which another dose response, which reinforces. Which also reinforces the potential that they'll want to help you in the future, which forms another connection. So the more people you help, the more opportunity you have for other people to want to help you back. Right? So you put yourself in a position to succeed just by doing it. And the more people you help, the more of a position you put yourself in a position. So the answer was to just help everybody around.
So were there were there actual scientific studies done that proved that making these kinds of human connections and somehow increase like oxytocin levels, serotonin levels in the brain?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. There's studies out there. I don't have any that give you now,
right?
But that is evident in all of this. But what hasn't been put together, logically and coherently enough, is just like what I just did here. Explain it. So if you're depressed, so something's just not good. To raise these doses, this dose response. Here's some things you can do to help. And that it reinforces the entire circle of events of all dose eliciting experiences. Reinforces, like I said before, reinforces relationship. Because now people you gain these dose responses off of reactions to people. Like, and your body can pick up on when somebody respects you and somebody admires you, somebody showing you appreciation, and that elicits a dose response in yourself. So when you're helping people, and even when other people hear that you help somebody else, the same type of their visual cues that they respected and that you also use a dose, give you a dose response. It is fast.
And it's weird. Another thing is like, I've never dealt with depression on my own, but I've heard a lot of people explain it, and it seems like the way, people that are depressed, it seems like it's more of like an egocentric type of problem where it's not like, what you're saying is be selfless and help people, and that will get you out of the depression. But from what I understand about depression is it seems like it's more of an egocentric black hole you're in, and it's hard to understand or get yourself out of that because you can't see the forest through the trees. We're stuck in a black hole.
Yes, you're correct. And it's I think you use the correct terminology too. It's more of a self-centered type of concept where I'm just depressed. It's all me. What can why don't other people help me not be depressed? And it's the actions that you have to take to elicit the neurochemistry to bring you out of this. Right? And I don't think it's the people's fault. This just isn't understood. Like, the pervasive nature of this dose response is just not understood, and it's not communicated. And I wanted to do lessons. In prison, I did lessons. So once I learned this, like we have these little forums where you can do these little lessons, and you can kind of be a teacher. And I did lessons on this, and taught people, and it went over incredibly. And people think that type of atmosphere in prison, like nobody's going to understand that. In fact, when I started doing these lessons, I was told that by a lot of my peers, this is going to go terribly. Nobody's going to understand this stuff. And I just put it very simply and explained it, and it went over phenomenal. And everybody was fascinated, and everybody wanted to. And people really enjoy all this class.
It really is fascinating. It's something I never really thought about too, but also you can see the ties to people now, like in culture now, people like work from home, people working from home, people living by themselves in an apartment building in a big city, not being surrounded by people. It's just them and maybe one other roommate or another cats or whatever.
You're absolutely right. And I'm not trying to dismiss real clinical depression. Like there's some people who just have a genetic predisposition for not producing serotonin, or maybe their dopamine transporters don't have, or they have too many of the dopamine transporters transport dopamine out of the body. And there's a bunch of things that could be. But if you look at the lives of a lot of this mild depression, people who are depressed, if you look at their lives, you'll notice that they don't contribute to society. And again, it's not their fault. I'm not saying that these people are dumb or should do more to help people. They don't know. This education isn't helpful. But if you look at their lives, they're isolated people who have a boring job that doesn't translate into them understanding that they're actually creating value for somebody they're helping.
It doesn't necessarily align with their values. whatever they're doing might not necessarily align with their own personality.
Right. Yeah.
I had a guy. It's so funny that I can see that. I had a guy here yesterday who was in the Marine Corps, Iraq for a couple of years, and he explained the sort of visceral sort of feeling of being in a life and death situation 24/7, being in firefights, literally hunting humans, and what that does to your physiology, what it does to your body, always on high alert. And he explains, so much. I think there's something PTSD, but he labeled it as like PTSD. But I can see where when you come back to the United States to living this comfortable, normal life after spending years in this high intensity, super fucking high intensity life or death situation, I can see how those chemicals would just drop off, and people lose these veterans, they lose their value, they lose their sort of, they lose their purpose and become depressed, and that's why there's so much suicide.
Yeah. So the release of those hormones is called corticosteroids. They're stress hormones, right? So, and when you release a lot of those, essentially you put your body into a state of fight or flight. Right. From the amygdala. So all your neural connections divert to your amygdala, which is the fight or flight mechanism. And you're living in a constant state of fight or flight. Right. And that can become permanent if you seem to these memories of these traumatic events. It's sticking in your head.
Yeah, he said when he came back, he was like hyper vigilant all the time.
And he was always in fight or flight. And it's corticosteroids, and it just screws up your entire brain. It's terrible. It's awful. So this isn't anything that can help. And oddly enough, testosterone, because it's dopamine energetic, helps release the dopamine, which can kind of overpower the PTSD, corticosteroids. It helps. So a lot of people with PTSD can go on testosterone.
Yeah, he said that he was going through life and came back trying to fix the world, one asshole at a time. And then just like flipping out on people who they didn't have the right discipline, whatever. Just fucking scream people. Like back in the Marines, back in the overseas, you can see that. What a crazy fucking, what a crazy thing to put your brain through.
Oh, absolutely. I've read about it. I understand about it. It's nothing like that.
Yeah, this guy's on the way through it by he went to Africa and started this organization where he puts veteran Africans as fight coaches. So when they live in Africa, it's funny. It's like the best way for me to get through this is going to Africa, being surrounded by animals that want to eat, and hunting coaches, protecting animals. Now he's down to purpose.
Right, yeah. So it has to do with finding a purpose, doing something bigger than yourself. Right? And that also drives those results. So somebody into the PTSD, or got PTSD. So, and again, I'm not an expert in this. I'm not an expert, but some of it seems to be over and over again. It can be used to an extent by overpowering it with doses. And finding a purpose by going and fighting in Africa, those coaches to doing something. Right. It's still a purpose that's bigger than yourself. And
community as well.
Yes, right, yeah. Forming a community with people who are all in this together, we all the connections. Right. It leads to a purpose. And that leads to passion. All words for dopamine.
Right. So how did you parlay this education that you took from prison, learning about this type of stuff, into everything else you were doing?
Okay. Yeah. One more thing I want to say.
Yeah.
About PTSD itself.
Yeah.
I think it's sort of. So MDMA is shown to be very, very beneficial to people with severe PTSD. But because of the stigma, that same thing back in with the war on drugs. At the time when they were just making all drugs illegal. So they made MDMA a contraband, made it a controlled substance, and put it up to such a high level, Schedule 1, that now it can't be used in any medical reference, or it can't even be studied. Right? So now they actually just moved it and allowed it and are allowing it to be used in a medical context. And it is turning out to help tons of people. A lot of people are really being helped, especially with PTSD symptoms. So that was again to show you that the politicians just to run on a platform on anything that would get them elected. What's the problem? It's to create a problem and then offer a solution. Right. So you create drugs. Cocaine is killing people. Right? So you know what? We're gonna take all these drugs, run on the platform. We're gonna fix this. We're gonna fix this. And, oh my gosh, this is a problem. They're saying it's a problem, and they're offering a solution. Let me pay for that. Right. It turns into a political tactic rather than something that's actually rational, makes sense, and is effective. So now, how many years did we lose out on using MDMA? Never. Just because. And the same thing happened with marijuana, steroids, alcohol, everything. We've seen this over and over.
And it kills, it ends up killing more people because the pushing into the black market makes it more unsafe. It makes it more, absolutely. Right. That's why we have cocaine that's accidentally released with fentanyl killing people. Yeah. If you make cocaine legal, people can do it and not.
But you buy it from the store, where it's regulated and where you can educate people like they're doing with tobacco. I mean, I think what they're doing with tobacco is much better. Right? It's education. Telling people how bad it is for you, but you don't want to make it illegal because then you just make it
right. Cartels.
Creating cartels, creating violence. I mean, when during Prohibition, there was so much violence. One of the reasons they made it legal, was that it created so much violence, and that so many people died, and so much violence in the name of controlling alcohol and drugs, that when they legalized, now you can just get it, and all that violence stopped. It's just over.
The thing with MDMA, though, I always wonder. I know MDMA elicits a super high serotonin and dopamine too, right? Yeah. But isn't there like a crash after that? Oh, when you have super high levels of serotonin and super low levels of pressure states, doesn't that happen right after the MDMA?
Yes.
How do you right? So how do you mitigate that? Obviously, so veterans that have super low levels of serotonin and they're getting MDMA and it's increasing, but doesn't it just go right back down afterwards?
Yeah. So, but if you do it at therapeutic doses, so the dosing in this part, I'm not super educated, so I don't know about exactly how. I just know that it is working. There's studies going on. And I even saw that in 16 minutes. And they did a study. They show it. This is working. And there's people who are offended about it. And I imagine it just has to be, again, moderate use can bring you up and bring you into a space where it's therapeutic. And you can start really talking about it. And, so it's kind of used for therapy sessions to really get you to open up and understand why you feel the way you do. And that's really important. Healing from understanding exactly why you feel this way. And MDMA can just
maybe they can do it in a way that, like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but maybe they can do it in a way where it helps people get their head above the clouds just for a little bit amount of time to see the light, and then do that in specific doses over time, microdosing, or something like that, and then maybe eventually wean them off of it to where they don't even the body learn how to produce it, learn how to live that new life.
It is fascinating. But what makes me angry is how many years are we set back in this new therapy just because the government decided that they wanted to get elected. They wanted to just make everything. That kind of the lack of force from the government to unilaterally abolish something that could be so. We've seen it over
and there's many countries that have a lot of these drugs that are legalized and regulated.
It's not like there's people going crazy.
No, they're incentivized to keep their people healthy. A lot of these countries also have socialized healthcare, where they're paying for healthcare and they're not
they're not incentivized to feed people drugs or sell people drugs. They try to keep them healthy. So going back, what?
We go way up.
That's okay, man. That's what we're supposed to do. No, yeah, you were talking about you were in prison and you were learning about the neurochemistry of the brain and how it affects certain responses. And we're talking about manic states, depressive states.
Okay. Yeah, I remember.
How does that all tie into what you did after that?
Yes. Okay. So yeah, so I was explaining like what made me distinct from all the rest of the suppliers. Just kind of go through the process. And a lot of really start paying attention. And I mentioned the simple business, good business practices that are put in place. Free shipping.
Yeah.
Everybody else is charging for shipping. And fast shipping. I just use priority. People that probably should 2 or 3 days. And nobody else is doing it. So yeah, it's kind of simple, but nobody else is doing it. Good quality products and so this is what launched into the dopamine discussion. So everybody else, when you have so back to the dose response, right? When you're manic, when you're too high, it leads to meditations of megalomania, right? You think that you almost got it.
Right.
These people, everybody should listen to you, and nobody. This is what happens with really drunk people too. Right?
So you see with like Trump, for example.
Yes, he's existing in a constant state of being.
Right.
Or drunk people, like really drunk people. What do? They get very belligerent. No, you listen to me, like that. Right. And that's a state of mania. The endorphins, the full dose response is too high, and they think they know everything, and everybody else should be listening to them. And that's
why there's so many people that fight.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly right. They're in a state of mania. Right? So when so celebrities feel this too, right? But they have like a team of people with public relations people. Tell them how to act. Don't say this.
We don't keep them in check.
They keep them in check.
You're doing great. You look great.
Well, the public relations tells them how to act on camera, right? To make them seem humble, to make them, because people who are shown respect and admiration to such a vast and wide degree become more. Like you start to think you're God, but actors have public relations teams that are keeping them in line and showing them how to act, how to present themselves to the public. Right? But people like steroid dealers don't have that, so they become rude and think they're above everybody else to their customers, to their own customers, and they start treating if any customer has a little complaint about something, they end up calling them names and telling them that you shouldn't question me. You listen. So there's an element of big country management. There's an element of it's terrible customer service. You're ostracizing your own client just because to protect your own product. Right? So, and that's what all the steroid dealers were doing at this time. Like, they were fine until you start asking them questions or questioning something that happened with what they do, such as an order or something went wrong. Then they would just degrade their own client. And I saw that. I saw all these other. Why would you shoot with a customer? Just help me. Just figure out what's wrong and fix the problem. And I made a mental note to myself not to do that. So now I've always been very good socially. So now when people come to me, I'm actually taking ownership of any problems and fixing the problem. And I would usually give people something free for a mistake. Because within an operation, you can't hire I can't take residents and get my employees from the Indeed. I have to pick from a very small pool of people around me, and the employees aren't always the best. So a lot of mistakes I've made, but it's not about making the mistakes. It's about how to handle the mistakes. So I started to develop this crowd, and as you said, this is just from that 1 hour post. And I got the ambassadors, and then the ambassadors sent me people. And then all these guys started going back and posting about this guy's great deal with it. Oh, his stuff started working. It was great. I got my order 2 or 3 days. That was huge. Because everybody else was taking 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's good basic business practices that people don't use. That gym that, you know, roided out bros don't know how to do. They're tough guys, you know.
Exactly. So when I come in and did this, it just changed the game. So, and by the way, pretty quickly everybody else started following suit. So now I completely changed the way the business model, all this that we're doing. Nowadays, you can go everywhere shipping to but I was the first one at the time. So now all this stuff, and I started getting a good audience before I was even a legitimate source on these. So then, as this has happened, I'm starting to, this is amazing. Like, I remember even going, and at the time, like, it all had to be anonymous. And I remember my very first order. I got 3 orders. I was in the hospital. I was in the and the orders came in my email. I took them while I was working in the emergency, which in retrospect is pretty stupid because the IT can see everything that's happening.
Oh shit, you're actually using, I forgot, that was probably before phone and type email, right?
Yeah.
So you're using the actual computers in the hospital?
So I took the orders right in the and I was just like, I was overcome with this sense of like I think the orders came to a total of like 1,100. And my profit margins at the time were something like I think it was 250%.
Holy shit.
Yeah, the profit margins were big, but I'll go into detail when I started my own YouTube. Got much more. Yeah, I'll go over all the business stuff. As soon as we get there. So on that order alone, right, I probably made like 550% after a profit. Yeah, profit, which was the most I'd ever made. So right there, the first day, I just, and what that does is that money puts this warm feeling in the chest, and that's a massive thing. So now also I'm just going to go this. You become passionate about this, right? I kind of drove more action, and I just remember that 150. So when I went and picked it up, I went and picked up that money, $1,100. Oh, Western Union. So Western Union is union at first. But again, as you'll see, that this became a problem because Western Union shuts down after you collect so much money. They shut down your ability to collect money from one person. So I can only collect $20,000 a year. Once you collect that, you shut your name down. You can't collect it anymore. So now there's that. And this became a whole problem because when you're collecting millions of dollars, you need a lot. That becomes part of your business. Yeah, it did. And I will get to that. It became a major problem. So now I'm at this. It was a decent amount of clients, especially for me. I've never seen this much money come in. It's probably, I don't know, maybe 1,000.
It's funny how it's a snowball effect too. You know, you're saying that you had that burning feeling in your stomach. I make this much money. Yeah, I can make so much more. Like now, this is my new baseline.
Yes.
You know, it's funny how it works. That's right. And it's like it's the same thing goes the opposite way. If you like have no money, it's like a slippery slope. You know what I mean? It's hard to get your head above that.
That's right. Yeah, above the clouds. Yeah, and I hit through that whole journey of emotions from going, doing okay to going back down to now coming back up. You're right.
You feel good. You feel good.
Yeah, you start feeling good.
More optimistic. You start to see more opportunities.
At this point, I want to go into this, but I think people just kind of label drug dealers as greed. I agree. You just did it for money. And it's absolutely not an It's not. The money is great, but it's not about it.
At first, it's about money, right? Maybe after.
Not even. No. It was so for me for this. And when I was in prison, I was around a lot of drug dealers. We were in a nonviolent camp in half of New Jersey. So I got to get inside a lot of heads and some other pretty big drug dealers, it's not just about money. Even with these guys, it's not an accurate, it's fast off, right? It's easy to just put a simple label on something and then just say, it's that. Right. Story. It's not. It's much more complicated. There's a whole dose response. When you help somebody with cocaine, the person treats you with respect and admiration. You bring in a book of cocaine, you have the best price. Thank you. Now I can go take this. My customers love it. Right? It's the same type of dose response that you get from anything else. But evolution can't tell the difference between helping people with drugs or helping people survive. Right? It's just because it's the response you elicit when you feel a person respects you and appreciates you. So this, like a lot of these drug dealers were working on. They were working on these dose responses too. I talked to a crystal meth dealer, and I was relaying this information to an entire class of people. And one of the crystal meth dealers was hearing that there was times when I sold my crystal meth at cost because I got it so expensive that time. I bought like a kilo, it was so expensive. And I didn't want to disappoint my clients by raising the price, so I just sold an entire kilo at cost and made nothing. But I still wanted to do that just so I could be the man.
And in the drug business, a lot of people will front you product and then say, pay me later. Like, here you go, take this.
Yeah, right. Right. So in that case, it wasn't about money because he used it. Or in that case, like you could lose that money.
You're giving him a loan, you're trusting him.
It's more about, the connection you make with somebody. It's very intensely elicits an intense dose response. And a lot of continuing to build these cocaine or crystal meth empires is built on that. The money isn't. They're really it elicits its own dose response, which I go into exactly how it is.
Well, I mean, if you look at it geographically, the poorest countries, the poorest communities are the ones that are corrupted by drugs and cartels. The people that are generally the most desperate are the ones that get into this. Yeah, because it's the easiest route to money. And it's the same thing, even with, like, if you look at porn stars, like, think about who fucking, when they're 10 years old, I want to be a porn star when I grow up. It's not that. The people who are poor, people who have been abused by relatives, who have nowhere to go. How the fuck am I going to get out of this house where my uncle's abusing me every fucking day? I need to get out tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, I could go fucking be porn and make 10 grand a week. Yeah, whatever.
It's not only about the money to get out of that situation too. It's what can I finally do to gain some respect and admiration within the community. And if you're a good porn star, a lot of people admire you, respect you. You have fans.
Once they get into it, but I'm saying like the catalyst, the thing that jump off, like right initially it might be money, like in a desperate situation, you need to get it. And then after that, maybe I think that other part comes.
The other part comes and you grow with it. Right. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is that not that money is a zero effect, but it's not the only thing. And a lot of people just want to facilely, simply just label it throw the key. And that's it. It's not that simple. It's very complicated. It drives and that's just how I want it. So for me, and I'm going to explain pretty soon, like what drove me to continue and build this empire was not, it certainly wasn't, it was more factored into helping in the thought of that. So let me get into that. So, because I'm almost there. So the point when the website, right? So now I got some clients, and all of a sudden my phone comes in, hey, website's ready. We had to do all this stuff because you can't just build a website on your phone. And open a website, trace all this stuff. It's got to be untraceable.
So, yeah.
So we couldn't do that. So the way that we had to get around it was you have to host it in a different country. The country where it started. we have to host looks at different countries, which isn't easy because what countries Australia is legal in? I think we used the Isle of Man because the Isle of Man was usually illegal. That was it. Because my website was easy seconds to high.
Heard that.
I just picked it because the domain is cheap.
Sounds
in
good.
this country.
Yeah. Something to cool out.
Yeah. Their flag is really crazy. You ever look at that? Yeah, so you have to host it out of the country. So this way, if the United States, if the FBI was to get into the case, then they would go and trace it and go out of the country, and in that country they have no jurisdiction. So you can't search and go in and rehost your emails to it, so you can't go and get all this information. Okay, obviously. Right? So that's it. So we finally did that. It took a little bit to set that up, but now we have a website. So I just go. I go back. So and the moderators told me, they said, "Listen, if you want to do this, you have to use it." So we did that, and then I remember it was another just spur of the moment thing. I put that information in, and nothing happened. Like I didn't notice anything for a reason. It's really anything. And then one day I think I woke up in the morning, and all of a sudden I had 2 or 3 times been on emails. And what the heck happened? And I had all these people say, "Hey, so I and where did all this business come from?" So I go, and sure enough, now I have the source tag under my name. I'm up officially as a
source.
Yeah, you have to get a special label. I'm up officially on the now everything I have is posted on the list,
right,
in the official source section, so people know that. And so now we're officially sourced on the largest antibiotic source one. And then it just from there I just kind of kept instilling the same business practices, and that absolutely for more than I ever could have dreamed possible. So let me. I have to say it this way. So when I started, before I started, I lived in my grandmother's house. I made no money. I couldn't. There was times when I had to go. I had $5 to eat for the day, and I used to get those. Back when McDonald's used to sell double cheeseburgers, I would buy like 4 of those, and that would be my food. And people would ask, "Hey, you want to go to Applebee's or something?" So I went from that, and then I got a job at the hospital, right? So I worked my ass off, and $9 after taxes. I bought $275. I could not survive on that, and it was just kind of a mess. So I did all this stuff, right? So I finally started this thing. And so when I started this, right, I was like, when I started the whole thing, I said to myself, if I can make $200 or $300 extra dollars, that would be perfect. I'll be right in, I'll be making like $600 or $700 a week. I'll be comfortable. Yeah. Everything would be great. That would be perfect. That would be my ideal situation. $200 or $300 extra dollars a week. And I thought that was too much. I was like, that's overzealous. I don't think that's good. When I got put on that source board, and I started instilling the same business practices that I talk about, being nice to my customers, and all this stuff, I mean, it freaking blew apart. Within 6 months, I was burning 21 pounds. I was just, like everything just blew apart, and it got overwhelming, the amount of business, the amount of work. I was doing everything by myself at first, and I never dreamed that I could make this much money. I never dreamed that anything like this would happen.
How does your mind frame change when it's all of a sudden this faucet is full blast? Like a lot of people talk about, the pursuit of wealth, like the pursuit of wealth, always trying to figure out a way to like reach that next level. And then people who have reached it and then some, it just becomes, now I'm just worried about losing it. I want to make sure I can maintain it. I want to make sure I don't lose everything.
There is an element about that. Let me tell you where my main focus, and that will come into play. Well, actually, what about here? Yeah, it does. Comes into play. So when I started doing these kind of, so one morning I wake up again. This is probably 6 months into it, maybe 4 months. And I had done a shift at the emergency room. I get off at 11. I work till 5 a.m. I work during the shift. Right? And so when I get home, I got to pack all the orders. Now it's to the point where it's 20 of them. And I got to pack all those orders. I got to go collect all the money from Western Union, which is just too much. So I got to go myself.
So you have like multiple different accounts with Western Union, so you can, there's only 20 grand a year, you said.
Yeah, right. So what I started doing for really was giving other people. I used to pay people for that. It doesn't matter. It's just and I would tell the people to send the money in this one.
So you're paying them for their IDs.
Yeah, I got
great.
people for their IDs, and then they go get another $10 from the DMV.
Yeah.
So I got to go pick up. So now I wake up one morning. I have freaking 200 emails right in the morning, and I've never had that. And I got to go to work. I got to go collect all the money from last week that I picked up from all the emails I last week. I got to pack 20 more orders. Who knows how many more are in these 200 emails? Probably another 20 or 30, 40 orders.
Sitting all by yourself.
I got to go collect all this money. I got to go do a 9-hour shift. And it just freaking slammed in me. And after all this, I have, after I pick up all this money, I have $100,000 in cash. And I had never, ever dreamed that ever doing it. And now I'm just like, this is too big. I fucked up in the way that this is too successful. I'm going to get caught. I cannot keep doing this. This is out of control. I have to stop. And I just, like, I'm not a person who's prone to panic attacks. But if I ever had a panic attack, it was right there. I mean, like, sitting on my head, going I gotta quit. This is too big. I'm done. So I said,
why did you keep the job like that emergency?
I don't very much.
Also, like maybe you keep yourself off the Fed's radar.
There was an element of legitimacy that I wanted to speak of, but there became a point. But so I got my head buried in my hands. I'm just like, I can't really. Okay, this is what I'm going to fill all these orders from the people who paid me. And this is absolutely. And so I'm just sitting there. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm starting to feel a little better. And then what hit me almost immediately the thought of I used to get every single day throughout the whole life of people thank you for what I do. Thank you. You have given me the ability to be a better husband to my wife, a better husband to my children. I enjoy life now. I'm confident. I can finally have sex with my wife. I have energy to play with my kids. My whole life is better because of what you do and how available and cheap and easy to obtain is this testosterone.
Right.
You have made my life better than I want it. And I got that every single day. And that drives a massive, intense process. So the first thing I thought was I got to go tell these like 1,000 guys that I'm not going to help them. They're going to have to go back to being poor husbands, poor fathers, having a worse life because I'm a little overwhelmed and anxiety. And I had this overwhelming feeling that I was a part of something. I was part of something bigger than myself, which I was. This was bigger than myself. It's not about me. So that right there, like, kicked me into gear to say that, fuck that. fuck, I can do it. And I just after thinking about that, I put my head down. I said, fuck it, I can do this. I'm gonna do this. And then right after that, like, you know what's funny is I started like on Facebook. When you go through Facebook, right, when you see all these memes, all these things to convince people to try. Like you succeed when you don't be afraid of change. Don't be afraid of trying new things. You only fail if you quit. You know, all these memes.
Typical self-help type shit.
Yeah, and all these things are starting to mean. And then every time I read something on Facebook, I would relate it to it. Like, you're just going to quit? I mean, that's not how success is. Success isn't making success. Fuck that, make it happen. And that was my mantra.
Was there any, I'm sure you thought of it, but was there any feasible path, no matter how hard it be, to make it legit?
Yeah, so I tried it. Yeah, that was what my supplement program started.
Oh, okay.
And I started with like a real estate. I bought 4 houses. And it was gonna start like I was gonna build this legitimate empire and eventually stop. Continue with that. I started the supplement company, which is the one. Almost. So there was that. Just got so at this point it was fuck this, I can make it happen. I put my head down and I just I had to skill, right? So I had to start thinking about it. I can't do this to myself. I have to build it. I have to, and from you know, a lot of these things just made sense. And I had some clues from what Gene told me. Like I started asking Gene, because that was the guy who I met, who I left with the source, the other guy who was kind of helping me. Yeah, he had started his own. So I asked him, how do you handle these things? And he started, like I said, he didn't give me a clear indication, but he kind of set the tone for how to do it. So I just had to scale. I had to compartmentalize every aspect of the business. So I hired shit. I just started hiring shit. I was just able to ship it. I hired money. So I had money collectors, and eventually I hired chemists too. I don't know if we're getting into the so I started making that index, and chemists. I had I was compartmentalized in different jobs and junior jobs and this. And I started dealing with the customers because I was best at that, but I just pulled the puppet strings and then there became a point quickly where I never touched the ball.
Right, you started delegating.
Yeah, I just delegated all the tasks to everybody. And this freed up my time to really focus on business development.
So you were like the head chemist, so you developed and started manufacturing all the stuff by yourself? I hired chemists.
I am a biochemist, but I actually did it.
Did you teach them how to do it?
I did. I wasn't. Okay, there was a guy. So yeah, I guess we can go into that. Okay, so as soon as I understand it, clear concise understanding. Yeah, I suppose it is. So the idea was right. My idea was to compartmentalize it. Right? And this also, not only did it mean that everybody has a specific job, but in order to run a criminal empire, you have to put in safeguards so that if something gets busted, it doesn't necessarily mean so the idea was I got to hire these people. They can't know about it.
Right.
Nobody can know the names of other people. So I had to kind of like start, and then I started hiring people from out of state. And that was the smarter thing to do. I spread an operation throughout the entire United States. People all over the country. And nobody knew each other's name. And that was the idea. So as we'll see as we get in, with the part of the operation of Preston, it just stays right there. Nobody can tell on each other because they don't know. That way the whole operation. So I was kind of doing that. I was setting that up. I was setting up so this, just could run, and I could just pull the strings and have everything back up. My Chinese source, which was everything was going fine. As I stated before, the zeitgeist at the time was that you have to have a brand name. Oh yeah, so my source had British, which was one of the 5 acceptable brands in the world at the time. In fact, it was one of the more popular.
What does deer mean?
Oh, sorry.
No, I hear it used all the time. I just don't know what it means.
I forget that. Deer is just another word.
Okay.
It's just a.
Does it stand for anything? GEAR? No.
It's just the term that
Okay.
any. Okay. So I had British Dragon, right? So British Dragon was one of those products. The ironic thing is that British Dragon actually went down a huge before I started selling. But my Chinese source just started sticking British Dragon labels on his stuff, and everybody knew it. So you have this situation where nobody wants to do anything that's not a name. This guy just starts, and because of that, this guy just starts sticking British Dragon labels on this company that just got banned.
Everyone knew it was counterfeit,
but it was still real and it was still good. So everybody just accepted it. It was
close enough.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, but it's not the original British Dragon, the new British Dragon stuff. So it didn't matter. So I had this, but it was my source that started. So I had to repurpose British Dragon stuff, and it was fun. But this guy could get. I mean, this guy was probably because he was sending this he must have. And but I was one of his biggest clients, and so was Gene, the guy who was husband, because I mentioned Gene. I said, hey, Gene's one of my partners, just to kind of see when we knew this guy, and this guy knew Gene by name, and this Chinese guy, and so Gene is big, and I started adventure as much as so Gene also taught me how to actually reduce my prices from this guy, because I was just kind of taking, I had no other options, I was just taking what he gave me. And he taught me that the prices could go lower, so I actually started to do it. As soon as I started buying a little higher volume, I started saying, I want to pay this. That's just start doing it. So this is what I'm going to do. He taught me that's how he did it.
Right.
And it worked. Right. So now my profit margin is really high. I can start giving my clients even better deals. So just worked out really well. But this guy started to get fleet. So he would just disappear for a month. And so, what I learned is that I was fragile. I was too fragile. This something happened to this guy. I needed to do something. I needed to do something for the medical system. And I use this terminology because in prison, so what's ironic is, coincidentally, some of these things that I was thinking of were actually advanced business concepts. And I didn't realize it until when I got to prison. I was able to read voraciously books about business, MBA, textbooks. I read from some of the biographies of some of the entrepreneurs at the time. I just read everything. And I started to learn from Nassim Taylor. He had this book called Anti-Fragile, which talks about setting up systems, building robust systems, and to make sure that all your eggs are in one basket. You do that with everything you do. Everything you do, every system you build contingencies, you build businesses out, you build contingencies. Optional, so that you're not focused on one thing to drive your success. Right? Yeah. And I knew that then, but I didn't have names to put to it. When I read it later, I said, oh my God, I did this. I really didn't know this is actually it's kind of neat. So I knew that I was fragile, and I had to build a robust system. So I'm looking at other brands to start buying, but they're all too expensive. Profit margins. You have to sell it at a higher price. And the thing is, having the cheapest stuff in the, in the graphic store, and the best quality. So I couldn't do that. So then I thought about this guy. Now, mind you, we were building a big empire, and I started bringing a lot of money into it. At this time, we were making probably about 21,000 a week, but more and more is coming in. Business ended up getting 5 to 10 times. And so, but we were, for my small city, the amount of money that was coming in was, I knew that we had to hide. That was what was going to get us caught. Having the local cops coming in trouble about this, this guy, because if people won't talk, word gets out to small cities. Word gets out. Some cops are going to find out and come question. So I made sure everybody kept their mouth shut. It was very important to explain to them to everybody who's in why. So nobody knew about it. They did just, they kind of started to see it.
Let's get this party started.
Everybody in operation was something to do. But nobody told what we were doing. And I tried not to even sell it. Because the local game was going to get in trouble. But this anonymous nationwide game wasn't as dangerous as local. So I even tried to keep down the rates. So nobody knew what we were doing. So I knew this guy. All the two sides in my neighborhood, we all knew each other and all the dealers knew each other. We were all and so I knew one of them. I knew that he knew his stuff. He knew how to do it. He had educated himself really well. He's one of the few people that knew as much about skills. And I had never tried to make it. I knew he was, and I knew a lot of people said stuff that he made was good. And he was able to charge more expensive because it's so much cheaper.
Right.
So I decided right then and there that I had to fill the parts. So I could have another way to offer something else besides just regular stuff. So one night I went to him. I had this whole thing planned out. I intentionally got a lot of my Western Union money and I brought it with me and I went out to go drinking that night. We were going to meet him. And I said, hey, I got something to talk to you about. And he was just like, okay, let's go talk about it. I brought it in my car and I unloaded everything we were doing and showed them all this money that we're making. I had $15 to pick up that. And I remember like his mouth dropped. It was just watching everything I just told him. And I said, let's partner. I'll give you all the money to do it. So we get all these powders and just make this. We can just make it on a much bigger scale. Are you serious? Prices went up on $1,000. Just got it. He was just like, you don't say anything. You can't believe what he's just heard. But also the opportunity is incredible. The amount of money he's making. And he's just like, okay, let's do it. From there, I named my brand name was Matrix. We created a label. I had another one of my guys create a label. He got all the powders. He already knew where to get powders from. He had a good powder source. So he ended up getting the powders, making the powders, set my Matrix label on it, and then I put it up on the list of my products. And there we were going. And so you can still look up to this day, Matrix-led stores, and you'll see all the bunch of really quality reviews. We intentionally made it strong so that the quality would be good. And little did I know that would just drive a ton more business. Just the quality, the strength of that product.
So it started getting legitimized. People started trusting it. People started using it, and then
eventually is that all that you were selling with the Matrix stuff?
Yeah, so this is the interesting part. So again, the zeitgeist at the time was we don't trust anything that's not new. Right? Nobody wanted to do that. So I thought that when I entered my Matrix brand, so at this time, now the whole black market is run by UGL, right? The underground lab. UGL stands for underground lab, which is just people making their own stuff and selling. Now there is no name brand anymore. It's all underground. But at this time, it was the UGL or underground lab just started. And there was only a couple in existence, and I was I wasn't the first. I was in the beginning of the whole UGL movement. And that's also what helped spark this empire. So, I thought it was going to take a long time for people to warm up to this new stuff. Now, this new stuff I was making my profit margin. I bought 25 milliliter vials for $50 and sold them for $125. My profit margin was about 250%. Yeah, 250%. Right? So, when the stuff I made, I could make for significantly cheaper. And then I just charged $100. I made 20 milliliter $100. So my profit margin is 400% profit. So not only was it cheaper to make, but the profit margin shot up. And so I mean the economics just worked out wonderfully. So again, I thought that it would take a while to warm up this new brand that nobody knew was going to. But it turns out that I had set enough of trust in people that they trusted me. They trusted everything that I did and anything I put up there. They would go ahead and accept. The thing about Sailor users are some of they have a lot of animus towards people that don't know that some of they're some of the hardest trusting people on the planet. But once they do, they're also some of the most loyal. So once I got these guys' loyalty, once I had all these patriots that was my client base, they would trust anything I put up there. And I'm telling you, if it wasn't almost instant, everybody just switched right from the BB stuff to this Matrix. And then the Matrix stuff, people started posting. So this stuff absolutely fire. Because we made it strong. And that drove in tons more people. Now you got to check this Matrix. Everybody's talking. Now it's all over the internet, all the forums.
This was nationwide. This was not no longer local. And in fact, you tried to keep it from being local. But these people knew your name online.
My business,
not you personally.
Yeah, nobody knew.
So they knew Matrix.
Matrix, and the name of our business is BD Supplements. I knew that because it was British. That's what I was originally saying. So my business name was BD Supplements. That's what it said.
They didn't know your face, though.
No, but then the Matrix was the brand name that sold. So everybody knew kind of it. More people started to know me because it was so potent.
And how long did this last before you realized that you were on the DEA radar?
I didn't totally know I was on the DEA's radar.
Oh, you never
It makes sense now. Yeah, it makes sense now, but I didn't think I was. Now I can. After I got indicted and saw the information I had, I see something. It's pretty. It's obvious.
Hindsight.
Yeah, it's obvious. At the time.
Did you sell to an informant or something? Or?
Yeah, but I did because that was what was in the paperwork, but it didn't. It doesn't. It's all in. So all they can say is, I ordered from this site and I got steroids and legit, but they can't put a name on the face on it. So that it was. There was a lot of elements there. I could go into it. I could go into like the timing of steroids and what.
Where are we in the story now? You started producing your own stuff. You're selling your profit margins up to 400%.
Yeah.
And just raking in tons of money.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what sort of problems are you encountering because of all this fucking money?
Yeah, that's right. So the first problem that became there's a whole bunch of just expansion scale. So and one of them was that we were making too much. It's a stupid fucking problem. So I couldn't collect on it. So I had to start. I had to start finding other amounts. And I started using it. Have you ever heard the green dot cards? Essentially, like you have this reloadable credit card, and they sell these little reload packs with a number. And if you get that number, somebody pays the cashier, whatever the cost, $25, and then you send that number. I can load that onto this card. It's completely anonymous. And I have this card. It's like a reloadable credit card.
Okay.
And so if somebody from across the country can just buy one of these in their local CVS or whatever, and then send me that code, and I can load that. Okay. But that you can only load so much money onto these cards. So I had to and I just, again, I started paying people, get me one of these cards. That's great. And do you notice a difference? And then I had like 50 of these, and I had an army of people in Western Union, and it was still just getting by. Only 20,000 per person for this. These things can only hold so much money. It's just too much money for me. At this point, probably 1.2 million. Wow. And it just kept getting and I just couldn't collect all this money. So I remember like I used to, whenever I had to think through a problem, I would go to the gym. The gym releases its own endorphins, and you use a lot of that. Sometimes your brain gets foggy when you have that brain fog. A lot of it is you're thinking so much that there's too many neurotransmitters that are kind of clogging up signals, and that's kind of foggy. So when you work out, your brain actually you're using these neurotransmitters, and it actually cleans your brain out. You produce a different so it really helps people think. I would always go to the gym. I could figure out a problem. So whenever that happens, like when I had a problem, I would think through it so much that would start happening. You can't think straight. So you go to the gym, and then at the gym, like all the motor actions that are happening in the signals going to the muscles actually uses those neurotransmitters to change that signal. So we kind of use them up. And you produce different things.
It's just like the opposite of what you're talking about would be like flow, where people talk about like being in a flow state where you're not thinking at all, or like a meditative state where your mind is completely clear and things just happen effortlessly.
Yeah, I guess it would be like it's a way to create that. I don't know, exercise is a way to create something like that. I guess it's kind of like my mother. A lot of people use it clearly. Yeah, but that's but when you say I clear my brain, like scientifically, that's exactly okay. Releasing interest to allow better synaptic biology.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I had this money problem. I went to the gym and I'm like, I gotta feel. You just go in and like you said, when you're at the gym, like stuff starts coming in focus. You look at moments of clarity. And that happened to me. So when I had a problem, I go to the gym. And so that's what happened with this. So I started thinking about the whole money. It all comes to me when I go to wherever it needs to go. Because like a lot of it has to go from the clients to I have to pay the source, I have to pay my employees, but it all comes to me and then it goes on. So why would I do it that way when I could just have the money go right from where it's coming from to where it needs to go? I could just bypass the needs to know. So I started. I went to my Chinese source at the time, and my powder sources were also at the time, and I said, can I send you, because they had all these recipes, they collected through recipes, and I noticed every time I did it, I would send like 5 grams time.
And I know
It
why
wasn't
I'm
much
desperate.
money
It's
at
like,
the time.
I just want to do something.
So I would just send
So,
them
well, I'm taking things.
$5,000. But I noticed the names of those shoes, and they had no shortage of names. So I said, and I knew other people that were ordering these names, and a lot of people would say $200 and stuff. So I'm like, can I have my clients send you money directly? And this will take me out as the middleman, and I don't have to worry about collecting their money. It just goes right to where I need it to be. And the Chinese suppliers, like the guy with the BBs, first driving stuff, and the power supply, but yeah, just give me what you need. They have endless amount of Chinese people willing to pick up money. So I was able to stop myself from being the middleman. I was able to send money directly from my clients right to the powder source and my employees. So now I said, all my employees had those green dots. There was other people more than just me. They all had to get one of those. This is how I was going to pay them. And then it came directly. So now what I diverted all that money from flowing to me, from me having to figure out ways to it was just all diverted to the end source where it needed to be. And then the money I collected was just made. Right. And that was a major overhaul, major efficiency to be able to now further operate with that one. So you can't understand that. The other thing that really aided in business development was now the powder sources we have. As I stated, so once we started and we have and we were doing region programs, all these Chinese suppliers, powder suppliers, came to me and wanted to sell powder. So I would just take samples from all of them. Sure, I'll take samples. And at this time, there was no labs that could just test your gear, test your testosterone. So you couldn't just send it to a lab. You actually can. You can just send it to a lab, have them test it for quality, and then you send it. You couldn't do that back then. Nobody was keeping steroids and testing it. So I decided that quality was of utmost importance. And to do this, I was going to use crowdsourcing. I was going to use my own clients to help me out. So I give guys these discounts, and I said, listen, you need to clean your suckers out. We're going to give you, we make a lot of those powders, and we test it on ourselves first. Test it on ourselves. And then I'd send it to these, to clients and tell them to clean out their receptors, take some of it, and then get a blood test that I'll pay for, and then send it in. And I knew what this amount would take this much. I knew what it should show. And so we had like 50 different powder sources, and I just had an army of people testing this stuff, and then we get me back with information. So now we were able to pick the top 3 sources that had the most consistent quality and the best. The best stuff that really testosterone. And we were able to read about Matrix. Nobody else was doing anything. So Matrix was now made of tested powders from countless other powder sources. And we had the best stuff probably in the country for sure, possibly. Just because we had done that much work to make sure that we had the utmost best quality. And we just kept that up. So now all the forums, all the word is just making stuff as fast. And it's just forum was so pretty quickly I couldn't do it with just the guys I had, like the guy making couldn't keep up. The shipper couldn't keep up with me. So I was just keeping it. So I started getting out of the state. I had a chemist from the state. These guys were making together and still couldn't keep up with the demand. So I got more chemists, more shippers, different. But throughout the entire country, at one time it was like 5 shippers, 5 chemists, all making thousands of dollars. There was rarely a time when I could keep up. It just got absolutely insane. So you have to be overwhelmed by this. Yeah, but I kept expanding enough to where, although it was overwhelming, like I worked 12 hours a day, basically, and my job was just dealing with clients and then I would send them. So, how my business worked is a client would come in, ask, oh, hey, I want this. Okay, here's a pay me this way. I would tell him how to pay. He would come back with the money one way, whether it was the rest of the money. Well, I would ask him, and then I would direct it to her. And then I would put that order into like an email that I had every day. I would just list all these things into a different email, and then I would send it to the shipper. And the shipper had to next close the post office next week, and they would just sit there and pack the bags, and then print up the shipping label. And UPS, they have the shipping stuff out in the houses. They just pack each of these things through the post office. Wow. And so every day, this would happen, and then the chemist would make, the chemist would have to ship it to a shipper, which is usually in the United States. So like vacuum seal them, really wrap them up and ship them. So that's how it would work. The products would go to the shippers, and shippers would ship all the ways that they disperse them.
So now the only money that's coming to you is profit, right? So you're not having to pay anything. So you're making so much money. Are you laundering this money any sort of way? How are you legitimizing all this money? What are you doing? Are you keeping it cash? What are you doing with it?
Yeah, so I didn't really do anything that was I didn't want. I got a laundering charge, but I shouldn't have gotten a laundering charge, but it wasn't laundering. So all the money was on. I had like 30 of these credit cards. And you can spend money on a credit card, on a reloadable credit card, and it doesn't. Like anything, under a certain amount, under like this $10,000, it's not $10,000. Doesn't raise any
So you just have an unlimited amount of these $10,000 prepaid credit cards.
Yeah, I have like 50 of them. They're full all the time. And plus that,
you just use those to do everything.
Everything.
Get gas, go to dinner, pay your. What about like your living expenses? You bought houses with this shit?
I bought houses with cash, so I still had a lot of cash. So I still had cash from Western Union, but it wasn't that much. And what I also had is, so I had guys with these cards, right? I had an army of people who had their own, and I used to pay them 6%. I'd fill up their cards, tell me every week to be back, a couple $1,000. And then I pay them 6%. So, and I had a bunch of people, so I was still getting cash. So what would happen is they get it and then so they order one of these credit cards and then because it has to have a name.
Okay, I understand.
And then I would load their credit card slow. Right. And I'd say, bring me back this cash. When I first got a new person, I don't get that. Bring me up this cash. But then we started, if they had 5 or 6 cards, it only takes them a couple minutes of time to it got very complicated, but we learned exactly how to do it. So when we shut the cards, it looks fraudulent if you just pay them. We had a whole system. Right. It was actually it took us a long time and a lot of lost money. But so I had these guys, and they were bringing me cheap food for 6% of it.
Right.
You're making $400 or $500 a week.
And how is your life changing? Like, how is your lifestyle changing? How is obviously this is 100% of your life every day. It's what you're doing, main thing you're focusing on. Are you being extra careful not to like look like you have a lot of money? Or are you just like saying, fuck it, I'm gonna buy this Lamborghini and this mansion and
so at first that was the idea. And when I lived in a small city, it was important to me because it would draw attention. Everybody knew all this population. Which it would work. That's not what I did. But so I ended up I was okay about that. And one of the things I did wrong is I started going and I posted about it on Facebook. And that was one of my mistakes because people could see that. And then, so I got robbed a few times.
So eventually, what happened? You get on the feds, right? Eventually, you busted.
Yeah. So
And how did you? What was that like? Was it just like out of nowhere they raided your house, or what?
Yeah. I'll definitely go into that. I think there's build up to explain how it got there. Okay. So let me start there. To go about the money thing. When I moved to New York. When I moved to New York, I wasn't drawing attention to having money. So it wasn't as big of a deal. So I could start, doing I had huge sum downtown. So this is the street part. Like I didn't have anything on the books. I had quit my yard job.
Right.
I didn't have any money on the books, and I just met and I found this guy who did these things. I don't have any proof of my income, but I have a lot of things. And he figured it out for me. I was able to get me top of the line Jaguars. And then the same way, like in very strange events, like I didn't have any income from my apartment. So I had this. At first, I lived in the and then I upgraded and I eventually had this house over in Hudson River. And at the time, I paid $9,000. But that was really cool for real estate market.
So you were renting places.
Yeah. But I was able to get around it. They had these clauses that allowed. I don't have to prove income. That was kind of strange, but it worked out.
Right, I'm sure you wouldn't have income if you paid like X amount of dollars up front. Yeah, like I'll pay up front. Essentially. It's amazing what you do. You get a lot of cash.
So that's one of the lessons I learned too. So there's a whole thing, like especially in my book, what money not what it does to people. I don't even want to say it in a negative sense. I think having money is seen as a negative thing. That's not necessarily true. It certainly can. So people say that money changes. And it does. Money is a representation of our value in society. What is it? It's just this paper or it's numbers in a paper. So it's arbitrary. So it's just manipulated. It's not real. So, but what it does represent is our value to society. When you create value, you create value to people. If you create value for a myriad of people in a very meaningful way, we are valuable to society, and that is translated into wealth. Right? So the money is seen as when people see that you have money, it's a representation of your value to society, and then it's respect. You have respect for somebody who can help a lot of people. The more money you have, money is also like a panacea, right? It's an easy way to help everyone. A panacea is something that can, almost like something that can take care of anything. Right? And that's kind of what money is. You can throw money at anything, almost anything, and take care of problems. And it's an easy way to help other people, right? So when people see that you have money, it's a representation of your value to society, and you can easily help people. So it's respected. So just having money gives people respect and admire you, which also raises closeness. So now, when you get money, not only do you are you raising the dose response and it can slowly go into something that's really nice? Just because everybody's respecting you, everybody's showing you admiration, appreciation. So if you're not cognizant of that, it can get a little out of control, and I'm no exception. But I was able to rein it in, but there was a period when I got a little manic with the amount of money.
How did you realize or become self-aware that you were like that?
You know, interestingly enough, I want to say it was probably at a blow up I had at a friend's house. This friend I hadn't seen in a long time. And I just got back from vacation, and all I wanted to talk about was me, the money I had, the amount I could spend on everything, and bought everybody's dinner, and I thought, just my and so some of these people started having a problem with it, and then I was drunk at the time too, which actually isn't so it's drugs and maybe and so like I flipped out. This is a guy I knew my whole life. And I think that's when I said, I screwed up. And I was able to rein it in and understand the only reason I have this money is because that society. And I have to understand that my good feelings and the social responsibility I get is